Chapters 891 Flame City. You say, what happened there? Why is there no sound of fighting now? Does it mean that the fighting over there is over? It shouldn't be possible if the enemy's strength is so strong, it will not be so easy to end the war. If it cannot be resisted, it will definitely attack here, and it will not be so quiet. Because they haven't heard the sound of battle for a while, all the people began to talk about it one after another. They thought it was too weird. Who knows what happened there? Since the beginning of the battlefield has been far away. They can't see clearly in this place, let alone perceive. All the gods can't feel it, so they will appear extremely anxious, and all things are only the unknown. The more silent it is, the more problematic it is. At this time, they can't leave the place easily. All the people still remember what the Fire Lord said before. Once someone acts rashly, there is no pardon for killing. All the people looked at each other. Itchy, really want to check. After all, it has been so long without any movement, who knows if there will be something they missed. This is terrible. The Flame City Lord is also very confused, but he always remembers Gao Peng's words and can't easily disturb him, which also makes him feel extremely entangled at this time. Shall I check it? I always feel that there is a great deal going on there. If it continues like this, the information will be slower. At that time, I don't even know what happened. I think it's necessary to check it. Now he should not be disturbed. After thinking for a while, the Fire Lord finally decided to go ahead and explore. He has been here for a long time, and can't get the information he needs. I don't know anything, even they cannot know what the enemy is, so it is easy to have problems. Once the enemy really defeated Gao Peng, they do not know whether they need to attack or not. It is certain that it will lag behind others and may be given to the slaughterhouse by the other party at any time. The strength of the enemy is too terrible and there must be no slack. The Flame City Lord looked at the front with a serious face, and finally said, all people follow me. Without my order, no one can make a rash move, or I don't mind killing you directly. Do you understand? All the people present discussed one after another. The time hasn't been figured out yet. There is a short circuit. However, when they came back to their senses, they all looked happy and nodded. It's not that they like to fight, it's just that it's too dangerous to stay here all the time. The enemy may come at any time, and they are still standing by. If they can get to the front line, they can get the first-hand information. They all know whether to fight or to retreat. Xianxia is also happy on the face. Finally, she can go to see Gao Peng. Her heart has been worried about Gao Peng for fear of any accident. Even though her strength is very weak, but this urgent mood cannot be fake. When they came to the battlefield, all the people were completely confused. What kind of situation is this? What? There's no one here. Even they think it's not like they've gone through a world war, but it's quiet. There's no one here. If from time to time there will be some breath, it will make them more certain. It is definitely the place where the fighting happened before. But why is it intact here? Everyone was a little confused. Seeing that they looked at each other, they felt that this was not the same as what they had guessed. When they set out, they had made the worst plan, that is, all the black-robed people were plotting a greater conspiracy, and could come to destroy them at any time. But now it was too much for them to expect. A god emperor suddenly said, do you know what's going on? Why do I feel more and more confused? Our enemies. What about that one? I have experienced a very powerful war here, but why there is no damage here? Just leave their breath, what is the reason? All the people are silent down, because they do not know, is also a fog at one end. After that, people put their eyes on the Flame City Lord. The strongest people will naturally be expected by others. This kind of thing that no one can explain clearly, you can only see if the strongest can explain it. The Flame City leader is about to open his mind and scold. He has just come here. Although he is strong, he is just a little stronger than those present. It's not a powerful realm. How can he know what has happened here? But he can't say it directly. Once he says it like this, he will be doubted by all the people present, and then his majesty will be doubted. He didn't want to see that happen. Seeing him meditate for a while, he finally said slowly, the enemy must have shifted the battlefield, let alone you have seen it before. The battle of those black-robed men is not the same as ours, it is all fought by shadows. So their battlefield will not be as destructive as ours, so there will be no damage here, and there will be the breath of all of them. After the explanation of the Fire Lord, the people nodded thoughtfully, and finally they believed it completely. After all, there was only one possibility. What's more, They also saw that the attack methods of those black-robed people were not as violent as they were, so they did not cause much damage, which can be explained clearly. There's no use for anyone here. It's understandable to shift positions. Then everything can be explained. Go, let's take a look further. They must have moved to a further place, and even we didn't feel any breath. The direction of this breath will find them sooner or later. I just hope the battle is not over, so we can help. Chapters 892 inches. Don't say I won't give you a chance. I cannot kill you now, but you should call all your elders here. No matter what method you use, you just need to call me your elders. You can say it's for your revenge, and you can also say it's for killing me. Whatever you want. Gao Peng said nothing, but his meaning inside and outside was unbelievable, which made Fang Jian feel shocked. As if he had heard something incredible, his face had not been shocked for a long time, and his eyes were gaping at Gao Peng. This guy, is he not afraid that I will bring more powerful people? Did you kill him then? Who gave him such confidence? Even if his strength is really strong, it's too arrogant. There are people outside and there are days outside. There will be more powerful people in the world, but he is not afraid at all. He even asked me to call all my elders. How powerful is his courage? In addition to his shock, Fang Jian also thought about every word Gao Peng said. He was thinking about what exactly Gao Peng meant. Maybe there are hidden secrets in the words. Or there is another meaning. Looking at Fang Jian's silence, Gao Peng said again, "What's the matter? Do you have any concerns? You'd better hurry to call your elders over, or I won't be patient later, but I will send you to hell directly. Then you won't even have a chance to get revenge. I'll give you a chance now, and you'll treasure it well. Don't miss it." Gao Peng looks at each other with a smile, which doesn't look like a bad idea at all, but he is the only one who knows best and wants to provoke more powerful enemies. Only in this way can he improve his own strength. It's too much trouble to find the enemy by himself. Whether he can find it or not is another question. It may even take more time. It's just not practical and efficient. Therefore, he likes to invest. At this time, he just has the best investment object in front of him. He can't easily miss it. Just to revenge, the other side has brought so many people in black robes, and also improved his strength. Next time, who knows what kind of powerful enemies will they bring? At that time, he may be able to improve his blood strength and physique. That's not too cool. Just think about it a little, and he will feel the blood boiling all over his body. That's what he wants to see. Instead of looking for enemies aimlessly, the play not only wastes time, but also fails to improve its strength. He doesn't want to meet those horrible guys all of a sudden. He will definitely be killed in a second. He has a deep understanding that you won't put yourself in that dangerous situation. But the other side, for the time being, it's impossible to attract such a formidable enemy right away. After all, it's just for revenge, not to kill the other party. If not killed, everything can be recovered, so it is impossible to attract the invincible existence at once, and Gao Peng can slowly improve his strength. At that time, there will be no need to be afraid of the most powerful and invincible in the world. This is all the plans he slowly starts to calculate in his heart. He had planned for a long time, or he had worked out a strategy. If he had been reckless to provoke the enemy, he would have met the invincible. He was killed in a flash. But now it's not the same. With the message that the other side is still alive, at the most, it's to attract some slightly stronger enemies. They will never be invincible. It is impossible for the invincible to surrender their identity to save people. Of course, but if he does something beyond the bottom line, it will definitely attract the invincible. The expression on Fang Jian's face is cloudy and sunny. It's impossible to grasp Gao Peng's inner feelings. It's not normal to watch this kind of performance at all. If for the first time that can be explained as a general idea, now it is obvious that it is not. What is the purpose of the woman? I don't know at all. After thinking for a long time, I still don't know how Gao Peng's heart thinks. At last, he can only say gloomily, "What's your conspiracy? If you don't make it clear, don't let me do what you say. I won't do it even if I die. I will not be led by your nose, never." "Oh, you are very hardworking. I didn't expect that you were so hardworking. Do you really think that's useful?" Gao Peng looks at each other with a smile on his face, and at this time, his body also exudes a more horrible atmosphere, which directly oppresses Fang Jian. The magic power around him began to ripple out slowly, and there was not much expression change on his own face, but he began to slowly pressure at this time. in order to make the other party yield directly. Fang Jian only felt the feeling as if he was oppressed by a mountain. A mountain directly pressed on him. He really had this illusion, only to see his face red, but he didn't let go, even didn't ask for mercy, if at first he was really greedy for life and fear of death. But now things are not clear at all. He can't let others lead him by the nose. At the same time, he doesn't know whether he can live. He cannot easily believe each other, can let him become more and more rigid, and as if he would rather die than surrender, let people see it has been deeply admired. It can also be said that this is a strong willpower, can become a general genius, although it is not that kind of genius to suppress an era. And in a place can also be said to be extremely powerful genius. Gao Peng's eyes twinkled. If he didn't really hate each other, Gao Peng really wanted to receive him. After all, the other side is also a little genius. At the same time, the character is okay. It's nothing but the pride of a genius. It's not an unforgivable thing. People with strength and talent will naturally have their own temper, and their own character is not too bad, although it has been heard that he has the evil of killing a city. But this kind of world can be adjusted and taught slowly. In the world of weak meat and strong food, it's just to be ruthless to survive. Chapters 893 inches. How are you thinking? Don't tell me you don't want to, but I will kill you. Gao Peng said lightly. Although he really wanted to invest, he also wanted the other side to attract more powerful enemies as soon as possible, but if the other side refused again and again, then there's no need to spend it here with others. It's also a waste of time. It's true that we can find enemies everywhere. Although it's a lot more dangerous, it can let him slowly appreciate the scenery of this continent. He didn't really have a good look at it. With his current strength, he should be able to travel all over the country and enjoy the scenery of this road. At the same time, he is slowly looking for his own enemies. Of course, he can't see a person with a little strength rushing to fight and kill others directly. He still has his own bottom line. If the other side is not a villain, he will never fight with the other side in real life and death, although he really wants to improve his strength. But it will never be like that. Two people are so four eyes and right. Fang Jian is obviously thinking about Gao Peng's attempt, but no matter how he thinks, he can't think of the purpose of each other at all. After all, there is no interest at all, so no matter how he thinks about it, he doesn't know Gao Peng's purpose in the end. But let oneself more and more confused, see his eyes slightly narrowed up. I don't know what kind of purpose you have in the end, since you again and again want me to call the elders to come, then I'll be as you wish. I hope you don't regret it then. You dare to be arrogant in front of me, depending on your current strength. Sooner or later, you will pay for your own words. Fang Jian has fully recognized the other party's genius status, at least more talented and powerful than him, which does not mean that he can act recklessly. At the very least, his elders have more powerful power. If you call someone, you can't kill all the people here. It can be seen how terrible that power is. This is also the reason why he has always had such a strong self-confidence. With such a horrible elder to support him, he can naturally go everywhere to make trouble. Because someone wiped his ass, he didn't need to worry about anything at all. But at this time, he just kicked the iron plate and met Gao Peng. That's why he chose such a mess. Even his subordinates have been completely killed. He is more likely to be killed. Maybe it's the first time that he has met such a tragic situation. But after so many things, he has grown up slowly, at least not because of this situation and panic. No, it's a great pleasure if I can be killed, but I hope the elders you call are not too weak, or I will be disappointed. Once I am disappointed, you will suffer. Gao Peng's mouth is slightly raised, and his heart is already very happy. At last, he has fooled the other side to listen. As long as the other party honestly calls his elders, he can definitely improve his strength, blood strength and physique, but it does not prevent him from feeling excited. As long as the realm can be promoted, it is also a happy thing. Just when the two of them had reached an agreement, countless voices broke into the air, and a lot of breath approached at a very fast speed. In a short time, the Flame City Lord and others have come here, but when all of them come here, they are all confused for a while. Because they saw only two people. Where are the people in black robes who made them feel afraid? And there's a person they don't know. What's the matter? The development of something is always beyond everyone's expectation, making them completely ignorant. I really don't know how things have developed and how to make them act. What's going on? Why can't those black-robed people see each other? Who is this young man? Why can't I understand the situation now? Can anyone tell me what happened? All of them felt that their brains were empty and murmured one by one. No one understood what happened now. They are afraid of the black-robed people have disappeared, but there is an inexplicable young man, and Gao Peng and that young man still stand opposite. What's this for? Not to mention all the people, the Fire Lord was also surprised, which was not the same as what he thought in his heart. At first, he considered all kinds of impossible scenes. There are several worst-case situations. All of them are different from what he expected, and even make his head crash. The people in black robes who frightened them have all disappeared, leaving behind a young man they don't know at all. What is the origin of this young man? Gao Peng glanced at everyone and said lightly, "Are you here? Fortunately, you didn't disturb me before, or all the plans will fall short now." The leader of Fiery City was stunned. Is this the result of the success of the plan? That what is it? Gao Peng instantly understood the meaning of the other side. Looking at Fang Jian, Gao Peng said with a smile, "This is the behind the scenes. The former black-robed people are all his subordinates, and they are all because he can do such evil things. That's the black hand behind the scenes. Unfortunately, I have killed all those black-robed people. Now he has become a bareheaded company and an order. He doesn't want to escape and has no way. I caught him directly." After Gao Peng's explanation, all the people looked at Fang Jian in shock. It was hard for them to believe that the powerful black-robed people were obedient to him. Who is this? It's terrible to call so many powerful people in black robes. Is it a less powerful leader? Otherwise, it would be too unexpected to call such a terrible man in black. But at this time, their hearts secretly say that it's bad. If it's true, don't they completely offend each other? Once the forces behind each other want to retaliate, they will be trapped in a land of no return. You will not have such good luck as you do now. Chapters 894 inches. Then, the Flame City Lord hesitated for a while, and he thought of the worst situation in his heart. The other side was obviously a powerful little lord. Even if not, they have enormous prestige. They can call more powerful enemies at will. At this time, they have completely offended each other. Isn't there going to be endless retaliation? This had to make him nervous. He had just passed a crisis. If he provoked more powerful enemies, they would be doomed. It's impossible for him to have such good luck every time. He would not hope all people's lives, so it's just too naive. We have killed him now. Now we have completely offended each other. He is obviously a big power. If we let him go back alive, or let him have a chance to report, it's definitely a disaster. At that time, we will encounter endless retaliation, and with our current strength, it's very difficult to deal with them. It's impossible for us to be so lucky every time. The face of the Flaming City Lord changed again and again. Finally, he could not help shouting. He really didn't want to see the worst situation. Now we have passed the fatal crisis. Just now, but if we give each other any chance, they will encounter unprecedented danger. He must not let this happen. He does not want such things to happen in front of his eyes. Absolutely not allowed. As for the rest of the gods, their faces became extremely ugly, and they all joined in. Yes, we must kill him as soon as possible. We must not let him have any chance to report, otherwise all of us will have no chance to survive. Those people in black robes are already very powerful. If there are more powerful enemies, we can't resist them at all. We can only wait for death honestly. With everyone saying, Fang Jian's whole face has turned black. After all, whoever you say a word to me will feel extremely uncomfortable. What's more, he was almost imprisoned if not for now. He's been breaking out completely for a long time. Unfortunately, his current situation does not allow him to have any impulsive action. Now he is likely to be killed by the other party at any time, so he can only honestly swallow his voice. But the anger in his heart was still unquenchable, and his face was uncertain. You wait for me, as long as you give me the chance, I will definitely let you go. Now you can be proud, and sooner or later you will kneel down and beg for mercy. At this time, he has become more determined to report to his elders. At that time, he will let some of you say that they will pay the price for killing him. Absolutely unforgivable. Facing this situation, Gao Peng feels great pleasure in his heart, which is a kind of God-assisted attack. Maybe at the beginning, he will try to guide. After all, only in this way can the other side call their elders. Now it's probably not needed. It's obvious that he's completely angry. There's no need for him to say anything else. The other side will definitely call his elders 100% of the time. At that time, How powerful he will be back will not be known, but in any case, as long as he is not the invincible strong, then he has no fear. You can improve your own strength and realm. It's easy to kill each other. Soon, all the people were quiet. They all looked at Gao Peng, even though they threatened to kill Fang Jian. But only they know that no matter how fierce they shout, there is no way. The final decision is still in the hands of others. At most, they are just helping and guiding. The final decision-making power is not on them at all, and they dare not overstep it. At their level, they still have self-knowledge. Gao Peng waved and stopped everyone's words. You don't have to say, I'm free to decide. Now you can quickly inform your elders that you must have a special way. Otherwise, you can't gather so many black-robed people right away. It's definitely a way of communication. Don't tell me you don't have one. I'm in a good temper now, but it makes me lose patience. Then your life will come to an end. Gao Peng's voice just fell, and all the people were completely confused. What did they hear? Gao Peng would let the other side start to contact their elders, or even be so blatant. Don't he know what kind of danger it is? Those black-robed people are powerful enough. Even if all of them join hands, they are not rivals of those black-robed people. Now the other side is obviously aware of this problem. Then he will call more powerful people. What will they do? There's no need to deal with it. Just wait for death. Everyone's brain is white, as if they have heard something incredible, even if their mouth has been slightly opened, which is a very natural response. It can also show how shocked they are. Even when they reach their level, they can't stand Gao Peng's words. Gao Peng's words brought them a strong stimulus. No, he must not be allowed to have any contact. Does it mean that all of us will die? Here, he must be a genius with great strength. He must not have any chance. Yes, once he calls for more powerful enemies, we will be completely slaughtered. Even those in black robes, we can't resist them, let alone have more powerful enemies. Don't be impulsive. When they came back to their senses, they immediately stopped Gao Peng. They felt that this kind of behavior was too infeasible or even too dangerous. Now kill each other quickly, no one knows, and they will not suffer more terrible destruction. Once they are known by others, they will really attract more powerful enemies. Everyone will fall into a passive situation, which is the worst situation. It is even worse for those who have been in black robes to win. Chapters 895. At this time, there are so many concerns among all the people present. They only know that they must not let Fang Jian contact their own forces, otherwise they will really provoke more terrible monsters. They can't resist it at all. Even those in black robes have made them feel powerless, let alone more powerful enemies. What is this about? 100% of them will be killed. Now that they have known the result, they can't let each other do so naturally. They also try their best to stop Gao Peng. Never let Gao Peng do stupid things. Fang Jian has been dissuaded by so many people. He feels a bit nervous in his own heart. Maybe at the beginning, he still has some pride. What kind of conspiracy does he think the other side will have, so he doesn't want to contact his elders all the time? At this time, he has changed his mind. It is absolutely necessary to contact his elders, otherwise he will not say that he survived, and may not even be able to pass on the news of his death here. It's a disaster. Everyone's heart is tense. After all, this is a time of life and death. Everyone knows that the decision is all in Gao Peng's hands. He is the supreme existence here. After all, his strength has been so strong here, so it's impossible for him to have all the decision-making power here. What's more, Fang Jian was caught by the other side. All the people in black robe were killed by Gao Peng alone, so Gao Peng had the most decisive power. Everyone was watching him quietly. However, Gao Peng ignored everyone's eyes and said lightly, I hate other people's interference when I do things. I hope you don't keep buzzing in my ear. What I decide, no one can make me change it. You'd better calm down for me. I know what you are worried about. You don't need to worry too much. Just take care of yourself. I know what I'm doing and I need your help. Since I have the courage to let him call my elders, I have the strength to solve all these problems. Gao Peng doesn't care whether Fang Jian is standing here or not. Anyway, his inner words are like this. He doesn't need to worry about others listening. Moreover, this is a fact in itself. No matter how powerful the enemy is here, he doesn't need to have any fear. He only needs to accept it calmly, and then fight resolutely to improve his strength, which is what he needs to do. Therefore, he seemed to be particularly calm, and his words became more natural. All the people in the room felt extremely speechless. How strong is the confidence to say such a thing? It's obvious that the other side is a powerful force, maybe a genius, but that's how it is. You even underestimate it, even you look down on each other's elders. How big is your heart? If we don't see Gao Peng's strength, all the people present will think that he is too arrogant, but because they know Gao Peng's strength, they can't refute. Even the courage to refute is not enough. It's true that Gao Peng's strength is too terrifying. Everyone knows that the other side is not so easy to yield. At the same time, the other side also has its own pride. And other people also have such ability. They are only a drag on the cake at most. All the people present are not as powerful as each other. How can they have the right to speak? All people began to look at each other and see helplessness in the eyes of all people. It is really that their strength is too weak, although it seems too hypocritical to say this. But it is. They are really powerful for ordinary people, but for those who are more powerful, they are just like ants just when everyone is silent. Fang Jian felt abnormal anger. Although he had felt this anger more than once, every time he felt that he was burning in anger and could erupt like a volcano at any time. It can be seen how angry he is at this time. However, he did not have any way. He could only listen to each other's orders and go to his elders for help. It's a shame. It's just for experience, but who knows that the twists and turns will finally happen, which will be stimulated and hit again and again. In the end, even the black-robed people he recruited have been killed. Even though the black-robed people are not the most powerful arms, they are also his subordinates. If he can go back this time, he will surely be laughed at by everyone. He is not the most talented one, but he has the most resources. With so many resources, even if his strength is not good, how can he get back? He felt that he had lost all his face. But now is not the time to think about these things. He knows that he must contact his elders as soon as possible, otherwise he will really explain here. Gao Peng gave him a light glance and finally said, "Now you should start quickly. I know you have the ability of remote communication. Since you don't know what kind of means you have, you can definitely contact your elders. Now hurry up, or I won't let you go and give you a chance to get revenge if I don't have patience. If you have a chance, you should seize it honestly, but don't miss it." Gao Peng is still very calm. After all, he is not afraid of any enemies coming here, because everything is in his calculation. That kind of invincible strong will never appear, so what's his fear? Just wait for the other side's elders to arrive quietly. Once the other side's elders arrive, everything will be sad, and his strength can be improved again. Fang Jian bit his teeth and finally took out a sword from his arms. This sword looks very small, just like a dagger. Only to see him suddenly slip his fingers, a drop of blood also stained the body of that sword, and finally this sword body exuded a blood ray of light. Fang Jian wrote countless words in his own blood. He didn't speak directly, he just used words to transmit them, but that's what he was. After all, the distance between them may be very long. It's quite remarkable that they can transmit information in words. Chapters 896. In the distant sky, a huge city suspended in the sky suddenly shows a light curtain, which shows one text after another. These words cannot be seen by all people, only those who are powerful and reach a certain level can see these words. Word communication is displayed by special secret method, so not everyone can see it, but when these words appear, they also cause a huge sensation. The people who can use this text, an identity is incomparably noble, at least not those who are essential. But now the light curtain that hasn't appeared for a long time suddenly appears many words, which awakens those who have reached a certain level of strength. When they see the text above, their faces are all changed. No, that boy Fang Jian is in danger. What's the matter? Isn't he surrounded by a lot of halflings? How could there be danger? Is he going to provoke those powerful forces? But if it was those forces, they would not be unable to recognize him, would they? What's going on? There are several powerful people who have to turn around for a long time, only to see their faces are extremely shocked, and the words on a light curtain are particularly important. It can only be seen when they reach their level. What's more, they also know what kind of noble identity Fang Jian has. All of them look very embarrassed. Finally, they looked at each other and said, "Shall we go now? Never let those old guys know, or it will be a complete disaster. Now the matter is still under control. We have to solve it quickly. At the same time, we have to save that kid. Let's see who the bastard is. He dared to make an idea to Sky City. Never let them go." At this time, these figures began to talk about it. At the same time, They didn't want everyone to know about it, especially the old guys they talked about. Maybe in their eyes, once they let the old guys know about it, it's almost like breaking the sky. Once they don't handle it well, it will have more serious consequences. There is a risk of more intense fighting. At this time, it is not easy to cause any day's fighting. Some of the fighting is to lead and move the whole body, especially the forces like them standing on the top. Any movement may cause more unimaginable actions, which is also the reason why they will not easily have war. Even if someone picks up a quarrel, they will quietly solve the opponent, which does not mean that they are afraid of each other, just don't want to cause too much noise. If there is too much movement, then there will be more terrible battles, and they will lose even more. In order to avoid any accidents, although their strength is very strong, it is not too unreasonable, because the bigger the increase, so many people will think of them. But even so, they are not so good at bullying. Once the real bullying comes to them, but the consequences need to be borne, it is even more serious. For example, this time, Fang Jian's identity is extremely noble, and he is deeply loved by those old guys. Once he knows that he is in danger, then those old guys may all go out one after another. It will cause great turbulence. The ancient continent may be causing a huge catastrophe again, which is not what they want to see. Those old guys are desperate for all the consequences. It doesn't matter how many people will be sacrificed. As long as someone bullies them, they will definitely destroy the enemy with the force of thunder. This is not what they want to see. Shall we go now? It's good that way, but it seems that the distance between the two sides is a little far. I don't know if we can catch it in time, but it seems that things are not so urgent. Does the other side know the identity of Fang Jian? Otherwise, how could it be like trying to seduce us into the past? No matter what the other party's purpose is, let's go back quickly and never let those old guys know our trend, otherwise the problem will be a bit troublesome. These figures are talking at will. They can see Gao Peng's idea at once. After all, this is too obvious. However, even though they have insight into Gao Peng's idea, they do not stop because of this, but they feel more interesting in their hearts. After all, their hearts are really curious about what kind of people are so brave that they even want to lure them to the past. I have to say it's very kind. These figures disappear so quietly that they don't disturb anyone at all, whether they are the old guys in their mouth or the weak ones. They all have no branch, so quietly disappeared. No one knows where these people are going, and Sky City is just short of a few closed people, but in the outside world there will be several powerful people who can shake the world. No one knows what will happen next. Gao Peng waited quietly. When he saw that the other side had done what he said, he felt a faint excitement in his heart. This is just to his taste. The strength of the other side will be very strong, and it will not be able to kill him. This will enable him to improve his own strength once again. It's just not too cool. It just needs to be laid out slowly. His strength will stand at the top of this continent. At the same time, he doesn't need to spend much energy and time. Everything seems to be in his calculation. After Fang Jian used his own unique method to contact his elders, the whole person was relieved completely. However, at this time, he looked at Gao Peng with some vigilance. No one knows what kind of crazy action the other party will make, and won't kill him at this time. After all, the other side is really crazy. If the other side dares to let him contact his elders, it can be seen. This can never be discussed by common sense. It's better to be careful about everything, otherwise you will be killed by the other party accidentally. Then you really need to revenge for him. Chapters 897 inches. My God. Is this too crazy? It is obvious that the other party is a genius of great power. At this time, to let the other party contact with their elders is like looking for death. Do you really think we can deal with it? I don't think he thinks he's completely invincible. After all, he can kill all the black-robed people by himself. This kind of strength is enough to be proud, but it's too arrogant, isn't it? There are people outside the world, and there are days outside the world. We have never seen the endless number of strong ones, and we do not know what kind of strong enemies we will provoke. This time, we may really suffer. At this time, all the emperors were frightened. They couldn't help saying the words in their hearts. They couldn't control their inner feelings at this time. This would not have happened, but because of Gao Peng's superfluous actions, they once again experienced that kind of suffering. It seems to be the suffering of death at any time. It's just too hard. In fact, all the people present at the moment are very sad. They have survived this kind of crisis. Now I am buried in their hands again. Then they will meet the more terrible enemies. Just a little thought will make them feel uncomfortable, as if they are going to die in the next second. It's not that they grow up in other people's aspirations and put out their own prestige. Actually, those black-robed people have enough for them to drink a pot, not to mention the elders called by the other side next. That would definitely be a stronger presence. Black-robed people are just subordinates. How could the elders in the north be weaker than those in black robes? They will definitely be powerful countless times, even when they feel the despair. In fact, now they have felt the despair in their hearts, which is a deep sense of powerlessness. Damn it, how could the crisis have been solved before it started again? Why bother yourself? A god is really unbearable, some full of resentment said. Other people are also full of resentment, but few people say it directly, which will offend people. Maybe all of us were unbalanced in our hearts before, and we just said what we said in our hearts. But at that time, all of us would not be so prominent as others. Now it's different. Such a person spoke out directly, which was very abrupt. All people focused on the emperor. But when they saw that Gao Peng didn't care, all the people were relieved secretly. This is not a time for internal strife, and you don't want to easily have conflicts. Especially the conflict with Gao Peng is absolutely an irrational behavior, although they are very dissatisfied with his various actions. But it doesn't mean that they are dissatisfied with each other's strength. The strength of each other is so powerful that all the people present have already recognized it. The Fire Lord was also very depressed. He had to face a more difficult situation after this crisis. In particular, they are unable to intervene, which is the most unacceptable thing. No matter what kind of enemy they are meeting, they can't play any role and stand by to watch and scream. There is no use for anything else. His self-esteem had a huge blow. Before, he thought that his strength was very strong, but he could still suppress Gao Peng, and now it has already changed. Now he is afraid to guarantee his vote. Even he thinks that as long as he can survive in Gao Peng's hands, he has already recognized him. It can be imagined that at this time, his inner expectation for himself has been very low. From then on, we can know how much he recognizes Gao Peng. It's so powerful. I've never heard of such a powerful person. Maybe there are many people in the world who are stronger than him, but his talent is rare in the world. Even those huge forces, it's estimated that there will be few geniuses like him. There should be almost none. In fact, the Flame City leader has not seen more powerful enemies or traveled to this continent, but he has at least some knowledge. Gao Peng's potential is absolutely the most top-notch existence. At such a young age, he already has such terrible strength. He is basically not a strong person that can be accumulated with cultivation resources. It can be seen how rebellious the talent is. In such a short time of cultivation, we already have such a terrible force, which is beyond everyone's imagination. This is absolutely a genie. Comparable evils, at the same time, can suppress the genius of an era. The Flame City Lord's eyes twinkled at Gao Peng, and the heat came out of his eyes. At that time, in his eyes, what kind of position was Gao Peng in? Different from other people, Xianxia feels particularly embarrassed at the moment. Even if she worships Gao Peng, she will definitely know the situation at the moment. Originally, those black-robed people were enough to destroy them. Now, because of Gao Peng, they provoke more powerful enemies. It's not an inexplicable battle. It's a matter of Gao Peng's laissez-faire. If he had solved the other side earlier, it would not have happened. All this is what Gao Peng did. So she also felt very embarrassed. In the end, she didn't explain for Gao Peng. It's really useless to explain this situation now. Everything is in front of her, where can she explain it? It's too fast, it seems too passive, and I don't know how powerful the enemy is. You are clearly young now, and there is time for slow cultivation. At least one day you will surpass everyone. You don't have to worry too much. Now you are in such a hurry to fight with others. A bad one will suffer. Xianxia did not comfort or even explain, but her heart was extremely worried about Gao Peng. Her hands were closed together and she became a fist, as if she wanted to pray in her heart. Her strength is the weakest one among all the people on the scene. No matter whether she fights or not, she has no share. She has even become a complete drag. Now, it can only play this role at most, and it is still a kind of unimportant role, but even so he was not at all depressed. Chapters 898. Time goes by so slowly. All the people are waiting quietly. No one thinks the waiting time is too long, because at this time all the people have their own thoughts. The emperor was already very nervous at the moment, not to mention that they had several thoughts of running away, but finally they gave up such thoughts. Fang Jian is now the most relaxed, because all he has to do is wait for his elders to come. And he also knew that the other side would never kill him at this time. With such a strong base, it naturally seemed more indifferent. Ha ha, let's wait slowly. We will surely give you a decent way to die, but you are just waiting for your own time to die. It's really a group of stupid guys. Their strength is so weak, and they are so bold. I don't know who gave you the courage. You just wait for death. Fang Jian smiled coldly in his heart, as if he had seen the fate of all the people present. Now he is not in a panic. After all, his life is not in the hands of these people. He has already started to contact his elders. He will be here soon, and then he will be completely safe. It's just a little quieter now. For people, although time is not long, it is indeed a great suffering. Instead, Gao Peng is bored to look around. Here, only his expression seems to be the most relaxed, because he knows his own strength and ability. Once he meets a more powerful person, the system will instantly promote him to the most powerful strength, so he does not need to be afraid of any strong enemy. That's why he's so relaxed. Hanging Force is always like this. When all people feel extremely anxious, he seems to be the most relaxed. There is no worry at all. His face is indifferent. It's slow enough. How long will it take? If I don't come again, I'll kill you directly when I'm impatient. Anyway, you've started to contact your elders. It doesn't make much difference whether you stay or not, Gao Peng said as if nothing had happened. However, this sentence made Fang Jian feel nervous. His face was full of purple and blue. He really didn't know how to refute it. I don't know how the other party's brain thinks. I actually want him to contact his elders. Then when I'm done, I start to say that I want to kill him. What's the reason? Don't you fear the revenge of those people behind him? Once we know that he was killed, the consequences that need to be borne are not that common people can bear, and then even greater things will happen. At this time, he didn't dare to provoke Gao Peng easily. Even if he was so arrogant, he was still afraid of Gao Peng. In his opinion, Gao Peng is absolutely a complete lunatic, otherwise how to explain what he did? This is just another crazy move. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, then you will get endless revenge. My identity is very noble. Once my elders know that I have been killed, they will come out and you will be devastated. I don't think you want to see such a situation. Although Fang Jian was afraid in his heart, he said all his interests. He was really afraid that Gao Peng, a lunatic, would do something unacceptable. If the other side really wants to kill him, he can't resist at all, and can only be killed honestly in the end. No matter whether he will get revenge or not, he had nothing to do with him at that time, which was the last result he wanted to see. So he was really afraid of what crazy action Gao Peng would make. Gao Peng didn't look at him or even pay attention to what he said, but after a little thought, he suddenly said, "Forget it, I don't think it's useful to kill you. After all, your strength is too weak. Let me not mention any interest, or let you live in this world, but you have to thank me, otherwise you will be in hell completely." Fang Jian was stunned. He had never seen such a cheeky person. He said everything from the other side's mouth. In the end, he even wanted to thank the other side. What kind of theory is this? He was the one who suffered for a long time, he was the one who might be killed, and he was also the one who was insulted and despised by others. Finally, he was asked to thank him. It's just too hard to accept. All the people present were speechless. They all think that Gao Peng's face is too thick. Maybe the impression that Gao Peng gave them before was a very powerful genius. Now the impression has changed dramatically. It's just a proper and shameless person. He said everything, and finally asked the humiliated person to apologize to him. It's just incredible. When has such a powerful wallpaper become such a shameless person? Their brains seem to be short-circuited. After a long time, they look at each other and see some helplessness in each other's eyes. How could there be such a person in the world? It's just unbelievable, and he's a genius. It's just too bad. Ha ha ha, maybe it's just his personality. Every genius has his own unique personality, and we didn't find anything different from him before. Now that's what makes him really different. All the people felt speechless, but some people still made excuses for Gao Peng Lai, but they didn't even believe in themselves, needless to say that they were. At this time, all the people have thoroughly seen the other side of Gao Peng, but they dare not say anything more. After all, they don't have that qualification. But just then, Gao Peng's expression in the sky suddenly changed. Before, it was obvious that he was indifferent and even idle. Now, his face is a little serious. His eyes looked in the same direction, because at this time, he felt a strong breath, and was approaching at a very fast speed. And at the beginning, it seemed to appear suddenly, otherwise he would not find out until now. Chapters 899 inches. Why, what's the matter? Xianxia is the first to find out what's wrong with Gao Peng, because Gao Peng has always been indifferent. No matter what happens, he looks relaxed. There would be no such serious expression at all, but now it suddenly becomes very serious. It must be something happened. At this time, all the people also found something wrong, and put their eyes on Gao Peng one after another. They wanted to hear Gao Peng explain what happened. After all, with their strength, they can't feel that huge breath at all, only knowing that the atmosphere becomes a little weird at this time. Gao Peng's face changed a little. All the people began to get nervous. However, a smile appeared at the corner of Fangjin's mouth. This time I want to see what you can do. Accept your despair well. Looking at the distance, Gao Peng said lightly, it seems that the other side has come. What's more, the strength of the other side is very strong. There are several extremely powerful breath. They are approaching at a very high speed. This is an absolutely formidable enemy, especially a powerful one. His face also showed a very serious expression. It is that he felt that the breath was too horrible, and even a group of people came at once. It makes him feel a little bit big. Maybe before, he was full of confidence. Now I have so many powerful enemies, each of them is countless times stronger than him. He really didn't know if he could stand it. It's terrible, how can there be so many strong people in this continent? At the beginning, he couldn't touch any of them. Now, there are so many powerful people in a hurry. He doesn't have much confidence of his own. Who knows whether it will be completely killed by the other party without waiting for the prompt of the system. It's all unknown, so that's why he's not sure, but it doesn't stop him from getting excited. Only this feeling of near death can make him fully experience the excitement. Even if it's a normal fight, it's hard for him to feel this feeling. It's just that the strength is too strong, and it's too easy to improve the strength. There's no pressure at all. Although these breath are very strong, I don't know why I feel my blood is boiling. Is this the feeling of facing danger? It's so interesting, it's so interesting. Gao Peng muttered to himself, and the expression on his face became more and more excited. He was so excited that his face turned red. Because the square sword is beside Gao Peng, he clearly heard Gao Peng's murmuring. He saw that he was speechless for a moment. How crazy is this? Otherwise, how could you say such a thing? However, he knows what kind of strength his elders have. This is not something that ordinary people can resist, even if Gao Peng has unprecedented talent. But he will not be the opponent of his elders, so at this time, he will feel Gao Peng's special madness, which has been regarded as a complete madman. Even in the face of deadly threats, you can seem so excited, and still feel interesting. It's not a madman. What is it? What else is the feeling of facing danger? That's too much of a joke, isn't it? Don't be so arrogant. It's just too much to accept. Madman, this guy is just a complete madman. He can't use common sense at all. It's terrible. I will definitely stay away from him. Even if all the generals have come, I can never easily stay with this madman. You don't know if he will do anything crazy. It's better to stay away from him. Fang Jian is completely scared. Standing with this kind of madman, you can feel that your life may not be guaranteed anytime, anywhere. How can you make him feel at ease? Although he had such an idea, he did not dare to act rashly at this time. After all, the person he called had already appeared at this time. If he really dared to act rashly, then he absolutely dared to believe that the madman beside him will definitely attack him. The previous sentence is a warning. He dare not act rashly. Is this the place? I have felt the smell of that stinky boy, but there are many gods around him, only one of them is a little stronger. No, with the strength of those people alone, how can we kill the centaurs? What's going on? There is a figure feel extremely confused said. The rest of them felt the same, and finally felt full of doubts. They thought that it was weird everywhere. What they imagined was different. Why on earth? The semi-people are very powerful, and they are also very good at assassinating. It's very difficult for ordinary people to deal with them. With those semi-people, Fang Jian has been invincible. But now they even need help. When all of them have come here, they will find that their strength is not really so strong. What's the matter with trying to solve the problems that the semi-human race seems to be facing? How can a bad boy be in danger? This really made them a little confused. At last, they could only forget all the doubts. After all, they were about to arrive at this time. It's impossible to make a final conclusion about everything until we see it. No matter what happened, it's absolutely unforgivable that we dare to fight against the people in Sky City. No matter what happened, but they could do such an excessive thing, then they must not be spared. The speed of these people suddenly soared countless times, as well as for the rapid progress towards Gao Peng and others. Gao Peng also felt these people's breath, and he suddenly found that there were several strong breath. He felt the cold hair standing up. As for the rest of the people, at this time they have slowly felt the huge breath, but the other side has not thought about hiding at all. In a more terrifying manner, he appeared directly in front of them, and could feel the enemy's terrifying breath from afar, as if the sky had been eclipsed. Even the whole void has been shaken, as if it was cut by something, and the space crack can be seen. Chapters 900. In less than a quarter of an hour, several huge breath has come to them, one after another, standing in front of them. These are 5 people who don't seem to be very old. Each of them is in the peak state, and each of them has its own characteristics, but the only constant is their huge breath. Let people feel it as a vast ocean. All people just stand in the distance, they have felt their body shaking. Here, what kind of monster is this? There are such horrible people. What kind of level are they at? I always feel that this is a vast ocean, and I can't explore it at all. Is this our enemy? Isn't that scary? It's absolutely impossible to set up an enemy. This is not a match we can deal with at all. All the emperors felt that their breath had been suppressed. They didn't have to fight. Maybe they couldn't even raise their mind. As long as they feel the general atmosphere of each other, they are just a burst of discouragement, which is even greater than the gap. How can they mention any courage to fight? Just standing in front of the 5 people, I felt that I was facing 5 fierce beasts. They were nothing more than lambs to be slaughtered. Fang Jian saw that his rescuer was coming. Although he wanted to fly there, he looked at the madman beside him, and finally decided not to do so. It's true that he was afraid that he would be killed in a flash before he flew. At that time, it was too wrong. The 5 generals who had just arrived first glanced at Fang Jian, then glanced at all the people present, and finally put their eyes on Gao Peng. Because only Gao Peng is the most powerful here, so it is he who is most likely to threaten Fang Jian. Is that the guy? Although his strength is really very strong, but with him alone, it should not be possible to kill all the semi-people, right? It's understandable that he can kill some of them, but it's absolutely impossible for him to kill all the halflings without any injuries. So what's going on? Shall we ask them? After all, they are here at this time. I think these little guys will be happy to answer our questions. These guys started talking like nobody else. They didn't care whether Gao Peng and others were present or even what happened here. Perhaps this is because they are so powerful, so they have such a strong self-confidence and don't care whether there is any conspiracy or not. As long as our strength is strong, we can absolutely smash all the intrigues. These guys seem to have made a final decision. Seeing one of them stand up and look at Gao Peng, they say, "How did you kill those halflings? I believe that you are the only one with the most strength. With your current strength, it is impossible to kill all the semi-human groups. What method did you use? May I say it to us?" All the people immediately focused on looking at Gao Peng. In fact, it's needless to say that these strong people suddenly appeared. Even all the gods in the audience felt extremely curious. They also want to know how Gao Peng killed those black-robed people. It's really too curious. How long has passed? Only by directly killing all the black-robed people. Absolutely, what kind of power is used? When all the people were waiting for Gao Peng's explanation, they finally saw that Gao Peng didn't answer as they expected. Instead, he crooked his head and said, "Are you guys here to die? If you really want to know, I don't mind letting you really try how their guys died in my hands. I think you should be happy to see them. Just enough to send you down." What? Quiet. The scene fell into a eerie silence. All the people were completely stunned. They all felt that they had a hallucination. Their eyes were staring at Gao Peng. This guy, what did this guy just say? Did they hear me wrong? He even said that he would kill those who had just arrived and send them to hell. What arrogant words there are. And is he confident or arrogant? The people in the room couldn't tell, but they still felt shocked. After all, they felt the strong breath of the enemies themselves. This is an irresistible enemy. But what was he saying just now? Fang Jian is also ignorant. He has fully understood that Gao Peng is a complete madman, but he does not know that Gao Peng is so crazy. Even if he saw such a terrible person, he could say such arrogant words. How powerful and confident it is. Damn it, it's just a madman who doesn't want to die at this time. I even want to offend those 5 generals. What's this? Stay away from a madman. You don't know what kind of nerves he will have in the next moment. At that time, he may kill me directly, not necessarily. Fang Jian quietly starts to stay away from Gao Peng. At this time, he doesn't care whether the other side will find his little action. He doesn't dare to get closer to Gao Peng at all. It's better to stay away from this kind of madman. No one knows what kind of madness will happen in the next second, which may spread far and wide. What's more, he doesn't want to be involved in the next battle. He is 100% sure that there will be a war. Because the general's temper is also very irascible, even though there has been little fighting, but their inner berserker character still has not been suppressed. Just because they need to practice in the Sky City, they can let their temperaments slowly dissipate a little, which does not mean that they have no own temper. Gao Peng has aroused their belligerence, and even let them break out their fighting instinct. This is a matter that can never be ignored. Chapters 901. The scene suddenly fell into a strange silence, and all the people were completely ignorant. No one expected Gao Peng to say such a thing. Who can think of that? After all, no one dared to say such arrogant words. It's an act of seeking death, and it doesn't look at how powerful the other party is. Just one stop there can make many people feel the unprecedented despair. They have already trembled, let alone directly pick and challenge each other. Isn't that brave? My God, it's not going to kill. Didn't he feel the horrible power of the other side? And 5 of them came at once. What's this not about dying? Crazy, this is absolutely a madman. Otherwise, how could he make such a crazy move? I think he just wants to pull all people on his back. All the people here are completely mad. What Gao Peng said has harmed them. If those enemies go crazy, how can they care if they are together? At that time, I will surely think that they are all together. Doesn't it mean that I won't give them any chance to explain at all and kill them in a flash? Just think about it, all the people have completely blown their heads, feel that they have a short circuit, absolutely want to escape, cannot escape the situation. No matter what kind of reaction these emperors had, the faces of those powerful people who appeared had already shown their astonishment. It's a surprise even to them. There are such crazy people here. Doesn't he feel their strength? So huge breath is here, even can say such arrogant words. The strength of each other is not so strong. But it seems a little younger. Does it mean that the other side is totally lost in his talent? If this is the case, then they don't mind to teach each other a good lesson and let them fully understand that even if they have talent, it's useless. In this world, only strength is essential. Without strength, everything is in vain. Boy, it seems that you are arrogant to say that we are here to die. Have you ever thought about the consequences when you said that? Gao Peng shook his head and said calmly, I don't need to know what the consequences will be. I only know that several of you are going to die here. I don't care what kind of forces you belong to. But you're here to save this guy, aren't you? Gao Peng pointed to the square sword, and all the people looked at it in the direction of his fingers, and saw some square swords with more than one heart. All the people here didn't understand what he meant. Why did he suddenly mention it? Does he want to take hostage? Is that too naive? In the face of absolute strength, even coercion can't play any role. After all, you haven't made a move, the other side has saved people, and then you will be met with death. So all the people here didn't know what Gao Peng wanted to say. They all focused on him and only looked forward to what interesting things he could say. The same is true for those who are strong. They look at Gao Peng with great interest and really look forward to what the other side will say. Will it startle people's chin again? I don't know why, they even have a trace of curiosity. Maybe in their eyes, Gao Peng is really a guy who doesn't know the height of the earth. He may say some surprising words at any time. A genius has his own temper and personality, but if he doesn't weigh up his own strength, he will be a little bit self-defeating. What do you mean? Do you want to blackmail us? If you really have such an idea, I advise you to get rid of it as soon as possible. In the face of absolute strength, no matter what means you use, it will not help. I advise you not to do what makes us angry, or the consequences will be very serious. One of them said that. Even the others nodded their heads and agreed. Although they are curious about what Gao Peng will say, they will never allow anyone to hurt Fang Jian, which is not a bit sloppy. Once something really happens, even all of them will suffer. They dare not really take their lives to joke. It's not a joke. Even though their strength is very strong, there are problems in Fang Jian's life, so they can't resist the questions of those old guys, and they will take a large part of the responsibility. Then it's hard for all to blame. They don't want to have that kind of situation, which will let them give a preventive injection in advance and show their attitude at the moment. No matter what happens, we must not take Fang Jian's life to joke. This is absolutely not allowed. Gao Peng is also slightly stunned. I didn't expect that this guy's status is so important. Even these powerful people would feel such tension. It can be seen that this guy's status. This made him have to think about it a little more. If this guy's status is really so noble, he can really make good use of it. So it is. I thought he was just a genius who was not light or heavy. It's good to attract more powerful enemies. But I still underestimated the identity of the other side. Isn't that still usable? But I think in this way, maybe the efficiency will slow down a bit. Why don't I go directly to the other side's forces next? That would be very feasible. Gao Peng began to make a crooked idea, only to see him slowly rubbing his chin, always thinking about how to quickly improve their strength. How to be more efficient. But it was his actions that directly scared the strong ones. After all, they didn't know what the other side was thinking. If you really want to cut with a square sword, you will suffer, and they can't guarantee to save Fang Jian in such a moment. Don't be impulsive. If you do something out of the ordinary, there will be no room for recovery. Chapters 902 inches. No, you seem to have made a mistake. I never meant to kill him. Gao Peng's tiny one Lang finally returned to the spirit. Gao Peng's reply made those strong men feel relieved. As long as they didn't want to kill Fang Jian, everything could be talked about. At the same time, they don't need to worry about any more problems. They don't want any more moths. After all, they need to bear the consequences. Nobody wants to face those old guys. Because it's so terrible, it's just a group of old bigots who are unreasonable, not only don't listen to people's persuasion, but may even blame them. Who can stand it? It seems that you have figured it out. If so, you should let him go quickly. I think you are quite talented. Why don't you join us directly? How about it? There is a strong one who has a thought of cherishing talents. After all, since it is not irreparable, it can be talked about. Such a scene directly let all the people on the scene are feeling the incomparable consternation, who did not know that such a thing would happen. Isn't this change inevitable too fast? They didn't react to it. They just thought it was a situation that they would die. They suddenly turned over, which made them not adapt to it for a while. What's the situation? The Fire Lord is completely ignorant. What's the situation? Is the atmosphere just fake? I feel like we are just about to fight. Maybe we will all be affected. But what happened now? How can I not understand it? What kind of plane is Gao Peng doing? Don't say it's him. Even all the gods are ignorant. After all, they don't know what happened, though they are watching all the time. But they really don't know what Gao Peng is thinking in his mind. They said arrogant words one after another. But how do you feel now? Those strong people who suddenly appeared also behaved strangely. Shouldn't they kill this guy who offended them? What kind of psychology is it? I'm afraid I didn't hear you wrong, did I? How many powerful people would invite him to join the force? What's the matter? He made everything. Shouldn't he be killed? Absolutely hallucinations. All the people present felt that they were hallucinating, and even fell into self-doubt for a time. In their eyes, it was absolutely necessary to kill people who knew about hate. At this time, they were invited by others. Didn't Gao Peng sabotage their plan? Isn't that the person they want to kill the most? What kind of logic is it? Have they forgotten that all their subordinates have been killed? The ideas of all the people present are very simple. Since they have killed all the other subordinates, they have definitely formed a feud. But how do they know? In their opinion, whether the semi-people died or not has nothing to do with them. Even they don't care, as long as Fang Jian doesn't have an accident. What's more, in the eyes of these people, Gao Peng is a rare talent, and his talent is so terrible, which is absolutely suitable for training. It also makes them have the mentality of cherishing talents. But this kind of reaction will make everyone completely ignorant, because they can't imagine that those black-robed people are like cannon fodder. If they knew that the black-robed people were just like cannon fodder, they would not be so surprised at this time. What kind of things to look at from what height? In fact, the most difficult thing among all the people present was Fang Jian. He never thought that those generals would invite Gao Peng to the Sky City. This is just a way of luring wolves into the house. What's more, such a guy as Gao Peng is a complete lunatic. How can he let such a person enter Sky City? Once you enter Sky City, you will have a real accident. He must not be allowed to enter Sky City. Once such a guy enters, there must be troubles everywhere. He is an arrogant guy himself. Who knows what kind of troubles he will cause? At that time, I'll let Sky City wipe his ass. I can't let this happen at all. I have to remind those generals. But there must be a lot of troubles for this guy to enter Sky City. At this time, Fang Jian had his own idea in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it easily. Beside him was the guy he called crazy. He still wants to live longer, but he doesn't want to be rude. He will be killed directly later. What should I do? There is no place for him to cry. Now it's better to be careful. All the people who are ready to rescue him have come. It's impossible to be arrogant. It's important to make sure you're alive. Gao Peng also didn't respond, but when he did, he felt a little inconceivable. What are these guys doing? They have killed so many people in each other. It is clear that they have forged irreparable hatred, but the other side even invited him to join the other side's forces. Is this to lure him into their trap? But no matter what, he will never agree. After all, he wants to improve his own strength. What kind of situation is it when he suddenly joins the strength of the other side? Not even himself. It's not easy to find such a powerful enemy. How can we let him go so easily? Once you really agree to join the other side's forces, you can no longer improve your own strength. This is absolutely not allowed to happen to him, so he can only refuse without mercy. I refuse. I don't know what you're thinking, or you're trying to put me in a trap, but I'm not going to agree anyway. I have killed so many of you. I don't think there is any peace between us. Please don't put such words on me again. I won't believe it. You'd better not waste your energy. Chapters 903. Everyone felt shocked. No one expected Gao Peng to say this. It was like blocking his own way. Not to mention the rest of the people present, but the strong ones all felt that they couldn't believe it. They had a hard time sending out invitations. Is that a direct rejection? There was no hesitation at all. It was so sad. At the same time, they felt a little hurt to their self-esteem. But he didn't show it on his face, but said with a little regret, "It's a pity. I think you have such a terrible talent and potential. If you only need a good training, you can definitely become a strong man in this world. It's going to be someone else's fear, and you're missing it now. Don't talk nonsense. Are you still fighting? I feel that you are a lot of rubbish when you come here. The person you want to save is now in my hands. If you make me unhappy, you may kill him at any time. I don't care about the consequences. I only know that I'm not happy. I'm afraid of myself. Do you want to try?" Gao Peng's face suddenly showed a fierce look. At this time, he was completely impatient. It was just that these guys in front of him were too boring. Come here as a mess of words a lot, is not the first to start fighting. How can there be such a person? Gao Peng also wants to improve his own strength as soon as possible, so that he can carry out his next plan and develop his own power. Although his strength has been improved a lot at this time, he has always wanted to gain a power of his own, and only in this way is he not rootless duckweed. This premise is that he must obtain incomparably strong strength, otherwise once there is any accident, he will not even have the opportunity to resist. He has an unprecedented powerful system, so he can't not use it. At the same time, he should seize any chance. He doesn't expect to waste time and find more powerful enemies when he wants to improve his strength. Such a choice is too unwise. When he first went to look for more powerful enemies, he knew how vast and critical this continent was. His strength at this time could not change the whole continent at all. Then he decided not to waste that time, make a good investment, seize any opportunity to improve his strength. That's what matters. Now, the opportunity is in front of him. He doesn't want to give up. Arrogance, I didn't expect you to want to die so much. You were given a chance, but since you don't want to cherish it well, then don't blame us for being impolite. Once we do it, there will be no feelings to talk about. You should be well prepared, or we will not have any feelings left for you when we kneel down and beg for mercy. Gao Peng smiled and didn't give them any response. He didn't even pay attention to such threats. For him, as long as others do it, it means that he will win, which has always been known to him. That's the advantage he has. Who makes his own system against the sky? This is the reason why other people can't compare with him, and why he has such a strong base. No matter who is shooting at him, he can absolutely surpass the strength of the other party. Then he can easily kill each other in seconds. As long as he is not the invincible, he will not be killed completely in seconds. So the system can definitely react. In an instant, he can be promoted to an unprecedented level of strength. At that time, he will also master absolute strength. As long as he wants to, you can easily kill each other. It's just not a great feeling. No matter how many times he has experienced it, he can't forget the feeling that he can improve his strength in an instant. Everything is under his control. When he has absolute strength, he can do whatever he wants. It's over. It's over. It's obvious that the other party is coming. What should we do? It's impossible to defeat the enemy at all. The strength of those people is too terrible. At that point, I don't have the idea to start. The policy can't resist them at all. How can we fight? It's impossible to win at all. The strength of the other side is too strong. All of us can't face anyone together. I doubt whether we can exert our full strength in front of the other side. All the people present are completely defeated. After all, the strength of the other side is too terrible. At this time, they are not fully erupted, which makes them despair. Where else could there be a winner? They will feel desperation if they don't have to fight. If only Gao Peng is alone, it can't be their opponent. What should I do? As if I felt the thoughts of all the people present, the strong men said lightly, "How about it? Have you thought about it well now? If you really make up your mind to be the enemy of us, there will be no feelings to talk about. With these people, you are not our opponents at all. It doesn't take any effort to kill you. You need to think about it well. Or think about the people behind you. Your decision is about everyone's life. I don't know what they think. Maybe I want to see if I can persuade Gao Peng to join their Sky City. Then everything can be said. As for whether it is true or false, sooner or later, it will be gradually known. As long as Gao Peng goes to Sky City, he can't help it." This is the inner thoughts of these strong people. However, Gao Peng showed a disdainful smile and said proudly, "Oh, do you think I'm rare? I'm afraid you didn't understand the current situation. Now it's not your revenge. It's just to see if I can kill you. It's really sad that I don't know who killed you. To give you a hand is the last face I give you. Otherwise, I will kill you directly without my hands. Isn't that too contemptuous of you?" The scene suddenly fell into silence again, and all the people were completely stunned. Their eyes were wide open, as if they had heard it wrong, and they felt that they had hallucinations. Chapters 904 inches. My God. What's going on with this guy? It's not easy to get such a good treatment. Does he want to die again? Hateful, this guy just wants to kill us. Does he really think that others will let him again and again? Damn it, it's over this time. It must be really over. The other party will be angry. At that time, all of us will be killed by others, was present with utter despair. Even they could not make complaints about their faces. It's true that they have seen those strong men, and their faces have shown anger. How can they not be afraid? The Fire Lord and Xianxia didn't respond, so they were completely confused by Gao Peng's words. Fang Jian's performance is more exaggerated. He jumps far away directly and doesn't want to be near Gao Peng at all. At this time, he did not dare to approach the ditch mouth completely. It was just too horrible. At the beginning, he thought that he had overestimated Gao Peng completely, who knew that he had underestimated him far. This guy can't be described as crazy anymore. Madman, doesn't he know what death is? In fact, no matter what kind of ideas the people in the field really have, Gao Peng wants to do this. How can he provoke the other party if he doesn't? What's more, he just wants the other side to make a move, otherwise he will not make enemies, and he is more unlikely to get the chance to improve his strength. He is absolutely not allowed to miss it. How is it? What do you think of my proposal? I'll give you one hand, and you can attack me. I'll never use another. I can look down on you very much. If I really look down on you, I cannot use both hands at all. Then you will feel more insulted, right? Gao Peng said lightly, as if saying a very simple thing, which seemed to be insignificant to him. What's more, his calmness directly shocked all the people present. What's the matter with this guy? Has he not found out the strength of the other side? How terrible is it? Who gave him the guts? Who gave him the backing? It's just incredible. I don't know what he's thinking in his mind. I can clearly feel the strength of each other. The gap is so obvious. He could even say such a thing. I can't believe all the people present were shocked. I don't know if Gao Peng really has such a strong strength, but his momentum is really shocking. Seeing those strong people suddenly calmed down and looked at each other, though they could feel that Gao Peng's strength was not so strong. However, when they saw Gao Peng's calm performance, they couldn't help being careful. They were really afraid of capsizing in the gutter. Boy, you are really arrogant. You're the most arrogant guy I've ever seen. You're not so powerful that you can speak out. Aren't you afraid that we will kill you? Although you do have some talent, talent doesn't mean real strength. If we want to kill you, it's easy. There is no resistance at all. One of the strong said faintly, and saw that there was a flash of flame in his hand at this time. His flame was white, and the whole void was directly burned. When there was a fire in his hand, the whole void was suddenly burned, as if there was a huge black hole. The temperature of the flame is extremely high. The pupil of the flame city lord shrinks. I can't believe the scene in front of me. The flame temperature of the other side is too high, many times higher than him. He doesn't need to go to many comparisons at all. From this temperature, he can already feel the gap, making him more afraid to do it easily. There is a huge gap in strength. No matter how we do it, the final result is that he was killed. It has no significance at all. Even resistance is futile. How could there be such a horrible guy? Why are his flames so hot? Is that too scary? The Fire Lord's heart trembled, and there was a faint idea of giving up, which could not be resisted at all. All of them feel the incomparable fear. After all, they deeply realize the gap between that kind of strength. No matter how many people there are, they can't compete with each other. This is one of the truths they understand most. But to everyone's surprise, Gao Peng's eyes were so excited that he was even eager to try. What's the situation? Didn't he feel the horrible power of the other side? This is not something that ordinary people can resist at all. It is beyond what they know. It's just a show of hands that can make the whole void burn clean. Black holes have been burned. It can be seen how terrible the strength of each other is. In this way, hasn't he found the gap between them? Damn it, is this guy trying to kill everyone? He's really gifted, but it's impossible for someone else to let you go all the time. It's too far-fetched. Sooner or later, it will be killed by others. This guy is just a madman. It's time for him to show his eagerness. Don't he know the gap between the strengths? To meet the power gap like a chasm, no matter how many people there are, they can't compete with each other. It's not the same to die. All the people present were completely mad. They just wanted to catch Gao Peng. Did they want to kill all of them? It's ridiculous. Haven't you noticed anything wrong at this time? Xianxia also felt a thrill of fear. At this time, the flame of the other party was so terrible. It's not something ordinary people can resist at all. What's more, Xianxia's strength is the weakest one among them. After all, the strength gap is just too big. I feel like one hand can crush her. No, it's impossible to fight. It's terrible, this power is terrible, it's not an opponent we can deal with. Xianxia showed a trace of panic in the sky. Chapters 905. No matter what kind of reaction the people had, Gao Peng didn't pay attention to it and still stood there. But the strong man with the fire in his hand had a panoramic view of all the reactions, and felt the reaction of these people, especially satisfied. This is the reaction of the weak to the strong. Instead of being like Gao Peng, I don't know whether that guy is pretending or has enormous strength. Otherwise, how could it be so calm? Who gave him the backing? This guy is really arrogant. Do you really think that he can do whatever he wants with his talent against the sky? If you think so, it's really a big mistake. Let you have a good understanding of the reality of the world, and you can do whatever you want with your stupid talent. In the end, still rely on the strength to speak. Playing with the fire, the strong man has absolute confidence in his own strength. At this time, he looks at Gao Peng with great pride. How is it? Are you willing to join our forces or not? If you want, I won't kill you. Otherwise, it's not necessarily. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you still fighting? More rubbish. Gao Peng replied mercilessly. At this time, he didn't have so much time to waste with others. He wanted to improve his strength. Dying, he felt extremely angry when he was slapped again and again. He didn't know what the other strong people thought, but at this time he was completely angry. The strength of the fire itself is very irascible, if it is not because of the closed cultivation for a long time, so that his temper is much better, he would not bear this moment at all. But at this time, he felt that his just patience was in vain. If it broke out completely at the beginning, he would not be humiliated by others again and again. It's like toasting without penalty. Seeing only one flicker of him, all the people didn't see his action, which means that Gao Peng didn't find out how the other party moved. Gao Peng is still in stupor. A white flame directly penetrated the void and came towards him. A void has been completely burned by these white flames. There was a rare trace of panic on his face. But the next second, his face has returned to a very calm expression. Because, the prompt sound of the system rings again. Ding. Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan completed. Name. Bai Yanzun race. Huo family blood. Huo family blood. Pseudo-Emperor Road Constitution. Silver flame body. Pseudo-Emperor Road realm. Shenzun level 2. The strongest enemy realm detected by the host is Shenzun level 2, which will automatically upgrade to Shenzun level 3. It is detected that the most powerful blood of the enemy of the host is the Pseudo-Royal Road. Fire family blood, which will automatically upgrade the host to the Royal Road. Ancient demon family blood. It is detected that the strongest constitution of the host's enemy is the false Imperial Way. Silver flame body, which will automatically upgrade the host to the Imperial Way. Ancient Shinto constitution. In a flash, Gao Peng is like a man in the middle of a irrigation. The first transformation is more powerful than all before. Maybe he was a very strong man before, but compared with this time, he was just like a baby. It can be seen how terrible the transformation at this time is. It is not only a change in power, but also a change in essence. His own talents have completely changed, and they are still in the situation that no one is aware of. Just for a moment, at the moment when Bai Yanzun released his hand, everything had been completely completed, and even Gao Peng's whole eyes had undergone unprecedented changes. But no one in the audience noticed something wrong. They only felt the terrible power of white flame Zun. A flame directly burned the whole void completely. Boy, are you completely scared this time? But I won't let you go so easily. You can feel the real despair honestly. Bai Yanzun didn't want to kill Gao Peng directly, but it obviously wanted to let Gao Peng feel despair completely, and then kneel down to beg for mercy to join them. Only to see that at this time, he surrounded Gao Peng with all the flames, and completely burned the space around Gao Peng. That is, it's hard for Gao Peng to walk. But it's obvious that he's a bit of a whimsical. If it's before, Gao Peng really can't do anything to hurt him. Even in the face of such a situation, there is no way, but after a promotion of the system, where will be afraid of such attacks? What's more, such a flame can no longer trap him. You don't know what absolute strength is, do you? Gao Peng's mouth is slightly cocked up, and his face shows an indescribable expression. At this time, he has such a foundation. Just now, he was bluffing, but at this time, he really had the confidence to kill all the people on the scene at any time. But no one would believe what he said. After all, the strength has already been put in front of us. People with a clear vision can see who is stronger and who is weaker, but they will not believe what Gao Peng said. Ha 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 ha, White Yanzun burst out laughing. Is this to kill me? Now the situation has been so clear, even want to say let me feel the absolute strength, it's too delusional, isn't it? Don't you feel the fire? Oh, Gao Peng made a slight sound, waved his hand if nothing happened, and saw the flames surrounding him, then disappeared. The void, which had been burned up for a long time, was restored to peace in an instant, as if nothing had happened before. It's really clear, but it may be quite different from what you think. Maybe you haven't tried that absolute power yet, but I can give you a good experience of how to call real strength. With your three-legged kung fu, it means to be disgraced in front of me. Who gave you the courage? Chapters 906. The scene suddenly became silent. All the people stared at Gao Peng, who had already collapsed in the void around him. At this time, they had already recovered. Where is it that can be burned up by those white flames? What's more, looking at Gao Peng's understatement, it still brought a huge blow to everyone on the scene. At first, they all thought they could not defeat him. But Gao Peng has taught them a lesson. What is real invincibility? The action of understatement has wiped out the horrible flame of the other party in an instant, and even the damaged thing can be restored to its original state in an instant. What kind of horrible power is this? Even if Gao Peng looks like that, it's just a matter of hands. How could such a thing happen? Until now, he has such a strong strength all the time, so will he have such a strong foundation? Strength is the source of self-confidence, because he has such a terrible strength, so he will be full of self-confidence. The Flame City Lord was the first to be ignorant. At first, he thought that his strength was similar to that of the other side. Gao Peng just had a very strong talent and potential. But who knows, this is obviously hiding their strength. What the hell is this guy doing? He had hidden his strength from the very beginning. Did he just want to let me know? Although he is very proud of himself, he can't help but look at Gao Peng. If Gao Peng has such terrible strength all the time, in that case, he will play with him, so this kind of person is definitely worthy of deep friendship. After all, if at that time, he has completely lost. It's a shame. It's even more humiliating than a draw. Although the leader of Flame City knew the result from the beginning, now he saw Gao Peng's strength, and he felt completely inferior. The gap is like a gap. How could he be so strong that he would eventually accompany him in acting? Although he appreciates Gao Peng very much, he has never been angry with his strength. He blames his strength for being too weak. Otherwise, such things will not happen. I will definitely improve my strength as soon as possible. I was so comfortable before. I don't know that there are people outside and there are days outside. In fact, I already know that there are more powerful people. He has no sense of urgency for a long time, which makes me relax. This time, I can't waste any more opportunities. I can't let such things happen to me again. After making such a decision in his heart, the Fire Lord was full of fighting spirit, and his temperament had changed quietly. No one knows what happened to him in this moment. It's just like a new generation. The rest of the people who were present had not returned to their lives. They had been shocked by Gao Peng for a long time, and even their words were not easy. One by one, they all stared at Gao Peng. This strength is just too terrible. In fact, the biggest impact is by Yanzun and others. After all, they think their strength is absolutely strong, and no one here will be their opponent. No one can resist their attack. So all along they are talking in the form and attitude of playing. When they see Gao Peng's easy move, they are directly and completely ignorant. Although it's not a serious attack, it's not something ordinary people can resist, but that's it still by the other side to the understatement to dissolve. How is it possible? There are people who are so powerful in this place, let alone such a young man. Can there really be such a genius? No, it can't be described as a monster genius. It's a monster that can't appear at all, just in front of their eyes. Although they want to deny, but just that move, they have seen. Very clearly, this is absolutely undoubted strength. How can you be so strong? I feel that your strength is only the Emperor. How can you possibly resolve my attack? Bai Yanzun is completely frightened. He has been cultivating for so long and has the strength now. What's more, his own race and talent also have enormous advantages. This will make him have such a terrifying power and state. It can't be said that his racial talent must be very strong, but at least it's much stronger than most people. He has always been proud of the race he was born into. Now he can't help doubting. The guy in front of him looks like a human race. But will he be another race? Is it a race they haven't seen, but also has the most terrifying talent and strength? In fact, it's not impossible, but he still doesn't want to believe that this seemingly young guy in front of him is even stronger than him. Just Gao Peng's move is not something he can do, which has subverted his three views. Impossible. It's impossible for you to have such terrifying power. How can the human race compete with me? You must have used some unknown means. I don't believe it. Several other people listened to these words, the expression on their face slowly relaxed a little, and they almost had this idea in their hearts. Each of them has his own racial talent, which is also the reason why they can cultivate to such a level, but not all of them can have such a powerful strength. There are few strong people like them. Of course, once there is a strong one among the people, it is absolutely the strongest one in the whole world, and it is an invincible existence. But it's not so easy to appear. Besides, Gao Peng's age is so terrible that they can't believe that Gao Peng is a pure human race. When they have this idea in mind, their expression seems a little calm, at least not as panic as just. It must be like this. It must be by what means that my attack can be neutralized. I'm sure that you can't use it indefinitely. It's definitely limited. After all, external force is external force, which can never be stronger than its own strength. Chapters 907 inches Ha. Don't think that you have used some special means to think that you have the strength to fight me. It's just wishful thinking. The weak are the weak after all. No matter what kind of means you use, or overdraft your own life force, these are just side roads. You can't defeat me at all. White Yanzun smiled coldly. When he thought through everything, it seemed that he had mastered the strength of Gao Peng. It also filled him with confidence. There was no panic. At first, he was really afraid that Gao Peng could easily kill him. At this time, when he had a thorough understanding, naturally, confidence has been restored. There was even the courage to challenge Gao Peng. As for the rest of the strong, they also seemed to have a clear understanding, one by one. All eyes are on Gao Peng. Ha ha, boy, I have to say that you do have some means. Since you can make me panic a little bit, that's all. Surely you don't have any means next. White Yanzun's hand was full of white flame again, and his whole body was full of cold air. It was supposed to be extremely hot, but at this time, he showed the opposite breath. It also surprised everyone in the room. It's just too incredible. Is it still a fire? After hearing Bai Yanzun's words, all the people on the scene also felt special surprise. Was it really like what he said? All the people looked at each other and saw some doubts from each other's eyes. At this time, no one dared to talk about it. I really don't know how to describe the mood at the moment. But to everyone's surprise, Gao Peng didn't panic at all. He didn't even mean to be exposed by others. He even had a faint smile on his face. What's the situation? Don't he know that his details have been given insight by others? Now there is still such a confident side, or what kind of foundation does he still have? All the people present were completely ignorant. They didn't know what Gao Peng was thinking, because they couldn't guess. White Yanzun was also slightly shocked, and then he gave a cold snort. I want to see when you can put on airs, and I don't believe that you can use such means. Those who are strong in the outside world and weak in the middle will come out sooner or later. Do you think I will be cheated by you? There is no pause for the white flame Zun. When his voice just falls, the figure of the whole person has disappeared again, followed by a white flame sliding across the sky. There are huge space cracks in the sky. This time, instead of being burned clean, it was frozen into ice by the white flame. It's like the whole sky has been frozen into ice. What's the situation? Is it fire or cold? What kind of fire is it that turns the whole sky into ice? I didn't expect that this kind of flame could change its temperature at will. Could it even change its properties? Is that too frightening? Everyone was shocked. This scene in front of them is beyond their imagination, and even is not clear in their experience. In their cognition, although the flame can control the temperature at will, it will never change its properties so easily. It is extremely hot at one time, and it seems to be extreme cold at one time. What's more, the color of that flame hasn't changed much from the beginning to the end, and even the shape hasn't changed much. It's the attributes that have made extreme differences. It's just too hard to imagine. Never thought that there would be such a fire, let alone in the hands of such a powerful person. It was just too unexpected. Bai Yanzun is in charge of the horrible fire. It's not just the fire, but it can change its attributes at any time. It's just wishful thinking to control him with cold familiarity. It also makes him have an impeccable strength. How could he be so easily defeated by others? It's not going to be our match to use those side streets. These strong ones all smile coldly one by one. They don't worry about the safety of Baiyunzun at all. After all, they have extremely strong confidence in their own strength. What's more, each of them has his own race talent. Each of them has his own talent. Their race is very strong, but also enough to support their cultivation to this point. Race talent is also a kind of strength. It's enough to make them proud of all people. If it's not because they have racial talent, it's almost difficult to cultivate to this level. On the contrary, Fang Jian never thought that Gao Peng was using the side street. At this time, he was completely afraid. Gao Peng is absolutely a complete lunatic. He knew it from the very beginning. What's more, after meeting several times, he saw all kinds of styles of Gao Peng. It's just an act of death. This is definitely not a side street. Even if it's a side street, that guy won't suffer so easily. He will pull a person as a back when he dies. Never look down on him. Can't these idiots observe their opponents well? Don't think that if all people are afraid of them, they can't be proud of this continent with their strength. Damn it, you want to die, don't bother me. I don't want to die yet. At this time, he felt very angry, but because he didn't dare to speak at all, he could only worry in his heart. The reason why he didn't dare to speak was that he was afraid of being noticed by Gao Peng completely. That madman would do anything if he noticed. Life and death are unknown. This kind of behavior is absolutely not desirable. He doesn't want to ignore his own life, so he would rather watch those idiots die and never speak easily. Now he seems to be of some use. That lunatic would never kill him, would he? Fang Jian's inner play is very special. At the same time, he has made up Gao Peng's various styles. I don't know how he came up with it. finally summed up a truth is that we must not provoke Gao Peng, a madman. Chapters 908. Looking at the coming of the fierce attack, Gao Peng is still indifferent to it. He has no intention of hiding. There was even a smile on his face. When Xianxia saw this scene, he suddenly showed a look of panic. Run away, you can't resist his attack at all. Don't sacrifice in vain here. Your talent is the most powerful of all here. As long as you run away, you can definitely avenge us in the future. It's too early now. Don't bury yourself for nothing. Xianxia can't care so much at the moment. She just wants Gao Peng to run away quickly. The strong flame has made people feel desperate. No one can resist it at all. You can't do anything about it. The same is true of the Fire Lord. He also felt the horror of the fire. If it was the fire he could never control. You can switch the attribute flame at will, which is very rare in the world. What's more, the power is so terrible that ordinary people can't easily control it. But this strong man can control it, just like his own body, this kind of casual posture, and then many people feel the deep despair. No power. All people have this idea. Many people close their eyes and dare not look at the next scene. What will happen in the end, though they have just seen Gao Peng? But they didn't want to see Gao Peng die in front of their eyes, so they couldn't bear to watch one by one, and the other helped them resist a lot. Maybe once the other party is killed, everyone there present is also likely to be killed, with very few exceptions. But their strength is too weak, and they feel the horror of each other's flames, which has made them completely desperate, and they are not willing to take action easily at all. Whether we can move or not is a question, let alone to resist. It's just wishful thinking. Seeing Gao Peng standing there motionless, Bai Yanzun's expression on his face suddenly became more angry. He just looked down on people. Is this to look down on him? Damn guy, how can you look down on him? I don't care what you think in your heart, but you dare to be so arrogant. I will let you know the price that often needs to be paid. The side way is the side way after all. It can never replace the real strength. It can be used once. It doesn't mean it can be used for a lifetime. Boom, boom. The cold flame cuts through the sky, and a huge space crack appears, directly covering everyone's head. Everyone can feel the suction in the space crack. Once it is really sucked in by the space crack, it really does not know where it will go. Let all people exert their strength to control their body, absolutely cannot be easily absorbed. Oh, who said I was the emperor's? Did I say I was the emperor? Why do all of you recognize my realm from the beginning, and don't define my strength with your narrow vision? It will only make you misjudge. You can never imagine the existence of my strength as also you cannot imagine chapters 909 inches what? What did he just say? All the people present were completely shocked, as if they felt that they had already had an illusion. After all, Gao Peng said that he was not the emperor. What is his realm? All the people were completely stunned. At the same time, the attack of White Yanzun is coming, as if it is to completely freeze the whole void. It is accompanied by cold ice and fire. At the same time, he also heard what Gao Peng had just said, but he would never believe every word that Gao Peng said. He had long thought that Gao Peng must have some secret. It's not the power of a god. That's what he believes. Don't laugh at people's big teeth. Do you think you can really be a god? Don't deceive yourself here. You know what you are. Do you think I'll stop like this? Naive. After a cold snort, White Yanzun made a direct impact without hesitation. The flame threw at Gao Peng. A huge space crack was drawn in the whole void. Among them, it radiates the energy of terror. Gao Peng smiled coldly. He didn't worry about the coming attack. He didn't even move his body. It can be seen how confident he was. He didn't pay attention to the coming attack. Noisy. Gao Peng yelled, only to see that the coming attack instantly extinguished, and even had already appeared the extremely horrible space crack, also along with his voice, actually began to heal slowly. No, impossible. How could you be so strong? Who are you? What did you just do? Looking at his attack, Bai Yanzun was caught by the other side at once, and his destructive power was suppressed by others in a moment. The space crack in the void is also healing slowly. What kind of horrible power is this? He absolutely did not believe that the boy in front of him had such a terrible power. He always believed that the other side must have used what kind of means, possibly overdrawn his vitality. It may have paid other costs, but it is absolutely impossible to have such terrible strength and realm. His strength must have been exchanged with a very heavy price. At this time, seeing that Gao Peng is so easy, his attack has completely disappeared, and he has not hurt the other party at all, which makes him suspect. How could it be? The other side's realm is not as good as him at all. It's impossible to deal with his attack so lightly. What's the matter? He is a god. It's not to say that he is the top power on this continent, but at least he is the top type of people. It can be seen how powerful God Zun is. His hand of fire has always been his pronoun. Even people of the same level can hardly resist the fire. Sometimes they can control the property of the fire. No one knows whether they are dealing with ice or fire. This is the most powerful tool he has ever had. Although he just did not use such means, but his flame is with a very terrible destructive power, but that is the same, there is no threat to Gao Peng. What kind of situation is this? Chapters 910 inches. No. You can't be so powerful. What are you using? I don't believe you're a god. How can a human being be a god? What's more, how old are you? It's impossible for you to have the realm of god worship. It's absolutely impossible. Bai Yanzun is about to have self-doubt. It is because of their racial talent that they can break through the realm of God Zun. General human beings are basically impossible things, unless it is the genius of that kind of monster, it will break through to the realm of divine respect. But it's obvious that Gao Peng is not believed to have such a talent for evil. Even if he has such a talent, he can't be so young to reach the god. Absolutely impossible. I've never heard that someone can reach the realm of God when he is so young. It can be seen that his doubt is not unreasonable. At the same time, the reason why he believed in it before was that it would give him such great confidence. But who knows, Gao Peng is a monster through and through, which is not what he imagined in his heart at all, so it makes his imagination completely appear. In addition, all the people present at this time also responded thoroughly. Since Gao Peng said that he was not the emperor, it has been a little unbelievable. Plus Gao Peng's actions, he has to be paid more attention to by all. The people present, especially when they see Gao Peng's eyes, they are deeply shocked. How confident is that? Otherwise, how could he be so indifferent in his eyes, and even reveal a very strong self-confidence, which is absolutely because of the strength of the incomparable terror, so confident. My God, how could there be such a terrible genius in this world, as if there is no bottom line, who has been making self-breakthroughs, and who knows his strength? It's unbelievable, incredible, it's amazing. Everyone in the audience thought that Gao Peng had reached the limit, but Gao Peng always used his own actions to break everyone's fixed thinking. Tell everyone that he is more than that. Now they have believed that they can't think about everything of Gao Peng with normal people's thinking, because that will only make you more autistic. It's terrible. He's the most talented and potential person I've ever met, and I don't know the extent of his limit, but now his strength is definitely above the god, which is terrible. We haven't seen God Zun since the beginning. If it wasn't for this time, we would never have seen God Zun in our life, but he has the power of God Zun. It's unbelievable. My God, I didn't expect to see such a genius come out in my lifetime. It's so lucky. All the emperors in bed feel special shock and disbelief. At this time, they have already relaxed a lot. After all, they don't need to face despair now. At the same time, there is Gao Peng at the top. Where can I worry about my life? So at this time, they didn't worry much. Apart from shock, they were deeply grateful. Gao Peng was saving them in disguise. It's just because they don't appreciate it. Chapters 911. The people present are basically certain. There is almost no danger for them. There is Gao Peng here, and there is no need to worry about those strong ones. Perhaps the number of the other side is indeed dominant, but Gao Peng has not yet revealed his limits, and everyone does not know how terrible his strength is. This will create a stronger sense of self-confidence. These people are shocked, but also feel special happiness and joy. On the contrary, those strong men are now livid and ugly. They never thought that they would suffer such a result. Originally thought that only very easy to solve things, who knows that the other side should have such terrible strength, the most surprising is still so young. What's wrong with the world? Is it because they have been closed for too long, and have already left the world? Even the most basic information has not been grasped. Or is the world changing so fast now? Damn it, we're going to have monsters like this. I don't think he's overdrawing his own life at all, nor paying other costs to gain strength. It's definitely real strength. One of the strong is such a grand speaker. The rest of them also have a dignified face. At this time, they have found out thoroughly that they are totally overlooking Gao Peng. If they try their best at the beginning, maybe there is a glimmer of hope. At this time, they have completely let the other side play a momentum, and they even have a little hesitation. I don't know if I can finish this trip. In comparison, Fang Jian is much calmer. He seems to have expected this situation for a long time, so it's no surprise. If Gao Peng doesn't have such strength, he won't show such madness everywhere. Even if Gao Peng doesn't have such terrible strength, he looks crazy. I'll definitely take a person on the back. Because he had expected this situation for a long time, Fang Jian complacently said, I said that this lunatic must not be provoked, no matter whether his strength is strong or not, but he will certainly let the opponent take off his skin. It's better to stay away from this kind of madman. I don't want to see this kind of person anymore. If I can leave here, I will never get revenge for killing him, and I don't want to see this person anymore. Fang Jian has thoroughly understood his situation. Although he still feels special despair, he is very happy that he guessed Gao Peng's style. This is a very special feeling. Even he didn't realize the problem at this time, but he just thought he guessed it right and felt very happy. It's a wonderful feeling. All people have their own ideas, but White Yanzun is the most hit. After all, because he is fighting the opponent who thought he could solve easily. I didn't expect that the opponent's strength was so terrible that he could easily dissolve his attack. Even if it wasn't as he guessed, it would take a very heavy price in exchange for strength. Like the other side really has the realm of divine respect, which makes him in a dilemma for a while. If he continues to fight, he will not be able to win or lose. There is even the possibility of both losing. The result is too hard for him to accept. Chapters 912 inches. You don't doubt life completely, do you? Gao Peng suddenly laughed, because he felt that the other side's face was particularly ugly, and even once fell into self-doubt. In fact, it can't be blamed on others. He also knows how terrible his strength is, not only that his realm has already exceeded that of the other party. At the same time, his blood power and physique have also been improved. Who can stand it? Even if it's a free hand, it can easily solve the other side. Although it's said that the flame of white flame is really a little scary, it's a very difficult thing for many people. But for him that's not enough. Even if he doesn't use his own blood force and constitution, he can easily crush each other. It's not that he exaggerates, but that his own blood force and constitution have already changed dramatically, so that his own level has already been raised. Even if he doesn't use his blood power and physique, he can easily solve the problem. His own strength is not 1+1 at all. His ascension is the most terrifying one of all, which makes him feel the transformation of his life level. This system against the sky is terrible. In fact, he is not a normal human, because the level of life is going beyond the scope of human. But he does not deny that he is not a human being. Damn it, do you think I'll give in like this? I don't care if you are your real strength or if you have paid a heavy price to get such strength. Then I will definitely make you regret it. White Yanzun gnashed his teeth and said that his teeth were almost broken. At the same time, a white flame appeared on his body, directly covering his whole body. It also makes him look more terrible. Gao Peng smiled a little, but he was not ready to waste time anymore. He solved the problem as soon as possible, and did not know whether the next 4 people could improve his strength. There should be few. I'd love to play with you again, but I don't have time to waste any more time here. I'll get rid of you now. You are too weak. Bang! A flash of Gao Peng will disappear directly from the original place, as if it is an instant move. In fact, it is not so-called instant move at all. It's just because his speed is so fast that all people can't see his movement, so it looks like an instant movement. He appeared behind each other's back. He punched his opponent's body like a fist broke a piece of paper. It was so easy and easy. There was no obstacle at all. Blood from the void down, the flame has slowly dimmed down, and even slowly began to disappear. White Yanzun's eyes have faded, slowly lost luster, but his face is still showing that kind of extremely shocked look. When he was attacked, he had been aware of the crisis, but because he could not dodge completely, he felt that he was directly created by the other side to lose the fighting power. His heart was like turning over the river and into the sea. He couldn't even take care of his injuries. He felt shocked now. He couldn't believe all this. Chapters 913 inches. You. Bai Yanzun said a word off and on. At last, what he wanted to say didn't come out at all. Finally, he closed his eyes and fell from the void. Life and death are uncertain, but they have lost their fighting power completely. Go away. Damn it. Those strong people were shocked. They didn't know it would happen at all. But at this time, when they wanted to rush to save White Yanzun, Gao Peng stopped these people directly, and said lightly, "You don't have to save him, because you will not be much worse than him in the end. There is no need to waste your energy. Now think about what you're going to do next. How do you want to die?" These people looked at each other, and they all saw in each other's eyes that they couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that such a young human could have such a terrible power. They are obviously miscalculating, but at this time, their partner's life and death are uncertain. It's not when they are shocked that they immediately put their emotions back. Looking at Gao Peng with a gloomy face, "Get out of my way, or we won't mind. We'll kill you directly. We don't have time to talk to you now. If something happens to him, you will never live." "Well, I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet. Now it's not about whether you want to kill me or not. It's about whether you can survive from me. That's the key to the problem." Both sides are tit for tat and never let their momentum fall. Although Gao Peng is only one person, his strength cannot be ignored. There's no need to recognize and counsel him for his unprecedented self-confidence, even if some of them are even stronger than him and have a higher realm. But it is nothing more than a stepping stone for him to improve his strength. There is no need to panic at all. With such a sufficient foundation, his face showed a more arrogant look. He didn't pay attention to these strong people in front of him. At the same time, these god worshippers are really about to explode. Seeing that white flame worshippers may die soon, they can't be in a hurry. Now if they are treated in time, they may be able to come back. Once you miss the most critical moment, no matter what method you are using, you may not be able to return to the sky. Damn it, you are looking for death. I'll say it for the last time, get out of the way for us. Now we don't want to talk with you, we don't want to be enemies with you, but you don't want to kill yourself. The expressions on these faces have been slowly twisted, even a trace of ferocity, and even the breath on all people has slowly started to skyrocket. But even so, Gao Peng didn't give in at all, showing a smile on his face. "That's right, don't worry about that guy. Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with you. You just need to consider your own situation. Don't neglect any more, because you are real garbage. I'm serious about talking about your garbage. Don't mistake yourself." Phew. The breath on Gao Peng's body suddenly soared, and even the smile on his own face slowly disappeared, giving a very serious feeling. Chapters 914. Gao Peng's sudden outburst caught everyone on the scene by surprise. Nobody expected that he would burst out such a horrible atmosphere. This makes the faces of these nearby strong people all change color, and at the same time, they are shocked. How could his breath be so strong? I feel that his breath can firmly hold us. What kind of monster is this guy? He is clearly a human being. How could he be so terrible? According to the age of human beings, it should be very young. It's impossible to have such terrible power. How strange. In addition to shock, these strong people feel a little bit curious. The age of human beings is very good. At the same time, according to Gao Peng's age, it should be very young. Since so young, should not be able to have such terrible strength, and the strength of the other side how to obtain. It's like a puzzle, let alone these strong ones. The feelings of the rest of the people are more like turning over the river, and the expression on the side has completely betrayed their current feelings. It's incredibly special. Gao Peng is like a bottomless hole. When he is strong, he is strong. Every time he meets a stronger person, all people think he can't do anything, and even reach the limit. But who knows that his strength is far more than that, even beyond everyone's expectations, so that everyone on the scene felt a special shock. Is this still a human being? Incredible, it's just horrible. Is his strength really bottomless? It always feels like he hasn't reached his limit. How could there be such a person in the world? Shocked to the fact that all the people in the room had started to talk nonsense, and even their logic was about to be sorted out, it can be seen that at this time, how violent was their inner fluctuation. What a surprise. Fang Jian was not surprised, but he was also surprised when he felt Gao Peng's horrible breath. What's the matter with this guy? Is that how he likes to play with others? He has been playing tricks on others all the time. Every time when all people think that his strength is like this, his strength will definitely soar by a large margin, which makes all people scared. Is this his bad taste? Fang Jian can't help but think about it. At this time, he seems to have found something wrong. He looks at the white fireworks that nobody cares about. There was a real shock on his face. This time, he was not as calm as before. Before that, he always thought that Gao Peng was not so simple, because with psychological preparation, he would not be as difficult to accept as the people present. But now he seems to have found something out. Gao Pengjun used one hand to fight the enemy all the time, and one hand gave up one god. Because all the people didn't notice before, he completely ignored it. At this time, he suddenly realized that Gao Pengjun had just used only one hand, which was to let the other side fight with one hand, but that was it, he could still do a second kill. What kind of horrible power is this? It's amazing. Chapters 915 inches. You don't have to fight. You can't handle it now. Get out of my way. When Fang Jian reached Gao Peng's strength, he couldn't care so much. Anyway, these strong men belonged to his side. Although he was afraid of Gao Peng, he had to remind him. Hearing Fang Jian's words, all the people on the scene were completely confused, especially those strong ones, which was a bit unbelievable at this time. They didn't expect that the people they were trying to save would raise other people's morale to destroy their prestige, and even obviously they didn't believe them, which can't help but make their movements stagnate. The expression on his face hardened. What did I just hear? That son of a bitch even told us to get out of the way. Is that looking down on us? These people feel extremely angry. They have strong confidence in their own strength, but who knows that they are questioned by others at this time. Make them very angry. Although they don't think Gao Peng's strength is very weak, they can't let go of their face when they are told face to face by others, let alone their own people. This makes them more angry. What are you talking about? Do you think he can really threaten us just by this wet guy in front of you? Don't laugh at other people's big teeth. If we want to kill him, it's a simple thing. Don't take other people's ambition and put out our own prestige here. One of the strong ones was particularly angry. He only saw him glare at him. If it wasn't for Fang Jian's noble status, sometimes he would have been eager to kill him. It's just too humiliating. They have become the weak in the eyes of so many people. It's undeniable that the suckling guy is really strong, but how can they be afraid of this guy when several of them are here? In fact, all the people here were shocked. They didn't expect that it would be such a result. The square sword should belong to those strong ones. But the other side is obviously standing on Gao Peng's side, which is somewhat intriguing. Tut, how do I feel like I have melons to eat? Is there any secret? I didn't expect this guy to be a villain. He looked very hard before. Now he has changed all of a sudden. Isn't it too fast? My God, I always feel that there is something beyond my imagination. Has he really betrayed, or is there another secret? All the people present felt shocked. Although they all knew that Gao Peng was really powerful, they could already know just by watching what Gao Peng did. But Fang Jian is not on their side. It's quite unexpected that he should say that. It's a little incredible. So all the people here feel interesting, but there are still many people looking at Gao Peng thoughtfully. After all, even the other side has recognized Gao Peng's strength. Isn't it true that Gao Pengjun has such terrible strength? After all, even the opponents admit it, which is quite persuasive. If you boast, of course, there is nothing to praise, but now even the other side has said so. These 8 achievements are already true. Chapters 916. The Flame City Lord took a deep look at Gao Peng. At this time, he really couldn't see Gao Peng. He broke through his 3 views again and again. It's just incredible. At the beginning of the meeting, I just thought that this young man has a strong talent. Maybe it is possible to surpass him at that time. As long as we give time to each other, we can surpass him. That's exactly what he thought at first. But with the passage of time, his inner thoughts have slowly begun to change, because Gao Peng's strength and potential have been beyond his expectation. Even now, his strength has already exceeded him a lot, which is not easy for him to deal with. Gao Peng can kill him at will. It can be seen how obvious the gap in strength is. I don't know how powerful his strength is. I don't know how deep it is. Does it mean that his own strength has always been under seal? In the face of a stronger enemy, his strength will soar. The Fire Lord can't help but start to guess. He really can't understand why Gao Peng can improve his strength again and again. At first, it seems nothing. But he has found a little problem after so many times, but he still can't understand why the strength of the other side is not the same. Every time he meets a more powerful enemy, his own strength will become more powerful. Even you can kill enemies at will. What kind of monster is this? It's just unbelievable. He hasn't seen such a monster in his life for so many years. His potential is extremely powerful and his strength is beyond his imagination. Again and again, he broke his 3 views. He didn't know how to describe his ideas. He just wanted to know that Gao Peng had tremendous strength, but he had always been hiding to play pig and eat tiger. Or his strength is indeed sealed. Only when he meets a stronger enemy can he slowly unseal. I don't know what kind of situation it is. But he was really curious. Although I can't ask you directly, I can also observe what you are. Every time you are in this situation, you will definitely show a flaw. The Flame City Lord's eyes were shining brightly, and he stared at Gao Peng without blinking. At this time, he seemed to find some important secret. Gao Peng can definitely arouse his curiosity. The people who gave him may still not have found it at this time, or even have not paid attention to it. But the Flame City Lord himself is a very proud man, but he is oppressed by others again and again, and he is also a guy he thinks is very young. This made his self-esteem seriously hurt, so he paid so much attention to all the movements of Gao Peng. That's how he found out that everything was wrong with Gao Peng. Every time, it seems that he has done his best, but once he meets a stronger enemy, his strength seems to become more powerful. Although he didn't see Gao Peng's real exertion of power, he felt it clearly when the two of them met, so he was so sure of the underground conclusion. Chapters 917 Because Fang Jian's sudden reminder, as if it was in the hearts of these strong people, severely inserted a knife, so that their faces have become extremely ugly. Originally, it was thought that it was a matter of winning, but accidents happened again and again. First, White Yanzun was abandoned, but on the contrary, it was despised by Fang Jian. It's all like looking down on them. Every one of them is a god's pride and belongs to his own race. It is because they have their own race talent that they can cultivate to the realm of God. It can be seen that their hearts are extremely proud. But now they seem to have been looked down upon by others, not only by the guy in front of them, but also by Fang Jian. This makes them feel extremely angry. They just stand on their heads and shit. How can they bear it? Although they have been closed for a long time, and their temperament has been worn off a lot, but this kind of behavior seems to insult them, which is too difficult for them to accept. Absolutely unforgivable. One of the strong ones grows out. As his own strength and breath slowly erupts, the whole person will be calm and automatic, forming a windless zone around him. But his clothes are flying like the red flag, which makes people look strange. At the same time, his system is very powerful and gives people a kind of incomparable oppression. This is definitely more powerful than white fireworks. Gao Peng saw the other side's performance, and he couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. Unexpectedly, these guys are really powerful. One is stronger than the other. I don't know if anyone is stronger than the one in front of me, but these guys can definitely be his stepping stones. Let him improve his strength. Great, I didn't expect someone to give pillows to me when I fell asleep. These guys are stronger than each other, and they can make my strength grow again and again. I just hope that the next few strengths will be a little stronger. Otherwise, I will have to look for more enemies. On this continent, although it is vast, it is too difficult to find a strong enemy. Thanks to that guy, too. Gao Peng looks at Fang Jian. If it wasn't for him, it would be difficult for Gao Peng to be promoted to such a position, and even he would wander around. It's a little hard. He has a system against the sky. As long as he meets more powerful enemies, he can improve his strength. The speed is unimaginable for all people. But if he doesn't find a stronger enemy than him, he will never be able to improve his own strength. In fact, this is also a drawback of the system. However, there are no problems bothering him at present. At least on this continent, there are still many people whose strength is above him, which makes him not need to worry about much. Anyway, his strength must be improved. I just don't know who is the strongest on this continent. As long as he can find the other side, he can definitely be promoted to the strongest, but now he will not do this daydream. After all, his strength is not invincible. If you meet the kind of invincible strong, he will be killed directly. Even then, no matter how the system against the sky is useless, it is the most painful. That won't do such a stupid thing. Chapters 918 inches. Although you can give up the white fireworks, don't you really think you are invincible? If you really think so, then you may have to completely kill yourself next. I will never be polite to you. The strong man said that his whole person seemed to be calm and automatic, and around him it was like a windy or windless zone, which made people look extremely confused. There is even a faint illusion. The whole void exudes a strange energy, giving a very strange feeling, just like many people around are crowding and feeling everywhere. Gao Peng slightly frowned, which was very strange, just like being pointed at by the camera, even more uncomfortable than that. He could not help looking around, but found that no one else was spying on him. What's going on? Do you mean is this guy doing anything else? Why didn't he see it just now? What's the matter? Gao Peng looks at this very strange person, which is more strange than the white flame Zune. If the white flame Zune is just normal and powerful, then the person who comes out suddenly feels special and strange. It seems that there are some special means that people can't see, touch, and really feel that kind of situation. This is a strong intuition. What do you mean? Gao Peng said coldly. All the people felt that there was something inexplicable. Almost 3 black question marks appeared on the forehead and looked at Gao Peng one after another. What is he talking about? Why can't I understand it? Have they just communicated with consciousness? But it seems a bit different. If you really use consciousness to communicate, you can never speak directly again. Very strange. The Flame City Lord frowned. Although his strength was not very strong, he was already a relatively strong one among the onlookers. Moreover, he has a wide range of knowledge. He has guessed out some problems in a short time, but at this time, other people don't feel that way. The strength is too weak, his sensitivity is not so high. Ha ha, do you feel it? I thought it would be a long time before you could feel it. I didn't expect that you really had 2 brushes. No wonder you can discard the white fireworks display. The strong man smiled coldly. Although Gao Peng found it, he didn't have other emotions because of it. It seemed that it was an insignificant thing. Even if you do find out, with your strength, you are not my opponent at all. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. When I do, you will have no chance. Do you know who I am? I'm the Master of the Wind. I'm in charge of all the wind. The Master of the Wind said a sentence slowly, as if to prove the truth of what he said. All the wind suddenly appeared with his sentence. Space is cut by these wind forces. One piece easily cuts space into several pieces, although the recovery speed is also very fast. But to all the people present, it's absolutely a very arrogant thing, and the other side's choice is so easy, it's no effort at all. Something. Chapters 919 inches. How is it? I'm scared this time. The Master of the Wind holds his arms and looks secure. Even the people in the room felt a special shock. It was really amazing that he showed the power of wind that could cut space at will. Moreover, he seems so relaxed, which is a bit remarkable. What's more, he has a very powerful name, the Master of Wind. This is quite arrogant. Although they don't know who is stronger or who is weaker, they feel that the man who controls the wind power in front of them is not so easy to deal with. They can't help worrying about it. It's no wonder that they have such an idea. It's true that their strength is too weak to see who is stronger or who is weaker. You can only see the performance, and then you can guess in your own brain. Even the other strong ones suddenly didn't want to start. Instead, they stood there and watched. They wanted to see how Gao Peng responded. At the same time, I also want to see how shocked that arrogant guy is. But they are obviously going to be disappointed. Gao Peng not only does not have any facial expression change, even looks like the fool's facial expression. Let them have some brain congestion. What do you mean by that look? Damn it. Look down on us. I will definitely kill him. This guy is very deceiving. I don't believe his strength is really so strong, but it's just bluff. These people's lungs are about to explode. I didn't expect that guy would have such an expression, but they didn't act arbitrarily. After all, it's the home court of the wind controller, which needs to be given face, so they just feel special anger, and they don't mean to shoot easily. The Master of the Wind is also slightly twitching at the corners of his mouth, and his heart is also extremely angry. At present, this guy is just too hateful, and repeatedly provocative. Is it true that he dare not kill each other? How could it be? Boy, you are arrogant. You are the most arrogant person I have ever met. There is no one. Your strength is not strong. I don't know for the time being, but you are the strongest one I have ever seen. Thank you so much, Gao Peng calmly replied, then waved and said, I really don't look down on you, but you are really weak. When it comes to me, I don't want to fight, but I'm really bored, so there's really no way. I can only ask you to play with me, just to let me pass the time. Or why do you think I'm spending it here? Everyone, my God, do you want to be so domineering? At the same time, in the face of so many strong people, this is too arrogant, right? They didn't see Gao Peng's arrogance, but they spoke so arrogantly on other people's faces. It's still shocking. Of course, there are still many people secretly feel special cool, especially looking at those arrogant strong people, just like eating turtles, just don't feel too cool. A few guys seem to control everything in their hands, and look at everyone as if they are ants. At this time, they finally meet the iron plate, right? Let you be arrogant, think oneself have race talent oneself also is powerful force person, can do what you want. You're kidding, there will always be someone who can cure you. Chapters 920 The gas has exploded. This time it's a real gas explosion, even the expression on the face is completely twisted, and the mouth is about to be gas crooked. It's the first time they've lived so long and felt despised by others, not to mention in front of such a young guy. Their arrogance seems to have been completely defeated, one by one, their faces are red and their ears are red, and they are almost unable to control themselves. You don't have to move, I can solve him alone. The wind controller obviously felt that the rest of the people were about to lose control of themselves, and he could only stop these people in advance. Only to see him take a deep breath, is also trying to control the current temper, it is Gao Peng's words are too destructive, let him almost can't control his own emotions. I'm so angry. I'm pissed off. If someone can hear him, he must be able to hear him muttering to himself, repeating these 4 words all the time. It can be seen that he is really about to explode at this time. Phew. Bang bang. Countless wind blades are flying around, cutting the space into pieces and pieces. Even at this time, it seems that it's really going to work. Which spaces don't recover so quickly? Among them, there is a trace of very evil power, but people don't pay much attention to it. All of them just stare at the controller of the wind. At the moment, there are new changes. All the cut spaces are suddenly combined, but they are pushed by some force, forming a trapezoid directly. There is a lot of wind power around. Give a very horrible feeling, touch the death. Regardless of the strength of the people, at the moment can feel the terror of these forces, they can't help but retreat a long distance, they don't want to hurt the fish. Xianxia looks at Gao Peng with some worries. Her strength is very weak, and she has already lagged behind. She feels that the strength is more clear. It's like an insurmountable mountain. Will it be all right? Xianxia mutters a word in a low voice. All kinds of emotions appear in her face and her hands are tightly clasped. No one answered her, for all the people present did not know, and all were still in shock. The power of the wind surrounded him, and finally gathered directly on him. For a while, a huge armor was formed, and the whole man looked very tall. What's most shocking is that his breath soared a lot in a flash, suppressing the whole space, as if he was about to dent the whole space. Space began to twist. From here we can know how terrible his power is, even can make this space unable to bear his power. Isn't that scary? Am I still weak? The master of the wind smiled triumphantly. At this time, he felt that everything was under control, and the wind gave him more powerful power. He has an illusion that he can control this space anytime, anywhere, and it is still very light and can control this space. This made him more complacent. However, Gao Peng also turned his eyes and said something impatiently. Well, very weak. Chapters 921 inches you. The master of the wind was shivering with rage. The reason why he just showed his hand was that he wanted Gao Peng to see clearly. His strength was not weak. It's just like a sky and a ground. It can't be compared at all. Because of this idea, he will do more than that. Although it looks silly, it can prove its strong strength, which is also an essential thing. But who knows? Gao Peng is still speechless, which makes him tremble with anger. At this time, the expression on his face can show how angry he is. A very special person. He had never felt this way before, because after a long time of study in the closed door, his temper had already become much better, but he was also angry at this time. All the people on the scene covered their faces one by one, really doesn't know how to make complaints about it. Is Gao Peng talking so annoying every time? Your strength is really strong, which is basically an undeniable fact. However, the strength just revealed by the other party is clearly already very strong. Is it necessary for you to damage others like this? It's just that angry people don't deserve their lives. If I was in that position, I would also be very angry. It's really annoying. I don't know why, I feel special relief, maybe because I didn't stand in that position at all. Ha ha ha, I also have this feeling. Seeing the angry look of the other side makes me feel a bit sour and refreshing. It's just too cathartic. Maybe it's because their level is too low. Seeing the enemy's expression of holding back and bending makes them feel a different kind of relief. It's just that they are all secretive. I don't dare to show it. After all, the power gap is too big. If you don't pay attention, you will be noticed by others. Then they will really suffer. No one knows if Gao Peng will help them resist. Once they get angry with those strong ones, they will really have their good fruit to eat. So they're just very careful. Every word of Gao Peng is easy to get angry. After all, every word of Gao Peng is very exciting. It's either rubbish or rubbish. All kinds of fancy mockery. It's really hard for ordinary people to bear this kind of ridicule, especially many people are at the level of genius. They are extremely arrogant and their own strength is particularly strong. Naturally, it's hard to bear other people's sarcasm, so every word of Gao Peng's is extremely unbearable to them. The rest of the strong are almost unbearable at this time, and everyone is slowly taking a step, whether the wind controller has stopped them or not. At this time, they are almost unbearable. The wind controller did not see the reaction of these people behind him at the moment. At that time, he had already been shivering with qi. How could he think about other things? However, Gao Peng looked at them contemptuously, and the corners of his mouth were slightly cocked up. It's another rubbish. Is that really the only strength you have? I feel like you're coming out of the circus. I can only force and force there, but I don't have much real ability. It's just disappointing. Chapters 922. At this time, the wind controller is about to lose control of his own power, and sees a lot of wind power around him. The surrounding space has been cut. The wind blades are flying everywhere. If you don't pay attention, many people will be completely buried here. Unforgivable, unforgivable. You say I'm rubbish, I will never forgive you. I will kill you. His anger had been aroused completely, and he saw that his whole face began to twist, his eyes gave out a faint red light, and the windless area around him became more chaotic. The rest of the strong are the same. At this time, they are completely angry. They look at Gao Peng as if he is a beast looking at his prey. They wish they could tear Gao Peng up directly. This kind of arrogant and ignorant guy staying in this world is a disaster, let alone taunting them again and again. Every strong man has his own self-esteem, and is absolutely not allowed to be trampled by others, which is absolutely unacceptable. Is this unbearable? Rubbish is rubbish, and what else can you do for a group of rubbish except to be angry there? Can you just do it? Looking at your expression, I'm all worried about you. I'm already angry. Why don't I do it? Are you really cowards? Gao Peng smiled a little ironically again, and always began to satirize without politeness, which was already an insult. It's hard for anyone to accept. Damn you. The master of the wind gnashed his teeth and said, the rest of the strong were completely twisted at this time, they could not help it. Each of them took a step forward, and their strength suddenly soared to the highest level, and their strength has been surging all the time, but comparatively speaking, because they all burst out their own strength at the same time. Let the surrounding space become extremely unstable, their breath also slowly appeared a trace of slow, it is they are too anxious. All of a sudden, they suddenly burst out their own breath, making the space almost unable to bear their strength, so that they want to improve their strength, and there are some obstacles. But it can't stop them from trying to kill Gao Peng. Seeing their unyielding appearance, Gao Peng begins to die again. Come on, you go with me. It's a waste of time to come one by one. Besides, your strength is so rubbish. It's just like rubbish. I can't lift any strength. In this case, why don't you hurry up and join me? I won't waste my time, and you can see my real strength. Of course, when I really try my best, you may be completely buried here. Again, everyone in the room didn't know how to describe it. They all closed their eyes and didn't dare to look at Gao Peng. They felt the horror of those powerful people, but Gao Peng repeatedly mocked each other. This is to force the other side to jump the wall. Once the other party is forced to rush, it is really possible to do the same thing, then it will be really bad. Chapters 923. Oh my god. When can this guy stop a little bit? Don't he know that such repeated stimulation of the other side will really bring unimaginable consequences? If your strength is really strong, then you should kill the other party immediately. Don't stimulate the other party like this, okay? If the other party takes us out, he will suffer. Make complaints about how to tukao Gao Peng, but they feel that they are helpless, and even some of them are quietly moving back. They dare not get close to this place anymore. No one knows what will happen next. Those strong people are obviously angry. If you take them to vent your anger, there will be no disaster. It's better for us to stay away quietly. No one knows whether those guys will be angry enough to kill us. After all, it's hard for anyone to accept the humiliation again and again. There is even the possibility of killing people. With this idea in mind, all the people began to retreat. Even the leader of the Flame City was the same. At last, Xianxia was also pulled up. But he is very clear, Xianxia if let alone, then absolutely will always look at Gao Peng here, even if there is danger, there will be no slightest shake. It's not what he wants to see. When all of them retreated, Fang Jian began to hide in distance because no one was looking after him. In fact, he really wanted to run away at this time, but every time he just raised this idea, he was looked at with a vague vision, as if every idea of him had been penetrated by others. It's hard. What's the matter with this guy? Why is it that when I have that kind of thought, he can always detect it at the first time? Can he look at other people's inner thoughts at will? It's terrible, isn't it? I absolutely don't believe that there are such people in the world, they should not. Although he didn't believe it in his heart, he couldn't take such a risk, so he didn't dare to run away without permission, only a little bit away from the battlefield. In order to avoid being affected by the energy of the battle, or he will be killed directly by seconds, which is really too bad. Gao Peng doesn't want him to be killed either, so naturally he won't stay still, which just accords with Gao Peng's mind. Because of Gao Peng's words, all of us have had a little fear. We can see that all of us have started to run away from each other in the same way, but they also want to see how the war is going. So they didn't get too far away, just came to a place they didn't think would be affected, just enough vision, and enough to see the battle clearly. But some people still feel a little insecure, and they still fly to a farther place. They dare not stay in one place easily. These guys are crazy. One is more powerful than the other. It's better to keep them away from each other. Even if you don't see it clearly, it's much better than losing your life. Chapters 924. Fang Jian is a little nervous at this time. After all, if Gao Peng does it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Now it seems that all the people have not found out how the white fireworks display was abandoned before. Maybe now he is the only one who really finds out the problem. This made him worried for a while. What's the matter with this guy? At this time, haven't they seen clearly how terrible that guy is? Before that, the other party obviously didn't make every effort. One hand can kill the white Yanzun. How about you guys? It's possible that your strength is a little stronger than that of white flame Zun. Can you really be the same as that monster? Isn't it funny? Fang Jian really wanted to be born to remind him that he was still angry because he didn't understand the situation so clearly. Isn't that funny? Do you want to die without such a thing? He was so anxious to see it. Finally, he saw it and could only bite his teeth, said the whisperer. Run away. What are you still doing there? Do you really think the strength of the other side is really like this? Don't go beyond your means. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but that all of you are not his rivals. Don't sacrifice in vain anymore. You are also the most important fighting force of Sky City. You can't miss anything at all. In the end, there was no way. Fang Jian whispered in secret. When he whispered in secret, the movements of those strong men were all performed at the same time, and their faces showed incredible expressions. They can't believe it. It's such a result. If it's the first time, it's understandable. But this is the second time. As if feeling the dissatisfaction of these people, Fang Jian said angrily, didn't you find the action just after that guy abandoned the white fireworks display? He only used one hand, and he could kill white Yanzun thoroughly. You say how terrible his strength is, let alone his blood and constitution from the beginning to the end. Don't you understand? This suddenly makes everyone's expression stagnate. All of them think back to what happened before, and gradually one picture after another begins to emerge. Like it's true, there is a look of shock in their eyes, which expresses their level. Few of them show such an expression. Everyone will have their own pride. But now, they really feel too incredible. How strong is Gao Peng? How terrifying it is to be able to kill a deity instantly, and he has not shown all his strength all the time. Does it mean that the other side still has hidden strength? Several people can't help but look at each other. They also feel a bit insecure. If they don't know the real strength of each other, they will make a blind move. Will this be a surprise to others? This is no guarantee at all. All of a sudden, they are not so angry. One by one, they seem to have calmed down. Chapters 925 inches. Are we so indifferent? One of them whispered that just as all of them were angry, they were about to rush in. At this time, it suddenly quieted down. Didn't it make others look like they were confessing? But some of them did not understand Gao Peng's strength, so they felt a little hesitant and began to look around one by one. Of course, we can't just let it go, but we can't just make random moves. We must make sure how strong his strength is, so that we can make good preparations. But at that time, we will have to end up with a white flame, but we will really suffer. Instead of being rescued, we will build ourselves up. Several people were discussing it in secret, and their breath began to converge slowly, because their mind was not put in other places at this time. This also let the present public be ignorant. I don't know what kind of situation it is. Just now, it's not that everyone is angry. Why is the breath converging all of a sudden? It seems that they are talking about something. It's really strange. What are these guys doing? I just really thought they were mad, and now I'm trying to put all my breath under control. Are they afraid that they have already confessed? Otherwise, how could the mood change so suddenly? They were really caught off guard. I guess it's really scared, isn't it? At the moment, the people who are there are totally confused about what kind of situation it is, but they don't mind saying it directly. Maybe it's because it gives people a lot of courage to see the performance of these strong people, so they all began to talk about it one after another. They didn't cover up their voices at all, but they were a little far away. If they didn't pay a little attention, they wouldn't hear what they were saying. Fang Jian can hear these people's voices, only to see his mouth slightly twitch for a while, although I think these comments are particularly harsh, which makes him feel particularly uncomfortable. If it was him before, it would break out in an instant. But now he knows whose territory it is, he will not start to be arrogant. That's really going to cost my life. Therefore, he can only resist the emotion he wants to burst out, take a deep breath, and try not to listen to those angry comments. I'm not angry. As long as those guys are aware of the seriousness of the problem, they can avoid carelessness, but I hope you guys run away quickly. As long as someone can escape, they can call the old ancestor out. Then I won't believe that madman can be invincible. In fact, Fang Jian has his own idea in mind, that is to let these people go back to inform the old ancestor as soon as possible. Once the old ancestor comes out, it will be the invincible strong that no one can resist. At that time, he will be able to run amok. He doesn't need to worry anymore. It's really wonderful to think about it. Chapters 926. Seeing these people in front of him, he suddenly became a little hesitant. Gao Peng didn't have to think about it all. These guys must have found something wrong. When Gao Peng glanced at the position of the square sword a little, he had probably understood what was going on. Only saw his mouth angle slightly raised, although knew someone to remind secretly, but he also had no other idea. Anyway, these guys will eventually become his stepping stones, so why care about these? I didn't expect that you really have a set of things that you can remind me secretly in my eyes, but how about that? In the end, you will still be the stepping stone for me to improve my strength, but if you are a little more honest, then I will not kill you. Gao Peng has suddenly become a little more patient, but at this time, there is a flash of light in his mind, as if he has some inspiration. At the same time, his eyes also radiate a dazzling light. Looking at these hesitant people ahead, there is a hint of speculation in his heart. But he felt that he couldn't catch it, so he kept thinking about what had just come out of his mind. This is a very important thing for him, but it was only a flash of light. What happened to that feeling just now? How do I feel like I've missed something? Gao Peng touched his chin. He looked thoughtful. He had never seen those indecisive strong people. Now is not the time to pay attention to others. He thought that the inspiration he just had was absolutely important to him, so he began to think hard. Yes, absolutely. If I take the initiative, will the system prompt determine that these guys are my enemies? Will my strength be improved as well? I don't seem to have tried this all the time. If it's possible, I won't need to waste my time. I can do it directly to attract the attention of the system. Gao Peng suddenly came up with a wonderful test. He thought it was necessary. If he could make a move at will and the system prompt could also determine whether the opponent was the enemy, then he doesn't need to work in vain to provoke the other side. When he sees a person who is stronger than him, he can start first, and wait until his strength is completely improved. Then there is no need to be afraid. If he is waiting for the enemy's hand every time, he must at least bear the attack, otherwise he will be killed instantly. That's a bit of a disaster. Then I'll test the system with you guys later. I think it's necessary. You guys are a little stronger than me. It can definitely be tested. The heart has begun to decide. Gao Peng will no longer be so tangled, no matter what kind of results he has to try. Exploring the system is also a crucial task. Only by better understanding the function of this system can it improve its strength faster. Sharpening a knife doesn't cost cutting wood. That's probably the reason. Chapters 927. If we let those strong people know, Gao Peng actually wants to do experiments with them. Maybe even his lungs are about to explode. But at this time, they are struggling. Do they want to fight or not? Now the situation is very uncertain, and they dare not rush out. This is just too unwise. However, they are not ready to go, which does not mean that Gao Peng will not trouble them. Gao Peng did not want to test the system well before. Therefore, he has been irritating the other side all the time. He just wants to let the other side go, so that he can improve his strength. But now it's different. He can do it first. First, test the system to see if it has any abilities he doesn't know. Next, then he can start to plan how to improve his strength. If he is so passive every time, it is too slow. He always felt that something big was going to happen on this road, which was a kind of implicit feeling. Although it was not accurate, he was absolutely willing to believe his feelings. Is it not accurate for him who has the system? This is absolutely believable. I don't know why I feel this way, but I know that only by improving my strength, no one will be my opponent at that time. Even if the invincible and powerful want to kill me, it's not so easy. As long as they can't kill me, then I can use them as a stepping stone to improve my strength. In fact, in Gao Peng's heart, there is still a trace of worry. If the system does not help him to improve his strength, then he can only rely on his own slow cultivation. At that time, he will lose all the advantages. Every time he thought about it, he felt a fluster. After all, the reason why he had such a strong strength was that he relied on the system, not that he was a waste, but that he already had a more rebellious system. Naturally, he would not pick up the sesame and throw the watermelon. However, you can't rely on one thing forever. When it's dark, there will be no shadow. What's more, it's an unnecessary system. So far, he has not studied the origin and purpose of this system, but can steadily improve his strength every time. This has always been a puzzle in his mind, and he has long wanted to find out how this system came into being. But he didn't find it all the time. Now he can only use this kind of stupid method to study it slowly. However, before how to test it, he had fully thought about it. But if he wants to improve his strength completely out of the system, he doesn't have a clue yet, so he can think slowly. Now it doesn't need to be too anxious. Just remember that there is such a thing that you can't forget because you improve your strength, or the system will disappear one day. Then he's really finished. I must always remember that you can't put all the chips in one basket. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I know if one day you leave me, and how bad my fate will be, I can already predict it. So I want to rely on myself as soon as possible, but now you'd better give me a hand and make me stronger. Chapters 928 inches. You rubbish. You even ignore my existence. Do you really think I dare not kill you? I don't care what you are. As long as I provoke my people, they will be killed by me. Are you ready now? The corners of Gao Peng's mouth slightly raised, and his body suddenly exuded a very horrible atmosphere, but he did not use his blood strength and physique. But his life level is already beyond all people, a little out of the category of human, but he is still a pure human. But the level of life has already been much higher than others. When he really wants to show his strength, he gives people an unprecedented sense of oppression. Everyone was shocked. This kind of feeling is unprecedented for them. They have never felt this kind of feeling, as if it is the oppression from the bottom of life. What's going on? Why do I feel that there is such a big gap between me and him? It's not only the gap between strength, but also the feeling of being unclear. I feel the same way. What is this? Why do we all feel that we have a huge gap with him, but that feeling is not just a gap between strength? All the people were particularly shocked, because the scene in front of them was completely beyond their expectations, so that they did not know how to think. Some panic. The Flame City Lord also felt that he couldn't believe it. Although his strength was not so strong, he was very clear about this feeling. However, he didn't know what the situation was. His brow was tightly wrinkled, which made him feel extremely uneasy. Fang Jian can't help but open his mouth and stare at Gao Peng. How could his level of life be so high? Isn't he a pure human being? Why is his level of life so much higher than all the people present? Why on earth? I didn't feel his life level before. Now his life level has soared so high. Can even the level of life be hidden? Because Fangjian belongs to a big force, life is a core member, and it has known a lot of stars for a long time. He knows a lot of things that others don't know, and he knows it all at once. What's going on with Gao Peng now? That's because I know that I will feel more shocked, as if I have seen something I can't believe. It's more shocking than finding that Gao Peng's strength can easily crush the God Zun. Everyone's realm can be improved easily, even because of the limitation of talent, but it is not impossible to improve. Personal realm and life level are totally different. Life level is fixed by everyone for a long time. Although it will be slightly improved with the cultivation after tomorrow, the change is not big. Unless you have unprecedented resources, you can improve your life level. The higher your life level is, the higher your achievements will be. The more directions you choose. But it's very complicated. He doesn't know much about it, but he knows that as long as a person's life level is very high, it's a very powerful thing. Chapters 929 inches. No way. When Gao Peng erupted directly, those who were still hesitant were immediately frightened. At first, they were already hesitant. They were totally confused about Gao Peng's real strength. In addition, everything before that made them want to retreat. But at this time, they were completely scared. I never thought that Gao Peng's life level would be so high, much higher than their level. In fact, they are not pure human beings at all of them have their own racial talent, but that is to say, their life level is much higher than that of ordinary human beings. Even if ordinary human beings practice, it's hard to catch up with them. That's why they always feel that they are superior. But what do they find now? This guy in front of us has so much higher level of life than them, and his political strength may be even stronger than them. This guy is obvious no matter where he looks. He is a pure human being. But why is his life level so high? I really don't understand, but only in this way can they feel special shock, not because they understand the importance of life level, so they feel special shock. With their current level of life, they can't break through to the next level, because their current level of life has exhausted all their talents. Unless they can further improve their life level, this will enable them to break through the existing state. However, it is obvious that Gao Peng already has a higher level of life. At that time, it will be easy to break through to the existing strength. As long as he has enough time, he can definitely catch up with all the people and break through to the level of their ancestors. How can they not be shocked? Even faintly frightened, they all looked at Gao Peng in horror. They couldn't imagine why a pure human has such a high level of life. Each other's age is clearly very small, and there is not much time for cultivation, but his strength has been so terrible. What's most exaggerated is that the level of life can match their ancestors. What kind of monster is this? I'm afraid I'm not dazzled. Or I have hallucinations. Why do I feel that his life level is the same as that of his ancestors? No, you don't have hallucinations, because I also have the feeling that his life level is definitely higher than ours, and I think his life level is definitely the life level of his ancestors. Didn't it say? At this time, these gods and powerful people suddenly became silent. They really dare not go on, because with such a high level of life, they can definitely break through to the realm of invincible powerful people. As long as you give each other enough time, you will become the most powerful person in the world, and then a random finger can kill them. This made them feel a little scared for a while. They had just been clamoring to kill each other. Now it's not only to see whether the strength of each other has surpassed them, but to see if it's worth fighting each other. Chapters 930. The presence of the god has been completely scared by Gao Peng. They did not expect this human being to have such a high level of life. They are all the same as their ancestors. It's terrible. When they feel Gao Peng's life level, they are not ready to fight against him, which is not worth it at all. Whether they can beat each other or not, it is possible that once the other party escapes from their hands, it will be their nightmares. No one will easily offend them, and this kind of person can be promoted to the level of invincible strong. They will not easily offend, even their ancestors dare not easily offend, because this kind of person is the most dangerous. No one knows how far he will grow, so by this time, they had played the retreat drum thoroughly. The Master of the Wind adjusted his mind a little, only to see him look at Gao Peng and say, "Why not? We don't have much hatred, why not write it off now?" The other gods also nodded and said at the same time, "We don't have much hatred at all. It's all problems that can be solved easily. There's no need to fight to death. It's much better to have one more friend than one more enemy. I don't think you like it either. There are so many more enemies for no reason. How about we just shake hands?" These deities are talking nonsense like this, as if they have determined the relationship between them. At the same time, they don't feel as tit for tat as before. All the people present were completely ignorant. They didn't expect that things would develop like this. It's more exaggerated than those gods who just recruited Gao Peng. Now they are obviously confessing. Only under what circumstances will you admit it? That is to say, how could they easily think that they are inferior to each other when they feel that they are invincible to each other, especially when they are such a powerful person? There is definitely something fishy about it. All of us were shocked. We never thought that this would happen. We thought it would be a situation of both sides losing. But now this kind of transformation is just about to flash to their waist. Do you want to go so fast? They all looked at each other, felt each other's shock very clearly, and then looked at the deities who were talking to themselves. All the people present were shocked and speechless. My God, do these guys want to be so casual? Those who have just been killed are like enemies who kill their father. But in an instant, they say they want to shake hands and make peace. Are you afraid that you don't know what it means to be enemies of life and death? Why do you feel their playfulness? I always feel that I don't take everything seriously. I also have the feeling that when I think about it, I don't pay attention to other things at all, as if they want to do what they want. Their strength is so strong that they can do whatever they want, because they think that no one can refuse them, which is their own strength. Some people smile coldly. Naturally, they know that only the powerful can do what they want. This is absolutely the case with these deities. If you think you are powerful, you can do whatever you want, as if all people want to sell their face. Chapters 931. Those deities have been talking like no one, as if they have decided, and they didn't seem to care about Gao Peng. As long as they agree, Gao Peng will definitely agree with their decision. But is that true? Gao Peng looks at these guys like a fool. The strength of those guys can't be underestimated, but their brains are just like children. Intelligence is simply too low. When they were discussing happily, Gao Peng was also impatient and interrupted their speech directly on the spot. Did I say yes? You are there to make decisions for me, but I don't know, you are as ridiculous as a clown in my eyes. It's just ignorance. If you've really said enough, be ready to die. Gao Peng doesn't want to be polite to these guys at all. They are just a group of mentally retarded people. Although their strength is really strong, it seems that they have closed their doors to brain problems. Absolutely. Otherwise, how could it be so arrogant? It's like they agree. Everyone else must agree. Although it's a handshake, when have they considered Gao Peng's feelings? At least I don't know how they live to this day. It's amazing. Gao Peng's words were so angry that they didn't know how to say them. Just now, they were still very hot, but at this time, they all began to be speechless. Some of them have already blushed with anger. They have just discussed it, and they don't think it's necessary to fight anymore. Who knows that guy is so ungrateful? Don't you know that's what they are doing? How disgusting. This guy just toasts and doesn't eat and drink. He doesn't even give them any face. It's disgusting. How can we say that they are also the strong ones of Sky City? As long as we say Sky City, all people will be frightened by the news, but what's the matter with this guy in front of us? Doesn't he know Sky City? Damn it, these deities immediately felt special anger, as if they had always relied on their position, and were instantly devalued by others. You guy, don't you know who we are? Don't think you can do anything if you are higher than us. We just see that you are a little bit gifted and don't want to worry about you. If you look for death again and again, then don't blame us for being rude, and then don't regret it. Even now, they still don't find it's their own problem. They still think Gao Peng is too arrogant and ignorant. After hearing what they said, Gao Peng was almost so angry that he laughed. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Although he is particularly arrogant, he is also divided and combined. The reason for this is that he wants to attract more powerful enemies, so that he can improve his strength. But these guys are really arrogant at present. I don't know whether they have this idea because of their examples, or whether they have their own intelligence problems. Otherwise, how could it be that it would die again and again? Chapters 932 inches. Aren't you afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet? Gao Peng smiled coldly. It's really necessary to have a good talk with these guys. Otherwise, these guys have no idea what the situation is. Now it's not the time when these gods can do whatever they want. Gao Peng has the power to kill them. What about the other side? How ignorant is it to think that you can kill Gao Peng before you find out? What's the situation? It's just that you have completely angered us, so you should prepare our sanctions. Now we don't want to fight with you one by one, because all of us want to kill you, and you totally piss us off. Wait for death. One of them is the number of the god's gnashing teeth. A strange energy burst out on his body. Now he just feels special terror. It's definitely more powerful than the white flame Zune. I always feel that his own thinking has already formed a fixed pattern. It's not to think that others don't follow his will, that's to offend him. How did this guy survive to this day? Is it really because of the strong background behind him? Gao Peng smiled coldly. He didn't know how to describe these guys. He was an idiot who just had strength and didn't know the form at all. He can easily kill White Yanzun, which shows his strong strength. Even now, he has not fully demonstrated his strength. But the gods couldn't figure out what they wanted. It's just a bunch of idiots. Gao Peng looks directly at these deities. There is no other expression change on his face, but if you look carefully, you can see that his eyes have faintly sent out a trace of murderous intention. He has been patient for a long time. I didn't know the situation until I came. I really don't know how you live to the present. Is it really because your strength is really strong? If so, I think it's necessary for me to go and have a good look at what kind of forces can cultivate such wastes as you. It's not only disgraceful, but also its own strength. It's just a bunch of rubbish. Gao Peng is relentlessly satirizing. At this time, he is making a voice from inside to outside, which is different from all the previous taunts and satires. Before that, he would not just pick and quarrel. Now this is his real inner thought, and the difference is very big. One is deliberate ridicule, the other is internal ridicule. In fact, no matter what kind of ridicule, it is very difficult for talents and strong people to accept. Looking at the endless taunts on Gao Peng's face, the present gods could not bear it for a long time, only to see that their faces began to twist slowly. The breath on the body suddenly soared a lot. At this moment, they don't care about one another. They just want to tear Gao Peng to pieces. In this regard, Gao Peng said frankly, I've been putting up with you for a long time. If you give me another whimper, I will definitely blow your head right now, a group of rubbish. Chapters 933. Hey. Gao Peng finally can't bear it. Seeing him, he disappears from his original place in an instant and appears behind the Master of the Wind in the next second. He has been trying to test the ability of the system for a long time. Now it happens that these guys provoke him again and again. What is this? At first, he would endure a little bit. Now he would never let himself endure anymore. Just kill these guys. Even if the system doesn't improve his strength, he doesn't want to be patient anymore, and he will find out when it's too big. What's more, he has a crucial hostage here, which may bring him more powerful enemies. This is definitely a good chip. It also makes him more daring. Since he doesn't need to invest in these wastes, why should he waste his time? Gao Peng didn't need to use his blood power and physique at all, so he punched out the whole void. His fist passed through the black hole and came directly to the Master of the Wind. Ding! Enemy of host detected. Scanning. The enemy's realm is the 6th level of divine respect, and now the host is upgraded to the 7th level of divine respect. The system prompt sounds again, but this time it's not as noisy as before, just to improve his strength instantly. It's just soaring. At the same time, he could not feel any information of the other party, but even if there was no information, Gao Peng felt a burst of joy in his heart. He didn't expect that even if he took the initiative, he could improve his own strength, so he didn't need to spend time and effort to pick and challenge others. Do you think it's faster to shoot directly? After reaching this conclusion, his whole body seemed more excited, but there was no pause in his movements, which directly hit the body of the wind controller. Boom! A violent voice sounded, and the wind controller immediately fell from the air like a broken kite. At the same time, the expression on his face did not change at all. It's the same as before. This is totally unaware of Gao Peng's attack on him. At the same time, all the people didn't respond. Gao Peng started to give a hand to several people in sports. Everyone didn't respond, and was killed instantly. The rest didn't bring him any strength improvement, and the system prompt didn't sound at all, which means that those people's strength is absolutely not as strong as him. However, he doesn't care about this at all now, because he has found that the current system has become more and more lovely and will not be as rigid as before. Now he only needs to find more powerful enemies, so his strength will be improved endlessly, and no one else is required to fight against him. He can easily improve his own strength. His speed is so fast that when no one else has responded, he has already killed all the divine beings. The speed is beyond everyone's imagination. Because all the people didn't react, at the same time, no one saw Gao Peng's movements, only the gods, one by one, suddenly fell from the air as if they had been attacked by something. Crackling chapters 934 inches. It's settled at last. But it's just a group of waste. I've wasted so much time. If I knew you were so weak, why should I talk to you? Gao Peng looks at the gods in disgust. After all, if he knew that the system had such a function at the beginning, he would not have wasted time there. How long has it been? What's more, those guys are totally disgusted. They have never seen such a nervous guy. This is also the fastest time he has ever ended the battle. Before, he would like to enjoy the fight. After all, he has risen to the present level and never really enjoyed a fight. Every time is the end of seconds. No one can resist his attack, because only when the enemy makes a move, it means that the enemy has lost completely. The weak can't resist his attack, and the strong is just the end of being surpassed by him in a moment. So no one can make him feel the fun of fighting. Once he wanted to have a good experience, but after so many experiments, he already knew. Sometimes it's really difficult to be strong. At least he didn't experience the battle of balance of power, and now he has gradually figured out that he can't experience the battle of balance of power from the beginning to the end. Then it's time to make a quick decision. Absolutely can't give the other side any more breathing opportunities, because it's not necessary at all. As long as the strength of the other side is higher than him, he can instantly improve his strength. If the strength is lower than him, then we have to wait for death. With this powerful function, he doesn't need to worry about being killed by the invincible. Now Gao Peng thinks his strength should not be twisted by the invincible. Just as he was thinking, all the people have fried the pot thoroughly, and they also see that all the powerful gods have fallen from the sky, and the breath on each body has completely disappeared. You don't have to ask. You already know what happened. But in this way, they will feel a special shock, which is too exaggerated, right? The breath of those powerful people can directly shake the heaven and earth, but it has been killed in such a moment, even the gods have not responded. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the gods, all the people present knew that they didn't respond to the death of the gods. Maybe they were still complacent the second before. The next second is killed by the second. The expression on the face is the same as before, which looks very rich and strange. This isn't that scary, especially when they heard Gao Peng's murmur, they felt even more shocked. Was this guy acting all the time? What's the point of that? All the people looked at Gao Peng. They couldn't understand the scene of him pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. It was clear that he had such a strong strength. Why don't you show it all at once, and spend such a long time talking with others? Chapters 935. Oh my god. Why did this guy suddenly become so fierce? Why do I feel that his strength has been improving all the time? Does it mean that he has been playing tricks on us all the time? It's not surprising that all the people present have such ideas at the same time. They will have such ideas. It's really Gao Peng's strength, which has always seemed to be unstable. From time to time, led everyone shocked, and then began to inexplicably convergence, not in you think his strength limit is like this, suddenly broke out. Finally you never know what his strength limit is, because he will refresh your 3 views every time, let you really know how terrible his powerful strength is. Although all the people were numb. But for Gao Peng's strength, they still feel a special shock. Where did this guy come from? There will never be such a monster in this continent, because they have never heard of it, perhaps because the circle they live in is very small. But Gao Peng is really terrible. What is the limit of his strength? Why do I feel that he can improve his strength all the time? Every time I think his strength is up to the limit. But we just have this idea. His strength has been improved again. Why do you think his strength can be improved anytime, anywhere? I feel like I'm hallucinating. In addition to being shocked, everyone here wants to know where Gao Peng's strength limit is. Why do they feel that his strength is improving every time? Because he always gives a kind of feeling that my strength is like this, and it seems to be very hard in the end. But often when you have such an idea, he starts to refresh your cognition and let you know how stupid you are to have such an idea. Among them, the expression on Fang Jian's face had already completely solidified. He never thought that things would develop like this. Those are the gods from the Sky City. Each one needs to be cultivated for countless years before it can be promoted to such a powerful state. Every one of them is endowed with race talent. Moreover, their race is particularly strong. If we give them a little more time, they can definitely be promoted to a more powerful state. But now he was killed in order to save him, and he was killed by that lunatic. Now he is completely ignorant. Although he knows that Gao Peng is particularly powerful, and he does not want to be the enemy of Gao Peng in his heart, he always feels that things are beyond his imagination. Even if he doesn't want to be the enemy, now it seems that he can't control the gods who come to save him. These are the top powers of Sky City. If it is known by the ancestor, it will definitely be completely angry. However, he felt that Gao Peng was absolutely an unfathomable and totally invisible person. With his vision, he could clearly know how powerful those deities were. But even so, or minutes of being killed by others, it can be seen how terrible Gao Peng's strength is. Some people can't see through it. Chapters 936. Gao Peng now has a very clear goal, and he doesn't need to go through other people's attacks to improve his own strength. After such a small test, he will have a greater grasp of the speed of improving his own strength. Only to see him looking at the bodies of the gods below, he fell into deep thought. Next, I don't need to be so tied up. With my current strength, I don't need to be afraid of anyone. Even the invincible, I think I can improve my strength before they go. Gao Peng thought confidently. In fact, he is not sure whether he can fight against the invincible before he can. But other people don't know if he will start suddenly. Whether he wants to fight or not depends on his will, so he won't be particularly passive. That's why he feels so confident. I have to say that this is a little bit cheap. Gao Peng focuses on Fang Jian. This guy is absolutely valuable. I didn't expect his identity to be so noble. He just asked for help. So many god worshippers can be recruited, and it is obvious that his status is not only that, so he must know that there are other places with more powerful people, right? This is much easier to do. As long as we can find the most powerful, the speed of its strength improvement will also be faster to find a person who knows more about the distribution of forces on the mainland and all kinds of powerful people. It doesn't need him to search everywhere, and it wastes time, and it doesn't work out yet. Phew. Gao Peng came to Fang Jian's side and said coldly, "Come with me. If you do well this time, I will let you go. Otherwise, if you dare to play tricks, I will definitely let you be the same as those guys." "Here, what are you doing?" Fang Jian jumped up like a frightened bird. After all, he had uncontrollable fear of Gao Peng. All of a sudden, seeing Gao Peng appear beside him, he was scared. What's more, Gao Peng just killed all the gods. This made him more afraid of Gao Peng. "I want you to come with me. Don't let me repeat a sentence so many times. You can only follow me honestly. I'm not discussing with you. I'm just explaining my decision with you." Gao Peng didn't give the other party any hesitation at all, and directly carried the other party to prepare to fly away. However, Fang Jian has an unimaginable fear of Gao Peng himself. How can he easily follow him at this time? What's more, he also knows that he can't resist with his strength. "But I told him not to go. No number. I don't want you will kill me. I don't want to. I don't know why." His heart suddenly emerged a very strong fear, which made him not dare to look directly at Gao Peng, but also dare not rely on Gao Peng too closely. He always felt that he could be killed anytime and anywhere. However, he witnessed how easy it was for those who were gods powerful to be killed. Gao Peng himself was defined by him as a complete lunatic. How could he dare to follow such a person? Chapters 937. Gao Peng looks at this guy with a speechless face. Unexpectedly, his previous performance will frighten him completely. Do you want to be so timid? Gao Peng doesn't want to think about it. How terrible is his strength? How can ordinary people easily get close to him? What's more, they are the adversaries themselves. How can those gods or swords summon them? How can they not let him feel fear in his heart? Although he may be killed everywhere, there is still a little resistance in his heart. Maybe this is his last struggle. Gao Peng said angrily, "I won't kill you now. Why are you so afraid of me? With your current strength, I want to kill you. I can kill you anywhere. Do I have to find a grave for you? I'm afraid you don't look too high on yourself. Although you do have an identity I don't know, I don't care what you are. The people I want to kill will never escape. Do you think you can run away from me?" Gao Peng holds his arms and looks at Fang Jian coldly. The expression on Fang Jian's face was stiff, and his brain seemed to be at a standstill, because he also knew that it was true, but there was a little resistance in his heart. In the end, he can only say unconvinced, "So what? Anyway, I will never go with you. If you want to kill me, you can kill me. But I will never obey you. Always command me in the tone of command." Finally, his stubbornness made him stiff. However, when he finished speaking, people looked at Gao Peng carefully. In fact, he was very afraid. Gao Peng killed him directly in a rage. That's a special injustice. But the words have been said, and he has no way. Gao Peng suddenly laughed, and he also felt that the other side's heart was actually very nervous, just looking at his trembling body. It's just a matter of speaking hard, but Gao Peng will not care so much about him. What's more, he has more important things to do, and also needs the help of Fang Jian. Although he can go to find more powerful people, he can only rely on his understanding of the continent, which is totally blind. It's better to find someone who knows better. By virtue of his identity, he should know a lot of powerful people. It won't take long for him to come here one by one. Gao Peng can definitely be promoted to the ranks of the most powerful people in the world. Gao Peng said lightly, "What are you so nervous about? If you talk hard again, I may really kill you directly, really." Fang Jian opened his mouth and didn't say a word at last. In fact, he wanted to refute it very hard, but looked at Gao Peng's indifferent expression. It's going to be dead. He immediately closed his mouth. This is not the time to be angry. There are some things that can't be wrong again and again. He doesn't believe that the madman in front of him will let him, even if he has some use value, but now offending the other side is too fierce, and then he may encounter unimaginable danger. Maybe he will wipe him out completely after using it. That's too wrong. Considering all kinds of situations, he finally closed his mouth. Chapters 938. Seeing that Fang Jian doesn't really shut up, Gao Peng just smiled. This kind of guy is still very easy to deal with. Just a little scare, he'll do it right away. What's more, Gao Peng's words are not just joking. If the other party really offends again and again, then the real waiting for the other party is the fate of the gods. Gao Peng is not used to each other all the time. At last, it's quiet. If you give me another tit for tat, I guess I'll kill you directly. I won't care if you have any use value. The waste that doesn't obey the rules is useless, and I don't need it. Gao Peng's words made Fang Jian shiver all over with fear. His face was already a little thankful. However, he just refuted all the time. It would be a very serious consequence to meet him next. Think of all feel some fear. However, he still felt a special doubt at this moment. What does this lunatic want him to do? Where are you going to take him? Just as he was thinking about what Gao Peng was going to do with him, Gao Peng finally spoke again. Now hurry with me. I think you should have a special understanding of the forces on this continent. I need you to point out other powerful forces for me, and what kind of strong ones are there at the same time. You don't have to worry about what I'm going to do, you just need to tell me where there are strong ones, all of them are stronger than those just a few wastes. Don't tell me some people who make up the numbers. If you let me know you are giving me directions, I will kill you immediately. At last, Gao Peng gave a vicious warning, because he didn't know whether this guy would guide the way maliciously, which was a waste of his time. This is absolutely not allowed. What's more, he doesn't have so much time to waste, so he doesn't mind to let this guy know that if he dares to delay his time, it will be miserable. Fang Jian shrinks his head. He always feels that Gao Peng's momentum is too strong. There is a trace of murderous spirit emerging, which makes him feel particularly uneasy. What are you going to do? Gao Peng didn't answer, just said lightly, you don't care what I want to do, you just need to know what your mission is. You still have the use value now. If you perform well, maybe I will let you go next. If you don't do well, don't blame me for being rude. You can also say that it may be a death. You don't want to show me the way. Now I'll send you to meet those guys directly. I'll find someone else to show me the way when it's too big. I think many people are not as good as you know, but they are not useless. At least they will be obedient. When Gao Peng finished this sentence, his fist slightly clenched, and the space around his fist suddenly cracked, as if it was a black hole brewing slowly. All the energy around him suddenly became confused, making people feel a little uneasy, and he didn't help at all, just showed his momentum. This is a very clever skill, but also can play a shocking role. Chapters 939. Fang Jian fell into silence directly. Although he understood the truth, he still had some resistance in his heart. He didn't really want to follow Gao Peng. But now it seems that he can't help it. After all, the initiative is not in him at all. He can only obey orders honestly. What can he do? He is helpless, too. Well, I can take you to have the power of the strong. It's definitely a lot stronger than those people. But I still don't know why you let me lead the way. What is your purpose? I hope you can make it clear to me, or even I will have some difficulties. In fact, at this time, he was full of doubts. After all, he didn't know what Gao Peng wanted to do, so he felt very confused. Gao Peng also did not want to hide, only to see him smile and say, "But kill them all, otherwise I go all the way for what? Kill, kill, kill." Fang Jian's eyes were wide open and his face was unbelievable. He always felt whether he had heard the wrong thing and why he heard such a shocking remark. Of course, otherwise why would I let you lead the way? Are you hostile to them? No. Then why do you want to kill them? Why do we have to have revenge to kill them? Can't I just want to kill them? Square sword. It seems to be this reason. Why do you feel something wrong? Do you want to beat a stranger when you see him on the side of the road? If there are no other contradictions or disputes, ordinary people will not do such crazy things, although Gao Peng is very crazy. But it's not going to be insane, is it? This makes Fang Jian feel particularly distressed. He always feels that his next hard job must be very difficult. Who knows what will happen next? This reason is too far-fetched. He always feels that it's not reliable and doesn't know what the next situation will be. It's just better that he can survive in the end. So distressed in my mind. Looking at Gao Peng's slightly menacing eyes, Fang Jian nods bitterly. There is no way to refuse. If he refuses, he will be killed in the next second. Where else might he be? I promised, but I hope if I take you, you can let me go. If you go back, then I won't help you again. Anyway, you may kill me in the end, so I will never be used by you again. Fang Jian also said something very forcefully. Although it was of no use, he still felt it necessary to emphasize it a little. And at this time, he really had such an idea in his heart. If we don't let him go, we will not let the other side use him again and again. He would never let himself be so passive. Gao Peng nodded. If you lead the way successfully, then I will let you go directly, but I hope you don't have to play tricks, or I won't blame me for being rude next. You wait for me to find a stronger enemy, the stronger the better. As long as I am satisfied, I can let you go directly. You said that, of course. Chapters 940. The two reached an agreement, one led the way and the other promised to let him go after taking the road. Although there was no contract, it was just an oral agreement. But with Gao Peng's arrogance, it's impossible to repent. Unless Fang Jian does something to annoy him, it's impossible to forgive him lightly. After reaching an agreement, Gao Peng feels it is necessary to say hello to Xianxia. After all, he leaves without permission at this time, which is always a little bad. But in order to improve his own strength, he has no way. He always feels that something is going to happen, so he should hurry to improve his own strength. That's what protects others. Gao Peng came to Xianxia's side and said softly, I may have to go first. I didn't expect that I was the one who wanted to develop the forces together, but I have more important things to do now. Xianxia looks at him with tearful eyes. Although she is full of reluctance to give up, she knows what a woman should do best. She doesn't do much mischief. Just a little expression of their emotions. Gao Peng took out his own space ring and put it on Xianxia's hand. These are some more precious things. They are enough for you to practice. I took them out of those guys. I think it will also have a great effect on you and other people. In my absence, you need to practice hard and don't fall behind anymore. When I come back next time, I promise I will never leave you alone again. After Gao Peng said what he said, Xianxia finally looked at Gao Peng reluctantly. He thought that after meeting his parents, he would be able to develop a force together. I didn't expect it to turn out like this in the end. It's a bit of artificial. At the same time, before leaving, Gao Peng specially asked them to improve their strength and make use of all resources as soon as possible. There is a hint in his words that there may be a disaster in the near future, and it will affect everyone. So we must try our best to improve our strength in the shortest time, in order to survive in the future, when the disaster will happen. It's a little strength to be able to improve a little. You can't give up so easily. Maybe you can save your life in the near future after you improve your strength. This is what Gao Peng means inside and outside. The leader of the Flame City also understood, but he also wanted to ask for more details, but Gao Peng didn't pay any attention to him and disappeared in the original place. What should be said has been made clear. It is impossible to emphasize it again and again. What's more, Gao Peng doesn't know what will happen in the future. He only thinks that there will be a disaster, and he has such a faint feeling, so he is so eager to improve his strength, regardless of what will happen in the future. When you are strong enough, you will never be afraid of any threat. At the same time, you can control the absolute initiative. Gao Peng's heart has always been thinking of this, and it is also the driving force to promote his strength. Chapters 941 inches. Let's go. You just need to tell me the direction. I'll take you with me next. Your speed is too slow. I don't know when to wait until you arrive. Gao Peng said lightly, which directly caused a flash of white eyes of Fang Jian, which was just too contemptuous of people's red, naked and naked contempt. Although it is true, it feels so weird from Gao Peng's mouth. Okay, the place we're going to next is called the Void Cave. It's a hegemonic force on the mainland. If we haven't been there, it's hard to find their territory. But because I have been taken by my ancestors before, I know this better. The next place we will go is here. Fang Jian didn't want to hide it at all. Of course, in his words, he secretly pointed out the ancestor, but Gao Peng didn't care. Instead, he nodded quietly. Seeing Gao Peng's reaction, Fang Jian felt particularly disappointed. Unexpectedly, the other side didn't respond at all. Didn't he consider the strong background behind him? It's really a strange person. The strength of this force is very strong, and its number is not large, but all the people are absolutely strong, and the weakest are the emperor. Oh, that's interesting. It seems that you are still useful. If it's really like what you said, I can let you go directly. Don't let me see that force, then you can leave unharmed. I will never touch you at all. After hearing the introduction of Fang Jian, Gao Peng felt that the weakest one was the emperor, so the most powerful one was not just the god Zun. Then he can definitely improve his strength this time. I just don't know what level he will eventually rise to. After all, he doesn't know what kind of state he will have in the future, but this doesn't prevent him from trying to reach a higher level. Because I've been in contact with Gao Peng for many times, when I got so excited, Fang Jian was almost immune, so now I'm not surprised. This is absolutely a madman. When it comes to having more powerful and terrifying enemies, we will not show fear at all, but will become more and more excited. How can there be such people in the world? I really have a lot of experience. Fang Jian swore that once he met such a person, he would run as far as he could, and he could not easily provoke him, otherwise he would not know how to die. Although I think so in my heart, his body is still very honest. After all, his life is in the hands of the other side now. I only hope this force cannot let me down. I just want to find a stronger enemy, and don't let the god who wastes time appear to me again. Fang Jian naturally heard Gao Peng's muttering to himself, and he didn't know how to make complaints about it. He felt that this fellow was not only a lunatic, but also a special arrogance. I've known his character before, but now it's still too hard to accept. People think that the god is such a rubbish in his mouth. Who can believe it? Chapters 942. Looking at some speechless square swords, Gao Peng smiled and said, "How do I feel like you have a lot of opinions about me? Do you really think that's all I have?" Fang Jian did not speak, but chose silence. Because no matter what he said at this time, he felt that he would offend Gao Peng, and he did, because he had seen the strength of the empty cave. It can definitely be regarded as the top force in this continent. There are many invincible and powerful people in it. Any one of them can shake the whole continent. Now he would never believe that such a person of his age would have such terrible power. Even if the strong were reincarnated, he would never have such a terrible power. Of course, he couldn't have said it. Ha ha, silence means that you don't believe it at all, but it's no big deal. Even if you really say your own ideas, I won't have any opinion on you. I'm open-minded. I'll never kill people if I don't agree with you. Square sword is turned over and turned white eyes. There are many groove points inside, want to make complaints about it. You also mean that you are open-minded. What does it mean to never kill without a word? What did you do before? Don't you force the numbers yourself? My god, this kind of guy was so self-righteous that he didn't know what he had done. Isn't that scary? Or try to talk less, or you will kill him halfway if you offend this kind of guy. Maybe you will kill him directly after you use it. What can you do? There's no place in the abyss. It's just terrible. Fang Jian was even more afraid to speak. He closed his mouth tightly. No one knew whether Gao Peng, a lunatic, would burst out in the next second. It's terrible. In fact, it's no surprise that you have this feeling. After all, I'm really fierce in killing people, but it's also those guys who are looking for their own death, otherwise it won't be like this. You and I, of course, will not kill you. Because your strength is too weak, killing you is useless. At this time, Fang Jian almost could not help but start swearing. But when he saw Gao Peng smile, he stopped his mind. It's terrible. This guy even wanted to lure him to make mistakes, and began to satirize him again. Did he want to kill him halfway? Let his heart more alert up, absolutely can't get the madman's way, no matter how ironic he is, absolutely can't say a word. Let's hurry. Didn't you worry before? Now you'd better hurry, or you'll be empty. What can you do? Why, a force itself is there, how can it be lost at will? You don't fool me here. If I know you're lying to me, you're really going to die. I didn't fool you, it's a cave in the void. They often move places, but they will stay in one place for hundreds of thousands of years. In terms of time, it's quite a long time. If they're not lucky, maybe they've changed places. Chapters 943 inches so interesting. It seems that it's better for us to hurry up, otherwise if they really run, they will really suffer a lot of losses. But I hope you didn't lie to me. How could I have deceived you? My life is in your hands now. If I dare to cheat you, I am looking for death. Gao Peng was particularly satisfied with this answer, so he took him directly and flew to a far place. At this time, his fastest speed broke out. He is really afraid of the complete relocation of that empty cave. How can he find other powerful people then? It's impossible to find it in one place after another. Now it will definitely waste a lot of time. He doesn't want to spend so much time looking for it. What's more, in his premonition, that disaster is slowly approaching. He doesn't have much time to consume. It's better to improve his strength as soon as possible to avoid that he won't even have the chance to participate in the war at that time. However, if he doesn't improve his strength as soon as possible, he may be killed in a flash. That's too embarrassing. For the premonition, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Now his strength is not enough. At least it has not reached the top strength of this continent, so it is not time for him to stop. What's more, the promotion of his strength will never stop. Gao Peng became more serious. Fang Jian feels Gao Peng's transformation and takes a deep sigh of relief. He doesn't know why Gao Peng suddenly made such a huge transformation, but at least he hasn't been bothered. If he looks for his troubles as before, he really doesn't know when he can survive. He may unconsciously fall into the trap of the other party. It will probably be miserable then. That miserable ending, it's just that he can't bear to look straight at Gao Peng. As long as he thinks about the gods who were killed, he doesn't dare to provoke Gao Peng easily, and he only gets along for such a short time. He has almost found out what kind of character Gao Peng is, which is absolutely a complete madman, and his strength is also somewhat unpredictable. You don't know what his limits are. Just know it's scary. However, can you believe that a person with such terrible power or a madman? No one knows whether he will go crazy directly in the next second. It is possible to kill you at that time. This is the place Fang Jian is most worried about. Therefore, when he is with Gao Peng, he is very careful. It's better for this madman not to offend if he doesn't offend. It's better for him to do his own thing honestly than any other one. So silent flying. Gao Peng is now a god of high rank. His speed is naturally incomparably fast. Only a day's time has come to the place that Fang Jian said. Is this what you call the void cave? Why didn't I see anything? Of course not, because this case has been hidden in the void for a long time. If there is no special means, it can't be seen at all, or other people don't want you to see it, then you can't see it either. Chapters 944 inches. Since your ancestor brought you here once before, knock on the door and call them all out to me. I'd like to see what kind of force this empty cave is really. Gao Peng held his arms and looked at it coldly. The expression on his face showed a little expectation. However, when he finished this sentence, he didn't get any response. Gao Peng looks at Fang Jian with some doubts. Fang Jian's face was extremely embarrassed. At this time, he also felt a special embarrassment. In fact, he was quite familiar with this case. But at that time, he completely forgot how to enter when he came, because he never paid attention to this kind of thing, and now when he wants to use it, he can't remember it. I forgot how to get in. What the hell? You said you forgot how to get in. Don't you just call them out? Since your ancestors know you, they will definitely know you. But I forgot too. Gao Peng. Gao Peng didn't know how to say it. He didn't expect to meet such a product. Before that, he vowed to find a powerful force for him. But what's the situation now? When I brought you to this place, you even told me that you didn't know how to get in. You even forgot the way to knock on the door. Gao Peng wanted to kill him directly. Now, he was furious and was about to have cerebral hemorrhage. However, he finally calmed down his mood a little. Maybe we can use this guy later. I really want to kill you. Why don't you remember so important things? What's in your mind? Gao Peng shouted at each other. Fang Jian's face also showed a little uneasiness. At first, he didn't feel anything, but when he really came to this place, he found that he had forgotten everything. Not only don't know how to enter this cave, but also don't know how to hand over others, which is a bit awkward. When he realized this problem, he already had a little uneasiness in his heart. What if Gao Peng killed him directly? Hearing that Gao Peng didn't want to kill him, he felt relieved, but he also knew that if he didn't find a way, it might still be dangerous. Or let's just smash this void. I think some extreme measures may be taken to lead the other party out. How to say that this emptiness is also the territory of the other side? It should have some impact on them, and it will definitely lead them out at that time. Gao Peng suddenly became silent. He felt that this method was indeed of some use, but whether it could be done or not was unknown. But this method suits him well. Well, I'll try it first. If you really can't, you should be careful. I won't let you go. Gao Peng said to Fang Jian viciously. This guy is just too hateful. He has enough success and more failure. If he is not needed, he should be buried here now. Chapters 945. When Gao Peng heard that he was going to shake the whole void, Fang Jian fell back a long way. He thought it would be better not to lean too close. The madman didn't do a few normal things. Now, I'm going to get the empty cave out again, so it will be absolutely unscrupulous. It can't be described by any means, it should be that it will burst out all its strength. The devil knows what will happen. It's better to stay away, or he may hurt himself. Gao Peng didn't take it seriously. It's hard to control if he wants to break out all his strength. He can't care about other people's strength. He's too strong to even try. What's more, at this time, he will use his own blood force and physique. This is not like before. He will kill each other immediately, but will shatter the whole void. Let that force come out on its own. Since the promotion, it seems that I haven't used the power of blood and physique. Now I should be able to fully develop all my strength, but I don't know if this void can withstand it. It should not be completely shattered by me. My strength is really strong, but it is not enough to make the space of this continent completely empty. Gao Peng still has some self-knowledge about his own strength. He will not think that he is invincible blindly, because the space of this continent is indeed very stable. Although sometimes even God can shake easily, it is not easy for him to turn the whole void into nothingness. Even he can't do it at all. So he just wants to burst out all strength, just don't know if he can get this case out. A thick black smoke slowly emerged from behind him. A very evil figure slowly began to appear, giving a special evil feeling. At the same time, there was a white light around his body. A white light directly covered his body surface. At the same time, there were two huge breaths on his body. Black and white, the two breaths interweave together, as if they have been completely integrated together, but we can still feel the evil power and the holy power in these breaths. It is clear that two different forces can be so perfectly integrated. At the same time, when these two forces are integrated together, the space has gradually become unstable. The space crack appears. It's not over yet. A huge flash of lightning suddenly appeared beside him. Each of them had a tiny space crack and slowly broke away towards the surrounding area. Boom boom, amazing things happened, and the whole space was distorted, because Gao Peng's strength is really very strong, even stronger than the people of the same realm. Therefore, when he fully burst out of his own strength, it is simply not the ordinary god can cope with. Even the space is obviously turbulent, and space cracks have been appearing all the time, which shows how terrible it is. Fang Jian's face was shocked. I knew it would be like this. This guy's strength is so terrible that even space can't resist him. Chapters 946 inches. Is it really just a god? I always feel that his strength is particularly strong, which is not comparable to the general god. It's a good thing that I just ran so far, or now I might be affected by him. I didn't expect that his strength was so terrible, and I don't know if he was full scale. Fang Jian doesn't know how to describe his mood. He hasn't seen the world. But for Gao Peng, he felt speechless and shocked. This is absolutely a complete madman. It's still an invisible guy, because I don't know the bottom line of his strength from the beginning to the end. Every time you think he just stays in this realm, he'll make you change again. Moreover, he only shows the power of one realm, but the power he erupts is many times stronger than that of the same realm. I don't know how he did it. Just like now, It's clear that it's just showing the power of God, but it can make the whole space appear cracks, not only that kind of small space cracks. Looking at the cracks in the space around him, we can know how terrible his power is. This space seems to have been a little unstable. You know, this is the territory of the Void Cave. Since they can escape into the void, they can definitely make the space more stable. How could it be so easily destroyed by others? However, Gao Peng can easily make this space appear so many space cracks, which shows that his strength is not comparable to ordinary people at all. It's really powerful enough. It's too exaggerated. How can it be said that it's the territory of the Void Cave of the top force in the mainland, but now it's given by him to make space cracks appear frequently? Isn't it too powerful? I always feel that the strength of his blood and physique are different. What's the difference? I can't feel it. The two breath are very special. Fang Jian stared at Gao Peng, as if to find something wrong, but in the end he didn't notice anything else. It's just a little strange at best. His strength is still too weak. Although he grew up in a top power, his strength is too weak. His eyes on some things are not so high at all. Therefore, he didn't find out how advanced Gao Peng's blood power and physique were. If he did, he would be shocked. That's almost scared to pee. Just when he's dreaming, the space suddenly appears the phenomenon of folding. At the same time, a huge space crack directly appears in front of them. At the same time, a huge area is also slowly emerging. Hear this. There it is. The Void Cave appears. It's the entrance to the Void Cave. There's absolutely nothing wrong. It was like this when my ancestors brought me here, but because it was hidden, they didn't find it. I didn't expect it to be right in front of us. It's really useful. As if Fang Jian had found the treasure, he felt very excited. As long as he found this empty cave, he could be saved. Chapters 947. It's needless to say that there must be invincible and powerful people in this empty cave, a top force, because not long ago, he had come with the old ancestor. So I know that this force is very powerful. As long as he can find the entrance, he can be saved basically, and he doesn't need to be threatened by that madman. He was so excited that the expression on his face could not be covered up. Gao Peng also saw the appearance of the entrance, and saw that his face had slowly revealed its expression, which was also the expression of joy and excitement. This is a force hidden in the void. It is definitely a strong one with his needs. I just don't know what realm he can be promoted to. It seems this time it's a great harvest. I don't know how your strength is. I just hope you can improve me in all aspects, so I don't need to be afraid of the next disaster. Gao Peng didn't want to go in directly, but he stayed outside for a long time. Since the entrance of this force has appeared, someone will definitely appear on the other side. How could he be allowed to play wild outside? Generally, people in such top forces are very proud. Since they have been called by others, they will never give up so easily. Sure enough, Gao Peng's mind has just come up with such an idea. There is a huge breath flying out of it, which is definitely the strength of God. Is that what happened? But I feel that this guy's strength is still a little weak. I'd better kill him as soon as possible. At least it won't waste my time. Gao Peng didn't give the other party a chance to appear at all. He pinched a fist in his hand, and the black and white forces surrounded his hand directly, and gave him a fierce blow. The whole space is filled with space cracks. Directly toward the entrance of the empty cave. Bang! The fist seemed to hit something and made a very loud sound. When all was gone, the surroundings fell into silence. Even the breath just came out disappeared completely. It's perfect. I don't think the next guy will be so weak. Don't send out the garbage, or I will make them unable to get out of the door. There was a smile on Gao Peng's lips. Fang Jian has been able to see the whole process in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitch violently. Isn't it cruel? Even if someone can't even come out, they will die directly inside. Besides, do you want to be so grumpy? Maybe you can communicate with others. You're a pain in the head. A complete madman must not be the enemy of such a guy. No one knows what kind of shocking things he will do next. Surely more powerful people will appear next. After thinking so in mind, Fang Jian is ready to leave. If he is seen by the people in the Void Cave, there will definitely be a big misunderstanding. He can't show his appearance to others, so he has to wait until now to run away quickly, but it has to be agreed by that lunatic. Chapters 948. In the empty cave. Originally, they felt that there was a sudden vibration in the space. They thought that something had happened, so they would let the entrance of the Void Cave appear. At the same time, a god was sent out to have a look. This is just going out. No, without going out at all, he was killed directly by a powerful force. What's the situation? All the people are completely ignorant. What's the matter? Where did that power come from? One apparently powerful person said that the shower shook their heads and didn't know what was going on. One of them said cautiously, "Would someone want to trouble us? Always feel that the other party has a purpose, otherwise how can we suddenly kill our people? He dare. I've never seen anyone so bold as to dare to move the people in our empty cave. You don't see what kind of existence we are. In fact, they just move when they say so. But our people have been killed." In this sentence, you can directly give the whole Mongolia to the people present. It seems that it is also true. Moreover, it is a god who is a little stronger. The powerful at the level of god worship can basically walk horizontally outside. Many of the most powerful forces are just god worship. The Void Cave is too concerned about the quality of personnel. Therefore, every person at least has the strength of the Emperor, and this is the lowest, among which there are many god worshippers. Basically, it's the highest quality force on this continent. Ordinary people dare not easily provoke this force. So for so many years, there has never been such a thing. Who knows that such a big thing will happen now? Even if the door didn't come out, it had been killed by someone else. How can this be tolerated? I don't care who is running wild here, but I dare to do such things in our territory and kill our people, so I can't spare him. Wang Ka, go out and have a look for me. The first time, you must be careful, but you don't have to make the mistake you just made. Be sure to give me a good look at who the other party is. If you can, please help me with the other party's head, by the way. This is obviously the most powerful one among the people. At this time, he began to command, because in their power. Generally, it's not allowed to go out without permission, except for some unavoidable things. Although he can command others to go out, he can't go out at this door easily. This is also a very strict limit, but with his strength, he has already rushed out directly. Where will he manage? What kind of people are outside? Wang Ka is a god-worshipped 5-level strong man. Even if it is placed on the mainland, it can also be said that there are several strong men, but in the Void Cave, it is only a relatively weak person. Because there are so many strong people here, even such a powerful person has no status at all, so he can be regarded as a small leader basically. Now he can only be called by others at will. Wang Ka nodded and calmly replied, "I will definitely let such a guy who doesn't know the height of the earth know that he dared to provoke the fate of the Void Cave." Chapters 949. Wang Ka is confident in his own strength, so he only sees that he flies out towards the entrance of the empty cave with full confidence. Although he was able to kill God's powerful one, he was not weak. He didn't think he would be killed by the other side. Therefore, he burst out all of his strength and rushed out. All the people look at him like this. However, just as he was approaching that entrance, a huge white light flickered, and his whole eyes were completely invisible. The next second, the whole person has disappeared, not even the breath. This scene is directly seen by all the people present, because all the people are not weak in strength, and also can feel the disappearance of Wang Ka's breath. A god said carefully, "It seems to have been killed. My god, who are the people outside? Such a powerful man was killed in a flash. Is it true that there are top forces who want to trouble us? Impossible. Although we have always been superior, how can we possibly get revenge if we haven't provoked other forces for so many years?" The rest of the gods could not resist their inner curiosity. They started to talk about it one by one, but their voices were relatively small. It is also heard clearly by other people. But no one will lose his temper. He thinks that the people outside have been planning for a long time. Otherwise, how could they have been blocking their door all the time? The 5th level of God's respect is a person who is killed by seconds in an instant. He is absolutely a powerful person, and may be much stronger than most of the people present. There may even be a powerful power, which is definitely not so easy to deal with, so many people have begun to guess. Most of the god worshippers have begun to retreat. After all, it's no surprise to see that even the 5th level of god worshippers are killed in a flash, even if they go out. Even if the person with a little stronger strength doesn't think he can do it, he can't fight with the person outside. It's better not to act rashly. For a moment everyone was silent. I don't believe it. If you can get out to me, he may be able to do it all at once. But if you can get out to me, I don't believe that he can deal with so many of you at once. I also want to control this entrance here. We must not have any accidents, so this task is up to you. It's obvious that the most powerful one stood in the same place and said that he was very angry in his own heart. He also wanted to rush out directly, but there are strict restrictions on the void and cave. At the same time, he needs to control this entrance, so he can't do it at all. It makes him feel anxious and helpless. It's just too hard. The other side has obviously reached the door, but he can't go out completely for various reasons, and the enemy outside may be very powerful. If we can know who is outside, then he can immediately call more people. It is not clear what the situation is, so he can't act rashly at all. Chapters 950. All the people in the room hesitated for a moment. They really thought about the fate of the two god worshippers. Even if so many of them went out at once, would it really work? But it was their hesitation. That one of the strongest was completely annoyed. What are you still hesitating about? Everyone else has arrived at the door. You don't even want to get revenge. Now you still think of miscellaneous things. I don't need your life to sacrifice. I just hope you can see which bastard is guarding the door outside. If you let me know, I can report it. I'll deal with it myself then. You just need to give me a look at what's going on, then you've completely finished your task. Don't give me any hesitation. After hearing that, everyone here also thinks it's reasonable. After all, everyone knows how strict the rules of the Void Cave are. Even the strength, no matter how powerful, must be abided by. All these are the rules set by the ancestors. All people must abide by them, without exception. So what they do can make them feel tied up. Maybe it's because one thing happened that was too bad, so they decided to set a very strict rule. Although many things have been avoided and many of their freedom has been restricted at the same time, unlike the current situation, other people have already called, but they can't directly fight out. Instead, we need to see who the other party is. This is more uncomfortable. The rest of them looked at each other, nodded their heads, bit their teeth and rushed out. Now they can only see who is blocking the door as soon as possible. Only after knowing something, then they can really let go. In a word, this rule is too difficult to accept, which directly limits all their actions. Almost all of them are managed one by one. The most powerful person here, because he is not authorized, is absolutely impossible to go out. Once out, no matter how anxious things are, in the end, it will definitely be severely punished. This is a very inflexible rule. This is how it is. It has avoided many things in many years. No one expected such a result. Emperor Shenzun has made up his mind. Countless rays of light rushed out directly towards the entrance of the Void Cave. Now they just want to rush out to see what happened. Whether it can succeed or not. But hope not to be killed. But it is obvious that they think too much. An energy that can shake the heaven and earth, suddenly rushed towards their face, and in it, they even feel evil, and there is a bright energy mixed together. Here No, they didn't have time to escape at all. They were completely killed by that powerful force. After all, the space of this entrance is so small. Kill all the people directly. That, one of the strongest is completely ignorant. He didn't expect that it would be such a result. Now he has become the Guanggangxi and Lingling. Look at the last one. He's crazy. Chapters 951. This strong man in the Void Cave, after venting for a while, suddenly became silent and looked abnormal. But at this time, he didn't step out directly, because no matter what happened, if he didn't get permission, he would go out directly, so it was definitely his own problem. He dare not try so easily. So now there is only one way. I can't help it. If I let the other party behave like this again, the face of the empty cave will be completely lost. I hope you don't blame me. His face suddenly changed, because now there is no other way. He can only wake up the old monsters who are closed, or he will not get permission at all. Whether it's to inform them that someone has come to the door to commit a mischief or to give them the opportunity, they can only wake up those who are closed. Only to see that he suddenly closed his eyes. A wave of magic power suddenly rippled, a wave after a wave spread into the deeper void of the cave, and each time I felt a strange power. What's the matter, scorching devil? I have already told you. Don't call us in case of no emergency, it will interrupt our cultivation. An ethereal voice suddenly rang. If you listen carefully, you don't know where the voice came from. However, Yan Devil really knew where the voice came from, only to see him suddenly look to the deep of the void cave, the voice said sincerely. The disciple was forced to do so, because someone had already called at this time, and the other party was obviously blocking our door, and had been killed many emperors and deities. If we don't do it again, we may be killed more people by others. Moreover, Once we are blocked by each other all the time, it will definitely be to let others hear that our empty cave is blocked by others. Such a move would lose the authority of the void cave, so I asked for instructions to go out and see what happened. I also asked my ancestors to be ready for you. After all, it might be other forces coming to ask for trouble. Yan Mo explained the current situation clearly. The deep voice never sounded. It was obvious that he was thinking about it at this time. But from time to time, there will be a huge power, but it's very obscure. Ordinary people can't easily feel it. Yanmo will clearly feel that this power is brewing slowly, which is absolutely the anger of the ancestors. Because the ancestors had only been closed for a long time, and some people began to block the door. No matter which force is caught, it is impossible to be lenient. Go, we will always pay attention to all the trends. If you can't solve it, then we will definitely move quickly, and you can safely kill the guy blocking the door. If there's something to do, we'll take it on. I want to see which bastard dare to fight us. It's like eating bear heart and leopard gall. It's not that we haven't been fighting for a long time. Some guys have completely forgotten our existence. If it's true, I don't mind letting everyone really realize that there are still old guys like us in the world. Chapters 952 inches. Yes, I know. After getting the consent, everyone of Yanmo became more excited and gradually showed a trace of ferocity on the edge. Just now, if it's not for the lack of consent, it's impossible to be so complacent. People have killed their subordinates again and again, which is unbearable to anyone. What's more, he is a man who improves his strength by fighting. He is more unlikely to tolerate others standing on his head to shit and pee. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. I can finally fight no matter what kind of guy you are. I must tear you alive. As soon as the voice fell, he had disappeared completely. The next second appeared at the entrance of the void cave. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly into the entrance. No, it should be an export for him. Gao Peng, who was blocked outside the empty cave, also felt a huge breath at the first time, which made him slightly surprised. Oh, there's such a powerful guy. I think it's always rubbish. It's really unexpected. Fang Jian is completely numb at the moment. He was ready to leave before, but he didn't find a chance to speak. So he basically saw all the things in his eyes, only to see that Gao Peng, a lunatic, had blocked the door of others and killed so many people. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could personally feel that there were countless powerful breath. Tongtong had disappeared, and there was a powerful god like him. There are more powerful gods than him. Those Tongtong have been killed in an instant, or even before the door is out. It's just crazy. Let others go out, right? Let others see who killed them anyway, but now those guys are killed without even going out of their own door. It's just too wrong. Think of all feel special suffocation. It is estimated that only such a crazy person as Gao Peng in the world will always block in other people's door, and only he dared to block in other people's door. This is the Void Cave. Just exposing the name can frighten many people. It can be seen how powerful the Void Cave is and how famous it is. But that's it, he was still blocked at the door by the madman. In such a short time, he had killed many elite and powerful people, but he did not know how many more to kill. Fang Jian patted his head. He really didn't know how to face the next thing. If he was found by others, he would exist. It really can't wash if you jump into the Yellow River. If Sky City is brought in, it may become more chaotic. He doesn't want to see this happen. My God, what should I do? Now it's impossible to hide. I just hope no one can recognize me. No, I can't rely on others not recognizing me, or change all the breath and appearance as soon as others haven't found out yet, so that others can't recognize me. At this time, he has made a decision that he must not be discovered by others, so he quietly changed his breath. Even his image and appearance have changed a little. It is quite different from his original appearance and breath. Chapters 953. Gao Peng naturally felt the action of the guy behind him, but he didn't care at all. At most, he just smiled helplessly. This guy is pretty smart. He is afraid to be recognized by others, but it should be better for him. For the sake of helping me lead the way, I won't bother you for the time being. Then I can use your words and ask you for help. Gao Peng is not a murderous devil, and he also has his own bottom line. Since the other side didn't play tricks, he will lead the way honestly. There's no need for him to kill at all. As a result, he has given a great deal of leniency. Now he is only looking forward to the master of that big guy, but he won't wait for the other party to appear, since he has tested the function of the system. Then there is no need for him to waste his time. Phew. Bang. The left hand is dark and the right hand is bright. When two huge forces merge together, it seems to form a taiji, and the power will soar directly in an instant. I lost. What does this lunatic want to do? Just after he changed his image, Fang Jian found Gao Peng's move and his face changed. Does a force want to destroy that entrance? But before he could think more, the power of the combination of darkness and light rushed directly into the entrance of that empty cave. Bang! If you want to kill me with this kind of attack, you may look down on me too much, but if you only have this kind of power, you will definitely kill you when I go out. Yan Mo feels the attack, but he is not flustered at all. For him, this attack is not so powerful. And it's manageable. But now he is in this space, it seems to be more uncomfortable, but not to kill him all of a sudden. When he received the attack directly and positively, he felt a special anger in his heart. Before he went out, he was attacked by others. I always feel so suffocating. But at this time, he already knew Gao Peng's strength, which made him more confident. Only because this place was too narrow, could he suffer. Now he's very grumpy inside. But he didn't know it all, but at that moment, Gao Peng had already produced earth-shaking changes, and his strength had already been different. Ding! Enemy of host detected. Scanning in progress. Scan completed. The highest level of enemy is the 9th level of divine respect. Now the level of host is automatically upgraded to the 1st level of divine emperor. Blood vessels, constitution, etc. are not stronger than the host, and will not be improved temporarily. Gao Peng won't work as hard as before because he has mastered the function of the system this time. He has to be shameless to challenge each other before he is willing to fight. Once, he can improve his own strength immediately by taking direct action. In a moment, he has already broken through to another realm, which makes him feel suddenly refreshing, and the surrounding forces seem to become more friendly. It's a very wonderful feeling. It is more comfortable than all previous realms, as if the whole person is integrated with this space, and the senses of the whole person become particularly sharp. It's a feeling that has never been experienced. Chapters 954. It's too powerful. Never felt so strong. Before you just can kill each other and all enemies at will. But now it's different. I feel that I can completely destroy the whole void, even destroy it. Is this the power of God? Gao Peng felt very excited. He never thought that breaking through a realm would have such an unprecedented feeling, as if he had completely controlled the continent. It's a wonderful feeling. With the strength of his own blood and physique itself is a special senior level, which makes his own strength more terrifying. No one else can feel the change of his body at all, and only he himself can feel it. This obvious change has taken place in his own strength and control over power. Not in the same breath. Quite powerful. Gao Peng can't help but clench his fist. A more powerful force spreads out in an instant, without causing much damage to the space. But people with eyes can know that this is definitely a more terrifying force, because when such a powerful force erupts in such a moment, he can still send and receive freely. It didn't spread far. This is absolutely to own the strength to have the super control, so as not the ordinary person can do it all. Why, what's the matter? What happened just now? How can I feel that the madman's body sends out a very horrible breath directly? What's the situation? If there is such a horrible atmosphere, then the space can't bear it directly. It can't bear such a terrible force. But why hasn't anything happened? Relying on Fang Jian's cognition, he naturally knew that if this horrible force really emanated from Gao Peng, it would be absolutely amazing. But such a terrible force still does not cause any harm to space. Why on earth? He felt puzzled himself. His eyes have been staring at Gao Peng. He will never doubt the illusion he just had. There is absolutely a strong breath emanating from Gao Peng. But what's going on? Isn't that lunatic like before? His own strength has soared again. Isn't it terrible outside? Although the guesses are not completely accurate, they are already 8 or 9 years old. It can be seen that Gao Peng's promotion of his own strength at this time is a very obvious thing in itself. In addition, the power inadvertently created makes all people feel more shocked, which is a little unexpected. It's because we have a little understanding together that Fang Jian's heart can't be calm. We don't know when Gao Peng can reach the limit of his strength. Every time I feel the improvement of my strength. But it is also a kind of quietly improve their own strength. How to do it? It's just incomprehensible. I don't know how this guy did it. It's not reasonable at all. Fang Jian wants to break his head and doesn't know how Gao Peng can improve his strength. Chapters 955. When Gao Peng felt the strength of his body skyrocketing, a huge force suddenly came from the entrance of the surface of the void cave, and a ray of light directly flew out of it. Bang! The whole void was shaken for a while, and there was a space crack in it. Immediately followed by a very large figure, the whole person seems to be filled with flames, the whole face is ferocious and twisted up, giving a feeling of impending volcanic eruption. Gao Peng looked up and down at the visitors. This guy is the one who made him break through the realm of God and Emperor. It seems that his strength is quite strong. If it was before, maybe he didn't feel as relaxed as before, but just now his realm has completely broken through. For this guy in front of him naturally, I don't have a cold. What's more, this guy has no great use for him at all. His blood power and physique can't be improved, and only his realm can be improved. This waste he doesn't usually look straight. Gao Peng said lightly, "Are you alone? I'm afraid I'm not here to die." The whole face of Yan Devil was twisted in an instant, and on his face, it seemed like a volcano was erupting, and a kind of red liquid flowed out. When the liquid dripped into the void and saw it around him, the void began to twist slowly, and it was burned by the red liquid. With his anger, this kind of liquid becomes more and more. Slowly, his whole body has been covered by this red liquid, and he has completely become a monster. It could have been called humanoid, but now it has become a complete monster. It seems to be many times larger than human beings. Maybe it is because of the accumulated anger, which suddenly burst out. Let his strength soar a lot in a flash. But it's not beyond the bound of realm, it's also the realm of God worship. If it's someone else's, it must have been a proper disaster. It's a pity that he met Gao Peng. His ending has long been predestined. Gao Peng looks at him now. Unexpectedly, this guy starts to lose his temper. His strength will improve even if he loses his temper. But this image is a little ugly. We can't accept it, it's really ugly and weak. I didn't expect that the empty cave is these inferior goods. Isn't there a stronger person? It's a disappointment, isn't it? Fang Jian was speechless. I've never heard that someone would say that the people in the empty cave are inferior. Ugly and weak words have been said. How insane this guy is. If he is heard by others, he will surely say that he is too arrogant and will not inquire about the existence of the void cave. The weakest is the realm of the Emperor. Needless to say, there are many more and more powerful experts, which is one of the most powerful forces on this continent. Just because they haven't done much, few people know that they have heard of a reputation. The legend comes from this. Chapters 956. For the people who let him improve his strength, he will generally be careful, so easy to kill each other. But at this time, he has not much patience. If he wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, he can only kill this guy. If no one else has been sent to the void cave, he doesn't mind. Go into the void cave and have a look. Take a look at who else is in there. Looking at this scorching devil who has already become a ghost, Gao Peng has no interest in him, although his strength has increased a little. But I can't improve my realm. What's the use of coming here? It's nothing more than a waste. Waste is waste. No matter how to improve your strength is still vulnerable. What are you doing out there? Is it just to be disgraced here? If that's the case, I'd better give you a ride as soon as possible. Waste not my time. Fang Jian hasn't rolled his eyes yet. Gao Peng has already started to fight directly, holding a very powerful force in his hand, and directly colliding with the Chinese devil who has already become a human being and a ghost. A more powerful force collided with each other, and the Yan devil could not resist it at all. He had some crazy looks, which turned out to be a little bit of fear and fear. No number. In fact, he didn't lose his mind at all. It's just because I'm too angry and want to let myself vent all my emotions, so I'm so crazy. On the whole, he can control his body. But at this time, he felt despair. No matter how he resisted, the power of terror had no effect. He felt that his vitality was slowly dissipating, which made his heart special despair and shrill scream again and again. But it doesn't work at all. No, you can't kill me, not the people in the void cave. If you kill other people, you will kill them. The old ancestors won't trouble you. But if I'm killed, you can't escape. Yan devil has been completely exorcised. Now he basically has no way, because he feels the terror of that power, which he cannot resist at all. How desperate. In the end, he could only make such a decision to frighten others with his ancestors. As soon as Fang Jian's face changed, he just wanted to talk. Gao Peng did not look at the smile. I don't want it. If your ancestor really wants to come to kill me, then I have to thank you very much. It seems that I must kill you. Only when you are killed will your ancestors come to you. It's so good. I didn't expect to get such good information from your mouth. Although I would like to thank you a lot, I can only let your old ancestors come to you if I kill you, so I can only aggrieve you. Lend me your life. In the eyes of others, Gao Peng directly smashed the head of Yan Devil with one fist. At the same time, a combination of light and evil energy completely destroyed his whole body. Nothing left. Chapters 957. Fang Jian's heart was broken at the moment. He didn't expect that the final result would be like this. He killed so many people in the empty cave all at once. I'll go. It's a madman. What we have done is so hard to accept, and the strength of the Just One is clearly very strong, but it cannot be resisted for long in his hands. It seems to be getting stronger again. Fang Jian's eyes revealed a complex look. At first, he just thought that the gap was not big, but with the contact time getting longer and longer. They don't know when the gap started, but it has become so huge. Each other's hand can easily crush him, which makes him feel special. How can the gap be so large? Gao Peng felt as if no one had come out, and felt special disappointment. Unexpectedly, he killed several people. No one has come out. What is the void cave of the top forces? Isn't it so weak? Is this the only strength of this force? Gao Peng asked with his head askew. Fang Jian was stupefied for a while, and hurriedly replied, how could it be that just now that man is only a doorkeeper? His strength is not on the table at all. Do you really think his strength is the most powerful? It's impossible at all. His strength is too weak. The real strong are all closed in the deepest place. Generally, they don't appear easily. It's estimated that those people don't know that we are here yet. So it didn't show up at all, and if you want to get into trouble, you may have to go in. After thinking about it, Fang Jian said without hesitation. Gao Peng suddenly became silent. He was thinking at this time. Would he go in directly? I feel some trouble. Originally, I wanted to block the door here and improve my strength all the time. Now I need to know that that guy is just a gatekeeper. Then he naturally wants to improve his strength. He doesn't want to run around anymore, but he doesn't know if anyone can kill him. But he didn't want to miss the chance. It seems that we can only do this. What? Fang Jian felt a special doubt. But the next second he did not have any doubts. Gao Peng directly told him what he was going to do with his actual actions. Gao Peng stepped out step by step and smashed his fist at the entrance of the void cave. He saw only the entrance of the void cave, and there was a trace of shaking in an instant. So strong. Then I want to see if you can attack me next, and I will blow you up. The corners of Gao Peng's mouth slightly rose, and the two forces on his body were directly integrated, and he went directly towards the entrance of that empty cave. A violent shake. At the same time, he gave out a dazzling light, and Fang Jian's lips were slightly dry, but he could not help licking his lips, which made him a little nervous. It's the first time to see such a scene. This time, the doorway of the void cave, which is known as the top of the continent, was completely blown up by others. It exploded directly in front of his eyes. His heart was filled with emotion. Chapters 958 inches. Just stay out for me. It's no use for you now. If you want to escape, you can do it. But then I hope you don't have to meet me again, or... Gao Peng glanced at the square sword, then stopped paying attention to him, and the whole man flew into the entrance of the void cave at a very fast speed. At this time, he would like to improve his strength a little faster. Since no one comes out, he doesn't mind going in directly. Fang Jian saw Gao Peng fly in directly, but at this time, he was moved a little. After all, Gao Peng didn't force him to go in. If once he enters the void, it's all over. Everyone knows that he brought Gao Peng Lai here. Then his reputation will be completely ruined. Moreover, Gao Peng was considerate of his situation. Although he finally uttered such cruel words, he could feel the kindness. After all, it's a great tolerance that he didn't kill him after using him. If he has other opinions, it's too much for him. But he won't stay here somehow. After all, there may be unimaginable wars in the future, and he may be affected at any time. It was also a bad thing to be seen by others, so he took a deep look at the entrance of the void cave. In the end, they flew further away. He has to think for himself, and also for Sky City. Although he is not afraid, it is better to avoid such things as much as possible. Although you killed the god in the sky, since you let me go, I will try my best to cover it up for you. I don't know if you can survive. Fang Jian muttered to himself. After entering the void cave, Gao Peng felt that there was a strange power everywhere. This should be the power of space, right? Sure enough, this place is weird, which makes me feel a little bound. This is just the power to control the world. I didn't expect that I was completely bound when I entered here. This place is so strange. Looking around, he found that it was true. Now he was not so relaxed outside. He always felt something was binding him. However, it's someone else's territory, which is understandable, so he just looked around. Here and the general forces are not the same at all, as if all the places are formed by air cracks one by one, in which there are small spaces one by one. Those are all for living people. Maybe a lot of people have already shut up inside. Let him really see the power of the top forces, all kinds of strange things, especially everything in this empty cave. Give him a special magical feeling. It is absolutely the most magical force he has ever seen. It gives him a special sense of unease everywhere, perhaps because it is forged by most people. That's why it makes this void pain very solid. It's not so easy to destroy it. It also shows that the strength of this force is particularly strong. At least he has seen the most powerful force at present. Chapters 959 inches. Although it's amazing, it gives me a sense of being bound everywhere. If it's just like this, then I won't give up so easily. If I don't call all of you guys out, how can I improve my strength? Gao Peng has a bad smile on his mouth. It's not easy to let go of this chance. And it's not so easy to find such a top force on this continent. If he didn't catch Fang Jian in the first place, he can't find it now. So he won't give up so easily. Since all the people are in the space cracks, then we should open all the space cracks. We don't believe that we have done so roughly. No one has come out yet. In fact, when he entered the void cave, he had already alerted all the people who were closed. There had been no outsiders in the void cave for a long time. And it was entered by such violent means. So it's been noticed for a long time. If those guys don't know what's going on, they're just watching in the dark. Who is this guy from? Are they people who want to be enemies with us? I don't know who sent it. Since I broke into the house in such a violent way, I think it should be the enemy. The smell of the guy Yanmo has completely disappeared. I guess he was killed by the guy who broke in suddenly. Then shall we go out and solve this guy? Otherwise, if we let others know, won't we lose our face completely? Not for the moment. First, observe what he wants to do. When we know his purpose, we are catching him. Then we will force him to find out what force he belongs to. Though we dare to provoke him to our head, do we think all of us are dead? Unforgivable. The people in the dark talk to each other, but they still don't want to fight at this time, but they are always paying attention to all the changes of Gao Peng. In their opinion, it's easy to catch Gao Peng, so at this time, they can observe what Gao Peng wants to do. This is more convenient for their next move. At the same time, we can guess the purpose of Gao Peng from a series of moves. Just after they stopped, all of a sudden, Gao Peng began to gather the most terrifying force. A very violent force was sent out, which directly filled all the empty animals. It's a little bit of a threat. What does he want to do? Does he want to break all the cracks in space? The man in the dark asked doubtfully, but all the people didn't know what happened, but they didn't worry at this time. But the next second, everyone's face suddenly changed. They found, after all, I despised Gao Peng. Gao Peng is going to destroy all the space cracks in order to find someone stronger than him, but when they just react, it's too late. A mixture of darkness and light directly bombarded the space crack, and a space crack completely disappeared. If there are people in it, it's almost dead now. Chapters 960 inches. How dare he? It broke a space crack. There are people there. When these hidden old monsters are found, Gao Peng does not hesitate to destroy a space crack, which makes them completely unbearable. This is absolutely different from what they thought before. The purpose of this guy may be impure at the beginning, or he may want to destroy their place. Never forgive. Unforgivable. Can't forgive. All the old monsters were so furious that they didn't think about anything else and didn't want to know which force was targeting them. Now, they just want to kill Gao Peng. They can't let him do anything recklessly here. Unforgivable. The empty cave of the top forces in the hall will be forced to such a degree by others, and they will also see one of their space cracks eliminated with their own eyes. But there are still people in the empty cave, but they just watch those people being killed, even without a little resistance. How can they stand it? All of a sudden, I was completely angry, and this anger also rushed to the top of my head. I couldn't suppress it at all, and I couldn't stand it at all. No one can bear to see his disciples killed by others. These old monsters don't think about other problems directly. Out of the customs. And at this time, they are very angry. Whether they can hide their breath or not, they just want to kill Gao Peng alive. Never let this hateful guy live, or I'm so sorry for the disciples in the void cave. I can't forgive this guy. I will kill him. I don't care which power he belongs to, but I can't spare him if the railings go wild on our territory and even do such unforgivable things. No one of you should stop me. If any of you dare to stop me, I will kill you all. One of the old people was very angry, only to see his white hair all over his body had rushed up, so it can be seen how angry he was at this time. Other old people also did not want to block, see them are also gnashing teeth to say, "How can we stop you? Now all of us want to kill that guy directly, no matter who he is, we must kill him. After that, we will definitely investigate the forces behind him. I will let those who dare to provoke us go to hell. Have we not been born for a long time, so some people have already forgotten our existence? Don't let these guys go." The old monsters in the void cave began to get angry one by one, and all the old monsters in the closing room woke up from the closing room. Every one of them has a special horrible breath, which gives a special feeling of depression. In this cave, such a horrible breath can be mobilized. It's a little too hard to believe. At the same time, it also shocked many people. Those guys were originally practicing in the cracks of space. At this time, they were also shocked. Chapters 961 inches. What's the matter? Why do I suddenly feel a particularly horrible atmosphere, like that of my ancestors? No, it's not just a breath. I feel that all the ancestors have left at the same time. What's the matter? Let's go out and have a look. It's estimated that something terrible happened. Otherwise, how could these often closed ancestors suddenly appear? It's definitely a big event. Go. For a time, all the people who were still in the space cracks came out of the Qing dynasty, and all the old ancestors suddenly went out of the gate, which is definitely not a good thing. And all of a sudden, there was such a sense of terror. Can this be a good thing? So all of them appear in an instant. At first, they are just cultivating in the space cracks. But some people are doing their own things. They just come out of their space cracks at the same time. They don't know what happened. But it's the biggest thing in history. All the old ancestors have left at the same time, which hasn't appeared in such a long time. It also makes them appear in a special hurry. When they all come out of the space cracks, they find that nothing has happened, as if everything has become normal. What happened? It's strange why I don't feel that great events have happened, but why does the old ancestor suddenly leave at the same time? And it feels like a lot of people are like us. You can see that all the people in the space cracks are coming out. Can you say, is it all because of our ancestors? When these people come out of the cracks in their own space, they still feel special and ignorant, and they don't know what happened at all. But it is found that many people have the same feeling with them, because there are many people here who have come out of their own space cracks. They don't know. When they come out of the space crack, Gao Peng has found them. No, it was when the old monsters went out that Gao Peng had found them thoroughly, and he wanted to fly in the direction of those breath. At last, he found that the breath seemed to be coming to his place, which made him forget about the past in an instant, since those guys had come automatically. Then there is no need to waste time. Oh, you guys are cheap. Why don't you just come out at first? I have to be aggressive. Now I'm going to blow up your territory directly, so I'm willing to come out. It's just a group of brainless guys. There won't be so many things when they come out earlier. Now they are rushing to come here in a hurry. And you can see that because of your reasons, so many guys have appeared all the time. Are you going to let me kill again? I don't like killing people very much, but if you really like to let me kill people, then I don't mind letting all of you go to hell. Looking at the sudden appearance of so many gods and goddesses, Gao Peng's mouth is just a tiny smile, and he has not paid much attention to it. To him, these deities are just ants, which are not worth mentioning. Chapters 962. Gao Peng did ignore all the emperor and the god directly, because these guys are not his goal at all. But his ignorance doesn't mean that everyone can ignore him. At this time, those who come out of the cracks in the space suddenly find him as a stranger, although it is said that the people in the void cave are all elites. And there are a lot of them. But I've seen many of them, and I've been practicing together for such a long time. I've been familiar with them for a long time, and I even know them basically. Gao Peng is obviously a familiar face. This makes them feel a special doubt, and see that there is a god who flies over here with great arrogance and says with great dignity. Boy, I never seem to see you. Where did you come from? You didn't sneak in, did you? How is it possible? It's impossible for the Void Cave to let others in. Another said, after all, how strict the rules of Void Cave are, they are also clear. However, some people really don't believe in evil. Why not? Don't you see that the entrance to the Void Cave has already been opened? Maybe this guy took this opportunity to sneak in. Do you think that the old ancestor suddenly woke up? Would there be something about this guy? Whether we should catch him now or not, maybe we will say that we have made contributions then. I think it's okay. But this guy is really a stranger. If we want to catch him, maybe we can really make a great contribution. I'll catch him. The gods in the empty cave began to point, as if they were winning now, and they didn't pay attention to Gao Peng at all. From here, we can know that they don't know how powerful Gao Peng is at all, and they have always been used to it. Where will there be the habit of seeing how powerful others are? They only know that powerful people are generally known to them. People who don't know each other are definitely weaker than them. Maybe it's their inherent thought. Boy, now you'd better put your hands on the ground. If you come with us now, maybe you won't suffer a little bit from flesh and blood. You should also feel our strength. With your strength, you can't compete with us at all, okay? Shouldn't we do it? Everyone laughed and felt this special and interesting. After all, they haven't been out for a long time, and finally met a stranger. For this kind of strange people, and the strength is so weak, of course, they can be a good bully. Suddenly, many people feel very interesting. But they didn't know how dangerous their situation was. They didn't need to take such a risk at all. But who let them provoke Gao Peng now? Isn't this looking for death? Gao Peng didn't pay attention to them easily. After all, he had seen this kind of death-seeking behavior too many times. He didn't have so much time to talk with them and killed the best directly. Find your own death. Who is to blame? Chapters 963. Gao Peng ignored them directly. His eyes were fixed on the deep part of the void cave, where there seemed to be several strong breaths that had come to life, and was coming at a very fast speed. Although it is only a small space here, there are many space cracks across it, which is not to say that you can catch it when you come. No matter how strong the strength is, it will take a little time to catch up. It seems that my previous actions have not been in vain. Even if I have led you guys out, I just don't know how strong you guys are. Those guys still want to wait for Gao Peng to surrender, but they wait for a while, only to find that Gao Peng totally ignored them. Even ignored them directly. Suddenly they feel a special anger, a face or directly exposed anger. Who are they? All men are powerful gods. At this time, they are directly ignored by others, as if they are despised. How can they bear this? You bastard dare to ignore what we said. Do you think we really dare not kill you? You should break into our territory. This is your fault. Now you dare to ignore us. Have you thought about how to write death? All the gods immediately surrounded and looked at Gao Peng one by one. It was obvious that they were really angry at this time. No matter where they are always on the top. At this time, they are directly ignored by others, where to put their face. What's more, there are so many gods looking at them, which makes them feel that they have lost face. It's unforgivable, but they just had action. Gao Peng glanced coldly. His eyes were all cold. Next time, all the people on the scene shivered. Go away, don't get in my way, or I'll kill you. The scene fell into silence. The emperor was even dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Gao Peng could be so arrogant, and still be so arrogant towards those gods. Let them feel special self-sufficiency, one by one feel special inconceivable. Is there such an iron man in the world? He doesn't look at his opponent. It's just an act of looking for death. His words have offended almost all the gods. He doesn't know what his future will be. My God, is this guy looking for death? But in the beginning, if he apologized with amiability, maybe it would not be the case now. Now he has offended all the people. It's going to die. It's going to die. I've never seen how someone wants to die. I'm afraid this guy didn't think he died fast enough. He broke into the territory of the void cave recklessly. At this time, he began to pick and challenge the god worshipper again. It's terrible. The presence of the emperor has long felt some fear. One after another have retreated. After all, they can foresee the god of the next will be how angry people. I just hope it's better not to involve them. Otherwise, there must be some people killed by the gods. Although they belong to the same force, how could the battle not be affected? Chapters 964. At the beginning, the gods were really stunned. Because they can't believe that there are other people in the world who dare to say the word roll to them. Maybe some powerful people can say it. But Gao Peng is not included at all. They had never heard of Gao Peng, so at this time, they were stunned and felt that all this happened was incredible. This guy to let them go in front of the public. You're going to kill them. It's unforgivable. It's unforgivable. Are you looking for death? Finally, there was a god to return to the god, but at this time he said that the teeth were about to be broken directly. It can be seen how angry he is at this time. But what about anger? Gao Peng simply ignored their existence, because he didn't want to repeat his words for the second time. If these guys were misbehaving, they would kill them directly. Gao Peng's actions stimulated all the gods again and again, only to see that they can't stand it now. No matter what your purpose is, you must be killed. Bang! There was a big bang. One of the gods suddenly made a move, which made many people feel a little unexpected. Unexpectedly, someone would suddenly make a move. Everyone's pupil shrank, and before they could react, a huge hand directly covered all their eyes, as if a darkness suddenly appeared in front of them. What's the matter? What can't be seen by my eyes? Is it that the world becomes dark directly? It's not that our eyes can't see. Suddenly, we don't know what directly covers all things, so we can feel that our eyes can't see. Something is covering our eyes. No, it makes the whole sky dark. It can't cover our eyes. No matter how they guess, it's really getting dark, which makes them have no idea what's going on. They only remember that there was a god Zun who suddenly made a move. Did that god Zun make it? It doesn't look like it either. How can a god show such a powerful power, but also let a lot of god on the scene have no resistance, suddenly cannot see clearly? How could the gap be so large? Then there is only one possibility left, that is, other people move their hands, but there seems to be no other people here, right? Just when some people think so, they suddenly think of Gao Peng. Gao Peng always shows special calmness, as if they don't pay attention to all their people. It gives people a very powerful visual impact. Now they think of Gao Peng for the first time, because he is the only one possible. When the thought came out, all the people felt a special shock, but they did not speak, because in this kind of place where they could not see at all, if they were heard by others, then it's really going to suffer. But they can't calm down for a long time. It's really that their guess is too terrible. If it is true, then they just provoke a big devil. Damn it, how come I haven't heard of this man? Chapters 965. The darkness did not last long. When the darkness completely disappeared, it had completely restored the vision, but at this time, the emperor felt that his eyes had not appeared the illusion. Why are all the gods gone? Especially the deity who just surrounded that guy is gone now, and I don't know what happened. Just when the darkness appears and disappears, people will completely disappear. Is there any inevitable connection among them? Here am I hallucinating? Why didn't I see the gods? I didn't even feel their breath. What's the matter? I feel that I also have hallucinations, because I also don't see those deities, don't I say? These emperors looked at each other one by one, and saw the shocking things from the eyes of many emperors. It was just a moment. If that guy did it, how powerful is his strength? I can't believe it, I can't believe it. Gao Peng's strength has completely refreshed their cognition. Although they have no evidence to prove it, it's just such an obvious thing here. Where else do they need to think about the evidence? All the emperor can't help but step back. This is not the existence that they can provoke, no matter whether they doubt it or whether they think Gao Peng is the culprit. But it's not something they can easily mix in. Go. It's not something we can take part in. Let's go. With our strength, we will be killed in minutes. Let's run. These emperors are now frightened, because they have no use staying here. They may even be killed anytime and anywhere, since it has been identified as Gao Peng. But they are not sure, and they are not sure whether there are other strong people around them. All these are unknown. That's why they feel so scared. But they obviously think too much. Gao Peng still doesn't care about them. Their children are very weak. How can they waste these time on them? Before that, those gods were just looking for their own death. If they didn't, they wouldn't be destroyed at all. In the end, they were looking for their own death. Gao Peng doesn't pay attention to these guys anymore, because they don't have any effect on him, and they don't want to solve all these guys. It's a waste of energy and time. Are you here? It didn't take long for them to feel the breath of the invincible and powerful, and their speed was particularly fast. They went through space cracks one after another and came directly to the place where Gao Peng is now. Shoo shoo shoo. Several voices broke into the air, and several old people appeared at once, who seemed to be very old. But when they appeared, they walked with their eyebrows tightly. The whole void has become a little different. Originally, so many people have been reduced by a large part, most of them are God worshippers. Although God worshippers are rare, they can't be few. It's a little weird. Chapters 966. Every coming invincible strong man is silent for a moment. When they come, they already feel something wrong, and some breath has suddenly disappeared. Especially those who are God worshipped. I don't know why the breath communication has disappeared, and it's only in a moment. When they came here, their anger was unbearable. His face was particularly livid. At this time, there are 3 invincible strongmen here, and some of them haven't come here yet. However, with these 3 people, they can basically be solved safely. They think so. Seeing these 3 people coming, those gods stopped the trend of running away immediately, and their faces showed joy. Ancestor, ancestor, the old ancestor has come, so we don't have to be afraid anymore. This guy can't escape from the palm of his hand. Now let's have a good look at how he died. Even dared to kill the people in the void cave, knowing that they don't know how to live or die. At this time, he should be completely flustered, right? Ha 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 ha. The arrival of these invincible and powerful people directly brought unimaginable self-confidence to all the people present. All of a sudden, they not only didn't escape, but also laughed. They feel safe now. I don't know that they are also very dangerous now. As long as you want to kill them, it's very easy. But Gao Peng is not so boring. To deal with this kind of guy, he felt that he was wasting his time, not only could not gain benefits, but also could not improve his strength. There's no need to deal with that at all. Just then, the 3 invincible strong people who came to us immediately turned black as the bottom of the pot and shouted coldly, "Shut up for me. Now you are still in the mood to laugh for me. Do you want to make us angry? Give me how far to roll, don't get in the way of our eyes. What's the use for you guys who don't have enough success or more failures, who are all rubbish, who can't even deal with such a troublemaker, and have died so many people? These invincible strongmen are just about to explode. After all, this is their territory. Not only can they not kill this perpetrator. Let this hateful guy kill so many people in their territory, and it's as if it's joy that the group of rubbish is still there laughing. What are they? I don't want to think about what I was like before. If all the people try their best to cultivate, how can they let others go wild on their own territory?" Gao Peng heard that guy's words, and felt a little upset. How could he say it as if he looked down upon him? I said, "Old man, are you too arrogant? Are you looking down on me? Or do you think I'm weak? How many people have I killed, don't you know? Even if it is in your city, Shenzhuntong is not my opponent. You dare to be arrogant in front of me. You think your strength is too much stronger than theirs, so you have already forgotten about it." Chapters 967. Oh my god. Where did this guy come from? Even if we were arrogant just now, we dare to speak rudely to our ancestors. Is he tired of living? Do you really think you are strong? God is just as weak as a baby in front of the ancestor. Don't you know if this guy has brain drain, or does he think his strength is really strong? As soon as the emperor's face changed, he felt that he had heard something incredible. It was actually Gao Peng's words that were so powerful for them. Their ancestors are the most powerful group of people in the world. Few of them are their rivals, because they are basically closed now, breaking through a higher level. But now there's a guy who hasn't been able to fight. Although his strength is really strong, compared with their ancestors, it can't be compared. This has left them wondering what to say. This guy must be finished. He is trespassing in the empty cave. At this time, he is so rude. I think he will be cold. Ha ha, it's better to let this guy just be so arrogant, as if all people are not in his eyes, and what he does is so cruel, and directly kill all the gods. No matter what kind of force he is, you dare to offend our void cave, so let them have a taste of what it's like to pay a price. Many of the gods were beaming. But this time they learned to be smart, and they didn't dare to speak out directly, because if they said so, it would definitely cause the dissatisfaction of the ancestors. Then they will have to taste the pain of flesh and skin. After all, their strength is the weakest in the empty cave. The weakest is that they never have many rights. Once something happens, they always go to the top of the bag. Once they say something wrong, they are also the ones who are finally punished. At least they need to be promoted to the god, so they have a little voice. It can be seen how they are holding back at this time. But they also have a sense of pride. Because in this force, no matter how weak your strength is, no one dare to bully you easily. Of course, except for the strong in the same force, other people already know that you are a void cave, that is, you dare not act rashly, or even dare not say a heavy word to you. Because they are afraid of getting into trouble. Because of this, many people want to break their heads and enter into the major forces, so that they can support the people with the help of the dog. At the same time, they can also get more resources. Many people have this idea, so they don't want to be the leader of the weaker forces at all. Prefer to be weak in the big power. Better be a phoenix tail than a chicken head. Most people have this idea. At this moment, when the emperor heard Gao Peng's words, their hearts had already blossomed happily, but they were holding each other and did not dare to show them directly. This will definitely attract the attention of the old ancestor. It's better to keep a low profile. I've just been scolded by the old ancestor. If I make any sound again, maybe we have to be punished again. Chapters 968 inches you. What did you just call me? One of the old men was a little angry, only to see him blow his beard and stare at Gao Peng, with a trace of murderous air in his eyes. It's almost ready to condense, but all these murderous gases are around him, and they don't radiate directly. That's it. Don't let everyone be frightened. Even the surrounding space begins to shake. Even the space in this empty cave is also shaking violently. Everyone retreated in fear. It's really not easy to get close to them. Those divine emperors have basically been determined. Their ancestors are absolutely completely angry now. It's better not to provoke easily. Otherwise, it will really suffer. As for the other two invincible strongmen, they are really angry at this time, but their endurance is relatively good, and they are not so easily angry directly. But their breath is also rising. Are you deaf? Of course I call you old man. I'm very old. What's the old man? I feel that you can almost be buried in the earth. At this time, you come out to join in the fun. What's this? For the sake that you are all about to enter the earth, I will give you some face. Now hurry up, then I can let you live. For those wastes, I will not touch them. I think it's a waste of energy to kill them. Gao Peng shows a very indifferent look. In fact, his heart won't let them go at all. Now it's just a verbal advantage. How could it be so easy to let go of such a powerful person? But other people didn't know what he was thinking at all. After hearing his words, they were so angry that their noses were crooked. Especially those invincible strong ones. At that time, they just wanted to tear Gao Peng apart. They had never hated a person so much. Now it's there. That's Gao Peng. Only to see them blow their beard and stare, their breath will explode directly, as if the volcano is about to erupt, with a faint growth. The gods were terrified. They have never felt the breath of their ancestors, and when they heard what Gao Peng said, they were going to pee. This is just too arrogant. We can even say such words. Does he think that his death is not fast enough? Unexpectedly, he went to offend the old ancestor again and again. Don't you want us to back up together? Even if they can't see the battle here, they don't want to be affected by the disaster. It's really a dangerous place. It's better to leave early. But no one is directly hiding in the space cracks. After all, the fight here is too dangerous, which may completely destroy the space cracks. At that time, they will not be able to come up with a situation that no one wants to see, so no one is foolishly flying directly into the space cracks. However, most people come to the entrance of the void cave. Although they can't go out at this time, it's relatively safe here. At least it's much safer than a space crack. Chapters 969. The invincible are really angry. Never seen someone so despise them, again and again too much. That's going too far. They were really angry at this time. All the people saw their beard and hair clearly and all of them were flying up. It's definitely a sign of anger. It's over. It seems that the old ancestor is really angry. This time, there must be a lot of people to suffer, and I don't know if we can withstand it. I think it's better for us to hide far away, otherwise we may really suffer in the future. Then where do you say we hide? Basically, all places here may be affected by the ancestors, and we can't go out yet. Yes, we didn't get permission at all. We couldn't go out at all. This time it's really over. The emperor of the empty cave was completely flustered. Naturally, they knew the strength of their ancestors and how terrible it was. Because they knew it, they were even more worried. This is not something ordinary people can contend with at all. But that guy is going to annoy the old ancestor again and again. I don't think he has enough life. It's not known to all, but only that Gao Peng is absolutely a madman. Otherwise, how could he say such crazy words? Doesn't he consider who is standing in front of him? It's terrible. You are the first one to make us angry after such a long time of closure, and our mind has been honed to a very stable state, but you will shake it all of a sudden. It seems that those who practice are not good enough. But since you are so arrogant, I'd like to see how powerful you are. I've rushed to our territory and killed so many people all of a sudden. I have to say you are special. Just don't know when you can resist. Don't be killed by us all of a sudden. I don't know if it's because I've figured it out. One of the invincible strong ones suddenly feels like he's not angry. But if you look closely, you can still find that his breath has not stopped at all, and it is still rising. And he didn't even want to stop. Maybe it's really angry. I'm so angry that I want to kill the bastard in front of me. Otherwise, it's hard for them to get rid of their anger. Oh, you say you want to kill me. Isn't that a joke? I think it's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Although you're a little older, you've said such unacceptable things. I really don't know if you are old and confused. I guess you don't know what you are talking about, do you? Not if you can kill me, but if I kill you, it's easy. Gao Peng looked at it with contempt. There was no joke in his eyes. It was all indifference, and there was no expression on his face. It does seem like that. But if you look at Gao Peng's age, you can't feel where he is strong, but it really gives a special feeling of suffocation. It's just weird. Chapters 970. All the gods were shocked. They can't imagine what kind of person can say such words. Does he think he is invincible in the world? Dare to talk to their ancestors like this? I can't believe it. It's like hallucination, but they don't think it's a hallucination. They just think Gao Peng is too arrogant. But if you kill some gods, do you really think you are invincible in the world? I don't know who I'm going to face. It's really sad. All the people couldn't help shaking their heads and gloating at Gao Peng. They really want to see Gao Peng. Later, if they know the real strength of their ancestors, what kind of expression will it be? Ah, I really hope that when he sees the strength of the ancestors, what kind of reaction will it be? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want if you have some strength? It's just ridiculous. It's just a stupid guy. All the God Huang are gloating and laughing. But at this time, their hearts are really looking forward to seeing how shocked Gao Peng is. It's just how could Gao Peng be so easy as they wish? I don't know how many of you haven't come out, but I really don't have much interest in you old people who are going to enter the earth, but I really want to see how many people you hide in this place. As soon as Gao Peng finished saying this, a bad smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It is this smile that makes all people feel a little chilly. Even if it is all the invincible strong, at this time, I can't help feeling some bad premonition, but I haven't waited for them to react. After Gao Peng, a huge virtual shadow emerges, directly covering a large part of the space. Next, Gao Peng did something that everyone couldn't believe. It's obvious that it has been planned for a long time, and it doesn't give everyone any space to think. One space crack after another collapsed in an instant, and could not bear his attack at all. All of a sudden, it disappeared in the eyes of the public. No number. Stop it for me, stop it for us. Stop, stop. 3 invincible strong people want to stop it, and their first reaction is to quickly stabilize those space cracks. Instead, I didn't want to kill Gao Peng. It's not to stop. Because there are people living in these space cracks, there must be many disciples in the void cave, and most of them are still closed. So no matter what happened, in fact, some people would not pay attention to it at all. At this time, the space cracks would explode directly. There is almost no room for the people there to survive. And all of a sudden several cracks in the space directly collapsed. There is absolutely no possibility for the people in it to survive. All of them are shocked by the scene in front of them. The heart has been shaking. Even the soul began to tremble. It was terrible. It's crazy. Chapters 971. All the faces of the emperor were frozen. They couldn't imagine the scene in front of them. They couldn't imagine that there would be such a scene in front of them. It's terrible. They have witnessed the scene of the instant collapse of the space cracks, as long as they think that if they are in the space cracks, it is absolutely impossible to escape. They don't have the strength. At the same time, they can't resist the devastating blow. At this time, they feel how small they are. At the same time, they realize how terrible Gao Peng is. They can't match it at all. It's terrible. It's just terrible. And this guy actually did such a crazy thing in front of their ancestors, not to mention that they could not stop him. I can't believe it, but they have witnessed all this with their own eyes, which makes them feel that their hearts are beginning to shake. This guy is very powerful. Although he may not be stronger than the old ancestor, and his courage is really beyond everyone's imagination, and I don't know why he has such courage. Isn't he afraid that the old ancestor they killed him? Those invincible strong men tremble with rage. In their state, they will not be unable to control their bodies, and they can easily control their emotions, but now they do not want to control it all. It's too deceiving. Someone dared to act in their territory, but also in front of them, directly broke up a few spaces, cracks inside, but there are many of their disciples. Now it is estimated that all died in the inside. Their hearts are just so angry. If they knew this, they would never give their senior friend any time to talk nonsense, and they would kill him immediately. Otherwise, it will not happen. You're really playing with fire. It seems that you can only be killed directly now, but we won't be so cheap for you. We'll let you have a good experience of what a big mistake it is to live in this world. Let you tell us the forces behind you, because they will be destroyed, and no one in this world can stop us anymore. No one is allowed. These invincible strongmen are really angry. They are not ready to spend any more time and don't want to give Gao Peng any chance. After all, they don't know what crazy things Gao Peng will do. If we do it again, the void cave will be basically abandoned. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. When Gao Peng heard what they said, he didn't have any mood swings at all. He even smiled and said, "You've said it several times, but now I'm still fine. Can you have something practical? If you don't talk too much, I don't think those space cracks will collapse, and the people inside will never be killed. In fact, a large part of this is due to your head. After all, you are so boring. If you want to kill or cut, just come directly. Why waste your time? But I really want to ask you, how do you feel when you see your space cracks being broken by me?" Chapters 972 inches. You should. One of the old people is totally unbearable, maybe because his temper is very irascible, and at the moment, he can no longer bear Gao Peng's unbridled provocation and provocation. Phew. This old man directly cut through the sky, and the space in the void cave suddenly cracked, and there was also a flash of lightning around. The whole space began to shake irregularly, and the gods around them changed their faces. They didn't expect that their ancestors would take action without warning. No, let's run. At this time, they couldn't manage other things, but they went to other places desperately. Some people were even smart enough to go straight through the entrance of the void cave. Ready to go straight out. This is not where they can stay at all. If they stay here, who knows what kind of influence they will encounter next. What's more, their strength is still the weakest. It's impossible to resist here. It's possible to be destroyed anytime, anywhere. It's impossible to control so much, let alone consider whether it will be punished. Now they just want to escape as soon as possible. It's true to keep your life. Boom. There was a violent shaking in the void cave. At this time, another old man stopped the angry old man directly, and they looked at each other like this. "What are you doing? So you want to destroy our territory? There are still many people in the space crack. If you fight here, they may be killed by you. Do you want to kill them?" One after another, the angry old man calmed down, because he also realized his mistakes. If he really fought here, it would definitely cause special bad results. Gao Peng will not suffer much loss. At most, they are killed, but their territory may be completely destroyed. After all, although the void cave is very stable, they have reached the level of invincible. It's really easy to collapse the whole space. This is not what they want to see. I was just so excited that I almost forgot that this is our place. It's really that this guy is so hateful. Now when I see him, I can't stand my temper. He just destroyed our space crack. He must have killed a lot of people. It's disgusting. I know you are very angry. In fact, I am very angry inside myself. But this is not our battlefield. If we fight here, more people will die. It will be more than worth the loss. We have to find a way to directly pull him out and solve him outside. Although he is very young, his strength cannot be underestimated. We can't neglect it. Although they seem to care little, their hearts have already paid special attention to it. Gao Peng's strength is not only that. Dare to come to their territory alone, which is enough to prove his courage. Perhaps strength is also particularly strong. Chapters 973. Gao Peng just looked at the two old men there in disgust, but he was not in a hurry. Just now, he was almost able to improve his strength. He can feel the strength of each other. However, when the opponent was about to make a move, he was stopped directly, so he was not judged as the enemy by the system. A little pity. However, he was not worried. Anyway, the enemy was already in front of him. He could improve his strength anytime and anywhere. Moreover, according to the appearance of the other party, he probably didn't say anything. It should not be so easy to let him go. He has done so many crazy things. As long as he is a man with conscience, he can never be let go. He still has a sense of self-knowledge. Although he felt that he was crazy in doing things, and even had some unscrupulous means, he could only do so in order to get through the predestined disaster. This is not an excuse. It's a change he's making. Sometimes he can't be too kind. Otherwise, you will always be the one who suffers from the loss, although it's absolutely impossible for him to suffer from the loss. But he didn't want to have such a compassionate character. It's better to be more ruthless and ruthless, so that he wouldn't let those dog's skin plasters be directly wrapped up. If someone dares to pester him, kill him directly. I don't think they dare to fight here easily. It's their territory anyway. If all the people fight here, the territory will fall apart in an instant, and all the losses will be theirs. What's more, I feel that there are definitely people in those cracks. I think they don't want all of them to die here, so they are discussing what to do next. Looking at each other's signs, Gao Peng immediately guessed what the other side was thinking, but he didn't need to worry about anything. His goal is nothing more than the invincible. Other rubbish means nothing to him at all. It's just to improve his strength. Maybe there are more powerful people in this force besides these people, but it's not the time to live or die, so it doesn't appear at all. But Gao Peng believes that as time goes on, their guys can't stand it. If Gao Peng is going to kill these invincible strong guys, he just doesn't know if those guys can stand it. Oh, each of them pretends to be profound. Who knows that they have been listed as prey by others for a long time, but at this time, they still think that with the help of these invincible strong ones, they can definitely take Gao Peng's clothes. You can even kill Gao Peng. They didn't need to do anything at all. At the beginning, they had the idea that even if Gao Peng destroyed 2 spaces in a flash, the crack was not a powerful means in their eyes. At least they can handle it easily. This may be pride, so that they directly miss the opportunity to start. No, even if they appear, they can't solve the problem at all. Gao Peng can't use common sense to say that it's a complete monster. Moreover, it still has a systematic hanging force. Whoever fights with him will be crushed. If he is not the enemy, he still hopes to win Gao Peng. But few people know this weakness at this time. Chapters 974. As if it had been negotiated, the 3 invincible strong men faced Gao Peng at the same time, with a cold look on their faces. Sometimes they are really angry, but they tell themselves that they can't fight on their territory. Otherwise, more people will die, and all the losses are theirs. We must not fight here. The angry old man said, I don't know what your purpose is, but it's obvious that you are trying to get us into trouble. That's better. Let's go out and fight. But you can beat us. No, as long as you can beat one of us, then what is your purpose? We can try our best to meet you. But if you lose in our hands, then you have to watch for us in this life, that is to see a door that you blow up. What do you think? Gao Peng couldn't help but turn a white eye. Unexpectedly, these guys discussed for a long time and came up with such a thing. It's insane. You have reached the situation of endless immortality. You even play this kind of game. Are you afraid that you have already closed the door and cultivated until your mind has been exhausted? Gao Peng really didn't know how to say it, but in his silence these seconds, let those guys think that he is afraid directly, so the old man suddenly sneered. Aren't you afraid? I think so. After all, you are still very young, and your talent is really special. If you are given a period of time, it will definitely grow into something we fear. But your present strength is still too weak to support your ambition. We don't know what your purpose is here, but you are still ready to be captured. Otherwise, it would be too unworthy to be killed by us. Even watching for us is better than being killed by us, isn't it? Those old guys are talking to me in your words. It seems that they have seen Gao Peng through. If they don't know that Gao Peng is completely speechless at this time. Where do these guys get confidence? Is it because they have been practicing for a long time that they think they are really powerful? Or they already think they are really invincible? No one else is their match. If this idea is true, one day there will be a shipwreck in the gutter. The invincible is just a title, which does not mean that they are really invincible. This is also a misunderstanding of many people. The invincible strong has a wide range, so it is called because when promoted to the invincible strong, you can directly control the whole void. It can almost be integrated with the void, that is to say, it will be called the invincible strong, but it does not mean that the invincible strong is really invincible. It's also going to be killed. But it's not so easy to be killed. Unless all the marks they left in the void are completely erased, then the invincible will be killed. It's not easy to wipe it out. Chapters 975 inches. How is it? How are you thinking? The furious old man asked again. At the moment, his face also showed a little triumphant expression, as if he had grasped all the threads of Gao Peng, because he thought he had seen through everything of Gao Peng. That's why he feels so dominant. Even the rest of the elderly, though not so decent at this time, have similar ideas in their hearts. It can be seen that at this time they really think it's the death of eating. However, is this really the case? Gao Peng was completely speechless and couldn't help saying, "Are you afraid that you are not stupid to shut down? Or because it's been a long time, I've broken my brain now? When did I say I had to think about it? It's like I'm afraid of you. I just think you guys are too naive. Now we are enemies. Of course, we are both defeated or killed. How could there be such a gambling agreement? It's too much fun. I don't know how your brain can come up with such a thing. That's enough for you, but, if you really want to die, I don't mind giving you a ride." As soon as the wind of Gao Peng's words changed, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of the whole person's mouth, which made people unable to see through. What kind of idea was he? It was different from what he had shown before. This also makes these old people a little flustered. It's not because they can't grasp Gao Peng's heart. It's not because they feel that Gao Peng seems to have made some changes, which makes them feel a little uneasy. What's the matter? Why do I feel a sense of uneasiness rising slowly? Is that to say, what kind of change has this guy made? I also have this feeling, but I don't know what kind of change he has made. It gives me a sense of uneasiness and makes me want to stay away from him. What is this? The three people are talking with each other in their own way. In the outside world, they have a good control of their expressions and emotions. Gao Peng doesn't notice any changes. But at this time, they can't bear it. They always feel that things are getting more and more strange. This guy is obviously very young, and he has absolutely no strength. They are still powerful, but why do they feel a little uneasy? And the other side's performance is still so calm. A weak person in the face of the strong is not such an expression at all, and it is more impossible to be such a state. This made several of them completely confused. Especially when they look at Gao Peng's face, they are totally different. There is a wonderful breath around them all the time, which makes their pupils shrink one after another. At this time, they finally know where that uneasy feeling comes from, which is definitely uploaded from the strange power of Gao Peng. It looks so weird. Even if several of them don't know what kind of power it is, just feel it or don't touch it easily, otherwise what will happen is really unexpected. Even more unpredictable. Chapters 976 inches. This is. What's the matter with his breath? It's just a moment. It's so weird. It's amazing. Did you get some chance? It doesn't look like he has the same strength, but you can't find out what's wrong. It's really strange. These three invincible strong men are still wondering what kind of change Gao Peng has made, but no matter how they observe it, there is no clue at all. In the end they can only give up. Gao Peng's mouth slightly raised. I promised you the engagement you just said. Why don't we go out now? How? If I can win you, you guys will let me do what I want. If I lose, I'll see the door for you all my life, no matter how much my strength has been raised in the future, but I'll always look at the door for you. I wonder if you are satisfied with this bet. Gao Peng just thought it over. He felt it necessary to call up some powerful people. Although he said that his strength could be improved in an instant every time, these invincible powerful people will definitely play a very important role in the future. You can't just be killed for nothing. He is indeed not rare, but if there are so many invincible strong people, Xianxia's life safety will be guaranteed, and basically no one can hurt her. In addition, there will be turbulence in the near future. At that time, he doesn't know what kind of situation it is. It's better to attract more invincible and powerful people first, which means that it will play an unimaginable role in uncertain time. His strength is really very strong, but it doesn't mean that he can be separated. Sometimes there will be omissions when he does things. But if there are many invincible strong players, no matter who they are, there is no pressure. This is just when he suddenly thought it over. After such a thought, some of them are out of control. Next, we need not only to improve our own strength, but also to attract more powerful people. Gradually come out of their own a larger force, although not necessarily to help him, but these guys are absolutely available. No one knows what will happen in the future, and also does not know what kind of disaster will happen in this continent, since we have to prepare for the feeling of uneasiness in the dark. When all the powerful people here are waved down, they can go to other forces and just improve their own strength. Suddenly I heard Gao Peng's words. All of a sudden, these invincible strong people were stunned. They didn't react for a while. When they reacted, they saw Gao Peng staring at them with a smile. It's like seeing through all their inner thoughts. It's a little scary. There's a little gap in their strength. But why are they always in the downwind? It's so inexplicable that they don't even know how to say it, but now the result is just what they want. Absolutely not. Let's go out and fight now. The territory here is so small that it's not enough for us to fight. Let's find a place a little more remote to fight. Just be ready to show us the gate. Chapters 977 inches. Let's wait until we win. I don't know who is going to lose and who is going to win. Besides, I don't think I will lose myself. After all, you guys are old and may be buried in coffins at any time. So it's better for you to be careful and even consider how to listen to me honestly in the future. Gao Peng sneered contemptuously, and then went to the entrance of the empty cave without looking back. At this time, the entrance had already been blown open by him. Basically, it can't be completely closed. But we can also feel the mysterious power, just like crossing the time and space tunnel. Even at this time, his strength is not weak, but we still feel that this entrance is a little strange. I just don't know how to do it. At that time, when these guys are all received by their own staff, then ask them what's the matter with this entrance. Although Gao Peng can blow up the entrance, it doesn't mean that he can do everything. He is a violent man. It's all about violence. Killing people is not blinking. Now he is slowly numb to this kind of thing. All he wants now is to improve his strength as soon as possible and eliminate all possible dangers. It's not easy to stand firm in this world. There must be no accidents. Gao Peng stepped out step by step, just as a face suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, the owner of that face suddenly leaned back. Bang! Fall directly from a height. Gao Peng is slightly stunned, and feels that this matter is just too inexplicable. What's the matter with that guy? However, when he carefully felt the breath of that guy, he suddenly found that there was no breath on that guy. Just when they met each other, they proved that they were still alive. But now suddenly there is no breath. This supposed to be dead? Gao Peng himself was a little embarrassed. He thought that he had such a function and could frighten others to death. It was the first time he saw this guy's courage. How could he be so small? He just killed himself. That guy is a god, but he is already very powerful outside, but he is scared to death here. If he is known by others, it is impossible to believe him. If he hadn't witnessed it, he wouldn't believe it. After all, it's just too inexplicable. Isn't the emperor's heart particularly firm? It shouldn't have happened, but now it does appear, and when he feels inexplicable, he is scared to death with a god. It's really amazing. Am I so horrible? Although it can be done, to frighten a god to death, others may not believe it if they say it, even I may not believe it. If they don't see me with their own eyes, they really can't believe it. In fact, in addition to Gao Peng, those divine emperors who hide aside also found such a scene, and their hearts just turned over the waves. The first thing I think is that Gao Peng is going to kill the emperor, because he has just come out and killed a god emperor. What is not going to kill the emperor? Chapters 978 inches. My god. I feel that I have hallucinated. What kind of ability does that guy have? Just now, you can kill a god directly. Isn't it too terrible? This is a murderer king. Anyone who is close to him will be killed by him. Never approach him easily, or he will kill him like the guy just now. Let's run. Gao Peng. At this time, he was really speechless, and he also heard the cries of the gods, which made him feel more wronged. He didn't even want to kill that emperor. Who knows that the emperor is not so frightened? He was scared to death just when he saw him. He has never seen such a timid guy. Moreover, his strength is very strong in this world. How can this person's psychological quality be so poor? How did he break through this realm? Gao Peng really doesn't know what to say, and he doesn't know. This kind of guy doesn't know how to promote them to this state. It's too bad. Seeing that the emperor was scattered, Gao Peng didn't pay any more attention to those guys, because now he didn't have time to pay attention to the garbage. No matter what they think inside, he doesn't care at all. Now he just wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, and he has to receive the 3 guys behind him. It's also invincible. This can't be missed in vain, and I don't know what kind of disaster will happen in the future, which can make him uneasy, so it's definitely not a general disaster. It may affect him. After all, he is a man with a system, which is enough to defeat the sky. No matter what kind of enemy he is, as long as he is close to him or fights with him, he will surpass him instantly. But even so, he can feel a little uneasiness, so it can definitely threaten his existence. This is the reason why he always wants to improve his strength. No one knows what will happen in the future, but at least he should prepare for the future. Just in case. Whoosh whoosh, 3 voices broke through the void, and the 3 invincible powers came out of the void cave directly. But when the 3 of them came out, they kept their eyes on the body that had just fallen to the ground. That one is the scared emperor. When they saw this scene, their eyes immediately became extremely red. If they had done so before, they were ready to fight for an appointment. They even wanted to kill the people in the void cave, make them feel special anger. The breath on their bodies is almost overwhelming, and now they are outside the building, not in the empty cave at all, and they will not even consider the surrounding situation. When Gao Peng saw this scene, he was also slightly stunned and very busy. I said I didn't do it, can you believe it? Now that you dare to argue, the corpses are here. Who else can do such a thing here? It's the big husband who dared to do it. Why don't you dare to admit it? What is that? Chapters 979 inches. No, I didn't kill it. If I did, I would admit it without hesitation. But I didn't want to kill this man at all. Then you didn't mean it. Even so, it is unforgivable. You have done so many unbearable things. Don't you know that all these things are a living life? The furious old man was completely angry. It seemed that when he came outside, he immediately released all his anger. He didn't want to be patient at all. The other 2 elders will not stop at this time, because the fight here will not affect the void cave completely, so there is no need to worry too much. But Gao Peng was depressed at this time. That's not what he did at all. Why should it all be blamed on him? He just felt so depressed. It's clear that he just stepped out of the void cave. But that guy died directly for no reason. Who can I talk to? And there were many people who saw it, but they had formed a fixed thinking for a long time. They all thought that Gao Peng was using the means they didn't know to kill the emperor directly. This is really a jump into the yellow river cannot wash. Gao Peng was about to spit blood, and said gloomily, can I say that I didn't kill this? I really don't need to kill any more. I'm not aiming at all this rubbish, okay? I can kill any of these guys, so why kill only one person? And if I don't want you to know why I still keep his body here, it can be completely destroyed. What's more, do you think I'll let those guys go? Gao Peng points to the gods who are running away in the distance. In fact, if he really wants to kill people, those gods can't escape at all. After all, when he opened the killing ring before, he destroyed the space crack directly. This is called real killing. Don't give others any hesitation at all, and don't give others the chance to escape, and where can he do such a stupid thing, just to kill a god's garbage? Isn't that a joke? What kind of identity is he now? And with his current strength, there is no need to worry about other things, and there is a need to kill this kind of garbage. Not only does it have no benefits, but it may also be criticized by other people. It's true that he doesn't need to worry about what others say, and he doesn't care at all. But when he wants to receive these 3 invincible powerful people to his own people, then he has to think about some things well, but he can't let others think that he is really a murderer. In order to improve his own strength, he can do whatever he wants, but he will not kill others for no reason. Let him feel special depressed. And no matter how he explains it, the other side doesn't seem to believe it. It's just that he's arguing. It's a feeling that makes people spit blood. Obviously, there is no matter about him, and in the end, he was wronged, inexplicably became a terrible demon king, which can frighten a god king to death directly. This has brought him a strong impact. He didn't know that he was really so terrible, but others gave him a good lesson. In the end, not only his heart was hurt, but also he was wronged by others. It's too hard. Chapters 980 inches. Can you not be so excited? Gao Peng almost spits out a mouthful of blood. I don't know how long it has been. I haven't been so depressed. If he didn't want to get these guys under his control, he didn't need to make these explanations at all. He just killed them, but in order to think about the future, it's better not to have any estrangement. Although he has killed so many people before, he was hostile at that time. Just now they have made an appointment. Then he turns around and kills others, which inevitably causes a little dissatisfaction in other people's hearts. He must not let this happen. When else do you want to quibble? Why can't you dare to do it? Here you are the only one with this ability. Who did it? The angry old man roared. The whole person's breath had reached the critical point, and the surrounding space began to appear slowly, shaking up, and there was a faint space crack. Gao Peng. It seems that he did it. It's not although he did cause the death of the emperor, it was not his intention at all, and he did not think about it at all. It was not the same to kill the emperor directly. He just stepped out of the void cave, and that guy was scared to death directly. What does this have to do with him? It doesn't make sense at all. But the furious old man stopped talking when he saw Gao Peng, and then he smiled coldly. I haven't said it yet, but I'm still quibbling. Is there nothing to say now? You are the only one who has such strength here, and you are the only one who has such motivation. When do you want to quibble? Do you think we are really old fogheads? I didn't expect you to be so mean. You've just made an appointment, but now you've killed the people in the empty cave. It's just disgusting. I didn't expect you to be such a guy. Although you have behaved so annoyingly before, at our level, you should at least keep your promise, which I haven't seen in you at all. Unforgivable. No, can you hear me out? Gao Peng is just a little stunned. Who knows that this guy suddenly thinks he is guilty of being a thief? This guy's brain is just amazing. I really don't know what to say about him. But Gao Peng had to explain. Good, good. Since you haven't finished, I'll give you a chance to finish what you want to say. I'll kill you when you finish. Now I don't want you to show us the gate. You are such a despicable fellow who is not qualified at all. Gao Peng's heart was helpless. He couldn't argue. No matter how he explained it, it seemed that it couldn't work. But he had to explain it clearly. It's really because of me, but I didn't kill him. No, I didn't want to kill him at all. It wasn't my unintentional act, but his own. I said he was scared to death. Do you believe it? Chapters 981. When Gao Peng finished speaking, the three invincible strong people were shocked immediately, and then their facial expressions became particularly rich, first from the beginning of the facial expressionless to the last white and black. In the end, the whole person's face showed ferocity, and also showed a look of iron green. It seemed that there was some terror indeed, even their breath had appeared a little confusion. The angry old man shivered with rage. Do you think we are very playful? This is to play us as fools, isn't it? I didn't expect you to joke with us even now. Unforgivable. Never forgive you. You are such a hateful fellow. No, why don't you check that guy's body? Then you will know if I have lied. If you don't know, it doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. That guy is really scared to death. I feel special and inexplicable myself. I just came out. That guy was scared to death when he saw me. What's the matter with me? If I were to kill him, where would I leave his body here? Can you use your brain to think about it? Is it because you have been closed for too long, and now your brain has become dull? Gao Peng can't bear to explain it again and again. He just wants to attract these three guys. However, if these three guys are able to make progress again and again, he won't want these three guys at all. Anyway, there are many strong people in the world. Although it's hard to find this kind of invincible strong person, he doesn't care. As long as his strength is improved, everything is not a problem. That is to say, we are no longer ready to give in. At the same time, the expression of those invincible and powerful people is also stagnant. Maybe they also think it is possible. After all, with Gao Peng's powerful strength, there is no need to leave a body here. Isn't that causing yourself trouble? Just think about it a little bit. At this time, they have probably realized that they took too much for granted. Maybe they were too angry when they saw the dead body and ignored many things subconsciously. The furious old man did not take care of Gao Peng anymore. He flew directly to the corpse of the emperor. When he stood in front of the corpse, he really carefully observed the facial expression of the other side. Like it's really not like someone killed it. The frightened expression on his face was the same as what he saw, the most terrible thing in the world, and there was no injury on his body. No matter where he looked, it was not like someone else had shot him. I really want to be scared to death. It's a bit awkward. If they are really scared to death, then the people in their power are too vulnerable. If they let others know, they really don't know how to think about them. And just now he was so irascible. Now he thought about it a little bit. He felt that his face was turning slightly red. He didn't think about anything clearly. He was angry there, but their people seemed to really scare themselves, and finally scare themselves to death, which is too useless, right? Chapters 982. The angry old man suddenly rose red in his face. It was simply a red face. I never expected that he would make such a mistake. The most embarrassing thing was that he was proud of himself. It's really scary. This is the most embarrassing. I didn't expect that their people's psychological quality was so poor that they were scared to death directly. Moreover, they were still such a powerful emperor outside. They were also overlords. This kind of mind can be scared to death directly. How does this guy get to this level? It's just incomprehensible. Gao Peng has never seen such a thing, and the furious old man has never seen it. It's too wonderful to think about it. This time, they met it. The two were so silent. The other two invincible strong men saw that the two of them were silent and looked at each other. What's the matter? Why is it suddenly quiet? Is there any discovery? I guess so. Otherwise, it's impossible to be quiet suddenly. Why don't we go and have a look now? Two people suddenly flew down from the sky. They felt that the atmosphere was too weird now, but when they flew to the angry old man's side, I finally know why I fell into silence. They also became quiet, looked at each other and saw some shock from each other's eyes. After all, this is the most wonderful thing they have ever met. They have all lived for such a long time. They haven't seen anything, but they still think it's the most wonderful thing. This is the emperor. No matter where it is, it's a very powerful person. But such a powerful person is scared to death. I don't know what he is thinking. How could the mind be so bad? How on earth did he practice to this extent? How did it break through to the emperor? All the people were silent for a while, and finally shook their heads in unison. Now this picture is not too beautiful. After all, they can't believe it. It just broke their cognition. It's the first time that such a guy has ever heard of the emperor being scared to death. He's heard of all kinds of death methods, but he's never heard of anyone being scared to death alive. And it looks like that it seems that I was scared to death directly and didn't struggle too much at all. If we let others know that the people in the void cave are like this, then this force will suffer many doubts. It's the top force in itself. Now, once this matter is passed on by others, I don't know what others will think. I guess all the wallpaper here is very watery, right? Chi, the three invincible strong men, looks at Gao Peng. His eyes reveal an unspeakable meaning. Gao Peng immediately understands what they want to express. Gao Peng waved his hand and said, "Don't think of me as such a despicable person. I will never talk around. What's the use for me even if I say it? Why should I do such a thing?" Chapters 983. Although Gao Peng is sure to say so, but these three invincible strong people still feel a little hesitation. After all, this kind of thing can never let other people know. Once let others know, then the consequences are unimaginable. Some people have been staring at them for many years. Maybe when this thing spreads out, it will cause those guys bad ideas. When it does, it will not be so simple. I hope so. We hope you'd better not talk about it. Otherwise, the whole continent will be in turmoil. Once someone knows this, he may think that the strength of the empty cave is not good. Then there will be a world war. I don't think you want this kind of thing to happen. After all, if this kind of thing happens, it will be a living thing. One of them, a relatively calm old man, said that this matter is not only about themselves, but also about many creatures in this continent. Although this may be a little exaggeration, but it is also true. After all, there are all kinds of people in the world. Some people always think that they control everything with a little information. It's true that there will never be less people like this. Gao Peng smiled and said, "You can rest assured that I have done a lot of things without any means to achieve my goal, but I will not be able to do the idea of exterminating all people. But I will keep it secret for you, so can we start now? And because this thing has wasted a lot of our time, and I haven't achieved my goal yet. Now we should get down to business." Three invincible strong suddenly quiet down, so quietly looking at Gao Peng. Gao Peng is also unwilling to show weakness to stare at the three of them. For a while, it seems that there is a little spark collision. If someone is here, they will be scared by the breath of the four of them. Moreover, their momentum is particularly terrible. Ordinary people dare not approach at all. I hope you don't say it. Although we don't know what kind of person you are, we will believe you once. Now we will start the agreement just now. At this time, no matter how much we say, it has no effect. After all, We don't know each other, and we don't need to guarantee for this matter. How can we say that their strength is so strong? At least what he said was so firm that it was impossible for us to cheat. Gao Peng also said that he didn't care about this practice. If he wanted to kill anyone, he would just go to the door and kill him. He would never use such despicable means. If he really used such despicable means, he even looked down upon himself. It doesn't have to be someone else's. Therefore, he will not do such a thing at all. He naturally believes in himself, but others don't believe him. That's another matter. But now no one cares about this kind of thing anymore. The old man waved and directly destroyed the scared emperor. This corpse must not be seen by others, or others will definitely associate with many things at that time, and it is not very good to put it away. Let it go. Chapters 984. Gao Peng watched the other party destroy the body, but he did not care about other things at this time, but felt a little blood boiling. Finally, we can fight. At present, the strength of these guys is absolutely strong, which is to allow him to improve his strength. I don't know if I can make him improve in all aspects. Ha ha ha. At this time, he felt very excited in his heart. He could not help but look up at the corners of his mouth. A faint smile was directly on his face. The irascible old man glanced at Gao Peng and said with great disdain, "It seems that you are very excited. Can laugh out unexpectedly at this time. Don't you know how great the gap between you and us is?" "Yes. Why didn't I feel it?" Gao Peng spread out his hands and said with a nonchalant face. "How wide is the power gap? Only when you have played really. Do you really think I'm weaker than you when you only detect it in this way? I think you are a little arrogant. Let's hurry up and stop talking nonsense here. I don't know when you can really fight if you don't talk nonsense anymore." Gao Peng extremely dislikes said. "It's just that there's so much bullshit in front of these guys. It's just endless. What do you want to do? Is it like this? I've been nagging here." As soon as the angry old man's face changed, he simply didn't give him face. Seeing Gao Peng's expression, he was enraged directly, and the whole person felt special anger. Dying. Phew. The angry old man disappeared in an instant, accompanied by the roar of the whole void, and then seemed to be unable to feel his figure, just like suddenly disappeared in this world. Gao Peng's eyes slightly changed. Even though his current strength didn't realize where the other side was, he felt that the real and the whole space had been integrated together. Some surprised him, but before he had any other ideas, the system's tone rang again. Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan. Completed. Name. Blowout God Emperor Race. Void Family Constitution. Void Blowout Body Blood. Void Blood Realm. God Emperor Level 4. It is detected that the highest realm of the enemy is God Emperor Level 4, which will automatically upgrade the host to God Emperor Level 5. It is detected that the enemy's constitution is not stronger than that of the host, so it will not be improved temporarily. It is detected that the enemy's blood is not stronger than the host, so it will not be upgraded temporarily. Gao Peng's strength increased several times in an instant. He felt that his own strength was strong. What's more, at this time, he could see the figure of the elephant god emperor. Although it's completely hidden in the void, now his strength has been improved so much that he can find the other side at once and where it is. That's how he found out that the other side was always hiding in the void, and was waiting for an opportunity to kill him at any time. If he didn't improve his strength in an instant, he would surely be killed in a short time. It's just terrible. According to the distance between the other side and him, it's not far, which makes Gao Peng shudder. Chapters 985. It's true that his strength has been improved, but Gao Peng's heart has generated new doubts about why such a powerful and invincible person failed to improve his physique and blood strength. Why is that? I feel that each other's physique and blood power are very strong. It should be able to let him improve again. But now the system has not let him improve at all. At most, it is just the improvement of the realm. This makes him feel special doubt. After so many promotions, he believes that only the improvement of blood and physical strength can make his strength change qualitatively. Otherwise, it is nothing more than the change of quantity. The promotion of the realm cannot bring him much strength. Only when the realm and blood force are promoted at the same time, can he crush people at the same level. This is also the most important. But now his physique and blood power have not been improved, and do not know what is going on. Is it because most of the functions of blood red have been understood by him, and now the function of oil has been simplified? It's strange that the physical strength and blood strength of each other should not only be so weak, but also it can't be just that. I feel that their strength is definitely stronger than mine. What's the matter? Gao Peng's heart is full of doubts. He doesn't realize anything else. However, all the functions of the system need to be explored and explored by himself. The system can't answer his questions at all. This is what makes people feel the most pain. No matter what happened, you can't ask. You can only grope for it slowly. If you succeed, you will suffer unimaginable consequences once you fail. Gao Peng is thinking about why his body and blood power can't be improved. The whole person of the Emperor feels that it's about to explode. At first, he was looking at Gao Peng triumphantly, and was preparing to wait until when he had the chance to absolutely subdue him. But when he was hiding in confidence, he found that Gao Peng didn't pay attention to him at all. But also did not want to find him, has been standing there stupidly, from time to time also showed a very strange smile, and even touched his chin for a long time. It makes him feel special weird. At the same time, the anger in my heart suddenly broke out. I didn't expect this guy to look down on people so much. It's time to completely ignore him. How disgusting. You have arrived, a hateful fellow. At this time, you dare to ignore me. Do you really think I dare not kill you? But it's just that you have some use. If you keep pushing forward, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that Gao Peng is still indifferent, Emperor Popout can't stand it. His temper is very irascible, and the only thing that may ignite his anger. What's more, this kind of fighting is ignored by the opponent, which is just too intolerable, and the anger inside erupts directly. He is no longer ready to approach so slowly. He wants to solve Gao Peng directly. This feeling is that his people have never appeared in the world. It will not appear again. Chapters 986. A little anger from the Emperor popped up. It seemed that the surrounding void moved with his anger. One after another void was directly cut off by him, which was invisible to the naked eye. But Gao Peng can see all the changes clearly, but others don't know that he can see clearly. So the Emperor was very proud. He thought that Gao Peng could not see his hand at all. At that time, the whole people were happy. The same is true of the other two invincible strong men. They can see clearly because their strength is not much different. Naturally, they know what the explosive power is ready to do. It is nothing more than to cut off all the emptiness and form a cage of emptiness, in which Gao Peng is imprisoned. It's definitely a big project. I think that kid is going to die this time. Now if he doesn't run away quickly, it's almost hard to escape once he's trapped by the cracker. I guess it's very difficult. After all, that kid just can't find him. Now he can only see his own creation. But that kid is so arrogant. Now I don't know what he thinks. And he's dying, and even dare to ignore it. It's really big enough. The other two invincible strong men began to talk at ease over there. Naturally, they were very clear and could see what the Emperor was doing. But that is to say, so they are more relieved. As long as Gao Peng can be trapped, they can almost be left to deal with it. At that time, it will be easy for Gao Peng to guard the door. He can't escape if he wants to. After all, this means is not so easy to escape. The Void Clan itself is used to control the power of the Void. As long as they activate their own blood force, they can control all the Void around them, and easily cut the shape, otherwise they will not be able to do it, like this kind of direct manufacturing into a cage. This method is extremely rare and powerful. It's hard for ordinary people to escape from the prison unless they are in a moment when the Emperor burst his hand. Or interrupt the hand of the Emperor. Otherwise, there will be real disaster. These two invincible and powerful people understand this truth, so they look at it with some schadenfreude, and think that Gao Peng is really finished this time. But things are not as right as they think. When the Emperor burst the emptiness that had been cut, he directly smashed it towards Gao Peng. Gao Peng disappeared in a flash. Several people on the scene couldn't find out how Gao Peng disappeared at all, and they didn't find out where Gao Peng had gone. It's just that people disappear from their eyes. What's the matter? Why didn't I feel his breath now, and where did he go? I can't see how he disappeared at all. What's going on? What happened? Why can't we find the figure of the petty bourgeoisie now? Has he escaped completely by some means? It is not that there is no such possibility, but they are not willing to admit it at all. At the same time, they also think that Gao Peng is absolutely impossible to do such a thing, which has been agreed before. How can we retreat in the face of war? Chapters 987 inches this. How is this possible? Where's this guy? Come out, come out. Just now, the bursting god is full of self-confidence. Sometimes he feels that he can't accept it. After all, he has just succeeded in making his empty cage. is preparing to imprison Gao Peng. But at this time he found that a flash of Gao Peng disappeared directly, there was no room for him to do anything, and at this time he could not find where Gao Peng was. This made him a little intolerable for a while. It's really unexpected, he thought that he was in the right place. Relying on Gao Peng's strength, he couldn't find his existence, let alone his attack. But now it seems that he is making love to himself. In fact, others have already found that he is just silent all the time. Now he can't even find the figure of the other party. This is the most frightening. The other two invincible strongmen are also stupid. They didn't expect that they would be like this now. This is not the same as what they thought at the beginning. Shouldn't Gao Peng be trapped by the empty cage directly? But why can Gao Peng find the figure of the elephant god emperor? At the beginning, he pretended, in fact, he could see it, but he didn't show it. If this is the case, it is just too hateful. They cheated all of them, and just now they thought that the victory was in hand, and no one else could see what they saw. But now it seems how stupid they are. In fact, others have already noticed it, but they haven't shown it all the time, but they actually think that they can't see it. How stupid it is. Even at this time, their hearts have been a little frightened. I really don't know what kind of situation Gao Peng is. It doesn't seem to be stronger than them at all. But why? How do you feel that Gao Peng is stronger than them? Even at this time, they still haven't found Gao Peng. What's going on? It's so puzzling. Burst God is completely angry, has not found Gao Peng's figure, only to see he began to crazy cut the void, block by him to cut. He would also carefully make the empty cage there. At this time, he wanted to find Gao Peng as soon as possible, only to see that at this time, the popping god was directly exposed, cutting off all the empty space. At the same time, regardless of any damage, he destroyed all the void gradually. Now he only wants to find Gao Peng, so he doesn't care what kind of price he will pay. How about killing a few more people at that time, even if they die? The furious emperor was angry at first, almost crushing all the emptiness, which was not a problem for him at all. It's the first time that he was teased by others. He can't forgive Gao Peng. It's really disgusting and unforgivable. Crushing all the emptiness is to find Gao Peng's figure, but when he wants to act, no one moves at all. Some people know that this is definitely more powerful people in the hands, and their strength is still weak, simply can't get together, at most can only give up. Chapters 988, I will find you no matter where you hide. When I crush all these empty channels, I don't believe you can survive. Then you will be directly involved in the empty turbulence. The emperor burst out laughing, only to see his speed become more happy at this time, directly let the space slowly crack. At this time, he is really very angry, but when he destroys the void, he feels extremely excited. Maybe the blood in his own body begins to cause trouble. The blood flowing in each human body is different, and each has his own temper and pride. Once these are touched, they can't help bursting out. No matter where you are, you should know what to do. The emperor wants to find Gao Peng and kill him at the same time. At this time, he has completely forgotten all the previous agreements and doesn't want to abide by them. If he can solve Gao Peng easily, there is no need for him to watch the goalkeeper again, so he will send out such words. Not yet, then wait for me to die. Popping God bit his teeth. At the moment, he didn't want to think about other issues. Maybe now his actions are a little thoughtless. But in order to find out Gao Peng, he has used all the available methods, but he doesn't know where Gao Peng is hiding or running away when they don't pay attention. Even the other two invincible, it is also very embarrassing at this time. You thought that everything was in your hands, but now you lose your enemy. What's more, they can't find it. I don't know how to say it. I can only stare at the god of blowout in such a stupidly way, and his temperament has changed quietly. No, it should be said that it has changed a lot, and the screen has come to this void directly, and at this time, with his destruction, the void has been a little overburdened. Several other invincible powerful people suddenly flew out. They didn't want to be affected like this, but at this time, they were still observing the trend of everything around them from time to time, and they also wanted to find the figure of Gao Peng. Where did you go? Where did you go? Popping God said to himself. At the same time, he began to destroy all the void cracks. Once it appeared, it was directly destroyed by him, and the void was also cut many times by him. However, Gao Peng's figure is still not found, which makes him more grumpy. His blood has been particularly grumpy and furious, let alone unable to calm down when encountering such things. I heard you were looking for me. How are you? Am I okay with you? But it's all directly in front of you. If it's you, I don't know how much more time it will take. I'm so kind to you. I'll show up right away when you find me. Gao Peng appeared directly behind the explosive power, and his sudden voice directly scared all the people present. The voice was almost supernatural, and they didn't even notice it, and it had already appeared in front of them. Isn't that scary? All the people present were a little frightened. When they looked at Gao Peng, they were somewhat shocked. Chapters 989. Boom. Boom. Although he was a little stunned, the emperor popped out with a fist when he looked back. The whole void was shattered by him. But with his sneak attack, how could he easily move to Gao Peng? The attack was dodged in an instant. Gao Peng said to me, "Do you have only such a little strength? I think you are too weak. I thought your strength could be seen in the past. But now it's obvious that I'm overestimating you. Not only can't find it, I can't even attack me. How weak are you? Tut tut, it seems that you are destined to be my subordinates. Although you are a little older, I don't mind your strength. I don't care if you are weak, but by comparison, you are more powerful than many people." Gao Peng looks up and down at the emperor. He clearly feels the power of the other side. So he is eager to take these invincible powerful people down. But that's a long way to go. After all, these strong men are already top-notch. How could they surrender so easily? The emperor felt Gao Peng's eyes, and the whole man was even more angry, because he felt that he was totally despised by others. How disgusting. Just want to play with him, but also ignore him directly now, which is just too unpleasant. I will kill you. I'm going to kill you. Unforgivable. The breath of the whole person of the popping god changed directly, as if it were the abyss of those black holes, and there was a strange power all over him. And his white hair, all turned black and gold, looked special and magical. The whole person also became a lot younger. At the same time, the strength of his body also became more powerful. This change makes Gao Peng feel particularly strange. Moreover, Gao Peng doesn't know that this grumpy guy can change his body. When he changes his body, the whole person looks young and powerful. It's just amazing. Gao Peng is more curious about them at this time. After all, he has never seen such a person who can be transformed. And after the transformation, the whole person became younger, not like the old man at the beginning at all, which directly made Gao Peng feel shocked. Sure enough, there is no wonder in the world. The other two invincible strong men were also slightly shocked, but at this time, their faces directly showed a smile, since the popping god was ready to put out all his strength. Then Gao Peng can't escape. Ha ha ha, it seems that we are going to be serious at this time, but we don't know if we can kill him directly. This guy is just too hateful. What are you afraid of? Soldiers come to block, water comes to submerge, there is no fear at all. These two invincible strongmen really feel that the victory has been on their side, and they can almost easily crush each other. But they obviously despised Gao Peng. They really thought it would be easy to take him down. They didn't care what kind of existence Gao Peng is now. This kind of small matter has been directly ignored by him for a long time. Chapters 990. Seeing such a change, Gao Peng felt a little surprised, especially that he could clearly feel the horrible power of the other side. It went up a lot in a flash. It's amazing, but he didn't feel afraid at all. At most, it was just a little surprise. Such strength was not enough to kill him. After all, his strength has been beyond the imagination of all people for a long time. What's more, his blood force and physique are even more frightening. Since they have not been improved, it shows that his blood force and physique are definitely much stronger than those people in front of him. This makes him more confident. Is this going to be Super Saiya? It's not just the color of your hair that has changed, it's doubled your strength. It turned out to be a Super Saiya. Even if Gao Peng saw that the strength of the other side had been improved, he didn't care too much, but he was still in the mood to make fun of it. I really think the guy in front of me is very interesting. Not only is he very grumpy and easy to get angry, but also his hair changes a color at this time. He looks like a super handsome man. What's more, his strength has been improved after his hair has changed color, more like a Super Saiya. It's no wonder that he has such an idea. Popping God slowly revealed a ferocious look, but he did not know what Gao Peng said, but from that tone we can know that it was not a compliment. Make him feel more angry. For a long time, he felt that he was despised by others, and now it is the same. He is the existence of what others call the invincible. Now I'm being looked down upon. This can't be forgiven. Only when he breaks out, the space starts to be illusory slowly, as if when he really wants to break out, the whole void will slowly start to respond to all his things. This looks a little special. Gao Peng also noticed and observed the scene. At the same time, he also thought of what kind of race his race was in the system prompt sound. Maybe this ability has something to do with his race. After all, he feels special not only in the strength and constitution of his race, but also in the void. On this continent, only this unique race can get a better promotion, otherwise you will always be the bottom class. Some are just because there is no race talent at all. They can only be promoted to the upper limit and can't be promoted anymore. No matter how to gain other bloodlines or strive to get more opportunities. It's hard to improve in the end, but it's also a good way to get other blood vessels and improve your own blood vessels. However, the feasibility is not high, and not all people can copy it unless you are lucky. So it's really unfair in the world. Some people are born to be the top race, some people are born to be the most ordinary, even without any talent, even if it is the right to come, it is no more than the bottom line of others. Your upper limit is someone else's lower limit. This is a particularly sad thing, but some people have never given up, they believe that efforts will be useful sooner or later. It's useful, but not absolutely. Chapters 991 inches all right. Gao Peng, with his arms in his arms, has been looking at the emperor. Since he wants these invincible powerful people to submit to him, so naturally, he has to show some unique power, but he can only show it when they fully exert their own power. Otherwise, when the other side says it won't win, he will have to start again. It's a waste of energy. It's better to let all the other side give full play at the beginning. As long as you beat the other side will certainly have no opinion. Gao Peng is just out of this meaning, so he will wait so quietly. Otherwise, with his temper, how can he do such useless things? Also will not wait for the other side to fully erupt. You guy is this looking for death. At this time, the whole man was ferocious and terrifying, and he was also in a state of extreme anger. In fact, he seems to be suffering. Because this kind of power cannot be released anytime and anywhere, and at this time, in order to obtain more powerful power, he has released some power that does not belong to himself. But in order to defeat Gao Peng, he has been able to regardless of all costs. After all, he must not be looked down upon by others. No matter who it is. So at this time, he felt pain all over his body. This kind of pain went directly to his soul, so he was particularly ferocious. But after hearing Gao Peng's words, he also felt that the pain was nothing at all. As long as you can defeat Gao Peng, it's all worth it. With such a belief, he can keep it going. Even if his teeth are almost collapsing, he must keep it going. The time is really long. But fortunately, Gao Peng didn't interrupt him. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to gather so many terrible forces. He can slowly draw more energy from his surroundings, which will make his own constitution and blood become more powerful. His constitution and the power of blood itself are about void. At this time, we can borrow the power. He has no ambiguity at all. Although he can't improve his realm, but it can improve his physique and blood power. It can definitely make his overall strength soar. That is to say, he will brew for such a long time and feel pain all over. My soul is crying. If it's not handled well, it's really possible to die instantly. After all, this kind of power is so huge that he can't control it. Even his body can't bear it. I will kill him at all costs. I can't let him go at all costs, no matter what the final price is. No one can stop me. No one knows what kind of determination the emperor made. After all, he felt that he had been teased all the time. From the beginning, it was so. Now he can't tolerate the bastard alive. And he has long found Gao Peng's strength. He can't defeat the other side at all, so he can only use unconventional means. Draw more empty power from the space, and let your body and blood force change again. No one knows this method, which has always been his own card. Chapters 992. With the passage of time, Gao Peng has slowly discovered that the breath of the popping god emperor is still surging, and the space around him seems to have become illusory. There is a very strange force that has been pouring into his body, which is a very strange feeling. At the beginning, he didn't realize it at all, but when the other side absorbed more and more power, it was impossible for him not to realize it. It makes him feel very strange. What kind of means is this? You can still draw strength from the void, and these forces directly enter your own body. I don't know if he can bear it, but looking at his expression should be special pain, right? It's really hard enough. I think he can't bear it, but he still insists. Why is that? Do you really hate me that way? I don't seem to have done anything, do I? If someone hears Gao Peng's heart, he definitely wants to knock him on the head, and doesn't see what you have done before. Again and again look down on others, and each time let others feel so angry. Do not think about what you say, how to stimulate others. How to say that each other is invincible and powerful, and respected in their own power or outside, but how do you deal with others? Don't you feel compelled to count? It's no wonder that the violent split god emperor would be so angry. He was a very proud man, and his temper was really hot, but he was so humiliated again and again. It's really unbearable. If you want to get back to the arena, you have to work hard. In fact, his strength is not Gao Peng's opponent at all. Now he is drawing strength from the void. It's a means of their race. Only when they are in the most critical moment can they be used, but generally it's because it's too time-consuming and there are not so many people who have the chance to use them. Unless it is the kind that can slowly absorb the surrounding void force, then they will use it. Otherwise, in the fierce battle, there is no time for them to fully exert. They are a powerful race. But the power of oil can be used not only if you want to use it, but also for a long time. All these are their short boards. If you omit these short boards, their race will definitely become the top race. But it's a little bit worse now. At most, it's just a strong race, not the top. Several other gods seemed to have noticed something wrong. They didn't know that the emperor had such means, but they could clearly feel each other, as if they were desperately trying. They couldn't help but look at each other. There's something wrong with this. Is this really going to be prepared to work hard? It feels very similar. Maybe he is really ready to work hard, but we have never seen such a means. Sure enough, he still has his own card hidden. Did you use all your cards? Two people's hearts are like mirrors. Everyone has his own cards, but these cards will not be shown in general, but that is because they do not grow meat, so they can be called the cards. Chapters 993. The two of them are not ready to fight at this time. After all, everyone who reaches their level has their own self-esteem, not that they don't want to fight together. If they take the initiative at this time, they will basically have a bad relationship with the pop-out god, although this choice is particularly pedantic and stubborn. But for the sake of no contradiction, that's the only way. This kind of card is not easy to show, unless it is necessary to fight when it comes out. It can be seen how resolute the heart of the burst god is at this time. Even his cards have been revealed. This is a fight with Gao Peng. The void around you has dimmed, and even if you don't pay attention, you don't find any space at all. He seems to be standing inside a black hole, looking very angry. Maybe at the beginning, all people didn't find this characteristic of him. But as his surroundings slowly changed, the problems can be found at a glance. That is to say, all the people in the audience know that the emperor is showing his cards at this time, but Gao Peng is particularly indifferent. No matter how strong you become, there is no harm to him. After all, at this time, he wants to make his opponent more powerful. Only when he becomes more powerful can his strength be improved. The stronger the enemy is, the more excited he is. Therefore, he is also happy to see that if every enemy can improve their own strength automatically in this way, it would be great, but he seldom meets such people. Not everyone can let their strength soar. If everyone is like this, then when he improves his strength, he doesn't need to spend so much effort, which will be much easier. Ha ha, I didn't expect. There is still unexpected joy. You can improve your strength as soon as possible. I want to see how much you can improve. I only hope to be promoted to the point where I can be promoted. Don't let me down. You are also my subordinates. I won't kill you for the moment. As long as you still have the use value, then you can live forever. This sentence has to say special reality, and Gao Peng is indeed so, although he is relatively cold for most people. It's especially good for one's own people. But how to define his own person is only clear to him. Not everyone under him can be regarded as his own person, which depends on the way of getting along with him. If known by others, it will turn a white eye directly. This guy is just a beast. He is not only callous, but also has such a vague definition. Goddamn killer. When Gao Peng gets the system, he already knows that he can't have any mercy. After all, only by provoking the enemy here can his strength be improved. If we are kind-hearted every time, we will not be able to provoke the enemy at all, not because we know this very well. So when he got the system, He had already let his heart change completely, and he had almost become a ruthless man. People who do everything to achieve their goals. Chapters 994 inches. Ha 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 ha. Power, powerful power. Now no one is my opponent, even if the head office is not necessarily my opponent. Do you feel the heart shaking now? At this time, the Emperor Popped was very arrogant. I don't know if it was because of the power that brought him too many conquests. Suddenly, he felt a little gone with the wind. They began to speak out. Maybe it's because he has endured for too long. Once he has gained such terrible power, he can't control his mood. What kind of reaction is Gao Peng? It is those invincible strong ones who can't help frowning. It's just too offensive to burst the God Emperor's words. Moreover, they also ignore the Lord directly, which makes them feel a little bit rebellious, but at this time they don't say anything. After all, it's not easy to touch other people's eyebrows. However, after this incident, they must give a good warning to the Emperor. They can't say anything directly. Once this kind of words are heard by others, it will definitely lead to death. Their strength is indeed very strong. Compared with some people, they are still too weak to directly surpass others. From here, we can know that there are still many people in the world who are stronger than them. They are just standing at the top level, but they do not say that the world is invincible. There are people outside, there are mountains outside. There will always be more powerful people than you. Just like this empty cave where they live, there are many people in it, and their strength is even stronger than them. They are not the most powerful people. The words just said by Emperor Popout are really treacherous. I don't know if they have been noticed by that one. Once they are noticed, they will suffer. Both of them can't help but look inside the void cave. They are really afraid to get angry with that one. Seeing that there is no change, they can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's a special feeling. However, they are really afraid of being felt by that one. Once they are felt, the Emperor will be killed in an instant. I don't know if they will be affected. I'm glad I didn't find out. Otherwise, maybe even we could be affected by it. This guy is just too outspoken. Don't he know that he's so close now that he might be found by that one? I guess it's because I've improved my strength so much. Now I'm a little forgetful. I totally forget that there are not only a few of us here. Damn it, at that time, we must stay away from this guy. I always think his temper will kill us one day. I don't think it's a question whether we can have it in the future. We have to avoid this time first. That kid is not simple. His strength is particularly terrible. I don't know if we can kill him. At this time, the two people were particularly depressed. I felt that everything suddenly became very bad. It was not only about Gao Peng, but also about the personality of Emperor Popout. I felt that they might be pulled to the back at any time. It's not safe. Chapters 995. After seeing the power gained, the expression and mood of the whole person of the God Emperor Popout has become a little floating, even the words spoken are so arrogant. It was really grumpy before, but it didn't reach this point, but when he got more powerful power, the whole person was a little out of control. Gao Peng could not help shaking his head. That's not good. All of a sudden, I can get such a powerful power, and because of the number of times I get it, I have already forgotten it. And he won't float like this after gaining power, but to see others suddenly become so arrogant, as if he is the most powerful in the world. That makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Then it's necessary to hit him well. As the saying goes, power makes people expand. Maybe it is such a truth. When you suddenly get a particularly powerful power, or you are very poor, suddenly rich, which will inevitably have a part of the impact on your mind. Few people can withstand the impact. I didn't expect that an invincible strong man would also be lost, maybe because he was hit too much, and suddenly gained such a powerful power, which made him feel that he could control everything directly. It's time to let him know how cruel the world is. Maybe he has lived for a long time, but suddenly he has such a powerful power, which makes him a little forgetful. My subordinates can't use this bloated guy, so they have to recognize their position well and let him know that even if his strength is improved in the world, there will always be someone who can hold him down. Gao Peng felt his chin and decided to strike the emperor well. Otherwise, it would be hard to give an order. What he wants is just an obedient subordinate. He doesn't want to use that kind of rebellious one. Otherwise, he will be really afraid that he can't help killing him. This is not what he wants to see. Then we have to let the other side be honest when they feel a little floating, but we can just let the other side see what is real strength. At the same time, Gao Peng also wants to know whether the other side can improve his own strength. After all, He has just absorbed so much strength from the void. Should his strength soar a lot, it's just like harvesting leeks that it's crucial to make his realm or other promotion. First let leeks grow naturally for a while and then harvest them well. Let leeks grow fat. This is just a special image of the description, because it is true that the other side has absorbed a lot of space power, so his own strength has become very large. Gao Peng can clearly feel the strength of the other side, which is several times stronger than the previous strength, that is to say, he will suddenly expand. A little carried away. It's true that strength will make people inflate, especially his strength, which has been improved so much in a short time. If his mind and nature don't keep up with each other, or because he has been hit too much before. People always do things that they don't even realize. Inflation is inevitable. This requires someone to knock it, otherwise how can we be honest? Chapters 996. The Emperor found that Gao Peng didn't even speak, which made him think that the other side felt his strength, and now he has kept silent. I dare not fight him again. This made him feel more joyful, and the expression on his face became more arrogant. There was no one in the world who could hurt him. It's so cool that it can control everything. What, are you afraid of me now? Or to be a shrinking turtle? Now I dare not speak at all. You're not really going to be a shrinking turtle, are you? Gao Peng can't help but turn a blind eye. This guy really thinks that he is invincible in the world after gaining a little strength. People don't see how weak his strength is. Do you really think everyone can't deal with him? Isn't that naive? I think you'd better calm down for a while. Otherwise, I think you may be killed. If you annoy me, my brother won't let me calm down so easily. I advise you not to annoy me again and again. I am so angry that I am afraid of myself. Gao Peng is like expounding a fact, but all the people here didn't believe what he said. Needless to say, Emperor Pop Out, even the other two invincible strong ones. They all felt special contempt in their hearts. What kind of wolf? This is the time. It's clear that you can't beat the Emperor. Now you start to brag there, and don't see if your own strength is so strong. Maybe he will kill you in minutes. It's good to boast here. If you want to see how you end up, it's obvious that the mood of the God Emperor is very abnormal now. Once you get angry with popping God, there's no end to it. After all, this kind of thing that people who can't control their own reason can always be so crazy. Just now, he also made a crazy thing, that is, he didn't even pay attention to the closed one, and didn't know where to go. Do you think you are invincible in the world? It's too early for me to know how many strong people there are on this continent, but I don't know why he suddenly drifted away, perhaps because he had so many powerful forces all of a sudden. I can't go with the wind. Tell me not to annoy you. Ha 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 ha, it's the funniest joke I've heard. Since someone is so fresh and refined, and you still have the face to say it, I really don't know how thick your face is. Don't you feel the power of me? Do you feel shivering? Do you feel afraid? I'm afraid to say it directly. There's nothing to be ashamed of, because you can feel all my strength. It's already your honor. Come down and let me give you a good taste of the pain you've made me suffer. Do you know how proud I am? It's because you are such a guy that you annoy me again and again. Now you even say that you should not annoy me. If I want to annoy you, what should I do? Kill me. You are coming. Chapters 997 inches. It's time to let them know what a real powerful power is. Gao Peng just smiled at the Emperor. Before that, he had been waiting for the other party to improve himself completely. It's just that when he wants to promote the other side to the most satisfactory level, then he can do it again, so there will be no doubt at that time. And the other side is unlikely to have dissatisfied people. We must let the other party crush him at the most powerful time, so that he can be honest, and it's almost the same in estimation, and see the arrogant situation of the God Emperor. I feel very uncomfortable at a glance. What's more, for Gao Peng, no one can pretend to be forced in front of him at all, no matter who it is, only to see that he has some discomfort in his heart, so we have to find this guy to vent our anger. You're ready. How are you going to get beaten? Gao Peng holds his arms and looks at each other coldly. But after experiencing the baptism of more powerful power, the Emperor of the Burst God had not been as counseled as before. Hearing Gao Peng's words, he immediately said with disdain, "Oh, do you think I am the same as before? My current strength is not what you can imagine at all. You even want to say that you can defeat me. Are you naive? I don't really think that my strength is just like this. If it's really just like this, it's a big mistake. Let me show you what is real strength." "Oh, will you show me what real power is? I'll see. Let me have a look." I'll show you what it's called to grow up, and then I'll teach you a lesson. After that, you are my own subordinate. Don't worry, I won't kill you. But it is the most avoidable crime, and the pain of flesh and skin must be inevitable. Gao Peng is so confident about himself, completely without advice, even if the other side showed a particularly strong power, but he did not show other ideas. Even the expression did not change. Let all the people here feel a little confused. Maybe the god burst out because his power suddenly soared. He felt a little forgetful and didn't pay attention to observation at all. That doesn't mean that the other two invincible strongmen didn't pay attention to it. From the beginning to the end, Gao Peng's performance was particularly calm, and it was clear that he could see the power of the explosive power. But that's it, it can be calmed down. This is absolutely abnormal. Let them have secretly started to raise their vigilance. They both looked at each other for a while, and felt that things are a little strange now. If they can't quickly investigate and make it clear, no one knows what will happen next. There's a problem. There's a big problem. This guy has been very calm all the time. In fact, he has seen the power of bursting, but even so, he still looks the same. Does he have any other cards? I always feel that he didn't put the blowout in his eyes. Is this really such a powerful power, or is it just making a fuss? I don't know. I can only see it when he makes a real move, but I think it's better to be careful. Chapters 998. The scene fell into silence. All the people were stupefied. They didn't expect that the emperor would say such a thing. Is it his own death? How can I feel so vile? The other two invincible strongmen were completely speechless at this time. Nobody expected that this guy would float like this after he gained such a powerful strength. Even this kind of words have been spoken out, and they were not looked at it at all before. Although they are really grumpy, they are understandable. But now it's a complete collapse. Is this guy endless? What the hell is this guy doing? If you want to kill him, you should kill him immediately. He is still talking nonsense there. Don't see what he is talking about now. Have you lost your mind after gaining a little strength? It's almost impossible to remember who you are. After all, it's not so difficult to kill us if you have such a powerful power. This waste. After all, waste is waste. I didn't expect to get a little power and then it became like this. What a useless guy. At this time, the two people felt particularly angry. After all, the Emperor of the Blowout God had just possessed such power, and had already floated like this. He just didn't do it, and had been wasting time there. I don't know what I want to do. It's okay to say that kind of rebellious words before. Now they don't even do one thing. They know it's annoying. They wish they could just go up and slap the Emperor. Wake this guy up completely. However, the two men still held back. After all, with their current strength, they could not fight with the god of Blowout, and they could not. Then there's no need to get tangled up. But at this time, they had to endure a lot of hard work. It was unbearable to see this guy. If it wasn't because of his weak strength, they would have taught him a lesson. You're a bad guy. It's no wonder that he can't break through all the time, and it's obvious that he has reached the bottleneck. It turns out that he has a problem with his own mind and nature, and he just thought that his temper was too eccentric. At most, it's just too grumpy, but now it seems that he has a problem in his mind and character, and he doesn't even control the improvement of his strength. All of a sudden was affected. How could this kind of person be promoted again? In the future, the road has basically been fixed. It's just a waste. Even his own power can't be controlled. Although most of the power is drawn from the void, it has become his power now. Why can't he control it well? Now I'm confused by my strength. It's just too wrong. They just hate iron but not steel. But in the end there is no way. It can only be seen that the guy is there, but when the guy's strength really disappears, he must have a good look at what is called strength. It's impossible for people to see it. Gao Peng also felt very surprised. This guy's request is too strange. Why do people in the world always ask such strange questions? He didn't come across it, but the guy's strength is not weak at present, but it can also be considered first class. Chapters 999. When he noticed something wrong with Gao Peng, one of the invincible strong men immediately took advantage of their own voice and transmitted it to the ear of the Emperor. Burst, now you'd better be careful. I don't think that guy is so simple. Don't you find that he is still in a very calm state now? It's impossible to see your strength suddenly improve so much, but it's obvious that the other side didn't pay attention to you at all, which is definitely a problem. You can't make a move without investigating clearly. You can't make a move without hesitation, or you will surely suffer at that time. You have to be careful. One of the invincible gods, considering that the emperor might not have noticed at this time, would kindly remind him. However, he didn't know his warning at all. Instead, he directly infuriated the inner grumpiness of the emperor. Now he couldn't hear anyone's admonition. He just felt that the other side's warning like this was just looking down on him. See, he did not hesitate to refuse. I don't want to. What's this brat in front of you? It's nothing more than a weak person. It can't be my opponent at all. Why do I have to deal with him carefully? Then he doesn't need to expend much energy at all. Don't interrupt me if you don't get in the way here, or I will be rude to you then. The emperor can't accept the fact that others think he can't beat Gao Peng. He can believe it if he said before, but now he has such a terrible power. How can he still beat Gao Peng? Absolutely impossible. It is absolutely impossible for this kind of thing to happen, so I only saw that he refused mercilessly, and the look at Gao Peng also became particularly fierce. This guy made him look like this, and it seems that everyone around him thinks he can't do it. In fact, his heart is just a special anger. Both eyes have changed a color. It seems particularly dangerous, but at this time his refined power is also brewing, because all the power is to absorb the power of the void, not entirely his own. If it's not by blood and constitution, he can't do it at all. That's because he has the talent of race, which makes him have such a powerful power all of a sudden. It's just like heaven help. This guy is really grumpy. It seems that it's really impossible not to let him eat the bone properly, otherwise he will be able to kill this guy at that time. It's a pity that he finally met several gods. Then we can only let them know how can it be called real strength. Gao Peng is ready to make a move. It's true that the performance time of these guys is almost over. The next stage will be his turn. They all want to accept them. Otherwise, how can they delay for such a long time? And they are also trying to improve each other's strength to the most powerful. This is the stupidest thing. No matter how powerful you are, you can't waste this time to let others finish it, but in the end, he did it. It's really boring, but it's not boring from now on. Chapters 1000, it's time to start. Gao Peng mumbles to himself. At this time, he doesn't want to waste any more time. The performance time of the other side has passed, and he has already left the time for the other side to improve their strength. If he doesn't want to make the other party submit willingly, he doesn't need to waste this effort, just give the other party a beating, but he has to let the other party understand what is the real gap. Then we have to let the other side show their real strength, or he will certainly have the idea that there will be endless troubles. He doesn't want this. That's why I got such a boring period of time. Then when the time has passed, it's his turn. Phew, Gao Peng didn't hesitate at all. He disappeared from the spot directly, because his speed was so fast that he seemed to be able to penetrate the whole void directly. But the truth is not. Many people couldn't find him at all. Even those two invincible strong men were stunned. With their current strength, they couldn't catch Gao Peng's speed at all. How terrible is this? It's amazing. Before they were shocked, Gao Peng had appeared beside the emperor and smashed his fist at him. The other side didn't react at all, and was directly turned upside down by the blow. It didn't leave a hand at all, but it also avoided the other side's key points. Otherwise, the fist would have been able to kill in seconds. Super Emperor Wei, it's really interesting. I didn't expect that after such a promotion, this guy's blood power could be promoted. I can't believe it, but in the end, it's not my stepping stone. Sometimes it's just like this, which makes my strength improve again. Don't be too cool. At the time of his release, a tone had already sounded, and all of a sudden, his blood power had been promoted, and others had not. That is, only the power of blood. That is to say, it has made him feel the power of surging. His blood is beginning to boil. It's absolutely not a little fake. Absolutely true. Is it exciting for him? Although we haven't improved our realm and physique, it's a remarkable thing that we can improve our blood power. And he can feel his strength getting stronger. That's what matters. The enemy's strongest blood is the void blood Wangdao, which will automatically become the ancient demon blood Super Wangdao. This is the reason why at that moment, he felt that he was not about to sublimate, and because the strength of blood has been improved, he felt that his blood has begun to boil, and he could break out anytime and anywhere. This feeling is a little dangerous. But he can also feel strong. After all, it's because the blood has become more and more active, and the power he has gained has become more and more powerful. All of these are system rewards to him. He is not a special race, or just a human being, but it is because of the strength and constitution of his blood that he can finally occupy such a top position. It can be seen how terrible the power of this blood is. It's just too powerful. Rarely in the world. Chapters 1001. Gao Peng's sudden rise in blood power was not surprising. After all, he absorbed the surrounding void power before the explosion of Shendi. How to say that one's own strength can definitely be improved? If one's own strength has not been improved, it is a waste. But Gao Peng was a little surprised. I didn't expect that what this guy promoted was his own blood power. It seems that his blood power is really very strong, otherwise, it's impossible to bring him such a terrible increase. But now he has completely become a stepping stone for him, which directly improves his strength. Now all the people present are not his opponents. The realm is even stronger than them, and the physique is basically stronger than them. Now the power of blood is beyond imagination and beyond their cognitive scope. Who else can resist it? At least the people here can't resist it. It's so powerful. Burst God was suddenly attacked. He didn't respond, he was completely ignorant, and felt a blank in his mind, which was totally different from what he imagined. His strength has been improved so much now. Why do you feel that he was killed by the other side? Is the gap between them really so obvious? Obviously, we can kill him immediately. It's not just that he feels a little unbelievable. Even those two invincible strong ones are the same. I don't believe that Gao Peng has such a terrible power. Almost all of them can be killed in a second. Too fast to see clearly. The speed of shooting is faster, the strength is also controlled very well, and it won't kill the Emperor, but it can make the Emperor lose all the fighting power. But no injuries. This is a particularly ingenious technique, which cannot be used even by the people present. It can be easily used by the weaker people. But for people of the same level, this is basically an impossible thing. Now they have witnessed it with their own eyes. How can they not be shocked? How could he be so strong? How did this guy suddenly become so powerful? He just couldn't be so powerful. No, it's unbelievable that this guy's strength is so strong, even if he can control his strength so well. Who is this guy? All the people are full of doubts, especially want to know which corner Gao Peng is coming from. Absolutely can't be the people they know. After all, there is no such person among the people they know. At the same time, they have never heard of it. Is it because they have been closed for too long, and more novel things have appeared? No matter what they think, Gao Peng really has the ability to kill all the people on the scene. At that time, people feel a little confused. This is not what he thought. There is too much difference. He thought he could use all the cards and kill this guy in the end. This little boy knows what it means to be a real man. There is someone out of the world. It seems that he has been taught in the end, and was killed by seconds. Chapters 1002, How can you be so strong? How many years have you been practicing? How can you have such a terrible power? I don't believe it. Popping God came back a little, but he was ferocious at this time, and didn't believe that Gao Peng had the ability to kill him. If it's the former, it's still acceptable, but now he has used his blood power to make his own strength soar so much. But now I was killed by Sekal. It's a little hard for him to accept. And he imagined that there were too many differences. He couldn't even think about it. He thought there was no problem, but now the other side slapped him severely. Let him thoroughly understand the reality. The strength of the other side is just too horrible. It's clear that he didn't live long. And it's obvious to look at the other side. How could a human being have such a terrible strength? I have never let you believe it, and my strength is so strong that you cannot see through it. The weak is the weak. If not for the sake of considering you as my subordinates, I would have killed you directly. Otherwise, with the strength of your garbage, would I keep you till now? Gao Peng is not polite at all. Now he has made these guys really realize his strength, so naturally they can't be polite anymore. And then if these guys are stubborn and don't know what to do, they will kill all of them. Anyway, they don't need to waste any more time. After all, if some people are always ungrateful, then even if they keep it, it will not be of any use, and whether they can command or not is still a question. He doesn't want a subordinate who is not very strong and doesn't obey. For him, it's simply unacceptable. If you don't obey me, you will kill me directly. Save your eyes. The other two unbeatable opponents make complaints about their corners. When they hear Gao Peng's words, they really don't know how to tukao. In fact, their strength is not weak at all, but I don't know why this kid is at present. Did he take any medicine? If there is such a medicine, it's good. After all, their strength has almost reached the bottleneck. Even if they shut down, they can only improve a little bit. It's hard to be promoted. At this time, when they saw each other very easily, they could kill the emperor. They really had nothing to say, but when they heard Gao Peng's words, they still felt speechless. If poplars are weak, what are they? Isn't it impossible to call the weak? They feel speechless when they think about it. How can they say that they are also the God Emperor and the strong one? In other people's eyes, they are all superior. Of course, now they know that they are definitely not the opponent of this kid in front of them. Although feel special despair, but there is really no way to cultivate them. Their strength is not as good as that of others, and this guy doesn't know what's going on. A strong group, and he doesn't look very old at all. Where is this monster coming from? Chapters 1003. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became extremely depressed, because the people at the scene did not dare to speak at all, only a few of them were left here. But if Gao Peng doesn't speak, other people don't dare to interrupt at all, because they have realized the gap between them. It's really a little scary. That is to say, only the Emperor Popcorn was a little reluctant. After all, he just died of his own card, but in the end, it was useless. Let his heart feel special unwilling. How could this be? He doesn't believe it. How could I have lost? How could I have lost? How could I have lost? I'm a strong man of the Void family. I have the noblest blood of the Void family. How could I lose to this guy who appears out of nowhere? I can't lose. I don't believe I will lose to him. It's absolutely impossible. At this time, the Emperor still felt special disbelief. After all, he absolutely didn't believe that he would lose to the other side. If he lost to some of the more famous powerful people, then he can accept it. But Gao Peng seems to be a guy who appears suddenly, and he looks young, which makes him really hard to accept all this. But what if he doesn't accept it? The facts are already in front of him. When the other side makes a move, he can't resist it at all. He can't even see the other side's move clearly. Let him feel special frustration. Whether he believes it or not, the facts are already in front of him, unable to return to the sky. What if he doesn't believe it? Gao Peng saw this guy in front of him, and he was still struggling. He could also feel what kind of mood he was in. After all, he was the guy in the top. And people who can practice to this extent must be extremely proud in their hearts, but they didn't expect to be defeated by this guy who appeared inexplicably. Second kill. Especially when the other side has fully demonstrated its full strength, it's hard to accept that it's a direct second kill. But Gao Peng had to let the other side know the reality. Now he is the most powerful, and according to the previous gambling agreement, he has already won. But he wants these guys to submit willingly. After showing all his strength, it's time to show them that he just did not make full use of the it. Phew, a huge shadow slowly emerged from behind him. This time, the shadow seemed to be a substance, not a shadow at all. But because of the sudden black smoke around, it looks very strange. If you look carefully, you can see that it seems to be a demon with a horn. But it's not the same as the devil people know, but it gives people a special feeling of evil. Once you see this image, you will always shudder. Gao Peng also changed the atmosphere, giving a particularly dark and evil feeling, and her lips showed a seemingly innocent smile. It's like being stared at by the devil. You surrender or die, choose one. You have only one chance. Once you choose, I won't give you another chance. You need to think about it. Chapters 1004. When Gao Peng showed his blood power, all the people were completely shocked, especially the devil behind him. All the people here didn't know what to say. Then they seemed to think of something. One after another looked at each other. They all get the answers they want from each other's eyes. At first, they hesitated a little, but when they found that other people also had such ideas, they're really convinced. This is definitely the blood of that legend, and it has been so long, it has not appeared for a long time, but now it will appear in front of them. It's better to say shocked. Let's talk about shock. But it's just a sense of special wonder. It's impossible for this blood force to exist in this world, but it actually appears in front of them, and it uses such a powerful person. How does that make them think? I really don't know how to say it. After all, people who use this kind of blood power have already been exterminated by others. It's absolutely impossible to exist in this world, because the people who use this kind of blood power are the ones who are attacked by all races. What should they do now? In fact, their hearts are also particularly tangled. What's more, now they have to face the most difficult choice. If they don't choose well, they will be completely killed by others. It's not up to them to choose. In fact, they have chosen a good way out. After all, They can't resist to the death. When they live to this point, they must cherish their lives. No one wants to die so easily. I haven't lived long enough. Why do I have to be so eager to give birth? In fact, it's not only the two of them, but also the elephant god emperor found something wrong and saw his pupils shrink. Began to mumble, no way, no way, how can anyone in this world have such blood power? Ming Ming has completely disappeared in the long river of time, and we have already cut off the root of the last point of this blood force. How could it have happened? It's impossible at all. Why does it happen? Who is this guy? After all, the power of this blood has been destroyed by their group for a long time. No, it should be said that it was destroyed by all ethnic groups in the whole continent. After all, the people with such blood power are just too evil, which may endanger the lives of all people. So they were killed by all the races a long time ago. That battle was absolutely groundbreaking, and many places were completely destroyed. That is to say, he had to pay a heavy price to exterminate the people who had the power of this blood. Now he saw another one, and his strength was so strong. Obviously, it has grown up completely. If we let other races find out, we will definitely feel particularly shocked. We don't know what they think. Chapters 1005, I remember that a long time ago, I had completely exterminated the power of this bloodline, and there was absolutely no missing fish. What's more, it gathered the power of all the races on this continent. It can be seen how terrible it was at that time, but why does it still appear now? And the strength of this guy is obviously stronger than all people. Is his talent really so terrible? It's more terrifying than before. At that time, apart from his shock, he had no longer been unwilling or angry. He saw something that he couldn't believe. If this event is found by other races, it must also be a little uneasy. After all, everyone knows what they have done before. It's almost the top secret. In fact, although this race is a bit evil, it doesn't do anything harmful. It's just that it's too powerful, so it's feared by other races. That's why it's going to be extinct. After all, no one wants a race with such terrible and powerful power to appear, which may threaten them at any time. They don't want to be ruled. When the other party has not yet informed the idea, all the races unite in an instant and directly exterminate that race by means of thunder. Although the process is particularly tragic, at the same time, it also made a special number of people, but there were several races completely wiped out in that battle, and the final result was also particularly gratifying. Because they have wiped out the legendary blood, which is the best news for them, because they don't need to be afraid of the sword hanging on their head. The other two invincible are also in deep thought, even ignored Gao Peng's words directly. Gao Peng was really a little angry at the beginning. After all, he had a special good temper with these three guys and endured them again and again. But they would ignore him. He almost made a direct move just now, but when he saw the shocked expression of these three guys and their muttering, he suddenly seemed to find something out. Maybe he didn't realize something. It made him interested all of a sudden. Gao Peng came directly to the two invincible strong ones. Why did he come to the two guys? That's because he was not prepared to ask the Emperor Popcorn. That guy is so grumpy. If you want to find out the answer from his mouth, it will take some time. It's a waste of energy. It's better to find these two guys directly. Maybe they will answer the question soon. What are you doing? I feel as if you are shocked. You have been mumbling to yourself. Why don't you just say it and let me hear what happened? Don't tell me that you don't want to answer and don't know, then I will be unhappy. The smile of Gao Peng's evil spirit brought a huge pressure to people, and at this time he didn't put his blood power back. The pressure on others is even greater. Chapters 1006. The two were startled directly. Almost directly waved to attack, and when they found it was Gao Peng, they stopped the idea in their heart in time. They're really afraid of pissing this guy off. At the beginning, they may have other reasons, but when they saw the power of Gao Peng's blood, they gave up completely. People with this kind of blood power don't need to provoke easily. After all, you never know how terrible the strength of each other is. They have known this for a long time. What's more, the strength of this guy is definitely far beyond them, but also beyond their previous understanding of the power of this blood. No number, nothing, quote. They have stuttered a little. Only when they know that Gao Peng has such blood power, they dare not let it go. Even if they are moody, let them feel that kind of huge pressure, which is the most real feeling. It's not profitable, they can't resist at all, which makes them feel more desperate. How could this blood power still exist in this world, and how could this guy's strength be so terrible? It's terrible, is it? I just heard some of your words. Do you want me to say them to you? And, my temper may be a little bit bad, and I'm particularly prone to anger. Do you really want me to say it? As soon as this sentence is uttered, directly let these two invincible strong can't help shivering for a while. There's no time to look at each other, they all shook their heads in a hurry. No number. Let's say that, that's right, why do I have to force you? It's good to be honest and clear about that. In this way, I won't fight. Otherwise, if I don't control well, I may kill you directly. How bad is that? That's right, this is absolutely what a legendary blood person can say. He is a moody guy, and he has tremendous terrorist power. Do anything with special unbridled. And almost all of them are based on their preferences. This kind of guy is definitely the owner of that blood force, which can't be wrong. Let them even more dare not have any hesitation. The reason why we have such a performance is that it's all your blood, because it's impossible for you to exist in this world at all, which has disappeared long ago. And it's absolutely impossible, but now it's on you, so we feel a special shock. If it is discovered by other races, it will also feel special and incredible. This kind of blood force should not have appeared long ago. The truth is out. At this time, Gao Peng finally knows why these guys suddenly feel so shocked and have been mumbling to themselves. It didn't seem like saying anything nice at all, but after hearing their explanation, his curiosity was even more aroused. What happened to his blood power? What kind of secret is there? Chapters 1007. Gao Peng is very clear that his blood power is not the way of inheritance at all, and the system gives it directly to him. At first, he didn't care about it at all, especially the few blood promotions seemed to have no change. At that time, he didn't care about it at all. At this time, he couldn't help thinking more about whether the strength of his blood was too strong, so he only improved his quality and didn't change his blood strength. It's because it's horrible to be here first. There may be a little reason for this, but he suddenly felt curious about the history of this blood force. What happened? If the power of this bloodline is really strong, then how can it be suddenly extinct, and these guys seem to be special fear? It's definitely something very big that happened before, so they have such an idea, but they don't know what kind of relationship it has with this blood power race. He felt it necessary to get to know it. You seem to know it well. No, I don't understand. In fact, this event has been around for a long time, and it's also a very long time. We haven't experienced it in person, but we just heard it from some elders. But from the records, we can also know that the strength of the owner of this blood force is particularly strong, and a lot of very big things have happened a long time ago, all about the owner of this blood force. That's why we feel a special shock. Even if we know better, we can't know better than you. In the end, they can't help but clap a rainbow fart. They dare not offend Gao Peng easily. They always feel that people with such blood power are moody at all. Is it possible to kill them in the next second? Who said that? But Gao Peng shook his head at this time. No, I don't know at all. Although I have the unimaginable blood power in your mouth, I don't know this guy at all. It's even more impossible to know the major events you said, but I'm particularly curious. I think you should also know about them, or you won't recognize them at once. Why don't you just tell me? What? You told us you didn't understand. You are the one who has the legendary blood power. Now you even tell us that you don't know how to say that you are also the successor of this blood, which appears inexplicably. Shouldn't the person who knows the power of his blood best? The two of them feel a special shock, but this kind of words cannot be said directly, otherwise it may really suffer. But they really feel special and inconceivable, and they think that maybe in a very long time, someone with a blood force has put it out. That's why we have this scene. But now it seems that this is not the case. If it is true as they imagined, Gao Peng can't be ignorant of it. Moreover, his return should be revenge. But all their conjectures were overturned. Chapters 1008. At this time, they were very confused. Gao Peng clearly had this legendary blood. Why didn't he know his own blood at all? Is it fake or not? This idea just came up, and was finally denied by them, because Gao Peng really didn't know it. From this kind of reaction, we can see that it's not pretend at all. This makes them feel speechless. I don't know the power of my own blood. Is this a fish that has been missed for a long time? But it doesn't look like it. However, Gao Peng may be the last person with such blood in the world, and in a long time, there have been various kinds of news, that is to say, at their level, they can barely hear some. It can be seen that the strength of the people you want to hear these news must at least reach a certain level. Otherwise, even if you want to understand them, it is impossible to understand them at all. Everything depends on your own strength. Seeing Gao Peng, I really don't know. One of the God Emperors brooded for a while and said, your blood force will start from a long time ago. In a long time, there will be 100 flowers blooming on this road. There are all kinds of bloodlines, and the winners of each kind of bloodline are particularly powerful. Each race can occupy a large area, and all people are inviolable to each other. Until one day, people found that the cultivation resources of the whole world were less and less, and they were not enough to get further promotion, and gradually began to conflict with other races. In fact, the initial contradiction was very small, and it would not cause a particularly fierce fight. However, some races are very belligerent, and they simply do not allow others to easily pick and fight. The battle is on the verge of happening. Many people didn't expect it to happen so suddenly, but there are many races involved. In this war, some races have completely disappeared in the river of time. That is to say, in this world war, what stands out is the most powerful blood, which is regarded as the most powerful blood by all people. All people call it the demon blood. To this day, we call it the blood of ancient demons. As he said this, he couldn't help looking at Gao Peng. The name of this bloodline looks particularly evil. When you first heard it, you could feel that there is a kind of special evil power around. Gao Peng can't help shivering. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing happened in a long time. All his blood power is given by the system, which is not inherited from his elders like others. But he also wanted to know what kind of story this blood power has. He didn't expect that it would be like this. In a long time, it was called the strongest blood. How powerful is this blood, which can suppress the blood power of all ethnic groups at once? It's just amazing. This is a little strong. Chapters 1009. If there is no war, maybe everything will be okay. No matter who is stronger, it will not be easy to start. But when it's done, all the patterns and situations will produce all the changes you don't know. People of all ethnic groups, who were at peace with each other, wanted to fight for resources, so there were all kinds of frictions and contradictions, which eventually led to all kinds of pig battles. This is what no one expected, and there are many races still in it, which have been completely destroyed, but there are also many races who have survived because of their own strength and their own racial talent. That is to say, from this moment on, many powerful races have been known. The most dazzling one is the demon blood, which is recognized as the most powerful blood in this continent. The blood power of the demons is already very strong. After the baptism of this battle, it seems that some changes have taken place, which is not clear to anyone. But I know that after this fight, people with demon blood like it again and again, and improve their strength in the fight. Every time there is a fight, there will be people from the demon family to participate in it. It's like 9 dead ghosts. As time goes by, many people have been used to it, but they can see that the people with demon blood become more and more powerful, which makes many people gradually afraid. Because they feel that with their own strength, they can't suppress it all, and finally they embark on the road of unity. It's the people who have the blood of the demons that bring them too much pressure. After every battle, they can make themselves more powerful. As if every moment is getting stronger, who can stand it? As a result, many of the top powerful races immediately unite to fight against the whole demon clan. The purpose is not to let this race become too strong, or it may be fully informed to them at that time, because when the demons gradually become strong, they have made a subtle discovery. The demons want to inform all the races. It's something they can't accept. It's hard to bear the fact that your strength is so strong. When your strength becomes more and more powerful, your ambition will also expand. Therefore, some people of the demon clan have reached such a bad idea. In addition, it was discovered by several other clans at that time, which quietly united with other races and prepared to fight against the demons. Things are not going well. Because the strength of the demon clan is so powerful, it has its own horrible blood power. As long as there is a fight, they can be promoted. This is a kind of blood power against the sky, but because it's too scary, it's thought by all ethnic groups that they can't stay in this world. Another war, however, this time was a war between the demons and all the races. At that time, it was just a big fight. Many places were completely destroyed. At the beginning, it is impossible for all races to win. Even though they have gathered so many races, they still can't fight against the demons. Chapters 10:10, And finally, if the demons are so powerful, why are they finally destroyed? With all the races of the whole continent, even the river can't be the opponent of the demons. What's the reason for killing the demons in the end? After hearing this, Gao Peng felt particularly curious. Unexpectedly, the demon family was so powerful. No wonder it can be called the strongest blood. It doesn't matter how vast the whole continent is, and there are many races on it, but it's the combination of so many races that can't wipe out the demons. In the end, it was almost destroyed by the demons. How powerful this is! It's exciting to think about it. I didn't expect that in a very long time, something like that happened on this continent. Gao Pengjun really can't imagine it. If he was born in that era, it would be great. He should be very quick to improve his strength. But unfortunately, in fact, the final result is that the demons win. All the races can't compete with the demons, or even eliminate the demons. It's a shame for all the races. After all, they are full of confidence and are ready to join forces to eliminate the demons. But who knows that with so many people, they will not only fail to eliminate the demons, but they will almost be eliminated themselves. It's a great irony to think about. But that's when the turnaround came. Just as all the races fell, a very mysterious race appeared from outer space. This race is only called the Protoss, and it radiates a very bright power all over its body. Although its power is very bright, its character is not so good, even worse than that of the demons. But at that time, it was this race from outer space that helped, and finally managed to wipe out the demons completely. This race from outer space seemed to come for the demons. It's all about experiments. We need to absorb the blood of the demons and let the blood of the demons disappear completely. There are some things about this God Emperor that he doesn't know very well at all. However, if he knows anything, he can tell everything he knows. There is no concealment at all. No matter whether it's useful or not, he said it directly. Maybe others can understand it. When Gao Peng heard the word, Shenzhou, he had a huge wave in his heart. Unexpectedly, the strength of his body and blood was so powerful. It also appeared a long time ago. And when he heard that the gods wanted the blood of the demons, he couldn't help but think of some amazing things. Those guys definitely wanted to study the blood of the demons. If the blood of the demons and the blood of the gods are combined together, the power that can erupt is not 1 + 1 = 2 at all. So Gao Peng is the most aware of the interests, and at the same time, he immediately understands that the Protoss must have been doing some kind of experiment at that time. And they are still experimenting with their own blood and the blood of the demons. Once they succeed, it will definitely be an epic-making experience. Chapters 10-11, and then? What happened in the end? What happened to the demons and the Protoss? Gao Peng seems to be a little impatient now. After all, only this top-ranking strong person can know the secret. Even if he is powerful, no matter how strong, he can't understand this kind of long-term thing. And it's all about him. How can this not make him curious? He also wanted to know what the final outcome of the Protoss was. After all, the demons were definitely destroyed. Otherwise, when he showed his blood power, all the people on the scene would not be so shocked. I just don't know what the final outcome of the Protoss will be. The Protoss is a special magical race. Their strength is actually very strong, especially in the face of the power of many evil racial bloodlines. It is simply natural restraint. For example, the blood of the demons is almost all controlled by the blood of the gods, and almost all of them have no resistance. Otherwise, the demons cannot be eliminated at all. Thanks to their restraint, many races on this continent could be killed. But the good play comes later, and the Protoss is not kind. Although they say they want to help, they want to gain the blood power of all races behind their backs, and they don't know what kind of experiments they want to do. But at the beginning, when they said they wanted to absorb the blood of the demons, they had already attracted the attention of all the races present. After all, if they wanted to absorb the power of the blood of the demons, they might one day also absorb it on their heads. That is to say, with such a mind, the Protoss didn't succeed in the end. However, the Protoss were a bit desperate at last. But the strength of the Protoss wasn't so strong. At most, it was almost the same as the race of the top blood, a little bit stronger. It's impossible to sweep everything like the demons do, so all the races on this continent are united and directly expel this race that calls itself the divine race. Because of too many battles, the major races have been unable to fight anymore, so they can't eliminate this Protoss at all, and can only expel this Protoss at last. After such a long time, I haven't seen the return of the Protoss. You don't know whether this race is waiting for the opportunity or whether they have already drifted to other places, but people of all races have always been on guard. It's true that the Protoss is also very powerful. What's more, after such a long time, I don't know if the Protoss has changed. After all, the Protoss has the power to kill the demons, although most of it is due to restraint. But it's also powerful. Gods and demons, it has appeared for a long time. One was destroyed by all the races. The other was expelled from primary school by all the races because he wanted to absorb the blood of other races. One has completely disappeared in the long river of history, the other is completely expelled, I don't know life and death. Two particularly powerful races have taken a different path. It has to be said that it's just that nature makes people. The stronger they are, the longer they will live. Sometimes, being strong is also a sin. Chapters 10-12. After hearing this story, Gao Peng hasn't been talking for a long time. He himself has been in silence. He didn't expect in a long time, so many things happened. In his body, the various forces of the gods and the demons have been converged in the past. The demons represent the most powerful force, and the gods represent the power that can control the demons. In the end, the two most powerful forces, one is exterminated, the other is expelled completely, and both results are not good. Even the Protoss have not come back yet, and I don't know if they have been completely exterminated outside. On the contrary, those races that are not so powerful have been spread to this day, and have been growing stronger and stronger, which makes him unable to help thinking. Is it true that the more powerful people are, the more likely they are to be envied? It made him think a lot at once. But it was only a moment, and then it was back to God. No matter what kind of tragedy happened, it had nothing to do with him. At the most, he only has the constitution of the Protoss and the blood power of the demons, which does not mean that he has to follow the path of these two races. It's impossible at all. What's more, he and these two races have a very obvious difference in nature. That is, he has a very rebellious system. As long as others do, his strength will soar to the extent that he can crush each other. The stronger the enemy is, the stronger he is. He doesn't need to worry about anything at all. Even if the number of others is large, he can easily do it to kill others. That is, his clothes all the time. So he never needs to worry about anything. Even if he hears such stories and legends, he will not be afraid of anyone. He will never be afraid of anyone. And at this time, he felt that it was possible that the slight disaster he was aware of might be caused by the expelled Protoss. It's absolutely possible that there will be a connection. Although it's still uncertain for the moment, it's not impossible. The Protoss used to be brilliant. They could control the blood power of all races, but their purpose was exposed too early. I think with such a proud race, they must be very unwilling to be expelled. After all, they have destroyed the demon clan. In the end, it was almost at the top of the continent. It was enough to inform all the races. But at that time, all the races tried their best to drive them away. The spirit of the Protoss is absolutely not willing, that is, they do not know whether they will come back, wind and rain. Gao Peng felt that this kind of possibility was very big, so he thought that the disaster in the future might be caused by the Protoss, but it's still undefined. But he thinks it's a special possibility. Then he has to improve his own strength as soon as possible. Although the strength of the Protoss is not so strong, they can even study the power of other people's blood, which is a little difficult. It's been such a long time, and I don't know what kind of power they have developed. I hope it's not particularly abnormal. But it didn't seem to make much difference to him. Chapters 10-13. Even if the Protoss has developed some strange blood power, it doesn't have any great pressure on him at all, but he still feels a faint excitement now. If the Shenzhou really studies out the extraordinary power of blood, then can it be promoted again? Moreover, his own constitution is of the Protoss. Once he meets the Protoss, he can also be promoted. Let him feel more excited. At first, he was afraid of any more unpredictable disaster, but now he has slowly begun to look forward to it. Is that floating? He didn't know that, but he thought that he had special expectations. After all, once he met the Protoss, his strength would definitely soar countless times in an instant. Not only the strength of blood, but also the constitution, and Tongtong might soar. It's just wonderful. When are you going to show up? I used to worry a little bit, but now I have started to look forward to it. Maybe I know that once I meet you, my strength will definitely be improved. That's why I feel so excited. Now the blood is boiling all over my body. It's so wonderful. How long have I not felt this feeling? Since I got this system, I haven't been excited. After all, there is no strong person to make me feel excited. But now I'm really curious. After so many years, what kind of blood power have you researched? I'm so excited, it's so exciting. Gao Peng was in a state of excitement, his blood was boiling all the time, and at this time he was still addicted to his own thoughts. He didn't realize everything in the outside world at all. Now his breath can't help emitting. Because he didn't pay attention at all, he didn't deliberately restrain his breath. The outside world has long been shaken by his breath. It's the same as the feeling that the sky is going to crack, and his own blood force is not under control at all. Directly emerging behind him, the huge demon figure, directly gives a very huge pressure. The bloody red light directly shone on the whole land. All three of them felt shivering. They didn't expect that the guy's strength was so terrible. At first, they had a faint guess, but now they couldn't believe what they saw. Can human beings become so powerful? And even more powerful than them? But at this time they also think that Gao Peng may not be human. After all, he has the blood power of the demon family. How could it be human? It can also be called the demon clan, but it's so horrible at a young age. It's just too surprising. Now they feel that their bodies can't move. This is to face a higher level of vitality, directly give them the suppression from the soul, so at this time, they can only face the fear of watching, and dare not have any resistance at all. Chapters 10-14, no mistake, this is absolutely true. His feeling is like a higher level of life. This is definitely the blood of the demon clan. This time, it can be completely confirmed. My god, the suppression from the deep soul is just too horrible. I didn't expect that this guy's demon blood force might not be simple. It's not like what I heard. It is estimated that his blood power will be more advanced. These two people were particularly shocked, because they were closer, so they could feel more clearly. This kind of repression from the deep soul, not everyone can give them, even if the strength is stronger than them, not necessarily give them this kind of repression from the deep soul. This is not directly proportional to strength at all. Therefore, they also believe that Gao Peng is definitely the descendants of the demons, and now he is more powerful than the demons. Although the demons used to be equally powerful, they were only relatively speaking, and they could not sweep everything directly like Gao Peng. Gao Peng is almost a race. It can be seen how powerful Gao Peng is at this time. At this time, they can clearly feel it. At the moment, the emperor has nothing to say. From being defeated to being unwilling, now he can almost accept it slowly. After all, the person who defeated him has the blood power of the demon family. Even if he said it, it is also attracting attention. Also can feel special glory. At the very least, the people who beat him are not some cats and dogs, so that he can be a little more comfortable, and he finally accepted it, and now it will not appear to unwillingness. But there is still something incomprehensible about Gao Peng's strength. This guy's strength is just too horrible, too much more than him, but I don't know how this guy cultivates. Is the power of his blood really so rebellious? It shouldn't be. If the blood force is really against the sky, it will not cause the tragedy. After all, there are so many demons, their blood force is not weak. But in the end, it's not the same thing. From here we can know that in fact, being strong is not only a matter of blood power, but also your personal reason. If a person's talent is too weak, even if you have the bloodline power of terror, it is impossible to crush everything. Gao Peng obviously has the bloodline power of terror, and then there is a more terrifying cultivation talent. That's why we have such a terrible power. It's almost impossible. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the world. His blood power is much stronger than that of most people, but his cultivation talent is even more amazing. I think it's hard for anyone in the world to match his cultivation talent. After all, he has such terrible strength at a young age. It's not only the addition of blood power, but also his own cultivation talent. Haha, I'm really honored that I've met so many people. I really don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. Chapters 10-15. Now they have basically recognized Gao Peng. It's true that everything Gao Peng has is unique, and then it has disappeared into the history of the power of demon blood. And the terrible cultivation talent. Each of these on one person can promote others to achieve good results. Not both of them appear on one person, so I don't know what kind of sparks will erupt. Looking at Gao Peng, who is still not aware of his own strength, several of them can't help but smile bitterly. I really don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse. This guy doesn't know the grudges of the demons at all, but he is also curious. Now he should have thoroughly understood what happened in the past, that is, he doesn't know how to choose. Now it seems that everything has become a little more subtle. Several of them are now basically unable to run. They can only choose to surrender at most. If it is the beginning, their resistance may become particularly fierce. Now there is not much resistance. With such a cultivation genius and the power of demon blood, it's a rare creation for them. Maybe they can't improve their strength all the time. With such a mysterious teenager, maybe they can improve their strength, not necessarily. It's a bet, too. As long as they win the bet, their strength will definitely be improved, but if they lose the bet, they will encounter unimaginable consequences, but they do not have much choice at all. So a few of them have given up their lives. Although Gao Peng is not fully awake at this time, they are completely unable to escape and have been suppressed. What's more, if they act recklessly, then Gao Peng will definitely take measures. How could it be so easy for them to escape? This is absolutely impossible, so several of them have become very honest now. So silently bear the power of this suppression. And from time to time, I look at the depth of the void cave with a little worry, which has caused such a huge movement here. I don't know whether those guys who are closed in the depth have fully recovered. Once you wake up, something really big will happen, and you don't know if you're going to fight all of a sudden. After all, everything is unknown. But when they saw that everything in the void became so peaceful, they didn't know why they suddenly felt relieved. It seems to be the best result. At least those guys didn't show up, or what will happen now? No one knows. Maybe Gao Peng will be killed by them, not necessarily. Those brothers are the most powerful people in the world, and they have experienced the situation of encircling and suppressing the demons. Maybe they also hate the demons. But in the end, no one knows what kind of mentality they hold. After all, the demons have been completely extinct for a long time. No one knows what kind of attitude all races have towards the demons, but they should not be too friendly. The demons are really terrible. In addition, once all their races joined together to destroy the demons, they were naturally afraid of being retaliated by the demons. Chapters 10-16. Knowing the news of the Shenzhou, Gao Peng has always been in a state of excitement. He can already feel his blood boiling. His original constitution is the Shenzhou constitution. At this time, they were also boiling together. When he came back to his senses, he found that these guys in front of him didn't escape at all, perhaps because this one couldn't escape at all. So I didn't think about it at all. This made him feel particularly satisfied. At least he didn't need to get these guys back. This honest look is very popular. Only to see him smile and say, "Now how are you thinking?" You can only choose one of the two ways. Whether you live or die depends on your own choice. I don't have so much time to repeat with you so many times. Now I only ask you one last time. Don't let me down. Gao Peng didn't know at all that the present gods had already fully recognized him. Not only did he possess the demons and general cultivation talents, but also the blood power of the demons that had been extinct for a long time. It's definitely the most worthwhile person to invest in. We don't know what will happen in the future, but now even the blood power of the demons has appeared, so we have to let them think about how to do it in the future. And now they have no other choice. If they don't choose to surrender, they will die. They are not so proud. In the face of death will be soft. We choose to submit. The two emperors who are closest to Gao Peng said it without hesitation, and they didn't seem embarrassed. After all, they had considered it well before. There is no hesitation. Gao Peng's eyes are on the emperor. This guy is obviously a prick. He is very difficult to deal with. What's more, his character and temper are just too grumpy. I don't know if he can make a right choice. Gao Peng can't think about it so much, even if it's useless for him to appreciate it anymore. He doesn't want a person who refutes his words again and again. He doesn't need such a person. Then we can only see the creation of the popping god. And you'd better give me a clear answer, otherwise I won't have too much hesitation. Not every time you have such good luck. Your strength is really okay. I still have such a rare appreciation for you. If you challenge my bottom line again and again, I can only tell you that you are looking for death. Have you thought about it now? Gao Peng just held his arms and smiled. Burst God is not any hesitation. Face also did not show unwilling look, but is very cooperative said. I've thought about it. In fact, I haven't thought about following anyone at all. After all, there are not many people in the world that I can accept willingly. But now there is another one. You are really powerful, and you have the blood of the demon family that has long been thought to have disappeared. Moreover, your cultivation talent is just too horrible, which I have never seen before. Chapters 10-17. I never thought that there are people in the world who have such terrible cultivation talents. You are very young, but you have achievements that others cannot imagine. Besides, if I give you a little more time, no one can surpass you in the future. Besides, you still have such terrible blood power. There are few people in the world who can surpass you, let alone suppress you completely. Unless there is another Protoss, this kind of thing is basically impossible to happen, so I don't think it's a problem to follow you. It's still a good choice for me. Popping God is very calm to say so leisurely, let Gao Peng himself feel special discomfort. Is this the same irascible and irascible guy? It's almost like two people. It doesn't look like the same person at all. But in any case, these three powerful gods are finally subject to him. No matter what happens in the future, it is more convenient to have some subordinates to act. He doesn't need to do everything himself. What's more, the strength of these three people should be particularly strong, and the distribution of forces on this continent should be more clear. Next, if you want to improve your strength, you should be more relaxed. This time, at last, it met his expectation. Very well, in the future, you will feel glad to follow me for the decision now, and you will not be so depressed. What are you like now? I'm the top one anyway. I'm still in such a mess. I didn't mean to talk about you, but you're like this. I don't know where to put my face. Popping God, the other two God Emperors. You are a real dog. Why in the end will become like this? Don't you force the number in your heart. It's all you do. You're still there to gossip. At this time they don't know how to describe their mood. They have a sad feeling, even a faint suspicion. Is their choice really right? I always feel so unreliable. If they can repent, the three of them must think about it. Gao Peng just said it and didn't take it seriously. He just wanted to tease them. Came to the side of the Elephant God Emperor, gently patted the body of the other party. The other party can move at a time, not as just like that, has been suppressed, unable to move. This feeling is just wonderful. I didn't expect that when I could control my body, it would be like this. I've never felt so good before, but only when I lost the control of my body, I knew that I could control my body. That's a kind of happiness. Gao Peng couldn't help turning a white eye. This guy has a lot of nonsense. Who knows that it's a happy thing to be able to control his body, especially after his body loses control. This feeling is particularly strong. Just like the lost and recovered, it gives people a special strong feeling. Chapters 10-18. Seeing that Popping God has regained control, because he is two God Emperors, he also slowly flies over. Next is a brief self-introduction. The two gods are Qingliu and Yanggong. The strength of both of them is very strong, but comparatively speaking, the explosion is not as terrible as the Popping God, but the strength of both of them is relatively balanced. It doesn't appear that the situation of being strong for a while and being weak for a while. Basically, you can make your strength online. It's also very rare. After learning the ability and real strength of three people, Gao Peng is totally relieved. How to say now he also has his own people. Moreover, the strength of these three people is particularly strong. Anyone who goes out can stir the wind and rain, let alone three people standing together. Plus his words on this continent, no one will be their opponent at all. It is not that he is too arrogant, but that he has such terrible power. This is absolute confidence. Gao Peng's whole body reveals this kind of self-confidence. Others can't help but be infected. Even the Emperor can't say he can walk horizontally. There will always be someone stronger than you. But several of them stand beside Gao Peng, but feel Gao Peng's strong self-confidence, and they can't help but be infected, as if seeing everything more indifferent. This is a subtle change. Of course, under this premise, they have to accept it, otherwise it is impossible for them to believe it so easily. Besides the three of you, are there any other gods in the Void Cave? Gao Peng felt that it was necessary to do business at this time. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he is really a Protoss, he will return to early marriage and early childbearing. Then he has to make his own strength stronger as soon as possible, or he will be directly killed by others. It's not to mention that it's still unknown whether he can survive if he wants to improve his strength and blood strength, etc., so he has to start to carry out his plan of becoming stronger at this time. Everyone was stunned. I don't know what it means to ask Gao Peng, because they don't know how Gao Peng can improve their strength, but since Gao Peng has asked, it's impossible for them not to answer. There should be. What is it supposed to be? Don't you know? They are all people in the same force, and you are all closed. How can you not know? This really wrongs us. We really don't know how many gods are still there, because all people, except for some important things, are basically self-cultivation. At our level, we have looked down on other things. All people are sullen and will make their strength more powerful, which is rarely seen. For a long time, I don't know if there is anyone else in it. I think there should be someone else. They can't go out and wander around. For them, there is no use at all. Finally, Gao Peng got such an uncertain answer, which made him feel particularly mad, but what he said was special. He also has no words to refute. Chapters 10-19. Gao Peng's heart is speechless. Unexpectedly, these guys only know how to practice in seclusion, and they don't even pay attention to other things. It seems that it's useless to ask these things. It's almost like asking 3 questions. What's the difference between this and him? Gao Peng finally asked, who is the most powerful in this empty cave? And how many are stronger than you? Should it be in it now? Gao Peng's question made all 3 of the people in the audience dumbfounded because they didn't know why Gao Peng asked such a question. But they didn't hesitate too much, they said directly. It's true that there are many people who are stronger than us, and their racial talent is also very strong. They are more advanced than us, so their strength is naturally much stronger. A lot. Gao Peng catches the quantifier in their mouth, which makes his eyes emit light. If it's true that there are a lot of them, isn't it true that his strength can be improved again? I feel very excited when I think about it. However, the rest of the people didn't see Gao Peng's dazzling eyes at all, and then they said it on their own. In fact, the most powerful one is the Lord. No one knows how powerful he is. That is, he alone can shake the whole world. Almost all forces are afraid of him. After all, his strength is just too terrible. Ordinary people can't survive in his hands. Even we can't easily get close to him. I feel a great pressure when I am close to him, but many people can't accept it. After all, the pressure is too strong, so I think the Lord is the strongest. A few people can tell the whole situation in the empty cave as soon as you speak to me, which directly makes Gao Peng realize that the strength of the empty cave is really strong. Popping God and others are just weaker God, but that's it. They can sweep all other things. How to say in the outside world is also known as the invincible strong. But it's just like this. It's not the top-notch existence in the Void Cave. From here, we can know how terrible the Void Cave is. No wonder it's called the highest quality force by all. Because there will never be people who make up the numbers in the empty cave. Their strength will always be so strong. The weakest are all gods, so many people can be isolated. And because they are all elites, everyone's strength is particularly strong, and there is a lot of room for improvement. Under such a virtuous circle, many people's strength has long been different. I don't care about the quantity, just about the quality of everyone. This is the purpose of Void Cave. Gao Peng heard that the strength of the leader of the Void Cave is the most powerful. When he could almost suppress an aura, his eyes immediately radiated dazzling light. This time, everyone here found out. Seeing them directly on the spot, I don't know how to describe the current scene at all, but I feel a little uneasy in my heart. Chapters 10-20, that's great. As expected, you really have the people I need to find here, that is, the stronger the better. I am afraid that the strength is too weak. If everyone is as strong as you are, I'm really disappointed, but now I finally know that there are other more powerful people here. I'd like to see what the strength of this guy is. Gao Peng's eyes radiated a strong hot light, while his own face also showed a particularly excited look. However, the rest of the people turned their eyes one after another, as if they were really weak. Even though it is, especially compared with Gao Peng, there is no comparability at all, but it's not authentic when you say so, just like all of them are rubbish. Make complaints about the emperor's early approval, so he was not very irritable at this time. But when he heard this sentence, his heart was also a strong tucow. Never seen such a bastard. Although it's true, can't you think about their feelings? Even if you want to say it, you should at least stay away from it. Don't say it in front of others. It's just too hard. Yanggong and Qingliu are similar, but they don't seem to have any room for refutation. After all, their strength is indeed much weaker. Gao Peng can easily kill them in a flash, so that they really don't know how to say it at this time, but they still feel special discomfort. After all, they are said weak in front of others. In any case, they are all invincible. In the eyes of outsiders, it is also the existence of high above. How can they accept the fact so easily? It seems that my choice this time is right. I don't know what the strength of the guy you said is. I just hope his strength is not too weak. From the beginning of my cultivation, no one can make me really excited. I want to meet a guy who can make me excited, but no one has been so far. I just hope this guy can really excite me. Sometimes it can make me feel the people who are full of blood. They are all extraordinary people. At least they are the most rebellious people at the same level. But some people can make my blood boil, but their strength is not so good, because they can't do much harm to me at all. Gao Peng doesn't know whether he's explaining or what he's doing, and it's like he's monologue. After all, he really hasn't met anything that excites him for a long time. It was just because he heard the news of the Protoss that he felt blood boiling all over his body, but it was just that. When he didn't meet the Protoss, everything was still unknown. Now just can meet a more powerful person, he can also try, in the end those strong can really let him feel excited. Maybe it's the sadness that the strength is too strong. No one can surpass him. He is so powerful that others can only look at his back. Chapters 10-21. All the people in the room looked at him in a daze. Can you say that? How arrogant is this? They don't deny that Gao Peng is particularly strong, but if there is no one who can make him excited, it's a bit too exaggerated. No matter how powerful a person is, he has been improving slowly since he was the weakest. He cannot be born so strong. That's impossible at all. Even the gods here, they have also come from the weak to the present. Of course, they know what kind of situation they will encounter when they are weak. It's possible to be bullied by many people, and when you don't have a deep background, you can be bullied by those powerful people anytime and anywhere. Only when your strength reaches a certain level can you revenge, or even slowly surpass your peers. That's what genius needs to encounter. Unable to restrain the emotions, they make complaints about the exaggerated words. If their strength is strong, they can accept it, but they never get excited, which is just too exaggerated. The exaggeration is too false. My God, I always feel whether our choice is wrong, why I feel that he is so arrogant, and I don't know what weight he is. It's undeniable that he is really very powerful. But to say such a thing is too pompous. I always feel that our own choice is wrong. The Green Willow God is a very stable person at ordinary times, and the three of them, each of which is basically decided by him, but at this time he also felt a special collapse. He always felt that their submission was a particularly wrong move, especially when he saw Gao Peng's move, he didn't know how to say it. The other two also have a trace of regret, feeling that their choice seems to be a special mistake. After all, the people they chose were not so steady. At that time, if they dared to say no, they may be killed completely. But it really makes them feel special. Gao Peng's reactions have completely refreshed their cognition. They never thought that there were such arrogant people in the world. What I said was so forced. Gao Peng, I felt the inner thoughts of several people at once, and looked at them without expression. I don't think you have anything to say. No, we don't. They quickly denied it. After all, how could this kind of thing be admitted? They might be killed in an instant. They won't be so stupid. Therefore, they directly began to deny the three company, no matter how they deny. In fact, from their expression, they can almost know how they think. I know what you're thinking, but I'm not exaggerating at all. I'm just explaining what I'm thinking. Chapters 10-22. In fact, it hasn't been many years since I just started to practice. It will take a long time to see many people are closed all the time. It will take a long time for me to break through a realm. I don't know what it's like, because I've never been closed. For me, it's as simple as eating and drinking water. As long as I want, I can do it. So my speed of improving my strength has always been very fast. People of my age and I think they want to surpass each time. In fact, they have been chasing after me all the time. It's because my strength is improving so fast that no one can catch up with me all the time. I can never feel the excitement every time I fight. Because strength is at my fingertips, as long as I want to break through my realm at any time, strength is a very easy thing for me to get. So I've never been able to experience your feelings. In fact, I really envy that you can shut down for many years because you want to break through your own realm. The feeling of struggle can make people feel hot all over, but I don't have the feeling at all. It's really terrible. Everyone in the room twitched in succession. No matter whether Gao Peng's words are true or false, but the words he said are really enough to pretend that he likes the feeling of struggle. He said he had never closed. Envy them who break through the border in order to improve their strength. This is a real dog. If all the people are not to improve their own strength, where will they choose to stay closed all the time? One passes not only to improve his own strength, but also to let his heart completely calm down. Only in this way can he better break through the existing realm. Many people want to calm their emotions and accumulate more strength to break through the last layer of film. But this kind of especially sacred and serious thing was said in Gao Peng's mouth. It is a kind of mental capital of others. The total feeling is just too heartbreaking. Just like the communication between Shuiba and Shuiba, Shuiba thinks that everything is very easy, while Shuiba thinks that everything is very difficult. Difficult or not means that it depends on oneself and everyone's level is different, so some people think it's difficult and others think it's easy. Gao Peng here is the same thing. It's not impossible for him to cultivate so fast because of his talent and his terrible blood. It's just Gao Peng is very clear that he is not a genius at all, and he also has no such blood force against the sky, all of which are given by the system. If there is no system, then he must be an ordinary human. He may even encounter many battles and be completely affected to death. Although the probability is very small, it cannot be ruled out. When he had it, he lost the fun of fighting. That's why he dared to say such things. After all, he didn't violate his heart at all. What he said is basically true. But whether others believe it or not, it has nothing to do with him. Chapters 10-23. At this time, all the people here understood. Maybe what Gao Peng said was true. It's only because they were so ignorant. I don't even understand any real genius. Maybe it's called true genius and evil. It's just like drinking water and eating food to say that it's so easy to practice speed and experience, so that all the people in the audience don't know how to answer. After all, they have also gone through the bitter closure before breaking through one realm after another, and even they have no right to speak. The big guy is the big guy. If you can't get up, you can't get up. It's almost certain that Gao Peng is right. Maybe his strength is so terrible from childhood, and because of the speed of his cultivation. Basically, no one can surpass him. If he didn't feel the excitement of fighting from childhood, it's not incomprehensible. Each other can do it to the extent that you can bear pressure. How can he feel the fun of fighting? When they thought about Gao Peng's handling of the emperor, they could solve the battle in a flash. Maybe it was because the difference in strength was too great. So it seems to be a special occasion. Well, I think it's probably because we think too much of ourselves. It's understandable that other people can't catch up with him at all because of his powerful blood and his talent of training against the sky. At his present age, he is not only younger than us, but also stronger than us. That's capital. In fact, many people are particularly curious about how Gao Peng practices so fast. Even if his talent is particularly strong, the breakthrough is too fast. If they know the method, they don't mind trying it. It's Gao Peng who brings them too much shock. Even if you are young, your strength is still so strong. And the strength is much stronger than all of them. They can do it in an instant, which is basically what they can't do at all. Let them really want to know, but if Gao Peng doesn't say it, they have no idea. Gao Peng is their master. Now their psychological safety is in Gao Peng's hands. How dare they make mistakes easily? This is absolutely impossible. In fact, they also feel a little frustrated now. Each of them has a very strong blood talent. At the same time, they are still cultivating in such a huge force. There is no lack of all kinds of resources, but in the end, it is not only Gao Peng's opponent, but also he is killed in a flash. If the other side wants to kill them, it doesn't need much effort at all. This made them suspect for a time. Are they really so weak? Still, in the period of their closing, the outside world has completely changed, and has changed into the appearance they don't know. Otherwise, they always feel that their strength is particularly weak, which is not the general weakness. In fact, they think too much. No matter what, they are all the best in the continent, but the object they are comparing with is wrong. Chapters 10-24. No matter what they think inside, Gao Peng has gradually recovered his mood. After all, he has to enter the void cave to find the most powerful guy. Now he just wants to improve his strength. Only in this way can he cope with the disaster that may come next. Although he could have guessed that it was possible that the disaster would be caused by the Protoss, he could not have reached such a conclusion before he got the exact information. He knows too little about everything on this continent, and my news will not be so blocked. Let's go, let's enter the void cave as soon as possible. You show me the way. I'd like to see who the powerful guy you are talking about is. It's not just him, is it? There are still some powerful people, but we don't know about their closing at all, And it's been such a long time that they don't know whether they are still alive or not. There are many people who close their doors just to impact their own state, but because the impact will fall completely after failure, and the people outside are also unclear about what happened. So some people haven't appeared for such a long time. It's possible that they really want to break through their own realm, so they fall down after a sudden situation. After Gao Peng got this information, he felt a little dissatisfied. What he wanted was the exact information, not the specious one. It's hard to know that there are more powerful people in this place, so it's impossible for him to miss it at all, or he will have to be looking for it all the time. That's a very troublesome thing. No matter how many people are still alive, but you can take me in now. I think you will be very familiar with this place. Then show me the way. It's almost possible to guess what Gao Peng thought. He is just looking for a stronger enemy to fight. Otherwise, he won't say that he has not experienced the excitement of fighting since he practiced. Are you ready to fight the powerful? But that's because they guess Gao Peng's inner thoughts, which makes them feel special worry. The leader of the Void Cave is very powerful. With their current strength, they can't fight against each other. They just want to die. Do you really want to go? Their heart refused to struggle, but just when they hesitated, they just met Gao Peng's eyes directly, which made them shiver all over. That's an unmistakable look. If they dare not say a word, then they will suffer unimaginable consequences. Now they are not easy to survive, so they dare not make mistakes easily. Even though they may encounter unimaginable consequences in the future, how long they can live is how long. If the lord of the mansion really killed Gao Peng, then they can explain it a little bit, which makes them all nod their heads in a hurry. They are really afraid that Gao Peng will kill them directly now. Chapters 10-25, Didn't you hear me clearly? Then I'll find the Lord you said. Don't let me emphasize it again and again. I hate repeating my words for the second time, because it makes me particularly upset. I hope you don't make such a mistake again after this time. Then I don't care if you have no credit in the future. Now take me there. I think you should know where he's closed. Take him there now. Don't hesitate, because I'm not discussing with you, but explaining my decision. Gao Peng's sudden change made people feel uncomfortable and made several people on the scene shiver. At this time, they know that just now they came up with the idea that it is too dangerous, and they are in their own way. Now, where are there so many options? It's just stupid. I don't know if they just had a brain drain. They could not survive. If they were killed again because of all kinds of inexplicable things, it would be too wrong. So at this time, they have figured it out thoroughly, perhaps because they know that if they hesitate again, they may be killed completely here in the future. That's really not worth it. Although I don't know what will happen when they lead Gao Peng to meet the Lord, they can't control so much now. After all, they may even be killed. Why should they take care of other people? It's better to have a good think about what to do next. We know. Feeling the horror of Gao Peng, their tone of voice has slowly begun to stutter up. In fact, it is not their fault. In the breath just released by Gao Peng, there is a faint sense of killing, which makes people feel especially depressed. If you touch it carelessly, you will feel special fear. There are so many people Gao Peng has pulled, and he has been killing people all the way since he was relatively weak. So when he sends out murderous gas, it's very horrible. No one can compare. Unless someone can really kill the whole continent, maybe he can call it the god of killing, or he can directly suppress Gao Peng with his breath. But obviously this is impossible. No matter how powerful you are, when you want to do such a thing, you will definitely be stopped by many people, and the will of the whole continent will want to destroy you. So it is almost impossible to suppress Gao Peng. At this time, these people learn to be smart, and they will not ask too many questions. They honestly take Gao Peng back to the original road, because there are many powerful people sleeping there. Whether they can find the Lord or not, they have to take Gao Peng in. Otherwise, they will be unable to bear the consequences. Therefore, at this time, we can't control the problem of betrayal. The Void Cave has become so bad. Where else can we betray? Chapters 10-26. After being warned by Gao Peng, these guys are totally honest, and now they know what to do. After all, they have only two options. It has to be said that this is a kind of helplessness, but now they can't care so much. Anyway, the Void Cave has become like this. If they continue to be stubborn, even they may be killed. That murderous spirit is absolutely serious. This made them dare not act rashly for a while. I'll take you there. Although we know where it is, we don't know what kind of situation the Lord is now, because we haven't seen him for a long time. The last time we met was many years ago, because if there was nothing to do, he would usually practice in the deepest place. Many ancestors also practice in the deepest place. They will only appear when they have to, otherwise they will not interrupt their cultivation, and they will hardly come out on their own. The Green Willow God explained as he led the way. For those old guys who have been practicing for thousands of years, they definitely want to improve their own strength. After all, their lifespan has almost reached the end. Naturally, it is impossible to consume at will. Everyone wants to improve their own strength as soon as possible, to break through the existing realm, so that they can really increase their lifespan. This is their only way now. For those old guys who have decided to shut down for a long time, they are not ready to ask about the world. No matter what happens in the outside world, they will never appear easily. Because every time they appear, it is a huge blow to them, and it will also consume the cultivation power they have accumulated for a long time. It's a very unacceptable thing for them. Therefore, unless there is something very important, they will not appear easily, so the general affairs are all handed over to the emperor and others. And they are almost the ancestors in the void cave, but there are more ancient fossils on top of them. Because few people can see those ancient fossils. After all, each one is practicing in isolation, and almost has not appeared. No matter what happens, it will not appear so easily. For example, just now they have all had such a fierce fight, but no one has appeared. It can be seen how indifferent they are at this time. It doesn't matter what happens outside of you, because they have nothing to do with each other, just don't interrupt their cultivation. At this time, the Green Willow God Emperor also can't guarantee that he can find the old guys. After all, they haven't appeared for such a long time and don't know if those guys died in it. Or when they don't pay attention to it, it has already disappeared completely, because it's completely unclear, so at this time, it's a little uneasy. No one knows what the final result will be, but they are really afraid that Gao Peng will be angry because of this. They can't guarantee what will happen then. Chapters 10-27. The other two gods are the same. Although they have shown special composure before, they also know what kind of situation they are in. How can this not worry them? If you can really find those old guys, no matter what kind of situation, it is a very good result for them. In the end, who died who lived, they can definitely survive. But if they can't find the old guys, they may have to bear Gao Peng's anger. With their lives for so many years, they naturally know this kind of thing. What's more, they have been in charge of the whole void cave. How could they not understand such a simple thing? So for their own soul comfort they will feel special uneasiness, always feel that there is a huge knife hanging on their neck. This is to control their life gate. Gao Peng glanced at them and said softly, "You seem very nervous. Why on earth is that? If there's anything, it's better to talk to me directly. After all, if there's a misunderstanding and then explain it, I think you're arguing. I advise you to make it clear to me first, or once I get my temper up, I can't even control myself. I don't think you want to see that, do you?" Gao Peng's words just came down, and the god of Yan Steel couldn't help it. Then the three of them looked at each other, and said slowly, "Actually we are more worried about whether the old guys who are closed are still around, because it's too long, we haven't seen them, and we don't know what kind of situation they are. They are already dying. They may be dead now, but they may have left here long ago in order to find a better way to break through. We don't know if it's still there, so we're a little worried now. When it comes to this, they are especially afraid that Gao Peng will be dissatisfied. After all, just now they promised, and now they suddenly changed their words. How can this not make people feel uncomfortable?" So they carefully looked at Gao Peng. They were afraid that Gao Peng would suddenly get angry. Then the three of them would really suffer. Just to their surprise, Gao Peng didn't get angry at all, just looked at them speechless. "That's it. What do I think it is? As long as you don't cheat me, everything is non-negotiable. It doesn't matter if those old guys are dead. You just need to bring me to them. I will judge other things naturally. If you don't cheat me, then you don't need to worry at all. I can feel it, but don't try to deceive me, because if I find out, your consequences will be very serious." Gao Peng could feel that they didn't cheat him, so he would be so generous. Moreover, those old guys themselves are dying out of life. It's not certain when they will die after such a long time of closing up. What's more, it's possible that in order to find a way to live, we have already left. This kind of thing is very common. He is understandable, too. You don't get angry about this kind of thing. Chapters 1028 Gao Peng, I just need to know that others are not cheating him, so everything is still very easy to talk, because he hates being cheated. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. He doesn't have to find those old guys, but he can't cheat him. It's an unforgivable thing. In fact, Gao Peng also knows that as long as there are 3 popping gods here, it is very easy for him to find many more powerful enemies. How to say that all 3 of them are invincible and powerful? They must also know a lot of people, and they also have their own enemies. Gao Peng can deal with their enemies completely. If there are more powerful people behind their enemies, it will be perfect. In fact, he had already thought about it. On this continent, as long as you find the right way, it is a very easy thing to find a stronger enemy. It's not that difficult at all. Of course, if you don't know where there is a strong one, then you can only wander around like a headless fly, which is a waste of time all the time, because he has really tried before, this kind of wander around like a headless fly. That's not much use at all. In the end, he not only failed to find the enemy that could improve his strength, but also wasted a lot of time. From that moment on, he knew that he wanted to find more powerful enemies. Then we must find some reliable guides. This can also save him a lot of time, and also can accurately find more powerful people. For example, now, if it is not for Fang Jian to help, it's really hard for him to find the void, let alone improve his own strength, but now he has to see the strongest in the void cave and some old monsters whose lives are about to run out. These can definitely let him improve his strength. Maybe it could surprise him. But in any case, it's better to have expectations. Qingliu Shendi and others saw that Gao Peng was not dissatisfied with what they said, but also said it very generously. This directly relieved them. At the very least, they don't have to worry about it anymore. They haven't felt it since they broke through the divine land. It's just too scary. I didn't expect that all of them have been promoted to this level, and finally they will still have the feeling that they may lose their lives at any time. Bad feeling. Anyway, we managed to escape, no matter whether the old guys were there or not, but we didn't cheat him at all. I think he should be very reasonable. He will not convict us so easily. Let's see if the old monsters are there. I can't hold everything down. For the sake that he is not angry with us, if he is too angry, he may shoot us to death with a slap. Although Qingliu Emperor was relieved, he still wanted to find his old friends. No one dared to put all the bets on other people's temper. This is a particularly unwise move. Therefore, he would like to find those old guys so that they can survive no matter what the final result is. Chapters 1029 It can be seen from all the mental activities of the Green Willow God Emperor that no matter what race it is very selfish. Especially when it comes to the safety of one's own life, all the things that can be sold are sold, because only one's own life is the most important. I don't care what the outcome is. As long as you can live, everything will be fine. People's inferior nature. In fact, Gao Peng can also feel the inner changes of several people present, but he didn't directly point them out. Sometimes, it's unnecessary to say too clearly. Just know each other. Because Gao Peng's strength is too much higher, he can easily see what others are thinking, not deliberately, but when he reaches his level. He can know what kind of emotional changes others have through the surrounding senses, without the feeling that the whole world gives him. It's a very wonderful feeling. He soon mastered this method, but he did not use it all the time, but he knew the feeling very well. You can immediately perceive the emotional changes of others, which can also instantly understand how the other party thinks. If you want to reason a little, you can basically get the thoughts of others. It has to be a particularly powerful tool. I didn't expect that when the strength was improved, there would be such auxiliary means, and I don't know whether it was everyone's or the system's giving. But I always feel that it's a system trick. After all, no matter how powerful others are, they can't do so. They can rely on everything around them to understand what others are thinking. This skill is just horrible. If all people have it, then many people will never show so much emotion in front of me. I'm the only one who owns it. It must be the system. But it's also a very good way to know what these guys are thinking. If someone lies to me halfway, I can master it all at once. Gao Peng thinks it's great to have this skill, especially he hates being cheated by others. When he has this skill, he can know whether others are cheating him or not. This is a special skill for him. In this way, he now appears more calm, no matter what the final result is, as long as he is not deceived, then everything is still negotiable. Besides, these guys can also lead him to find more powerful enemies, so he thinks he can think about it a little bit in the future. Although he felt that the disaster was about to come, he should be able to catch up with it with his speed of improving his strength. His current strength has been particularly terrifying, and he has basically been able to sweep over many big forces, but I just don't know what the disaster is. But no matter what, as long as your own strength is raised to a certain level, there is no need to have any fear. Soldiers come to block, water comes to flood. In the face of all the crises, I still don't move. Chapters 10-30. Let alone, the space in the void cave is really huge, and because there are all kinds of void cracks, there are real people in it. It also feels that the inside of this empty cave is complex. If you don't know it very well, you will be lost in it. Of course, if it is destroyed in a violent way, it will not be lost here at all, but it also has certain risks. After all, when the space cracks are completely destroyed, it can also cause other surrounding void. Once the real cause of greater fluctuation, the whole void will completely become void. Even then, no matter how severe, it may be completely affected. After passing through several space cracks, I finally came to the deepest part of the void cave. There are very chaotic space forces around here, which seem to be able to pull others in. When they all stopped, Emperor Qingliu quietly took a look at Gao Peng and found that Gao Peng was indifferent to all this. There's no big mood swings at all. This immediately made him odd. No wonder that other people's strength will be so strong, perhaps because of such a mind, so that the other party can have such a terrible strength, right? Some people, even if they have extremely strong talent and high-level blood power, have disappeared in the long history. Did not really grow up. Maybe it's because of their psychological problems. Some people just know that their talent is very strong, so they don't want to practice at all. At the same time, I don't care about everything. In the face of danger, I always think that I have a strong talent, others will let him everywhere, or think that I am the son of destiny, and I will definitely be able to avoid danger. It's naive to have such an idea. Who in the world does not have a strong talent? You are the only one who can't think of it. There are all wonders in the world. There are people who are more talented than you. There are even many people who work harder than you. No one is the son of destiny. If you don't straighten your mind, sooner or later, it will disappear completely in the long river of time. The reason why Emperor Qingliu had so many ideas was that when he brought Gao Peng here, he was a little worried. He really would be afraid that Gao Peng would misunderstand him. After all, there are all those chaotic forces of space here. If those who have persecuted delusions, they will definitely think that it is someone else who wants to design a trap to frame him. It is absolutely possible. When he saw that Gao Peng was indifferent, he admired Gao Peng even more. Look, this is the best attitude for the strong. No matter what kind of things they encounter, they can be indifferent. This may be confidence in your own strength. And for others also have a particularly strong confidence, perhaps because of their own strength is particularly strong, so it will appear so indifferent. In fact, Gao Peng is not so confident about his own strength. He has never thought about his own strength. Who makes him have a system? The reason why I am indifferent is that I can feel the mood fluctuation of these guys around me, and I can understand what it means in a moment. As long as it's not cheating, then all the problems are not big. Chapters 10-31. This is the place where the old guys shut up. The god of rock steel stepped in first, and then said slowly, the other two god emperors also walked in. Gao Peng follows them calmly. There are chaotic spatial forces all over the outside, but when they really go in, they find that there are very strong forces inside. And from time to time can also absorb the power. This is simply a cultivation treasure. No wonder those old monsters of this top force like to close here. We are not as good as here, but it is enough for us. With our present talent, it is very difficult to go further. The emperor explained that several of them were required to manage the whole force because their potential had been exhausted. Basically, it's hard to get promoted. It's not like everyone else. It's just beginning to erupt. In fact, even they don't know how many gods there are, and everyone has his own business. And when they meet, they can really feel the identity of each other, but they don't know anything else. Therefore, even they don't know how many guys are stronger than them in this empty cave, but they still see some old monsters occasionally. This is a special power. The gap between their positions can be seen from the closed places. Gao Peng didn't speak, so he listened to them quietly. At the same time, he also had a better understanding of this force. When he got to know it, he also felt speechless. All of these can be called top forces. At first, he thought that this top force, the Void Cave, was a force with a particularly strong cohesive force, but who knows that it was not what he imagined at all. In fact, the degree of looseness is even more shocking. After a long time, the strongest of them don't even know who they are. How does it last so long? And I always feel that many people outside are particularly afraid of the empty cave. What's the matter? Gao Peng also had some doubts in his heart, but naturally he could not ask directly, so he listened quietly to Yang Gang and other gods explaining to him. Some of the information he wants to know is also slowly learned here, in fact, because they have so many strong people here. That's why people are afraid. And it's still a kind of revenge. Although most of the strong people don't know each other, they are close to each other. In order to improve their strength, they don't care much. But when something happens, they will still rush forward without hesitation. After all, the Void Cave, but to cultivate them now, we must make some efforts for your Void Pain. What's more, with the existence of Void Cave, they can have such a good cultivation treasure land. At the same time, if they want to use other cultivation resources, they can also find them. This can almost be said to be a relationship of mutual use. It has to be said that this force is just a wonderful work now. Chapters 1032. When learning the real mode of the Void Cave, Gao Pengjun was deeply moved that such a mode could become the top force in the mainland. In the end, it didn't disintegrate directly. It's a miracle, which is too unexpected. But that's because each of them has his own purpose, and they focus on improving their own strength, so there won't be too many problems. If one person is too obsessed with power, everything is likely to be very different. At the same time, everyone follows the rules of the old ancestors, which will prevent them from getting worse. Even if they want to go out, they have to agree. It also avoids too big a problem. Just when Gao Peng was filled with emotion, the Green Willow God's face suddenly changed, because he found that there was no one here at all. The old guys who were originally closed here were all gone. Not a single one. Although Gao Peng has told them clearly before, they are not alone now, and they don't know what Gao Peng will think of them. Do you doubt them? This makes his heart feel nervous. Although Gao Peng has fallen into his inner world, he pays close attention to everything outside. At this time, he felt the emotion of the Green Willow God at the first time. After he looked around, he almost found out why there was such a performance. You're in a bad mood. Are those guys really gone? Gao Peng didn't want to blame. After all, he had said it clearly before, and those old guys can do anything for their own life extension. I don't have to be honest here. It may have been predicted long ago, and now there is no need to blame anything, just feel a little depressed. It's not easy to meet some guys who can make him improve his strength. But now it's obvious that it's just floating. Hear this. Green Willow God said that he was afraid of being misunderstood. The other two people are the same, at this time also appears to have special uneasiness. Listen to us, it's the place where the old guys closed up before. We didn't take it wrong, but we just don't know why they're all gone. There's no one there. We really don't want to play tricks. It's really the place where the old guys shut up, but I don't know why they all disappeared. Green Willow God feels special nervous now. After all, he has no assurance to prove that he has not lied. The same is true for the other two people. This is simply not explained. If Gao Peng doesn't believe them, then they are almost the same as cheating now. What a terrible feeling, Gao Peng said with a smile. You don't need to be so nervous. You have explained to me before, and I'm not so unreasonable. I can accept the result that their people are no longer here. Chapters 1033. Besides, are you sure there are no other people here? Now it seems that there is no one, but I think it's better to explore a little. Admittedly, you really know this place well, but you don't know it better than those old guys, so I think it's better to observe it. Maybe some clues will be found. Gao Peng is quite rational. Besides, he is not that kind of lunatic person. If he does something unsatisfied, he will have all kinds of doubts. This kind of thing is very reasonable in itself. What's more, the way the Void Cave exists is so special. Even those old monsters have disappeared completely, which is understandable. They don't even know each other's top forces. It's really impossible for them to know each other. Only when they have the same task, like Popping God and Green Willow God, can they get along with each other for a long time and finally get familiar with each other. Otherwise, they will be closed separately. Only those with relatively weak strength are almost all in groups, because in their high-level view, in fact, their mode is gradually unreasonable. So it's natural to use other models to make a difference. I have just started, and there have been all kinds of accidents. Gao Peng is the biggest accident. They just got on the right track. But now they have completely destroyed all their plans, but they can't think so much now. When they heard Gao Peng's words, they couldn't help being stupefied and nodded instantly. Yes, there are few opportunities for us to come here. I think we really need to explore it. We don't know any secrets. We don't know at all. When we come to this deep place, we always rush by without stopping. Now we have a chance. We can also see what kind of things exist here. If we can find out how the old guys disappeared and where they went, it should be a very good thing. Yan Steel God smiled and said, now is not the time to think about other things. If you can find those old guys who disappeared as soon as possible, it is also a very good thing for them. No matter who wins or loses, they don't need to bear too much result. After all, they are nothing but leaders. No matter which side wins, they have an excuse. But now all their lives are in Gao Peng's hands. Although it's pleasant to say now, everyone is afraid of suffering from the scourge of innocence. Then we have to follow Gao Peng's words. Gao Peng is also very clear about their ideas, but he will not break them. He is just getting along with each other now, and has not reached the point where anyone has to work hard for anyone. He would not ask these people to follow him all of a sudden, just because they lost the bet once before and then saw Gao Peng's powerful strength, so they had all kinds of things. That doesn't mean that others will be willing to be loyal to you all the time. Chapters 1034. It dawned on everyone. Where to think about those old guys when they're here. You need to find clues as soon as possible, no matter if you can find the clues of where they went. But is there anything valuable left here? Although I don't know if there will be any, they have to look for them as soon as possible. Those old guys can't disappear in such a strange way. What's more, they haven't found out that they left the empty cave. It just disappeared always feels special strange. Gao Peng also thinks it's necessary to have a good exploration. After all, there's a slight connection between where those guys have gone. Is it really to seek life? But it's impossible. If some people really want to live longer and extend their lifespan, then everything can still make sense. But all people have this idea, so it's a little too weird. It's really necessary to think about it. Let's go. Let's split our heads and see if we can find any useful clues in this place. After all, I don't believe those guys will disappear for no reason. There will always be some reasons. What's more, so many people disappear at once. Don't you feel curious? Even if you don't know what happened, it's definitely a very big thing. It may spread to a wide range, so these old guys will suddenly disappear. If you can find the reasons for their disappearance, there will be great gains. Gao Peng reasoned, and every word he said, the life of the rest of the people present will become more bright. In fact, it is. They absolutely don't believe that these old people will suddenly disappear in order to prolong their life, let alone so many people disappear at the same time. This feeling is a little too unusual. It's absolutely what happened, but they didn't know. Maybe that's because those old guys didn't want to worry about them at all, and they had to leave the three of them here to manage the empty cave well. So there's no plan to tell them. As for the other strong ones, they have already gone, but they don't know where they have gone. That's what they need to look for. Yes, I will never believe that they disappeared so inexplicably, what kind of problems they encountered, and just don't want to let us know. If we knew it, we would probably completely leave everything in our hands, and we would not take care of the void cave again. Maybe those old people really think so. Damn it, are these guys too hateful to call us good things? Burst God said, gnashing his teeth. His temper is very irascible, when it is found that it may be true, so he can't control his temper. I always feel good things and don't tell him, which makes him extremely uncomfortable. The other two gods are not dissatisfied. After all, they also know that they need several of them to take care of an empty cave. If they also leave, then there is no one. Chapters 1035, I'll look over there. Then I'll go this way. I'll go there. Several of them immediately flew in other directions. Although the three of them didn't know much about this place, at least they also came to this place. Gao Peng is not familiar with the place of life. But he didn't worry too much. Anyway, his strength has been improved, and he doesn't need to worry too much. Now it's just to find out if there are any clues left by others. This general feeling of collective disappearance gives people a special weird feeling. It's better to find clues first. If not, it doesn't matter. Sometimes he can look for other goals and improve his own strength, but there is a faint feeling in his heart. Special weird. What is it? I always feel something, but I didn't find anyone here. With my current strength, and for the control of everything around me, I can definitely know everything at my fingertips. I have this feeling clearly, but when I really look for it, I don't find it at all. What's the matter? He also felt a special doubt, which he had once felt, but it was only when he was relatively weak. Now his strength has become so strong. How can we hide him and spy on him? This is absolutely impossible. In addition, he has been able to explore everything around him for a long time. He is very clear, and can find everything around him at once. That is to say, he is more confident in his perception, but the feeling hidden in his heart has always been very strong. Special weird. I don't know what it is, but I hope no one will spy on me, or I will be really rude. Gao Peng didn't know whether he was talking to himself or intentionally to others, but when he finished this sentence, he didn't get any response from others at all. But he didn't care. He went directly to other directions. Now he also wants to see if there is any clue left here, which is very important. Although he doesn't know what happened, he will inevitably have some curiosity. Who knows what will be discovered next? It's the same as adventure. You haven't been there. You never know what that feeling is. I heard that you can never feel it in person. Come and have a look. Look what I've found. At this time, the god of rock steel suddenly roared, and all the people realized it, and rushed to it in a hurry. I don't know what he found. But since all people are summoned to the past at once, there must be a crucial discovery. Otherwise, how can all people be summoned suddenly? Gao Penglian's expressionless head flew directly to the other side, but now he also has a faint expectation, but he doesn't know what the rock steel god emperor found. What will it be? But listening to his tone, I think he has made a great discovery. I hope it will be of some use to us. Chapters 1036, Have you found anything? Popping God ran over in a hurry. When he came to the side of rock steel god, he could not wait to ask. But the next second he was stunned. At the same time, Emperor Qingliu arrived. He didn't ask about it at all, because he had seen it. The expression on his face is the same as that of the Emperor Popout. The expression on his face suddenly froze, which doesn't need to be explained at all, because they have seen it by this time. Have you found anything? Gao Peng was the last one to arrive, but at this time he found that the three guys were all there. He didn't know what kind of reaction they had. However, it can be seen that their current mood has become very unstable, which makes Gao Peng feel particularly strange. What did these guys find? Why do emotions fluctuate so erratically? Gao Peng goes forward and sees what they have found. It's a mirror. It seems that there is some magic on the top of the mirror. It can play animation like a TV. There are many scenes they don't know. Among them, there are many old people with gray hair. Gao Peng also felt some doubts. But just then, the emperor said slowly, the people inside are those old guys, and none of them has fallen down, and all of them are alive, and most of them have broken through in strength. I think their lifespan must have increased. But I don't know what happened. They would leave together. This mirror seems to record what happened at that time. I feel that these old guys are reminding us, but what's the meaning of it? It's not clear for the moment. We can only look at the contents of this mirror first. I hope there are answers we need to find. Gao Peng knows now that he has been playing those in the mirror all the time. All of them are the strong ones in this empty cave. Looking at their powerful strength, he feels a little depressed. If we didn't find it at first, we could still do it peacefully, but now we find that all the strong people in this cave are stronger than him. This makes him particularly depressed. I could have been promoted, but now everything has gone, and I don't know where those old guys are going, and what kind of purpose do they have. At the same time, it disappeared. Now there is such a mirror. The content on it has not been completely read, but it can be known that there must be something about a long time ago. Gao Peng is quite depressed. Originally, you can get the power to be promoted to a higher level, but who knows that the final result will turn out to be like this. Once you are unlucky, you just need to drink water. It's just too unpleasant. It's almost like a cooked duck flying. However, he didn't think about it anymore, and then he looked at the mirror with such concentration. The image may have a great effect on them. Now he has to focus on the content of the image here to know what happened. This must not be missed. Chapters 1037. At first, all the people only saw the image in the mirror appeared all the strong ones, but at first there was nothing else. But I don't know from when, those strong people have gathered together consciously, because it's just an influence, and I don't know what the conversation is. But it can be seen that these strong people gathered together after a long period of conversation. And there's been a lot of bickering in it, which seems very strange, but obviously something happened at that time. That's why the strong people who don't know each other very well suddenly have such a violent reaction. Gao Peng couldn't help but fell into a deep thought. He always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't find out what was wrong. Let him sink more and look at the image in the mirror slowly. What happened? Why do so many strong people gather at once, and with so many of them here, there will be quarrels? It's absolutely something that's hard for them to deal with, otherwise there won't be such a big difference. What is it? Gao Peng found that he was curious, but he was not too flustered. He could only stare at the image in the mirror slowly. It's like watching a documentary. There was no voice at all. They could only observe their mood at that time, by their expressions and expressions, but that was the way to make the people on the scene feel that their mood gradually became heavy. After the quarrel with the strong inside, in the end, it seems that it has been a gradual compromise. Several of them are talking excitedly and drawing something at the same time. It just seems to be confusing. But also at this time, above the heads of those powerful people, a huge black hole suddenly appeared. There is something flickering in the black hole. Seems to be roaring. It's like some kind of sound. Because through the impression of the mirror, they don't know what kind of sound is made inside, but they can see all the strong people's faces suddenly change. They all looked up above their heads. A few of them were in a state of mind, only to see them suddenly take out their own weapons, rush to the top of the head of the black hole. There are several people who want to block these impulsive guys. There is no stopping at all. Seeing a huge virtual shadow, it directly covers those who rush up and disappears into that black hole in an instant. The faces of those who want to stop them change, and now their faces are particularly ugly, especially looking at the black hole that has been flashing all the time. It's like picking and challenging them. After Gao Peng saw this, he was a little nervous. He didn't know what the black hole was, but he could easily solve so many powerful enemies. This must not be ignored. That's because they can only see the human figure in this mirror, but they can't hear the sound at all. They always feel that there is some mysterious sound in that black hole. If only I could hear you. Chapters 1038, Bad. All the old guys are going to be sucked in. What's that? Why do you feel so terrible? Since we can suck all the old guys in. The strength of the old guys is extremely strong, so they can't resist. Although there are reasons for the sudden attack, if there is only 1 second, it can definitely be reflected, but now there are still a large number of people absorbed. What is it? The faces of the poplars and others are particularly ugly. They didn't expect that such a black hole would appear in the depth of the void cave. It seems that they are still so terrible. It may really endanger them. At this time, they looked at their heads and found that there was nothing at all. Brother was there. At some time, a huge black hole appeared here, sucking all the old guys in. And there is not much resistance at all. What's more, there is something wrong with that black hole. It always gives people a feeling of roaring. Every time, you can see that black hole is stretching. I don't know whether they are roaring or breathing, which gives people a special weird feeling, so when they see the image in that mirror, they all feel special terror. Needless to say, Gao Peng felt a sense of uneasiness. It was definitely the feeling that a black hole brought to them. There's nothing wrong. What is this? I don't know when the image recorded by this mirror happened, and will this black hole still appear? Gao Peng also looked up. At this time, he was really afraid that the black hole would suddenly appear. No one knew how the black hole formed. What is it? These generalists all don't understand, just as they appear inexplicably, and their killing power to people is particularly strong, so many powerful old guys are sucked in at once. Although we can also see that those old guys are resisting, but all of them are in vain. They have not played much role at all, and they are finally sucked in by that black hole. This is a very unbelievable thing for them. No one thought that so many powerful people had no resistance at all and were absorbed directly. The main thing is, where did this black hole come from? This is clearly the deepest part of the void cave, but how could a black hole appear without any sign? But before, those old guys seemed to be talking about something. Otherwise, how could they gather here all of a sudden? If we can know what they are communicating with each other, maybe we can grasp a little clue, but now we have no clue at all. I don't know what happened, so these old guys would gather together, and eventually they would be chased by the black hole that suddenly appeared. Everything is too weird, and they don't have any clue at all. If they get a clue, it's easier for them to find it. But now, just like blind eyes, I don't know where to start. Chapters 1039. Several people at the scene looked at the mirror like this until all the old guys were completely absorbed by the black hole, and finally they looked at each other. Everyone took a deep breath. I really can't believe it. Although they just looked around, they didn't find the black hole in the mirror. But they didn't have much hope either, because the black hole seemed to appear suddenly, either in the mirror or outside. So it's impossible for them to look for it like this. That's a bit of a headache. Gao Peng was also silent. Unexpectedly, when he was looking for more powerful enemies, he saw such a play. Who could have thought that so many strong people would be sucked in by a black hole? And the appearance of a black hole is so sudden that all people are caught off guard. Even those old guys are very powerful, but no matter how they resist, they are also sucked in. That black hole is a little weird. It's not only able to absorb so many strong people, but also very strange when absorbing those strong people, because they can't hear the sound at all. But from that little reaction, we can see how strange this black hole is. I don't know if I'm roaring or breathing. But the special horror, they just looked at a glance, they felt their cold hair up, that kind of feeling is particularly uncomfortable. The Emperor Qingliu and others were also silent. They didn't expect such things to happen in the deep of the void cave. It was just too unexpected. And it happened under their noses. If it wasn't for this mirror, they wouldn't know what happened. They wouldn't even know how the old guys disappeared. But now even if it is clear, they also feel particularly tricky, because that black hole appears, too inexplicable, and also do not know why it appears. There are too many puzzles in it. What are the old guys going to discuss when they get together? This kind of thing doesn't happen at all at ordinary times. She is actually all together. This is not right. At one time, the scene fell into silence, no one spoke, because at this time, they were also unable to digest what they had just seen. Because the old guys in the mirror, each of them is many times stronger than them, but there are so many strong people gathered together, and finally there is no resistance, they are sucked into the black hole. This puts a lot of pressure on them. What is that? How can you suck so many strong people in at once, and all the old guys have no resistance at all? Isn't it too frightening? At the beginning, the old guys gathered together to talk about what? I feel that their expressions are very serious, and when they see that black hole appear, their faces also have a little something wrong. Chapters 1040. There was a look of thinking on the face of the Green Willow God Emperor. At this time, he was thinking about what link had been missed by them. If we can know what the old guys are talking about, maybe we can find some clues. It won't be like this. It's like a headless fly. It's just too hard to find. It's needless to say that there is no clue about the unexplained black hole. Why does that exist in this deep place? The god of rock and steel was also thinking about it. At that time, he suddenly said, I don't know why, I feel that the black hole seems to have life, especially when he wants to suck all the old guys in. It was really like breathing at that time, although it also gave people the illusion of roaring. If you believe it more, it's breathing. For a moment, everyone was silent. Gao Peng takes a look at the god of rock and steel. In fact, he has this idea himself, but he is not so sure, so he doesn't want to say it at all. Who knows that other people, besides him, have also been concerned about the injection, and they also think that the scene of that black hole at that time was really like breathing. This is a little strange. Is there life in that black hole? No one knows, and because there is no sound in that mirror, they can only rely on their own guesses now. But by virtue of their powerful strength, they were also very careful when observing. Although they were shocked, they still remember what happened. Especially that black hole gives them the first feeling. In fact, you are right. That black hole may have life itself, because it was breathing at that time, said Gao Peng, and it's also roaring, but because this mirror can't emit sound at all, but judging from his performance, the black hole at that moment really has life. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. If it was only doubted at the beginning, Gao Peng was extremely positive when the god of Yanggong said his first feeling. That black hole is definitely alive. And at that time, it was really roaring. It's not clear what it was, but it's not to discuss anything with others. Especially at that time, the expressions on the sides of the old guys changed dramatically, as if they were specially surprised by the events in front of them, and some of them seemed to have guessed everything. Because they didn't seem to be too flustered, but when they really deal with that black hole, they also seem to be in a bit of a hurry, which is definitely not the expression they will show when they meet for the first time. That would be interesting. Did you find that, in fact, those old guys who were sucked in, several of them, didn't feel much accident about the appearance of this black hole? It seems that I have predicted and know the existence of this black hole, but in the end, it was from the time when the black hole roared that those guys completely panicked. Chapters 1041, yes. The Emperor was a little surprised. Although they did pay attention to everything at that time, the black hole appeared too suddenly. At the same time, it also brought huge impact to them. Sometimes they did miss some pictures, but they still felt extremely confused. Doesn't seem to have happened at all. Yangdong and Qingliu didn't talk. They didn't see the same scene, as if they didn't appear at all. Let the two of them not know what to say. Gao Peng nodded his head definitely. In fact, at that time, he paid special attention to a few people who didn't seem to be surprised by the appearance of the black hole, and didn't see the surprised expression of the black hole for the first time. The existence of black holes has been known for a long time. But in the end, the reason why the reaction is so huge may be that the black hole suddenly becomes hostile to them and attacks them directly. But also want to pull all people into the black hole, will let all people start to panic. In fact, at the beginning is not so. Gao Peng is willing to guarantee everything he sees. But if it is, the result will be more intriguing. How do those old guys know the existence of this black hole? Why does the black hole suck all the people in? And when those old people want to resist first, they can't resist at all. There is too much uncertainty in it. Absolutely, and I feel that in the beginning, these old guys didn't realize that the black hole would give them a hand. That is, the black hole would suddenly give them a hand, which would make them completely panic. At that time, you didn't notice the situation, but it was just a flash. If you look carefully, you can definitely find that there are too many changes in the concentration. Almost all of them change rapidly, which means that all people know that black hole, but that black hole itself has life, and I don't know what kind of reason it is, it directly inhales all the people present into his body. This is absolutely to be studied. Gao Peng is sure to say that he never doubted his eyes, not to mention that he had observed clearly in the past, even though he said that it only happened in a moment. But he didn't miss a single picture. Because for him, it may be a clue to find a strong enemy, so he looked very seriously, but he didn't expect to see it. At the beginning, I felt really strange, especially when I heard the words of Emperor pop out and others. He had a more abnormal feeling. That's why he said it. Sure enough, other people didn't find this scene at all. They just thought that the black hole with life appeared suddenly, and they started attacking the old guys for no reason. This is clearly a omission. It wasn't a sudden attack, but at first those old guys thought that black holes wouldn't hurt them, but black holes didn't know what the reason was. They were going to suck all people into their bodies. There are many secrets. If you don't make it clear carefully and don't have enough clues, you can't investigate at all. Chapters 1042. From what they have seen and heard, there must be some secret that they don't know, but it's because all the people they know are sucked into that black hole. It's like breaking a clue. It's a bit hard. If it's just like this, they won't give up so easily. How to say they have taken a very important step away from the truth. Even if there is still a lot of missing information, I don't think they can't find it. I say that the place where they are now is the crime scene. This is definitely worth their study. But just then, Gao Peng suddenly looked at the mirror and said with a strange look, I said, do you know the origin of this mirror? Why is this mirror here? Why do you suddenly play such an image? Is this image really real? Gao Peng's sudden question made all the people in the room completely ignorant. At the beginning, it was just a black hole under discussion. Was there life? At the same time, why were those people suddenly absorbed by the black hole? All kinds of things have been discussed, but they have not found the most fundamental root cause. Without this mirror, they would not know all these things. What's more, is the image in this mirror really real? Who is sure? Who can guarantee it? The Green Willow God and the other two people looked at each other. They all shook their heads and denied directly that they said, we haven't seen this mirror. We didn't pay attention at the beginning. I thought this mirror was the treasure in the deepest place, but now it looks like something is wrong. Why does this mirror suddenly appear here? And how can we record these images? Are these images real? We don't seem to know. After this discovery, all the people were completely confused, and they also felt particularly depressed. After guessing for so long, they seemed to have no real clue at all, especially around the black hole in the beginning. Now they suddenly find that this mirror is really mysterious. Even they don't know what it is, but this mirror can let them see such a scene. Doesn't that mean there is also a secret in the opposite mirror, or is there a clue hidden in it? Gao Peng heard the words of the three of them. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. Unexpectedly, all the people didn't know how the front mirror appeared and who it was. Isn't that out of thin air? And since we still have such a powerful ability, we can record all the long-standing things, which makes us feel special and magical. Why are such treasures here? I don't know whether it was put here artificially or whether this treasure appeared here by itself. Anyway, it's better to put it away first. Other people should have no opinion. After all, this mirror is a little mysterious. And they dare not have any complaints. Can only look at Gao Peng so quietly slowly close to that mirror, the movement seems to suddenly slow down. Chapters 1043. When Gao Peng found that this mirror was not simple, he was ready to put it away. After all, clues can be found slowly, but there are some uses in this mirror. It can't be taken out anymore before it has been studied and understood. But just then, the mirror suddenly responded. The original image on the top of the freeze frame suddenly blurs, followed by a very clear image after another. All the people in the audience were stunned, but they quickly responded. After all, whether the mirror is real or not, it may be very important for them. What's more, it is possible that the images played in this mirror will be of great help to them in their search for those who are strong and missing. There is this mirror is showing again. The green willow god exclaimed, and then he stared at the mirror so quietly. Although he did not understand how the mirror appeared, he did not know whether these pictures were true or not. But now, it's not the time to take a look at what these pictures in the mirror mean. Maybe it's good for them to learn something from it. Gao Peng wanted to put the mirror away, but suddenly he put it down. He also wanted to have a good look at what the mirror wanted to do. Why did the picture suddenly appear again? The mirror is too mysterious, even the three of them don't know where they came from, but the mirror can lie in front of them so quietly. At last, I started to play such a picture. What's the meaning of it? Gao Peng has collected too little information. Besides, he has been thinking about ways to improve his strength. In fact, he has not paid much attention to other things. So sometimes it's dull, but it doesn't mean he's stupid. The image in the mirror is even more compact than before, and every time there is a particularly strong flash, let alone the images in the mirror can't be connected at all. It's like I've been jumping all the time. This is a little unexpected. I didn't expect that such a mysterious mirror would lose its chain at the most critical moment. Not only did it fail to see what kind of valuable things were there, but it could also see some interesting things. But even then, it will not help them. What they want to know is why the black hole sucks all the old guys in, and what kind of relationship does the black hole have with them. Gao Peng has said before that it is clear that those old guys definitely know this sudden black hole. They are eager to know now, and there is a certain connection between them. But this mirror doesn't seem to want to let them know. What they want, the mirror doesn't play. This feeling is particularly strange. And the mirror's response is particularly bizarre. I don't know what kind of situation it is. Gao Peng saw this scene, and couldn't help but let him sink into meditation, as if he had caught some clues, but he didn't make it clear for the time being. Chapters 1044. Wait, there seems to be a change. The god of rock steel has been staring at that mysterious mirror. Originally, there were all kinds of strange pictures in that mirror. At this time, it seems that there was some incredible change. Everyone hears the prestige, only to see that the mysterious mirror has changed. Like before, it will change into a picture in a short time. We can't capture important information at all. Now, the image in the mirror directly stays in a place, which is a dark and incomparable space. It seems that there is nothing, but there is a glimmer of light in the distance. Because they can't hear the sound at all, you can only judge everything by these pictures, but this place feels special weird. It's dark. Every now and then, there's a little flash of light, which makes them feel special doubt. What is this? How can I feel so strange? Why does such a picture appear in the mirror? What is this place? It's so dark that I can't see anything clearly. It's really strange. They have been staring at the mirror, really want to find out what is wrong in it, but no matter how they look, they have not found anything to pay attention to. I think the image in the mirror is a special weird space. They can't see anything else at all, only the dark place. However, those light spots didn't disappear, and soon appeared in front of them, which made them feel special strange. Sometimes it seems to be magnified. No, if you look closely, it seems that there is a certain outline in it, and if you look closely, you can see clearly that it is definitely the outline of a certain organism. Because of his sharp eyes, Gao Peng suddenly saw that there was something in the strange space inside the mirror. And when he said it, all the people immediately looked at the past quietly. When they looked at the mirror for a long time, all of a sudden, it was found that there was a certain contour, and only because this contour occasionally shook, they would find that those light spots were flashing all the time. This is absolutely the reason for this profile. But what kind of creature is this? In such a dark place, there is such a thing. Moreover, this place is just too weird to know where it is. What's more, why does this mysterious mirror suddenly appear such a strange space? There must be some inevitable connection among them, but they can't find it for a while now, so they can only watch it quietly. At the same time, they may get some kind of information they need, but now they can only stare at this mirror, which is just too bad. The green willow god frowned slightly. He always felt that this kind of space was a little familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen it. It was somehow inexplicable, but he did remember it, as if it was a little familiar. This is a little strange. He didn't remember that he had been to such a place, and he didn't see it at the same time. How could he feel familiar? Chapters 1045. It's because of this familiar feeling that Qingliu Shendi has been staring at the mysterious mirror. He is not always staring at the outline. He just looked at everything around him. Because these brought him a very familiar feeling, but he just can't remember where he saw it, let alone he never went to such a place. How familiar is this? This feeling is particularly strange. Have you noticed that there is a very familiar feeling in this strange space? Have you noticed it? All of a sudden, Emperor Qingliu said something inexplicable. All the people are slightly stunned. Gao Peng is more inexplicable, do not know why the god of green willow suddenly said such words. Did he really enter this strange space? But it's impossible. After all, no one knows where this strange space is. Besides, it's the image from this mysterious mirror. This is even more impossible to see. The god of rock steel was a little confused, because he didn't feel some familiarity, so he said frankly, "No. I don't feel familiar at all, but I feel strange. I've never seen such a strange space before. Is it? And why do I feel so familiar?" Said the green willow god. "As if I've seen this strange space before, what's going on? No, it seems to me that I saw this place somewhere, but I don't know why. I just can't remember it." At this time, the god burst suddenly said this sentence. He really felt that this strange space was a little familiar. He thought that he had an illusion. However, the words of the green willow god remind him that this is absolutely not an illusion, and it must have been seen somewhere. But they just can't remember. Hearing what the two of them said, Gao Peng immediately became interested in it. If it was only one person, it might really have an illusion, but both of them said it at the same time. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. They must have seen it somewhere, but because they didn't remember it at all, they felt special doubts at this time. As long as they think about it, they should be able to find some clues from it. Gao Peng said, "You two should think about where you saw it. It's possible that your clue will let us solve many secrets. The sudden appearance of such a picture in this mirror definitely has its meaning, otherwise it will not let us see this scene at will. Now you should think about it carefully, and think about where you saw it. Maybe you saw it unintentionally, but at last you forgot it." Gao Peng also reminded them of this sentence, which made them both immediately fell into deep thought, which is absolutely possible, otherwise they would not be able to remember it all. This is absolutely because I have seen it, but I don't care much about it, so the feeling of familiarity is very strong, but I don't know it at all. It was a wonderful feeling. Chapters 1046. Gao Peng's words made the two of them fall into a deep meditation, because with their powerful strength, if they really saw it, they would never forget it so easily. Then it is absolutely that they have seen it unintentionally, but they don't care about it at all, so at this time, they are only familiar with it, but they can't remember it. The reason why the god of rock steel didn't have a sense of familiarity may be that he didn't see it at all, so it makes sense. Where did you see it? Why can't I remember what's wrong? The more I look at it, the more familiar I am. Except for the strange outline, I feel the place where I can't see my fingers. I have seen it indeed. And it's not that you can't see your fingers. On the contrary, if you look carefully, you can still see those things inside. It's just that one contour is covered, which is not clear at all. Is that what you say? When two people are thinking, they can't help but start to fight. You're not what they want, but they are really in a panic. Obviously I feel very familiar, but I can't remember where I saw them all, and it's absolutely their two presents at the same time. Otherwise, it's impossible, but in this way, it will be even worse. Both of them have forgotten at the same time. Maybe it's not important for them at all. I didn't expect it to be the key. No, I remember, I finally remember where I saw it. Burst the body suddenly roared, the whole person's expression appears a little excited, but the excited mood didn't last for too long, and finally he was as weak as frost. No way, I didn't expect it to be that place. No wonder I said why I was so familiar with it. It turned out to be that place. Is there a clue there? But I feel that the place that this mirror shines out is slightly different. At least the place we have been to is absolutely impossible to have that outline. It's a creature with a clear outline, but it's impossible for us to go there. What's the matter? Other people didn't disturb him, but they began to sort out slowly at this time, and the eyes of the Green Willow God Emperor were more and more bright. Because he has slowly learned something from the voice of Popping God, and at this time he began to remember. I finally know where I saw it. No wonder I'm so familiar with it, because I didn't think about it at all, so I haven't thought about it at all. It's just a feeling of special familiarity. But at this time he thoroughly understood that this was clearly where they had been, but because they had gone too long, some things had been completely forgotten. What's more, there is still a little gap between the two. If not carefully observed, it will not be found. Both of them knew where they had seen it, but the god of Yan Steel and Gao Peng were staring at each other, because they didn't know what these two guys were talking about. Chapters 1047. When Emperor Yan Gang was in a hurry, because he was originally a man in the Void Cave, but why didn't he know where it was? What are you talking about? Why do you all know that place, but I don't? Of course you don't know, because you haven't been there at all. In fact, neither of us has been there at all, only once in a long distance. At that time, we almost lost our lives at a glance. The Green Willow God said calmly, but at this time when he said here, he even had some hearts to live up to. It was really a thought of the situation at that time, he felt some fear. They were not strong at the time, but the impact on him is enormous. It's the same with Emperor Popout. Although his temper is so hot, it seems that he even ignores his own life, but sometimes he will feel afraid. For example, they say this place. The god of rock and steel is still a little confused. At this time, Gao Peng felt special curiosity. There was such a place, and it seemed to be in the Void Cave. Why did this mysterious mirror suddenly appear such a scene? Would it have something to do with that black hole? This made him feel special curiosity, only to see him suddenly say, "What kind of place is that?" You may as well say it now and listen to it. I think it's necessary for us to check it. Maybe it may have something to do with that black hole. It's also necessary to check it. After all, this mirror somehow appears such a picture, which should be guiding us. I don't care what the mirror means, but I must go and have a look. Although I hate being manipulated by others, I would like to see what kind of existence the black hole is. Gao Peng said so calmly, without any worries at all, and in his view, all the dangers are actually nothing. As long as it's not a natural disaster, then he doesn't need to be afraid. At first, he was a little afraid of the black hole, but when he found that the black hole seemed to be a living body, he was completely relieved. As long as it is a living body, then he does not need to have any fear. As long as the strength is stronger than him, it will eventually become his stepping stone. There is no doubt about it. So he didn't need to panic at all, and he thought it might help him to improve his ability and more urgently want to find out. The expressions on the faces of the two gods suddenly froze. They didn't expect Gao Peng to ask for such a request. What was it about? Do you really want to have a look? Although their strength has become much stronger now, when they think of that place, they can't help shivering. There was a tremor in my heart. That place is just too scary. It always gives people a sense of special danger. It's a fear from the heart. This kind of reaction of the two people was immediately shown in Gao Peng's eyes, which made Gao Peng more interested. Unexpectedly, the two of them had such a huge reaction. That's more interesting. Chapters 1048. Seeing the fierce reaction between the two men, Emperor Yan Gang seemed to think of something, although he had never been there or seen that place. But it doesn't mean he doesn't know. I see, he said suddenly, you're talking about the abyss, aren't you? In the empty cave, only the abyss is the place where everyone hears the color change. Everyone who goes into the abyss will have some changes, and may experience great terror. Even if we go in with such strength now, there may be danger. You are talking about the abyss, aren't you? The god of rock steel is not stupid. From this phrase, we can know what kind of place it is all at once. The green willow god and the popping god nodded. The faces of both of them were not very good looking. I didn't expect that the place in the mysterious mirror was such a horrible place. This is a little difficult. No wonder it's so weird. Seeing what they said is so interesting, Gao Peng immediately became more interested. There is such a strange place, so there must be some secret. Even God can feel scared. What kind of existence is there? Is it because of the outline in the mirror? Gao Peng took a look at the mysterious mirror, and suddenly became more interested. If it was really a living body, wouldn't it be possible to improve his strength? Listen to what you say is so dangerous. What's in it, or is there something terrible in it? Because of his special interest, Gao Peng couldn't help asking. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to the black hole, but was more interested in the abyss they said. After all, this abyss may be a little closer to him. If he can find more powerful enemies, then his strength can be improved. No matter what happens to others, only let his strength get the most powerful improvement. That's the truth. As soon as the body of Qingliu Shendi and others was stiff, they had already felt Gao Peng's strong interest, which made them feel a little bit bad. If it is true that Gao Pengjun is going, isn't it true that they must also go? This is amazing. This is amazing. No, you'd better not be interested. That place is really a bad place. If there are other creatures in it, it might be better. But we don't know what kind of things there are. No matter who goes in, it will disappear somehow. And when we want to go in and look for it, we will find some strange bones. But it's only good luck to enter. Some people just stepped in and disappeared completely. It's really strange there. It's not easy for others to go in at all, but anyone who practices will disappear mysteriously once they go in. Once we saw it from afar, as if there were some terrible creatures watching us in that abyss, which made us dare not act rashly at that time. That feeling is terrible. Chapters 1049, so interesting. Gao Peng touched his chin. If it was as he described it, there would be some terrible creatures in the abyss. This made him more interested. As long as it's a creature, it doesn't need to be afraid at all. Who makes it have an invincible and powerful system? As long as it's a creature, Tongtong can be his stepping stone. That is to say, when he knew that there might be some kind of creature in it, he became more interested. The green willow god emperor and so on, mouth corner twitches one after another. No words on one's face. When is it? You even have leisure to say these words here. Don't you know that every word we say is true? It's funny to say the abyss. That's because you haven't seen the abyss at all. Just standing outside, you can feel the terror in the abyss, let alone the monster that may hide in the abyss. That's even more difficult for ordinary people to fight against. With their own eyes, they can make many gods lose the ability to resist. What a powerful power it is. Since there is such an interesting place, how can we not have a look? And I think this abyss may have something to do with that black hole. After all, you don't see this mysterious mirror. Do you seem to be guiding us? Now that it has been said that it is that abyss, it must be a good look. Otherwise, if you miss a certain clue, it may really suffer, right? 3 people all want to deny, but this sentence is true. Now they just want to find clues, and they can only rely on this mysterious mirror in their hands. Although I don't know what kind of role it has, maybe it will be a hole, but now there are not many ways. You can only bet your luck. In fact, they also want to know where the old guys have gone, and what's not a black hole. If you don't understand all this clearly, you will feel a little uneasy. After a lot of thinking, the 3 of them finally agreed. After all, they don't have much time to think about it. If they refuse, or are afraid of death, they may die the fastest. Seeing that 3 people have been silent, Gao Peng nods with satisfaction. In fact, even if they disagree, he will definitely force them. Anyway, he is interested in the abyss. No one can stop him. Only by facing life and death, can we understand the meaning of the strong, let alone find clues. After all, this mysterious mirror may have some connection with the abyss, and it may also have a connection with that black hole. Then why don't we check it in person? And with me, nothing will happen. Trust me, I don't know how evil the abyss you are talking about is, but I don't think anyone can subdue me, especially in this place. No matter how weird it is, it's no threat to me. You can put your heart in your stomach and show me the way. Chapters 1050 can rest assured just have ghost. It is because they know how terrible the abyss is that they are so insecure. It is not a matter of strength at all, because the abyss itself is ominous. Even if the strength how strong again how. If you don't want to be cursed, you won't be able to play your full power at all. At this time, the three of them were still a little hesitant, but when they saw Gao Peng smile, they finally bit their teeth. No matter, it's all death, so it's better to take a chance. I don't believe that with so many of us now, and everyone's strength is not weak, it will also be shocked by the abyss. I absolutely don't believe it. It seemed to arouse his heart's unyielding mood. At this time, he had no other concerns, let alone they wanted to find a clue. If some things are not solved as soon as possible, there will always be some people have trouble sleeping and eating. What's more, the place where a black hole appears is in the void cave. This is definitely to check him out. I'll lead the way. Let's go and have a look as soon as possible. Although we don't know what this mirror means, it may really be hinting at us. The green willow god looked at the mirror with complicated eyes. He really didn't know what the meaning of the mirror was. It seemed to be very magical. But sometimes I feel a little different. This mirror is so mysterious that it appears inexplicably in the depth of the void cave, and it can even play those pictures that are not sure whether they are true or not. Now it's more like guiding them. I really don't know what happened to this mirror, but no matter what, they must go to the abyss. Gao Peng must go. He wanted to see how horrible the creatures in the abyss were. Maybe it can really help him to improve his ability, which can't be missed at any point. Emperor Qingliu took Gao Peng and Emperor Yanggong to the abyss. Actually, the abyss is in this deepest place, but that place has been completely blocked for a long time. It was as if it had been sealed off, for fear of something coming out of the monastery had always been a careful guard. It's never easy to get close. Now, because there are not so many concerns, the god of Green Willow also wants to know, can we find some clues in this? Now it's just on the scalp. When they got to the abyss, a special strange breath spread. Before they got to the abyss, there was a breath. The expression on the face of the Green Willow God Emperor is not very good looking, which has not yet arrived, and has begun to slowly affect the breath. If their strength is not a little stronger, it may be completely affected now, but even so, it also makes them cry secretly. Gao Peng narrowed his eyes. It's interesting. I didn't expect that this has not really arrived yet. Some guys can't help it. It seems that it's because they've been here too long. Do you want to come out and make a noise? Tut tut tut. It's kind of interesting. Chapters 1051. Just after they arrived, they were directly attacked by a shamaway, and the faces of Qingliu and others became particularly ugly. They were a little afraid of this one, and they even backed away. Gao Peng is more excited. As long as it's a living body, it's easy to say. At least it's possible to improve his strength. If it's just some weird things, then he won't touch them easily. That's interesting. Abyss, in fact, it's a huge space crack. In their opinion, it's almost the same as ordinary space cracks. If you look carefully, you can see the difference. The abyss, the space crack, is filled with a black breath. These are all the dark breath emanating from the abyss. When everyone feels these dark breath, it will be very unnatural and feel that his whole body strength is not smooth. This is that there are many people who don't want to come to this place. It's just unlucky. Once there were so many powerful deities in it, they all disappeared inexplicably, and there are also many people who want to go in. The end result is not good either. That's why Emperor Popout and Emperor Qingliu didn't want to come here. They had already forgotten this place, but it was the mysterious mirror that made them remember it. It's toxic, but I don't know what this mirror means. Is it really related to that black hole? The relationship between them is becoming more and more complex, especially what kind of ability does this mirror have? Gao Peng put away the mirror like this, and his eyes showed a little excitement, looking at the dark breath emanating from the crack in the space. He even felt a hint of familiarity, a very kind feeling, which made him alert at once. Don't you say, is there anything about the demons here? How else could I feel familiar? This breath is a little similar, but there are some differences. Gao Peng felt a little bit, and thought that the dark breath was a little bit similar to the demon breath, but it was a little far-fetched. But he felt that it was necessary to have a good look. No matter whether it was or not, he wanted to have a good look at what kind of things existed in the abyss. There must be some horrible creatures in it. So can we let him improve? It's not clear, but he would like to have monsters that are more powerful than him, so that he can be promoted. He doesn't care about those who are taken away by black holes. He just wants to improve his strength, but he has some curiosity about that black hole. So if he really has a way to improve his strength, then there is no need to waste so much time to find. Qingliu Shendi and others naturally don't know what Gao Peng thinks in his heart, but now there is a trace of fear in their eyes. Watch the space crack of the abyss with great vigilance. Chapters 1052, What Shall We Do? At this time, the god of Yan Steel really felt the terror of the abyss, although their strength had been quite strong. But facing up to this dark atmosphere is also a kind of special depression for them, as if there is a kind of atmosphere that conflicts with their power. This feeling is too bad. People all put their eyes on Gao Peng. After all, it was he who decided to come. They decided that Gao Peng was the only one who could obey orders. Gao Peng's mouth slightly raised. What else can I do? Of course, we need to go in, or what are we doing here? Just stand at the door and have a look. It's not my style. I have to go in and have a look. What kind of things are there? They are so ominous. What's more, there should be many particularly powerful creatures in it. I just don't know why it was suppressed here. Since this mirror has already indicated, I think this abyss will definitely have some connection with that black hole, so it's necessary for us to go in and have a look. You can follow me. You will never be surprised. I'm here, no accident. The corners of their mouths twitched. That's too far-fetched, isn't it? It is undeniable that the mirror did appear the space in the abyss, but it seems that it did not remind them. Moreover, in their view, Gao Peng clearly wants to enter the abyss, otherwise he will not show such an excited expression. But what can they do? It's impossible to tear it down directly. They can only shut their mouths honestly and cooperate with the acting. It's no use saying it or not. It's better to keep your mouth shut. It doesn't matter whether you live or not. Anyway, they can't control it. It must be said that this is a kind of sadness. Their strength is not weak, but who let them meet Gao Peng? No matter how big their opinions are, they have to cooperate with Gao Peng honestly. Indeed, Gao Peng has shown that they must enter the abyss if they are dissatisfied. That's definitely looking for death. Seeing that all the people agreed with his proposal, Gao Peng nodded his head with satisfaction. Of course, he knew that the three people were particularly dissatisfied, and they were a little uneasy. But what does it have to do with him? As long as he is there will be no accidents. Besides, he only needs to let these guys lead the way for him, and he doesn't need them to do anything. Gao Peng can't wait to think that there are more powerful creatures in it. After all, he wants to improve his strength as soon as possible. I always feel that with his strength, he is still a little insecure. Moreover, if there are some natural disasters, he will not improve his strength as soon as possible, but it is really difficult to cope with them. He is not omnipotent. Those are not the disasters of life body. To him, they are just the conquering stars. In fact, at the beginning, he has noticed that his strength has been very strong all the time, so he can't hurt him at all. But if that black hole is not a living body, he may really need to be careful. In case, he decided to improve his strength as soon as possible. You can't rely on others for everything. Only when we control our own destiny can we be fearless. Chapters 1053, My destiny can only be controlled by myself, no one can control it. Gao Peng seems careless, but only he knows how proud he is and what kind of crisis he is facing. Others don't know his weakness, but he can't ignore it. If others know his weakness, it can definitely be used, so he can never let others know what he will be restrained by. At the same time, he has to improve his own strength as soon as possible. Maybe only in this way can he not be afraid of any external factors. Even if there are too many external factors in the disaster, it is also difficult to defeat him. What if that black hole is not a living thing? As long as he is strong enough, no one can threaten him. Now there is only one idea. That is to strive to improve their own strength. No one can stop him. Let's go. Let's go straight into the abyss. Then you can follow me as much as you can. Otherwise, I may not have so many opportunities to take care of you. I don't think you want to die in it, do you? Then you can follow me honestly, and don't run around, or it will be very difficult to deal with. I don't know what kind of creatures there are. I can only try my best to explore. What's more, there may be something similar to that black hole, which is more difficult to deal with. You must keep an eye on it. Gao Peng has been telling them how to say that these guys are his team, how could they just abandon them? What's more, the three guys are still very useful. They can't be discarded just like this. Besides, they have never entered the abyss, and they have a certain understanding of it. This is the Void Cave. The Green Willow God Emperor and others saw that there was no room for retreat, and finally only nodded, indicating that they would definitely follow him closely. Now they don't have much choice, because even if they want to choose, they may be completely buried here, so it's better to follow Gao Peng in and make a breakthrough. It's really possible to find out some incredible things. They want to find out where the old guys went. Now it may have something to do with the black hole. This is even more impossible to let go. I don't know what happened to that black hole, and what does this abyss have to do with it? What is the connection? Where did that mysterious mirror come from? Why have I never seen it in the Void Cave? I always feel that the mysterious mirror appears out of nothing. After all, he felt that there was too much uncertainty in everything, not to mention that the mysterious mirror had never been seen. So why do we have to connect them? It's just that the mirror gives them a scene they really want to see, so they subconsciously believe in the mirror, but it's not clear whether it's right or not. However, there is a certain feasibility in this. Chapters 1054. After entering the abyss, Gao Peng's eyebrows were tightly wrinkled and soon stretched out. However, only he knew why he had such an obvious reaction, because when he entered the abyss, he even felt the spirit of the demons. Haven't the demons been eliminated? Why can I feel the spirit of the demon clan here? Why in the end, I think it's really necessary to check him if I have a chance. I thought it might be that the gods were playing tricks, but now I can feel the spirit of the demons here. It's interesting. I feel that everything is becoming more and more fuzzy, especially that black hole appears inexplicably, and then in the abyss of this void cave, I can feel the spirit of the demon family. It's getting more and more chaotic. Gao Peng felt that the information he had could not be connected into one line at all, and then all of them were interwoven, just like ending. It made him feel more headache. It's really vexing. Why do you feel all the information is so messy? It was supposed that the Protoss were going to come back for revenge, but now I can feel the spirit of the demons here. What kind of creature is that black hole at the same time? I really don't understand. Gao Peng didn't say that he felt the spirit of the demons, because he was afraid that when he said it, they would be totally unbearable. Who would have thought that the demon family, which had been exterminated for a long time, would appear in this abyss? It's really too unexpected. And the Void Cave was also the main force to exterminate the demon family. Among them maybe there are too many things they don't know, which can definitely be checked. I don't know whether there are demons or not, and what's the smell of these demons. Then I just want to find more powerful enemies, and I hope you are strong enough. I don't have the power to play that kind of affinity game with you. I just want to make myself more powerful as soon as possible. You'd better not love my eyes, otherwise I won't care whether you are strong or not. It's rubbish. I will also wipe you out. Gao Peng has always had a principle, that is, people who are much weaker than him will never take the initiative to kill people, unless someone has completely angered him. When it comes to the point where he can't bear it, he doesn't care what the strength of the other side is, and all of them will be directly wiped out. If he doesn't go too far, he will let the weak go, or let the weak go. It's not how kind he is. Just disdain to do it. He never thinks what kind of harm those weak people can bring to him, and they are weak. Why clean up those rubbish? Safety is not necessary. Rubbish is rubbish after all. It's better to let them die by themselves. Gao Peng felt the breath of the demons and all kinds of dark breath. He was almost certain that all the creatures living in the abyss were those very evil creatures. Demons may be the most powerful of them, but I just don't know why I can survive. Chapters 1055. Gao Peng can't ask those demons why they can survive. Didn't they be exterminated a long time ago? I don't want to ask such boring questions. Besides, he doesn't have time. He has to find more powerful enemies as soon as possible. Another abyss is full of evil creatures. There should be some kind of creatures who do everything to improve their strength, right? That creature is absolutely powerful. And it's no problem to live here for so long and be stronger than him. It's just that it's hard to find in this abyss. Since they entered the abyss, they felt uncomfortable, because their own strength and the strength in the abyss seemed to be in conflict. So that they can hardly exert all their power. However, they still believe in Gao Peng. They all follow him closely and dare not leave too far away. It's like hell here. Before, they felt very uncomfortable outside. Needless to say, when they entered here, the feeling was more intense. If they don't follow Gao Peng, they can't live long. We don't know what kind of life they will encounter here. Once those gods and emperors just came in for a while and died suddenly. Now their luck is relatively good. At least they were killed when they didn't come in. Woo, it seems that our luck is okay. Even if we don't come in at once, we will encounter more powerful enemies, and we won't encounter accidents as soon as we come in, as we have heard. Is there anyone exaggerating? The god of rock steel said stupidly. But no one answered his question. In fact, there was no need to answer this question at all. Emperor Qingliu looked at Gao Peng if he had any. He absolutely believed that the reason why they didn't suffer too many attacks, or that they are safe now, is definitely the ability of that person. Before so many gods came into this place, they were all killed in an instant. There must be some truth in it, but they followed that man. As if there were no threats. That's enough to explain the problem. If one or two people say something, it may be false. But when all people say it, it's absolutely true. But now they are in good condition, but they have not been attacked at all, as if they have not much relationship with them. This is the most thought-provoking place. In fact, when Gao Peng entered the abyss, he felt a little uncomfortable, but then he recovered completely. At the same time, he also felt that there were some dark creatures around him, but because the strength was too weak, he didn't pay attention to them at all. So that they did not encounter any of the abyss's native creatures at all. It can be said that the more abnormal it is, the more suspicious it is. This is definitely the role of Gao Peng, because he has never seen anyone with such ability. But he didn't say much. Anyway, there is no evidence, even if he said anything, it has no effect. I didn't expect that what we had been worried about didn't happen at all, but it was so peaceful. The god of Green Willow could not help sighing. Chapters 1056. Gao Peng has no purpose at all. He almost wanders around in this abyss, but just then, he felt some unusual creatures. Although this kind of creature is very small, its lethality is very powerful. You should be aware that we seem to have broken into the territory of a kind of strange insect, and they are still very difficult. Although I have nothing to do, I am afraid that you will have an accident. At this time, Gao Peng also made a special admonition. Popping God could not help frowning. Although he wanted to refute, any creature he met in this abyss must be careful. I thought that once I entered the abyss, there would definitely be a hard battle to fight, but I have visited so many places, but I didn't see what they thought before. It's almost incredible. What they heard before is that no matter who you are, as long as you enter the abyss, you will be killed instantly. No matter how powerful your strength is, you will always encounter the misfortune inside. But now their experiences remind them that what they have heard before is false and wrong. No one is worth reference. If Gao Peng knows what they think now, he will surely tell them that what they heard before is really true, and the reason why they haven't met too many terrible enemies. It's all because of his presence. The breath he exudes is almost the result of his own expulsion. Most of the weaker creatures will leave consciously. Even if they don't leave, they don't dare to come forward easily to pick and quarrel. That's why they haven't met with terrible things for such a long time, but that's how they will have an illusion. But it's not what they think. After Gao Peng reminded him, he saw one dense insect after another suddenly appeared, and the special evil breath was also emanating from his body. Every body seems to have its own special terror. When these insects appear, everyone's face changes directly. It's not profitable. In particular, there are so many, if these insects crawl on them all at once, it will definitely cause them more powerful damage. How can this not make them nervous? Gao Peng looked at the insects that crawled over. At first, he didn't care much. He was almost the same as the elephant god. However, when his power touched these insects, he was devoured by them, and only by them. This made him more confused. What's going on? Why are these insects so abnormal that they can devour the power of others? Can devouring the power of others make them powerful? Isn't that scary? If this is the case, the world may be a mess, and somehow these insects only appear in the abyss. Gao Peng can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He doesn't think he can do everything. Chapters 1057. Feeling the power of those dark insects, Gao Peng didn't touch them easily. What's more, those insects had no use value to him, and there was no need to provoke them. He can't be allowed to improve his strength. In the end, he may get angry. How can he do such a thankless thing? He just wants to find the creatures that can improve his strength as soon as possible. But this abyss is too large for him to find. I stopped. This feeling is just too bad, just like he is looking for enemies like a headless fly on the mainland, which is just one reason. But it's impossible to find a familiar person to lead the way here. Then we have to find another way. Isn't there a smell of darkness everywhere? Then light up the whole abyss directly in the dark, then it should be the goal of all people, right? He is ready to do so with such thinking in mind. No matter who comes, there is no pressure on him. Instead, he wants to see more powerful enemies. This can make him improve his strength. There's no need to waste any more time. Burst God Emperor and so on saw Gao Peng to stop. This let them feel special doubt, how to stop suddenly. What's the matter? Don't we go on exploring? Although we feel that this abyss is different from what we think, it is still of great exploration value. Yes, although the abyss is in the void cave, no one has ever dared to unseal it easily. If there is no seal, it may be really bad. At this time, they didn't understand why Gao Peng suddenly stopped. Didn't they find any clues yet? But why did it stop again? If they know what kind of crazy thoughts Gao Peng has in his heart now, they will definitely stop Gao Peng even if they do their best. In this abyss, we must want to turn ourselves into a light bulb to illuminate all places. Isn't that dying? However, Gao Peng really thinks so. He just wants those powerful guys to come to the door by themselves, so he doesn't need to waste so much energy and go up bit by bit. How can we provoke those hidden dark creatures if we don't make a little angry? Gao Peng is sure that there are many powerful dark creatures here, and there are also people who may live in the demons. They just don't know their strength. If it's stronger than him, it's the best thing, but now he has to let the dark creatures appear. It depends on how he carries out the plan in his mind. Gao Peng is not ready to tell other people, because if he says it, although Qingliushendi and others are not helpful, they will definitely try their best to stop him. Because what he did in this abyss is just too terrible. Can you think of such crazy things that he would think of? But he has crazy genes in his bones, especially for improving his own strength. No one can stop him. Chapters 1058. At this time, the Green Willow God felt something wrong with his eyelids, especially when he looked at Gao Peng. The feeling became more intense. Why do I feel a little uneasy in the dark? Is there something bad going on? What's going on? That is to say, with such an idea, he looked at the god of rock and steel and asked, do you feel something wrong? Why do I feel a little uneasy, and the whole person is a little anxious? I think it's a bad omen. Do you have a similar feeling? The god of rock steel shook his head. He didn't feel anything, and didn't blame him for his slow response. He never thought much. At this time, the emperor burst into words. I also have a premonition, which is particularly bad, but I don't know what will happen, but I just know. Popping God's words directly shocked the two people present. Is there really something about to happen? They couldn't help looking at Gao Peng. At this time, Gao Peng began to give off the spirit of the deity, which made all the people blind. The abyss itself is full of dark creatures everywhere, but suddenly filled with a particularly fierce light, which suddenly makes those creatures who haven't seen the light all year round lose their fighting power. At the same time, the whole abyss seems to be shaking, and there is a roar again and again in the dark, because in this abyss, there is no light at all. And it's the spirit of the Protoss. What's this, not a fight? Boom boom, the light directly lights up everything. Gao Peng also doesn't want to stop, and he can feel more powerful breath is slowly waking up. It made his face look excited. That's what he wants to see, and that's what he expects. Great, it's just wonderful. I can feel more and more powerful breath waking up slowly. I don't know if you can improve my strength. But it's impossible for me to have any promotion with you. It's an abyss here. Because of his strong power, Gao Peng can feel the breath of special distance is slowly waking up, and everyone is carrying the power of special evil. It doesn't matter to him at all. No matter evil or justice, as long as the strength is stronger than him, he will definitely develop the other side into his own enemy. No matter whether the opponent will attack him or not, he can start first, which will also be judged as the enemy by the system. However, the most annoying thing for Gao Peng is to compete with others, especially those with relatively strong strength. The competition not only makes him unable to get promotion, but also may be shown flaws by others. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. He can't let others know his flaws. At the same time, he has to try his best to improve his strength. Only when his strength has been raised to a certain level, there is no need to worry about it. Chapters 1059. Oh my God. Is he not afraid of death? He did not know where it was. He dared to use the power of light in this abyss, and he was so unbridled. Even if you want to die, don't you want us to take a back seat together? Dying, dying, dying. The three of them quietly watched Gao Peng use the power of the Protoss, but they couldn't stop it. With their power, they couldn't stop it. Even if they want to go, they will be killed in an instant, but they are still shocked to see Gao Peng's action. At the same time, I was completely scared. Have they ever thought that someone dared to do such a terrible thing in the abyss? Entering the abyss itself is a very unacceptable thing. If it's cautious, it's understandable, but it's just so unbridled and also make this kind of action which is not to put all the dark creatures in the eyes. Isn't it to let all the dark creatures besiege them? Gao Peng's strength is so strong, maybe there is not much danger at all in the end, but they must be 100% buried here. At this time, the three of them are not only scared to be silly, but their brains are almost short-circuited. Who could have thought that Gao Peng would do such a crazy thing? We may be completely finished. We thought there was no such thing as what we heard, but now we can be 100% sure. We can't escape. It's not that they are building up other people's aspirations and destroying their own prestige. It's really that this abyss is too dangerous. If they were careful before, they might still be safe, or even slip out quietly. But now it's almost impossible. Because all the dark creatures in the abyss were completely shocked by Gao Peng, who felt the power of light and was completely angry. They are supposed to be the target of Vent. The strength is too weak. There is no chance to escape at all. Originally they thought they could go out alive, but they seem to think too much. With Gao Peng, a troublesome guy, how could it be so peaceful? The three of them are totally despairing, although their strength is not weak, but they are not enough in this abyss. It is possible that a random dark creature can kill them. It can be seen how terrible the abyss is, that is, because I don't know what has been sealed, so the abyss has been unable to appear. Otherwise, the outside world has already been completely occupied, but now they are desperate. Don't say. They are running away. They don't even want to resist. Because it's useless. All in vain, can only be so helplessly watching those dark creatures appear. They have been able to predict what kind of scene is going on in the end. Listen, there are dark creatures roaring, which is absolutely shocked by Gao Peng. Originally, it would not have been like this, but now the whole abyss is boiling. Protoss, in fact, it is disgusted by many dark creatures, not to mention the light directly released from the abyss. Isn't that more irritating to those dark creatures? Anger can't stop at all. Chapters 1060. Roar, roar, roar. A roar from the depths of the abyss. It seems that some kind of monster is slowly waking up, which should not have appeared originally, but because Gao Peng directly exudes the spirit of the Protoss. How can this not be detected by these dark creatures? They hate the light and the spirit of the Protoss. Although they haven't experienced the age of the Protoss, they also feel the special and profound breath imprinted in their own blood. That's why there's such a huge response. The whole abyss began to be alarmed. At the beginning, the abyss was always quiet. Even those dark creatures were only quietly carrying out their own actions. But now it's like the abyss is waking up. It's a special and wonderful feeling, as if some giant beast is slowly waking up. Originally, it was because it was sleeping, so other people could not perceive its existence at all, because its strength was too large. But at this time, it is slowly waking up. Other dark creatures are also very angry. Someone appears in their territory, and they are still bright creatures. There's the spirit of a Protoss in it. That's even more unforgivable. Only to see many dark creatures flying out of their own territory, they must find a place of light. At the same time, find out the people who have the spirit of the Protoss, and ask the guy how to get the spirit. This is a very important thing. There is a kind of dark life of upright walking. They have been living in the dark all the time. The abyss is like their world. But in the originally comfortable world, suddenly there was a ray of light they hated, which made these dark creatures completely indecisive and directly flew in the direction of light. Bright, bright, I will destroy him, I will destroy him. Many creatures murmur to themselves, but the special horror of the dark breath that emanates from them makes people dare not approach easily. They are almost the same as the Overlord in this abyss, and also the aristocrat in the dark creature. They have a very powerful power and a little blood power of the demons. That is to say, their strength is much stronger than that of ordinary dark creatures, but they really hate the light, especially just now, and even feel the breath of natural enemies. This is even more unbearable to them. The Emperor felt that more and more dark creatures were approaching, and his own teeth were shaking. It was not that he was too timid, but that the breath of those dark creatures was too huge. They can't handle it at all. It's terrible, it's terrible. Who could have thought that Gao Peng would have done such a terrible thing? This is simply not their lives as human life to see. But now it's too late to say anything. All the dark creatures have been completely shocked. Even the abyss begins to boil. One of the huge monsters is slowly waking up. They have no way back now. They can only deal with those dark creatures honestly, or they will die. Chapters 1061 Shu Shu Shu. Gao Peng is waiting for the arrival of the dark creatures. After all, the reason why he made such a big move is to attract more powerful enemies. Now the enemy seems to have arrived. He can't help but tilt up the corner of his mouth slightly, which is the result he wants to see, otherwise it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack with the help of something like before. Looking around and finding nothing in the end is a waste of time. It's better to be as straightforward as it is now. Here is this coming. The monsters in the abyss are coming. The huge breath is so terrible. It's definitely a monsters that are many times stronger than us. I just don't know what they look like. Are you still in the mood to care about what they look like? Should we care about how we can escape? Do you think it's possible? We can only give up our lives now. It's no use trying to escape. It's better to be honest. Maybe there will be a chance. In fact, this sentence is true, but it's full of frustration. Who doesn't want to escape this place as soon as possible? But they can't escape at all. The whole abyss has been alarmed for a long time. All kinds of dark creatures come and go. With their current strength, it's impossible for them to escape. If they can rely on Gao Peng, there is still a glimmer of possibility, but when they focus on Gao Peng, I can't help shaking my head. It's naive to have this idea. It's not because of Gao Peng that they fall into such a desperate situation. How could Gao Peng bring them? It's good not to take them to the bottom of the abyss. It's wishful thinking to expect Gao Peng to take them away from this place. Now they're really giving in. We can't escape, we can't rely on Gao Peng. Because all the methods are unrealistic, they have now fully recognized the current situation. Anyway, they can't escape. Why don't they stay here honestly? Since Gao Peng has done such a thing, maybe he will take them out with him. However, they think the hope is a little dim, but it is not unexpected. At that time, Gao Peng had seen those dark creatures flying towards him. At first, he felt that these dark creatures had a trace of demon blood. There was a faint thrill in him. However, when he really saw the appearance of these dark creatures, he felt a special disappointment, which was different from what he imagined. And it's not a demon at all. It's just that he has the blood power of the demon family, and the blood power is very thin, which can be properly called hybrid. Alas, I've been happy for a long time. I thought I could see the real demons, but I didn't expect to see this group of bastards. It's really disappointing. The strength is not good, and I can't get promotion at all. What's the use of you? Gao Peng was so angry that he went out in front of him with a single blow, which also carried a trace of the spirit of the deity. Chapters 1062 The power and breath of the Protoss is the best restraint for these dark creatures. In addition, Gao Peng intended to do it, which carries more power of light. All of a sudden, they hit the dark creatures. Those dark creatures are eager to escape, but when they feel the breath of the Protoss, they will be unable to move all over. The power of light is so terrible. It's natural to restrain them. They didn't run away at last. When they touched the power of light, their bodies began to fester a little bit, and the screams of rising and rising were heard all the time. It's not that they don't want to escape, it's that they can't. A bunch of bastards. It's a waste of my time. Is this abyss just these bastards? If it's just like this, it's too disappointing for me. What I want is not just rubbish. Gao Peng feels particularly unhappy in his heart. He has been waiting for so long. Unexpectedly, he is a waste, and he is not a pure demon at all. This scene fell into the eyes of the Emperor and others. That is another scene. Even these bastards, for them, are also unbeatable. Existence. Brother is such a powerful dark creature, which is killed by ruthless seconds. The speed is beyond their imagination. They didn't think that it would be so easy to solve these dark creatures. If they did, they would probably fight for their lives and be killed in the end. This may be the gap. They look at each other and can know how obvious their strength gap is, but why can Gao Peng solve those dark creatures so easily? In fact, it's true that Gao Peng's strength is very strong. But when dealing with these dark creatures, he has a congenital advantage, because his constitution is the constitution of the Protoss. With a little use of the power of light, it can play an absolute suppression role. Those dark creatures can't be his opponents at all. Who makes him the master of light? Moreover, what's more exaggerated is that he has the blood power of the demons. If we let others know, it will definitely feel more incredible. Not only does he grow light, but also grows in darkness. This is something that many people can't imagine, but it does happen to one person. When the two forces of light and dark are combined, the power and power emitted will be even more amazing. Gao Peng has tried many times before. Every time the power radiated is destructive, and few people can resist such attacks. Because the poplars and others are not clear at all, but they know that if they look like this now, they really do not have a life risk. Gao Peng's strength is so strong, especially when dealing with these dark creatures, it's so handy that they just adore him. It's so powerful. Didn't he give us all his strength when he played us before? Burst God often can't help but say a sentence. Chapters 1063. Yan Gang and Qing Lu turned their eyes in unison. What was the situation at that time? Don't you know? Who said that to your face? I don't think it's humiliating. At that time, you were killed by others in a flash. Now, do you still say that others didn't exert all their efforts at that time? It also depends on whether you can let others exert their full power. In terms of your performance at that time, if you want to kill you, you have been completely cool now. Can you force me a little? The god of rock steel can't bear it. He can't understand how much he has. He really needs to understand the reality. However, the emperor didn't take it seriously. He didn't refute or respond at all. Naturally, he knew what kind of situation it was at that time, but he thought that with these knowledge, he could probably know what kind of level Gao Peng was, but now he found that he was wrong. Gao Peng is not what he can predict at all. The strength of the other side is simply unfathomable. He has not fully developed his real strength. Maybe there is no suitable opponent. After all, when your strength reaches a certain level, it's really difficult for you to make full use of your strength. No one has that qualification. Too weak a person, you can't mention anyone's interest at all. Although the god of blowout is so grumpy, he knows his position very well. For Gao Peng, maybe he is the one who doesn't have any interest. It must be said to be a particularly big blow. But he didn't give up. Although the gap now is like a gap, it can't be made up. He felt that as long as he worked hard, he could gradually shorten the gap between them. I know I'm a weak person you can't talk about now, but I never give up. When I slowly improve my strength, I will stand in front of you with a stronger posture one day. I will not be me then. In fact, the emperor was also very arrogant, but it was because he was killed completely. It was a very big blow to him. He was very uncomfortable to see Gao Peng when he was so young. I feel that he has been practicing on dogs for many years, especially when he was killed in a flash at last. He has the top blood power and has been practicing for so many years. However, he was not stronger than Gao Peng, which made his heart hurt for a time. It should be hard for him to cheer up, but he convinced himself that since Gao Peng is so powerful, there is definitely something to be desired. He felt that as long as he stayed by Gao Peng's side, he would eventually learn something useful, so he didn't seem so noisy after that, because he was willing to stay to learn. His heart is firm, cannot be so easily shaken because of some things. When saw the gap between them, his eyes slowly become more firm. This is definitely the driving force that can make him stronger. I will never lose. No matter who I am, don't want me to give up. Chapters 1064. At this time, the whole abyss began to roar, and they felt the abyss, suddenly as if they were alive, even shaking all the time. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the whole abyss? Gao Peng's face also changed. He didn't expect that the whole abyss would have such a violent reaction. What's the matter? He just showed the spirit of the Protoss. Is it because the spirit of the Protoss is exposed that the abyss becomes like this? The translation is too fierce, and this abyss is not a living body. Why is the reaction so fierce? It's really confusing. Gao Peng really doesn't understand, but some people seem to understand something, because when he sees the whole abyss shaking, he can almost guess what it is. There's some kind of creature waking up. The green willow god became extremely white. Over, we may really be finished. It's over, it's really over. Everyone hears the prestige. At that time, his whole face has become bloodless. Where else would he want to have the power of God? It's like an ordinary person who is scared. But in other words, it means that he definitely knows something, otherwise his reaction will not be so violent at all, because the rest of the people here don't know what happened in this abyss. What does this portend? No one knows. The abnormal reaction of the green willow god showed that he absolutely knew what was going on. During that time, Gao Peng's eyes were attracted. What do you know? Say it to me quickly. Don't give it to me. There's no one I can't deal with in the world. Say it. What kind of situation is it? It depends on your special understanding, so please tell it to me as soon as possible, so that I can understand it. No, it's impossible. No one can beat him. It's definitely not his opponent. Don't try in vain. The god of Green Willow seems to have been hit, even the previous calm has disappeared completely, and now there is only one special fear of him. The god of Rock and Steel and the god of Burst frowned at the same time. Unexpectedly, the god of Green Willow would suddenly become like this. What did he know? There's absolutely something wrong here. But now they don't know the real situation, and they can only watch him so quietly in the end, as the surrounding space gradually becomes particularly unstable. The whole abyss, as if some giant beast is waking up, is particularly uncomfortable, and they can feel that there is a little bit of dark power gathering in a certain place. Is this really waking up? What is it that wakes up? They are all curious, but at this time when they feel the dark power, they are also a little flustered, even if they don't know what it is to wake up. But from these forces, we can feel that this guy will be very strong. The Green Willow god said, the Abyss Devil wakes up. I didn't expect that there is such a devil in the world. It's impossible. Chapters 1065. Gao Peng's eyes are fixed. From this name, he can see that he is definitely a tough character, but he still doesn't understand why the ever-calming Emperor Qingliu has such a violent reaction. And it seems to be a special fear. It's not like him at all. Why does he have such an obvious reaction? No matter how powerful it is, it's impossible to be so flustered. There have been all kinds of things before, but he can be very calm, but when he knows the existence of the Abyss Devil, he has completely panicked. It's not like him at all. So what kind of guy is this Abyss Devil? When the god of Burst and the god of Rock and Steel heard the name, they could not help but take a breath of cool air, and the expression on their faces was also peculiar. It seems that they know each other. Impossible. How could it be an Abyss Demon? There is absolutely no such devil in the world, because it is the product of other people's imagination. How can it really exist? You are lying to me. Yes, it's impossible for such monsters to appear. Do you think that the Abyss must produce Abyss Demons? Don't make fun of it and don't scare yourself, okay? The god of Yan Steel looks at the god of Green Willow. He can't believe it. This is the Abyss Devil. If it's the one they know, it's really bad. This is not the same as the general enemy. Even if you are powerful enough, once you are really against the Abyss Devil, it may not be your opponent. Although he denied all his efforts, we can see the expression on his face, and he has slowly believed it. In particular, I think of those things that have happened, and they heard that no matter how powerful the people are, as long as they enter the abyss, they will disappear inexplicably. It almost matches. What else to doubt? But they just don't believe it. They can't let themselves believe it. If it's really the Abyss Devil, then they're dead or not. We'll stay here forever. This is not what they need. There is absolutely no such thing as the Abyss Devil in the world. You should not cheat yourself easily. It's useless. It's nothing more than an accident in the abyss. Maybe it's just because of the battle. It's just like this. It'll get better after a while. Don't think about it there. Can anything be the Abyss Devil? There is absolutely no Abyss Devil in the world, because the Abyss Devil is a product of non-existence. How could it appear here? Do you think that the creatures produced in the abyss must be abyssal demons? It may also be some other creatures. Although it's far-fetched to explain it like this, Emperor Yangang would rather be his explanation than believe that it's the Abyss Devil. Now this abyss is still shaking, but now the amplitude is not so large, but the power of the dark is huge. They can clearly feel that the power has gathered together. Chapters 1066. Seeing their abnormal behavior, Gao Peng knows what they absolutely know. That's because they are too afraid, so they seem so flustered. Gao Peng's eyes slowly turned cold and fierce, and his body also exuded a particularly cold breath, only to see that he swept one of the people present. You'd better explain to me now what kind of creature the Abyss Devil you just said is. Don't tell me I don't know. My temper is not very good. If you cheat me, the consequences will be very serious. These guys have been completely disorganized because of fear. Gao Peng thinks it is necessary to sober them up, so at this time, he suddenly burst out his own strength. This kind of power directly stimulates their brains and wakes them up. But their faces are still very ugly, but they are not as flustered as before. This should be a good answer to the question, right? The three people were silent for a while, because they were sorting out their thoughts and thinking about how to explain. In fact, the Abyss Devil was not so easy to explain. If it's really the devil of the abyss, The god of Green Willow finally said. Abyssal devil, it is a legendary devil. In fact, it does not exist. It is all the product of the imagination of those evil people. At the beginning, it just represents a symbol of evil. But in the Void Cave, there is always a message that the Abyss Devil exists, but the Abyss Devil is not from people's imagination. In fact, there is such a race. But this race is very strong because it doesn't belong to our continent, and they are always very strange. Food is the evil idea of others. Maybe because their food is the evil thoughts of others, there are all kinds of legends, but that's not the point. Because the food of the Abyss Devil is the evil idea. It is an evil incarnation. No matter where he goes, he will represent the most evil power in the world. No one can be surprised. As long as the Abyss demons appear, all kinds of evil forces will gather in a moment, just as they just did. The Abyss Devil itself is already very horrible, but when he gathers all the evil forces, then he will be the existence that no one can deal with. The Green Willow god was very flustered in his heart, but his mood fluctuated so much that the other two people were almost the same. Gao Peng finally understood now. In fact, it wasn't because the three of them were so afraid. But the Abyss Devil was really like what they said, may have the ability to manipulate other people's emotions. Otherwise, how could these three guys become so flustered? No matter how fierce they are, they can't be so flustered. What's more, they are powerful at the level of God and Emperor. Even if you know that you can't defeat the enemy, it's impossible to be like this. It's all possible that the devil of that abyss is behind you. Because Gao Peng's strength is too strong, it is impossible for the Abyss Devil to influence him, and finally he becomes such a person. Chapters 1067. After learning from their mouths, Gao Peng also breathed a little sigh of relief. At least it was not something he could not deal with. As long as it is a living body, it is absolutely easy for him to deal with it, and he hopes that the stronger the other side is, the better. Then he doesn't need to panic. It is absolutely possible for the system to improve him. At this time, there is still a trace of excitement in him. If the power of this Abyss Devil is particularly strong, doesn't it mean that his power will also be able to break through the sky? What's more, it's a pity that so much dark energy has been gathered all of a sudden, and the strength can't be underestimated, so it will certainly become more powerful, right? Gao Peng felt his blood was boiling all of a sudden. That's the feeling, that's how it feels. He's totally excited. Just hide behind me. If you have me, you won't have a problem at all. After Gao Peng said this, he didn't pay any attention to the three people, because they were obviously manipulated by the Abyss Devil. No matter how pacify, the final result is not much worse. It's better to wait for the appearance of the Abyss Devil quietly, just kill the Abyss Devil. Isn't everything going to work out? Gao Peng is more looking forward to the appearance of the Abyss Devil now, because he really wants to see how powerful this Abyss Devil from another place is. This kind of race does not belong to this continent, and the upper limit of affirmative power is different. So how powerful is it? Can it break through the current state? He can't say well, and he doesn't know. But it made him feel particularly excited. There is no fear in the demon blood flowing in his body at all. It's because he's so excited now. Great, it's just so good. I didn't expect that I met a person who could make me excited. I just hope the strength is not too weak. Otherwise, it's just too disappointing. If it's too weak, I'm sorry for your reputation. Gao Peng just stood there and waited quietly. Since he had said that the Abyss Devil had awakened, he would surely find his own door. And now Gao Peng suddenly thinks that when they enter this abyss, they will have the feeling of some kind of giant beast waking up. At that time, there are several roaring sounds. But because it's too far away, I didn't hear about it at all. I just thought it was also some dark creatures. They were not powerful at all. But now I hear about the existence of the Abyss Devil, and the awakening of the Abyss Devil. Then everything can be right. It's absolutely caused by the Abyss Devil. Once the Abyss Devil wakes up, the impact will be particularly huge. For others, it's a nightmare. For a race that can manipulate other people's emotions and is so powerful, if it is not for the frequent choice to sleep, then this continent has been completely ruled by the Abyss Devil, right? It can be imagined how terrible the Abyss Devil is. Those top races are not rivals either. They can be described as the little ones see the big ones. Chapters 1068. Gao Peng keeps his blood boiling. In fact, when he heard that the Devil of the Abyss was waking up, his own blood was boiling. It is absolutely possible for him to improve his own strength. I just don't know what kind of promotion he can achieve. But will his blood power also improve? It's not clear. However, the realm will definitely be upgraded. With such a powerful abyss, the demon realm and strength have already been above him. It's easy to upgrade. Are you here? Gao Peng felt that a particularly evil force was approaching, and suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a very huge figure, with a huge wing behind him. He seems to have been integrated with the abyss. If not for his own evil power, he could hardly be found. It's not much different from the devil in his impression, but the breath from all over his body is extremely evil, which can affect a space here. I really don't know how evil this abyss devil is. The Green Willow God Emperor and others had already shivered, especially when the abyss devil appeared. They could not control their bodies. This kind of devil that can affect other people's emotions is too horrible. Even if they are such powerful gods, they will not have any resistance to be affected. Gao Peng glanced at them, only to see that he waved, and a dark smoke enveloped them directly, driving away those evil forces that could affect other people's emotions. The talent such as Popping God recovered a little bit. There was a flash of surprise in the eyes of the abyss devil. When Gao Peng made his move, he even noticed a little familiar feeling. Are you a demon? The abyss devil rarely opens his mouth, and his voice seems to have many kinds of stress. He doesn't know what kind of sound quality it is, but it can give people a special pressure. Gao Peng looks up at the devil in the abyss. This guy is actually in the abyss. He should be able to see those dark creatures as well. It's no surprise that he knows about the demons. Now he suddenly said that he should be aware of the strange power of Gao Peng. Just now, Gao Peng really uses the power of the demon's blood, which is to isolate those forces that affect people's emotions. Only with a darker power can we stop the dark power. He doesn't want to use the power of the Protoss directly, so that he can almost become the brightest one in the darkness. He doesn't want to. Although he just wanted to attract other strong people, he just had to do it. He didn't want to stare at a big light bulb all the time and run around like that. That would be someone else's target. Interesting. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that there were other people of the demon clan living outside. Look like this, you haven't returned to the clan, have you? That's even more interesting. I don't know what it will feel like for those devil clan guys to know that there are other clansmen living outside. Will they accept you? Chapters 1069, At first, Gao Peng thought that the reason why the demon in the abyss knew the demons was that there were those dark creatures mixed with the blood of the demons in the abyss. But I just heard from this abyss devil. It seems that he knew the demon family, and I met him not long ago. Haven't the demons been eliminated? How could there be survivors? What's more, he would say that he is a demon who has been exiled. What's the matter? Don't say that the demons have not been eliminated at all, but some of them have survived. Moreover, this abyss devil also knows the demons, which is somewhat intriguing. Gao Peng stares at the abyss devil like this. What do you mean by what you say? Don't we say that the demons have not been exterminated? The devil of the abyss was slightly stunned. Random is like hearing a funny joke and making a deafening laugh. Ha 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 ha, how can you think that the demons have been exterminated? You can believe this rumor. Now you are doubting whether you are a demon. Do you think the demon is so easy to be killed? Don't you have that talent? You even think that the demons will be destroyed, and you want to kill the demons by virtue of those garbage races. Isn't that too funny? I don't know what kind of situation you are, but it's better for you to know first. You don't even have your own race talent yet, do you? The abyss devil looked up and down at Gao Peng. I think Gao Peng is just so interesting. He refreshed his senses for the demons. There are still such stupid demons in the world. It seems that he hasn't even started his own race talent. No wonder he thinks that the demons have been completely exterminated and doesn't see what a powerful race they are. It's just ridiculous to want to exterminate the race just because of those self-righteous races. A bunch of self-righteous rubbish. However, those guys have been used for a long time. Now many races have not realized that they have already fallen into a very large legal net and may be caught by others at any time. Gao Peng is silent. When he looked at the words that the abyss devil seemed to laugh at, he really didn't know what to say. He was not a demon himself, and he could not have any racial talent. He just has the power of blood. But looking at the performance of the abyss devil, we can almost know that as long as we can obtain the racial talent, we will hardly be killed so easily. Because of such a race talent, demons have not been exterminated. They must have lived in other places for so many years. But how does this abyss devil know about the demons? Why do you know that? He felt a special doubt in his heart now, but he didn't say it, because he said more is more wrong, and he didn't know everything about the demons. It's better to say as little as possible. This Abyss Devil seems to know the demon clan. So can you take advantage of this Abyss Devil? Gao Peng began to change his thinking. Although he wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible, he wanted to see the authentic demon clan. It's not half hung like he is now. Chapters 1070. Gao Peng didn't plan to say anything more at all, but he felt that this Abyss Devil must know a lot of things, if he could get some information from the other side. That should be okay. I really didn't open the racial talent, and I never knew that there was such a thing as racial talent, so I thought that I was the only one left. It seems that you have a special understanding of the demons. Do you know where the demons are? What's your relationship with the demon clan? Gao Peng decided to start from this aspect first. Anyway, he has not started the talent of race, and others should not doubt him. It's all natural. At the same time, you can also capture this Abyss Devil, and you can understand what kind of situation the demon family is now, and what's the relationship between this Abyss Devil and the demon family. The Abyss Devil stopped his laughter and looked at Gao Peng with a little deep meaning. It seems that you really don't know about the demon family, so you are a demon family living outside. I don't know what kind of taste the demon clan is. I really want to have a good taste. The Abyss Devil didn't answer Gao Peng's words. Instead, he suddenly said such an inexplicable word, though he didn't know why he said such a word. The meaning is not hard to understand. Gao Peng looks at the other side with a little vigilance. If the other side really wants to fight against him, he can instantly improve his realm and strength. But I just don't know if I can. But when Gao Peng was dealing with him carefully and was ready to fight back at any time, the Abyss Devil suddenly said, "Well, I still don't want to trouble you. Although I'd like to have a taste of the devil's meat, I will definitely harass me if I'm found by the devil's lunatics. Although I'm not afraid, I hate people bothering me to sleep, so I'll let you go for a while." What kind of relationship do you think we have? Of course, we belong to the Dark Camp. Otherwise, why do you think we know each other? Dark Camp. Gao Peng felt a special doubt because he had never heard of the word and didn't know what it meant. It's the first time he's heard about it. The Abyss Devil doesn't have much defense at all. Maybe when he found that Gao Peng also had demon blood, he had completely put down his defense. Since they all belong to the same camp, there is nothing to hide. Seeing this, the Abyss Devil said lightly, "This is certainly an alliance with the race of dark creatures, which should be advancing and retreating together for us. No matter who dares to challenge us, then we will definitely let each other have an unforgettable experience and let him know that we are not so easy to deal with. Especially human beings, it's even more impossible to forgive. I don't know why, it seems that every race has a great opinion on human beings. In fact, human beings are not the most powerful race for them, but they are the most compatible race. No matter what kind of race they are combined with, the children they finally give birth to have a very strong talent, which can also improve the shortcomings of human beings. This is the best way to promote race." Chapters 1071. I didn't expect there was such an alliance. It seems that something big has happened. Gao Peng said calmly. Of course, you haven't been back to your own race for so long, so you don't know how urgent things are now. If it wasn't for big things, how could you have summoned so many dark creatures at once? But I can't tell you what's going on now. After you've passed the examination of the demon clan and come back officially, you will know everything. Now you can wait here for a while. The people of your ethnic group should come soon. Then you can follow them. Now I have to find out which Protoss guy came to my site or who has the blood of the Protoss. Is there any demon people coming? Gao Peng feels that he has obtained a lot of information, which is particularly useful for him, and he also wants to see what the demon family looks like. He just got the blood of the demon clan, but he didn't become a demon clan at all, so he was afraid that if he didn't perform well, he would definitely show up. But those who starve to death are cowards, and those who support themselves to death are cowards. What's more, he doesn't need to be afraid at all, so even if he hears that people with demons are coming, he doesn't have any worries at all, but he is very indifferent. This scene is all seen by the Abyss Devil, and at the same time, it makes him believe that Gao Peng is definitely a demon, because he has such a strong foundation. Hearing that the demons are coming, there is no panic, so it means that the other party may really be the demons, and there is no need to be afraid of being checked by others. This also let him begin to believe Gao Peng slowly. Just when the Abyss Devil wanted to go, Gao Peng suddenly stopped the Abyss Devil again. In fact, you don't have to look for it. That guy has been killed by me for a long time. He has the blood power of the Protoss and feels very uncomfortable. So he has been killed for a long time. I don't know why that guy followed me to this place. I think he might have been plotting against me. But I hated the feeling he gave me, so I didn't care what his purpose was, so I killed him directly. When Gao Peng said this, it was just that his face was not red and his heart was not dancing. No one could find out that he was lying. And he said it as a matter of course. The devil of the abyss was slightly shocked, and even laughed. I didn't expect that you have solved all these problems. That will save me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if there are some Protoss people coming in, it will be a very troublesome thing for us. Their breath is so annoying. If they show up, it may destroy all our actions. You have solved them now. If the people of your group come, I will definitely tell them that I can just give you some rewards to start your race talent as soon as possible, so your security will be better then. Chapters 1072, I also want to go back to the ethnic group to have a look. After all, I heard that other ethnic groups joined hands to destroy the demon group. At that time, I didn't believe it very much, but I searched all the places and found no trace of the demons. After that, I wanted to revenge from my own ethnic group, but now my strength is still a little weak. It's great to think that you can hear such good news here. Gao Peng's face showed a trace of joy, but also a slight sigh of relief, like the burden that has been pressing on him, suddenly a lot easier. This scene was also seen in the eyes of the Abyss Devil. The Abyss Devil looked so quietly and didn't speak much, but now he basically believed what Gao Peng said. Because there is no loophole in what Gao Peng said, and if it's really a demon that lives outside, it really has such an idea. Moreover, the real demon has already disappeared on the mainland. I haven't set foot on the mainland for a long time. That's why we can't find traces. At most, we can only look for some traces that have existed before, but those traces are not very useful at all. Gao Peng is not only speechless, but also very good at acting. He can hide the past in a moment. Even the Abyss Devil believes it. In the eyes of the three people behind Gao Peng, they can't help but show a little worship. They naturally feel unprecedented fear for the Abyss Devil. Because that's the power that can affect their emotions. Even if they are all gods, they can't control the power that can affect their emotions. Looking at Gao Peng, they can fool the demons of the abyss. Their inner worship can't be restrained anymore. That's their idol. It's not only that the abyssal demons that can make people feel frightened or abducted, but also that the abyssal demons believe it. I don't know why. The abyssal demons think Gao Peng is a demon. Although they don't know for the moment, they just think Gao Peng is really a special cowherd, so calm in the face of such a terrible abyss devil. As if facing a person of the same level and looking at Gao Peng now, almost everything is under control. It's just amazing. This is not only powerful, but also has all kinds of means that can be overwhelming. They can't help but start to see the stars in their eyes. Gao Peng's actions can teach them a lesson. No matter what kind of things he is facing, he has to be very calm. Only in this way can others think that you are confident, otherwise once you are a little flustered, you will be thoroughly exposed by others. Look at Gao Peng's current way of doing things. No matter what kind of questions he is facing, he can easily answer them. I have to answer some questions that are suitable for my personal design. This disguise is just too successful. All three of them adore Gao Peng. If they didn't see a series of actions of Gao Peng, they would not believe it at all. But now it's because they are looking at Gao Peng's operation that they feel special excitement. For the worship of Gao Peng, it's almost out of control. Chapters 1073 Deep in the Abyss. A huge black hole appears directly, followed by some strange-looking creatures. These creatures are like humanoids, but they all emit a very evil force. It doesn't seem particularly ferocious, but at first it seems that there is a special evil power, just like the embodiment of evil. What's the matter? Why is the Abyss Devil gone? Has he violated our agreement? Or did he take the initiative? No, I don't seem to have left this abyss. I can feel his breath, but there is a guy with a peculiar breath beside him. Here number. Impossible. What's the matter with you? That guy even has our breath, and I have a very annoying feeling. Why is that? Who is that guy? Some of them frown tightly, and feel that something is wrong now, which makes them feel more strange. It's the embodiment of evil, the evil clan that once appeared on the ancient land, but it's said that it has been completely extinct for a long time. But now it's back. Moreover, they are much stronger than the demons that once appeared on the mainland, and the whole feeling is very different. Very strange. Although I don't know what the situation is, I think it's necessary to check it. I always feel that his breath gives me a peculiar feeling, and I hate this feeling in the dark. The breath is so strange. Have you heard that there are clansmen living in exile? No, our whole people have already moved to other places. It's impossible that there are still people here. If there are still people here, they have been completely killed. There can be no survivors at all. But why does that guy have our breath? It's strange. It seems that we need to have a good look, and the devil of the abyss even gets involved with that guy. What's the situation? Is there any other purpose of the abyss devil? It's useless for us to speculate here. Let's just ask about it, just to see what kind of situation that guy is. Each of these demons is particularly powerful. Anyone who comes out of the demons can quickly kill the emperor. It can be seen how terrible their own strength is. But in other words, it's not the most powerful of the demons, it's just some people who can be said to be cannon fodder. If known by others, it will certainly frighten the Qin. Who can think that the God Emperor is only cannon fodder? How terrible are the most powerful demons? I can't imagine. They just stand there to give people a special evil atmosphere, but now because they are in the abyss, it is like melting into one here. If you go out, you can absolutely surprise all people with their breath. It's really that their breath is too evil. I don't know whether it was like this or after countless years of evolution. What about their breath and the structure of the whole body? There's no way to investigate. Chapters 1074, it's the first time I've heard that there are people living outside the demon clan, but your breath is really special. It feels like there's no one else to imitate. The voice of the abyss devil seems to come from hell. It rumbles like this. The difference is that this is his territory. Otherwise, other people can already be alarmed. Gao Peng frowned secretly. Although he had basically fooled the devil in the abyss, that doesn't mean that the devil around him would really believe what he said. All of them have reached this level. How could they be so naive? Who is not an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years, will not believe what he said so easily, but now he is impossible to show evidence. Is it right for him to show his blood power? It's unrealistic. If it's a little different from the real demon, he will be doubted instantly. Therefore, he can't show his blood force until he has to. However, just when he felt some difficulties, the abyss devil seemed to notice something. He said with a grin, "It's a coincidence that someone from your tribe has come. It seems that you can recognize your ancestry. I think you can see the people of your own ethnic group. You should also be very happy, right?" What? Gao Peng's heart tightened. He didn't expect to hear such bad news. It's not good news for him at all. What he worried about most happened after all. With his appearance, he was not good at fooling the people of the demon clan. He didn't know what the demon clan looked like at all. What are the characteristics? Although he has the spirit of demon clan, it's just the power of blood. It's true that there is a little blood of demons in his body, but it doesn't mean that he is a demon. He is not at all sure about the matter of recognizing his ancestry. It is totally out of nothing and is absolutely impossible to pass it. But he could not show any horse feet and said to the abyss devil, "Really? I didn't expect that there were still demons coming. It seems that I can finally see the real demons. Although I have the blood of the demon clan flowing in my body, I have never found a real demon clan after so many years. I think I am the only one left at this time. I didn't expect that I could see it. When I heard you say that the demons have not been wiped out, I was dubious. After all people told me that they are demons and have been wiped out. The same is true of the information I have learned, but it's wonderful to hear another message from your mouth. If I can really recognize my ancestry and succeed, doesn't that mean I can open up my racial talent?" Gao Peng is very excited, and he even has some incoherent words. His expression on the side is very excited. The abyss devil said, "Let you pass the confirmation of the demons, then they will definitely let you open the racial talent. After all, each demons can open their own racial talent. He will also become a real demon, and then your strength will become more powerful." Chapters 1075. Although Gao Peng felt a little bit bad, his performance was very calm, just a little different from what he thought at the beginning. If those demon people really think that he is not of the same race, at that time, he will kill all the people. The clue will be broken by then. But it doesn't matter, as long as he spends a little time, it can also find clues as soon as possible. However, not everyone can be as calm as he shows. The third man of popcorn has already put his heart to his throat. Their eyes were wide open, and their heartbeat speeded up. If they had not seen the abyss devil in front of them, they would have cried out completely. But even so, Their reaction is particularly fierce, but because the abyss demons did not pay attention to them, even if they had such drastic changes, they were not perceived by others. But several of them were completely flustered at this time. The demons are coming. Not only have the demons not been exterminated, but there are still people to appear in front of them. If they are found by the demons, what is their end? It can be seen from the legend that the strength of the demons is particularly strong, let alone after so many years of evolution, the demons have already corrected some of their shortcomings, right? Will definitely become more powerful. What's more, the horror of the demons has been deeply rooted in their minds. No matter from the legends or the clues they find, we can know that the demons are very powerful. Now they can't really be in the same camp with the demons. Even if they know that Gao Peng has the blood power of the demons, they are not the real demons. Once the demons know that they are pretending, then the end of the game is absolutely unacceptable. At this time, they don't know what to do. Will lies be pierced? This kind of flawed lies can only deceive one abyss devil at most. If you want to deceive those who are demons themselves, it's almost impossible. Therefore, several of them are almost scared at this time. If they are torn open by each other, it is not only those powerful demons, but the abyss devil in front of them is enough for them to drink a pot. What to do? Is the lie really going to be pierced? If so, the abyss devil will be completely angry. It's terrible with our current strength, it is impossible to be an opponent of the abyss devil, and there may be more powerful demons. Is this the end of it? Although they tried their best to control their expression changes, their hearts had already been particularly tense, and their blood seemed to be frozen. It's cold all over their bodies. They think that once they are torn down by the demons, their fate will never be better. It can't escape at all. Do you want to be so clever? I just told the lie. I thought it was so easy to fool the devil in the abyss, but who knows that there are still demons. It's not too bad. Chapters 1076. Because of his inner strength, Gao Peng didn't choose to be so flustered, but he also thought it was too bad. Originally, he wanted to tease the past casually and take some favorable information from the mouth of this abyss devil, because he still didn't understand it. Why do these dark creatures form an alliance? Do they have enemies? Who is the enemy? Moreover, he also wants to know whether he can open the racial talent. How can he say that he also has the blood power of the demons? Maybe he can really open the racial talent. I can't know anything without trying. There are so many doubts in his heart that he can't realize them all the time, so he wants to cover the abyss in devil's words. But he never thought that he would face the demons, because he was not sure whether he could be accepted by the demons, so one more thing is better than one less. But it seems that he can't escape this fate. The demon clan unexpectedly appears at this time by coincidence. If he wants to escape at this time, he will be doubted by the abyss devil. He is not afraid of any life body, because he has the most powerful system. But he can't kill everyone in a hurry, because he wants to know more. Otherwise, no matter how powerful, the information is too closed. I don't know what these guys are plotting. But now he has to face the demons, and he has to really fool the demons. Otherwise his identity will be questioned by others. Comparatively speaking, they were completely mad at this time. No one thought that they would be like this in the end. First I met the devil of the abyss, now I meet the demon clan. These two are clearly in the legend, but now they suddenly appear in front of them, a creature that is considered to be the composition of evil fantasy. One is a race that has been exterminated for a long time, but it is such a strange thing that they have met. What can they say? And at this time, they can't act recklessly. If they show up, they will definitely be detected by the abyss devil. They don't want to die so easily. But they really have no way. Once they are torn down by the demons, their fate will not be much better, so they are just too flustered at this time. However, when they saw Gao Peng, they found that Gao Peng was not so nervous, but he was very calm. What's going on? Isn't he afraid? After all their own words are false. Although they know that Gao Peng has the blood power of the demon, it is not the demon after all. This is the most important point. But when they saw Gao Peng was very calm, their hearts began to calm down, since their eldest brother had been so calm. What do they have to worry about? Anyway, there is a tall sun standing on top of the sky. What's more, when they step into the abyss, they are ready for death. Now, there are only some changes in the way of death. No problem, it's a big deal. Chapters 1077. Gao Peng seems to have become a reassuring pill for them, which calms them a little bit, although they are still a little flustered. But it's not a big problem, at least it's much better than before, because at this time, they already know that they may encounter accidents no matter what. In this case, it's better to relax. It's possible to die anyway. Gao Peng felt their emotional changes clearly, and he felt a little surprised in his own heart. These guys have some abnormal mood swings. All of a sudden, I was very excited, and now I suddenly recovered. Are they really not afraid of the demon clan? I know I can kill all these guys at any time, so I don't need to worry about them at all. If they do, I'll just kill them. Just want to get some information from their mouth. They will not pose any threat to me at all, so I will be so calm. But what happened to these guys? I know how weak my strength is. At the same time, in the face of the abyss, demons have scared adults, let alone some demons. But they are so quiet and calm. Do they have other cards? Gao Peng's heart is full of doubts. However, it was impossible to ask at this time, so he put his doubts in his heart, no matter how they could do so calmly. It has nothing to do with him. Gao Peng doesn't know, so they will appear so calm. It's just because of him that he shows unprecedented calm, just like the appearance of those demons. There is not much pressure on him at all. Only in this way can the Emperor burst and others rest assured. What's more, when they entered the abyss, they had already considered that they would die in the abyss, and they could not go out alive at all, so they are looking forward to it now. That's how it suddenly calms down. But Gao Peng doesn't know. I really think that they have some kind of background card and can deal with the Abyss Devil or the Demon Clan. After all, they are also from the top forces. There should also be some inside information, and they know a lot about it. There must be something about the Abyss demons and demons. What if they knew the weakness of the demons and demons of the Abyss? It's not impossible. Gao Peng's heart is thinking about it now, but if the Emperor and others know Gao Peng's real heart, they will cry on the spot. Big brother, we see that you are so calm, so we think you have a way. This is not what kind of base card we have. We have used the base card for a long time. Where can we wait until now? This is absolutely a perfect misunderstanding. However, if there is no Gao Peng here, all the people will be buried completely here, but there is Gao Peng who is forced to hang here. No matter what kind of accident will happen, it will never happen. For example, even in the face of the Abyss Devil, he can be very calm. This is because the strength brings him the confidence. At the same time, even if he knows that the demons have appeared, he has never panicked. Chapters 1078. After a while, a very huge evil breath slowly approached. Before he got close, Gao Peng had already noticed the smell of the demon family, but it was slightly different from the breath of his own blood force. He just has a little bit of evil spirit. But the other side is just like the embodiment of evil, almost all of which are about to merge with the whole abyss, and the breath of terror can be detected from afar. What's more, it's the breath of so many demons combined, which is even more amazing. Are they the embodiment of real evil? Why do you feel the evil of breath? It's too horrible, isn't it? When feeling this breath, the face of the Abyss Devil gradually showed a smile, but how to look at how ferocious. It's not like smiling at all, it's grinning at others. When the demons come, it seems that you can recognize your ancestry well. You just don't know what kind of reaction they will have. If you can see your exiled demons, you should also be very happy. The number of demons is not large. Compared with other races, the number is very small. Maybe it's because the strength of demons is too strong, so heaven is jealous. The quantity is very small. In fact, the more powerful the race is, the smaller the general population will be. There are also few people of the Abyss Devil race, and they are basically unable to meet. It's not that they don't want to meet, but once they meet, there may be unimaginable battles. I don't know what I think. The Abyss Devil began to introduce again, maybe because he felt it. Because he has experienced it before, when he says it, he always feels a little sad, which is a special feeling. Gao Peng's eyes sparkled with surprise. I didn't expect that this is still an Abyss Devil with a story. What did you experience? Now you can say it with open mind. What Gao Peng said in his heart, of course, is impossible for him to say directly. But in any case, there is a flash of envy in the eyes of this Abyss Devil. Maybe in his view, these races can produce countless offspring, which is a very precious thing. It's also a very happy thing. The strength of their Abyss demons is very strong. In addition to their poor breeding ability, they are basically unable to reproduce. By this time, they have basically died a lot of people. And it's hard for them to breed. The general feeling is that after a period of time, it will completely disappear in the long river of history. If the Abyssal Devil has strong reproductive capacity, then the Abyssal Devil can absolutely rule all races. Their strength is already very strong, plus they can cause other people's mood swings at will, which is a very powerful skill. It is absolutely possible to influence many people, especially those who are even weaker than them. If it is not because the number is too small, there will be one fewer dead. The Abyss Devil is really a very powerful race, which is stronger than most of the races. Between the two races, the Devil race and the Protoss race, it can be said that they are very close. Chapters 1079. When all the demons come, they will make their surroundings more evil. I don't know whether they intend to do it or whether they have been emitting this evil power all the time. But the Abyss Devil seems to have been used to it. Seeing him, he looks at the demons coming and says, "Are you here? This time is a lot earlier than last time. But you are also here at the right time. I have someone here that you need to meet. I think it will be very interesting. Even if you see him, you will be surprised. This is the demon man you are living outside. He has not even started his race talent, but he definitely has your demon blood on him, because that kind of breath is absolutely right. Those demon talents have just arrived here and saw the Abyss Devil and some guys there. At the beginning, they didn't understand much, but they wanted to know what was going on. But all of a sudden, the Abyss Devil said so. They are directly confused. Some of them don't know what kind of situation it is. They only see them staring at the Abyss Devil, and some of them look at Gao Peng in disbelief. Some of them didn't react. When the Abyss Devil saw these demons, he didn't respond. He asked doubtfully, "What's the matter? Don't you feel the demon blood in his body? Although he and you look a little bit different, but this is definitely your demon talent, right? No, what are you talking about now? It's impossible for some of us to be exiled, because a long time ago, if all the demons were not temporary, they would have left with us. Now on this continent, there are absolutely no demons. Aren't you kidding me?" One of the demons said impatiently. At first he was really a little confused, but when he responded, he immediately refuted. He does not believe that there are demons who are still living in exile. After all, in the battle that passed a long time ago, the dead, the wounded and the dead, but as long as there are no dead people, they have already taken them away. They basically fled together. How could there be anything else out there? This is absolutely impossible to happen, so this demon people seem to be particularly impatient, but when he finished, the Abyss Devil also completely quieted down. His eyes became a little gloomy, and then he only saw the Abyss Devil staring at Gao Peng like this, as if he wanted to see something from Gao Peng. This makes Gao Peng feel tight. Although he is not afraid of being exposed, he does not want to expose his identity for the moment. He also wants to get some information from these guys. Now the news is too closed. It's especially bad for him, and he wants to know more, so he can only get it from these people, if he can't integrate into them. It's hard to get useful information, because once the real battle starts, people won't say the secret information. Then, even if his strength is strong, what will it be? It's very difficult to find more powerful people, or to know some useful information. Chapters 1080. If there are no demons out there, wouldn't it be impossible for this guy to be demons? The Abyss Devil said so leisurely that his voice seemed to come from hell, and at this time it became more insidious. All the people can't help but feel the special tension, especially the Elephant God and others. After all, they always think that they may be torn down at any time, and their hearts are not so strong. I thought I could be safe. Who knows that it seems to be about to be broken down now. When they see the performance of the Abyss Devil, they feel special tension directly. If everything is known by the Abyss Devil, then they can't survive at all. They will definitely be killed by the Abyss Devil. How can we not make them nervous at this time? Gao Peng seems to be quite calm. In fact, he doesn't feel much tension in the face of the response of the Abyss Devil, so he has a strong foundation. The reason why membership fees are so strong is that they want to extract more useful information from each other's mouth, so that they want to find more powerful enemies, which will be more convenient. All for the convenience of improving their own strength. It's not that he's afraid of each other, so he's very calm. Even in the face of such an Abyss Devil, he doesn't flinch at all. Don't you feel the blood of the demon in my body? This can almost prove my identity. Not all say impossible, impossible, impossible. They know that there is no one demon blood flow outside. How do these bloodlines explain me? This is a direct question about the Abyss Devil. After all, Gao Peng's blood power can't be fake. He can also feel the blood in Gao Peng's body. There is nothing wrong with that evil breath. It's impossible to make any mistakes. After all, he can feel the evil spirit very acutely, which is not much different from those demons standing beside him. The only difference is just their image, but it doesn't mean anything, let alone anything. Only to see the abyss devil turn around and look at those demon people around him, he asked softly, he really has the blood of the demon people in his body, how to explain this? Do you want to take it back to check it? I think it's really possible that it's the exiles in your group. Don't you feel the evil power in his body? Almost in the same circle as you. I think it's better for you to check it, and he hasn't turned on his own race talent now. If he can turn on race talent, his strength may become more powerful. This is absolutely a rare talent. From his strength, we can feel that he is particularly strong and should be able to break through to the last realm. At that time, it may be a great help for our alliance. Besides, those other bastards don't know his existence at all, and should be used as a secret weapon. What do you say? Although the Abyss Devil didn't fully believe Gao Peng's words, he hoped that Gao Peng was a demon, because it was a favorable information for their camp. Chapters 1081. The people of those demons really felt Gao Peng's blood. Although Gao Peng didn't show his blood power directly at this time, the flowing blood was not wrong. If you have used your own blood power, you can let yourself have that kind of breath all over. So even if he doesn't use it very much, as long as he doesn't control it deliberately, then others can feel his evil power. After all, the demons have felt carefully, their facial expressions have changed a little. They really feel the same evil power as them. How could it be? It's impossible for anyone to be out there. If there were still people outside, they would have been completely killed, and they would not have lived to this day. But what's going on? Why do you feel so strange and look at him? He's not exactly the same as the people of our demon clan. Even the ancient demon clan won't have such a look. Never heard of it. I think it's necessary to take them back to check and show them to all the clans. After all, only they have experienced the ancient battles. At this time, it would be reasonable for them to check a little. No one knows if this is really our ethnic group. I think it's better to be cautious. After all, the other camp can do everything. It's just a despicable guy. But this blood can't be forged. The person with this blood power is definitely the demon family with the evil incarnation. It's definitely the people of our family. If it's really another camp, it's impossible. Also, how could those guys tolerate any evil power? The people of these demon clans began to discuss with such unbridled abandon. All of them heard the dialogue between them, though they couldn't believe that some of their own clans were living in exile. But now at least they can reach an agreement on the result. That is to take Gao Peng back to have a look and show it to their elders. When they made such a decision, there was no such ferocity in Gao Peng's eyes. Of course it's impossible to be close. It's just a sense of distance, but it also relieved Gao Pengqi. At least he can be accepted by the other party, although it may not reach the core issue. But as long as we can walk with each other, doesn't it mean that we can see the most powerful fighting capacity of each other, and then it's easier to improve our strength? He was secretly happy in his heart, so he didn't need to work hard to find any more. Directly following these people, he could see those powerful enemies. It's just too easy. It's a real sigh of relief for Emperor Popout and others. Just now they are really afraid of being exposed completely. Then all of them will die here. Now Gao Peng has been accepted by them, so they almost don't need to worry now, do they? Although they are not demon people, they come here with Gao Peng anyway. Should be open to the internet. Chapters 1082. Gao Peng saw that these demons finally accepted him for a while, and his face showed joy. He said excitedly, I didn't expect that there were other demons besides me. I didn't expect that. I have searched thoroughly. I haven't seen anything about the demons in the whole continent. I thought I was the only one left. I didn't expect to be killed at all. Haha, don't look at how powerful a race we demons are. How could we be destroyed by those rubbish? It's just that they are there to deceive themselves. If you are weak, you can still think that others will enslave them. They're really a group of persecuted paranoia guys. If they are not in the way, how can we become like this? But sooner or later, they will pay for what they have done. Originally, we just wanted to develop our own ethnic group, and we didn't want to dominate the world at all. What's more, I didn't think about what to do to them. That is, they listened to other people's words, and they didn't believe in their own strength, so now all people will face a greater disaster. It's funny enough, the demon people shook their heads and said ironically that for those races on the mainland, they were extremely dismissive, just a group who felt that those guys were weak. More often, I think they have problems with their IQ. Some of them don't know how to think about it. Those guys are just too opinionated. No one in so many races has a brain. Otherwise, how could things get so bad? Gao Peng heard that it was a big head. He didn't know what the other side was talking about at all, but he also felt that something big had happened. And it will probably affect all races, because he doesn't know the situation at all, so he selectively shut up. The god of Green Willow and others don't quite understand, but they have some guesses, because they have already heard that the old guys once said something. That's because it's too long to forget, and I don't know what's going on now, so these memories can't be connected in series for a while. All three of them come from different races, and they also have a good understanding of their own race. They have already guessed something, but now they are still not sure. What's more, with their current strength, there is no room for any intervention. Whether they can live or not is still a question. Where can I get them to talk? Also at this time, the people of that demon family seem to have found the elephant god emperor and so on. His eyes suddenly become particularly cold and fierce. The breath on his body becomes more evil. Looking from a distance, it seems that there is a black flame around him, which burns directly behind him. How can this rubbish be here? Void, Liushan, Kai Yan. I didn't expect that the garbage would appear here. That's really interesting. Chapters 1083. After hearing the words of that demon family, the faces of the emperor and others changed completely. Was it found? And listening to each other's tone seems to be particularly bad, perhaps for their race, for the demon sanctions, feel special anger, right? At this time, they are a little flustered. Will you kill them right here? The strength of each of these demons is particularly strong. From their breath, we can feel that they are definitely much stronger than them. Moreover, the strength of their own demons is already particularly strong. In addition, these demons have opened up the racial talent, which is almost invincible. If they can't do instant killing, then everything is in vain. Gao Peng's face was also slightly changed. When he saw the demon people, he could clearly call out the race names of the elephant god emperor and others. This should be the race who had also participated in the great battle. I didn't expect that after such a long time, I can still remember clearly. It can be seen that this hatred has been deeply rooted. Although Gao Peng knew it, he also had to save them. Anyway, he was also one of his first subordinates, which could not be given up so easily. Ha ha ha, they are really these three abominable races. I wanted to kill them when I met them before, but I think killing them is too cheap for them. This is not I enslaved them directly, and made them my slaves and officials. Now they are my slaves and officials. I think it is possible for them to do so and wash away their sins. Gao Peng's words completely stunned all the people, but the people who burst the god responded quickly, and their eyes slowly became dull. No matter what happened to the outside world, they will not move. Now they can only fool the past in this way. I hope it can be useful. The abyss demons and those demons were also stunned. They didn't expect to play like this, but when they saw the expression of the emperor and others, it didn't seem to be pretended. How could such a proud race easily admit that it is a slave, even though it behaved normally before? Then it is almost certain that it has become a slave, which directly gives the demon people a special look at Gao Peng. This one is full of appreciation. All the races in the whole continent hate the demons. Even though they have passed so long, they still don't really forget. Although I don't want to attack the whole continent directly to return everything to them now, it's also not very common for those races. We don't have to destroy you, but we never have any good feelings for you. This is the current situation of the demon clan. It doesn't mean to kill one race deliberately, let alone start fighting with other races if you want to revenge, because they are not allowed now. But I hate these races in my bones. Seeing Gao Peng's way, they feel special appreciation and are relieved. Chapters 1084, Good Not Bad. Not bad, I didn't expect you to be such a playboy. We have a little bit of temperament. Now I've slowly believed that you are a demon. If you have to wait for the real clan to check it, I think you have the ability to cultivate. If you really have no problem with your identity, you can follow me directly. I will take you with me. At that time, it will definitely let you start your race talent as soon as possible. At the same time, if you want to improve your strength, it should also be very fast, because there are a lot of benefits waiting for you in the future. It seems that Gao Peng has enslaved the race on the mainland, which makes that demon people feel special appreciation, and their heart is very relieved. Don't be too pleased to see that those once self-righteous races are now regarded as slaves and clerics. They can't do such extreme things now, but they are very happy to see other races being treated like this. I don't care, but I don't care. The demons are almost taking such measures. What's more, they still have more important things to solve. How can they solve those messy things? What's more, they don't care much about this continent now. They have more suitable territory for them. For them, only the most suitable one is not good or bad. Yes, if you can, I'd like to follow you. When it's time to show affection, it's time to show affection. You have to use this guy to return to the demon's territory. Then you can almost see all kinds of strong people. If you want to improve your own strength, you have to think about it. You feel very excited. Although you can improve your own strength now, it will inevitably reach the end. Now if you can know the demon's territory, you can slowly find the right target to improve your strength. You don't need to be afraid of being killed in a flash. At the same time, you don't need to be afraid to find a more powerful target. Just like the pigsty, all the pigs in it are kept by the owner. As long as the occasion is needed, select the more appropriate pigs to kill. It doesn't take much effort at all. Gao Peng has such an idea now. No one knows that he will have such an idea. After all, if someone else knows it, how shocked it will be. It turns out that some people think of the demon family as a pig, and they want to raise the whole demon family in captivity. According to Yi Gaopeng's behavior, it's not much worse than that in captivity. Burst God Emperor and others heard, now they almost have a sigh of relief, at least now there is no danger of life. Although it's a bit awkward to say identity, and it's possible to suffer persecution from other demons anytime and anywhere, but at least it's not too difficult to avoid this time, right? They still believe in Gao Peng. Since Gao Peng will save them once, they should not be ignored next. And through all kinds of signs, Gao Peng should not easily give up on them, as long as they still have these use value, although the use value is very small. But it will not be abandoned. It can be saved. Chapters 1085. For Gao Peng to show his kindness so quickly, all the demons feel special gratification, and also feel that this boy is quite familiar with current affairs. As the saying goes, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. Although it's possible that all of them are of the same race, even if they are of the same race, they are also running for the faction. Therefore, seeing Gao Peng's quick courtship, their senses for Gao Peng are much better. Qingliu Shendi and others are in a dilemma at this time. After all, they are not demons at all, and they are also slaves and officials. What kind of situation is Gao Peng in now? Do you want to confuse others or be their younger brother? If they really want to be brothers of others, they think their lives may be hard to protect. Now it's really a dilemma. Do you think we are in a dilemma now? I don't know what kind of idea he is. If we really want to submit to the demons, then I think we may really suffer. I should. From the time we met him, we can see that this man's strength is particularly strong, and with the help of these people of the demon clan, it's not necessarily his opponent. I don't think so, but I think it's really possible that, as he said, he really wants to find some more powerful people as opponents. He just doesn't know what he thinks now and dare to fight with these guys. And he even wanted to find more powerful enemies, so the Abyss Devil was also very powerful, but just now he didn't want to fight at all. I feel that we are in a very bad situation. We may lose our lives at any time. I really don't know what to do. Fortunately, if there is a chance, I think it's better to run away as soon as possible. Otherwise, we may be harmed by them. We are the weakest one among them, and we don't know what kind of fate will happen next. What a mess. The three of them communicate in secret. After all, they are almost all grasshoppers on the same line now. They need to contact each other at any time. At this time, they are in a dilemma. They don't know what to do at all, and they don't know exactly what Gao Peng's purpose is. If they could figure it out, they would not be so worried and passive as they are now. Gao Peng seems to have noticed. Seeing him at this time, he looks at three people if he has nothing, just when they are still talking very happily. Suddenly a voice came into their ears. Don't act rashly. I know what you are thinking now, but I'm not so weak. I just want to sneak into the demons and see what their purpose is. Don't make trouble for me, or I will kill you before you do anything. Don't forget, now you can't escape at all, let alone you have already been my slave or official. Don't try to sabotage my plan, or you'll really stay here. Chapters 1086. Gao Peng's sudden speech directly frightened all the people present. After all, They thought that their speech was so hidden that no one could hear them. Now after hearing Gao Peng's words, they can be sure that their chat just now has basically been heard by Gao Peng. My God, how can you hear us? Our voices have been specially hidden, and how can you hear our voices? Don't think I don't know anything, but I don't want to tear it down. Besides, no matter how you communicate, I can hear it. So I think you'd better not act rashly. I know you must be particularly worried about your psychological comfort now, but you should believe that since you have followed me, there will never be any problem. Believe me, that's right. Although that's what they said, what they encountered also put them in a dilemma. After all, they didn't know what kind of plan Gao Peng had. Now they must have no sense of security. Since Gao Peng has said so, they naturally have to say their inner thoughts. Otherwise, they will be so worried. Even they think they may make mistakes. Let them directly enter the territory of the demon clan. They all feel special suspense. They are too afraid. All the demon clan people are so powerful. No one is stronger than them. If you enter the demon's territory again, isn't it that all the real lives are given to others, and it's almost impossible for them to escape at that time? How can they let it go? I've been very scared for a long time. How do we know what your plan is? And now, if we really enter the territory of the demon clan, with the strength of several of us, we can't escape at all. What's more, our identity now is your slave and official. Who knows what you think? And with our current identity, if you enter the demon territory, you may be killed by them. How can we not think about ourselves? Now we are in such a dilemma, which is basically caused by you. If you don't bring us to this abyss, you won't encounter these demons. It's even more impossible to be like this. We can't believe you. At first, we just want to be able to make our strength stronger, just want to live, but now we can't even live. What's the point of following you? At this time, they almost burst out directly. After all, there is no way. That's the worst situation for them right now. It's hard for them to escape. If they don't take some extreme measures, they can't escape. But they can't escape in front of everyone now. Moreover, the reason why they came to the abyss is that they are all Gao Peng's pots. In addition, they may die anytime and anywhere, which makes them completely unbearable. Chapters 1087. Seeing the outbreak of these three people, Gao Peng felt a little surprised. Maybe it was because there was still an abyss in the face of the demons. The demons brought them tremendous pressure. So in the end, I can't bear it. But it doesn't matter. Although Gao Peng hasn't considered the situation, he is not prepared to let others hurt his subordinates. It's all his people who have good blood circulation. Although the strength will become a little weaker later, it doesn't matter whether the strength is weak or not for him. It just requires some people to run errands. His own strength will become more and more powerful, and no one can stop him, so he thinks that the reason why he will accept these people as his subordinates is just to let them help him solve something unimportant. Gao Peng basically understood their ideas now. There's no need for you to worry. I won't leave you behind at all, and I won't let anyone hurt you. No one can move you with me. Now you may think that I'm bragging, and you see the Abyss Devil, and the strength of these demons is particularly strong. I think I certainly don't have such strength at all. The three didn't reply at all, but from their eyes, it can be basically explained that they have such an idea. After all, the strength of the Abyss demons is too strong, and they don't know what realm it is, and there are several powerful demons among them. That kind of feeling is not a level. They all thought that God is the most powerful existence, but now they find that their ideas seem to have some mistakes. Because this Abyss Devil and that demons people have gone beyond their imagination, and the power emanating from all over their bodies has already gone beyond their cognition. This is definitely not the power of God. This makes them more suspicious. Can Gao Peng deal with them? Although it's so nice to talk about now, it's not so nice to talk about once we fight. So they will feel special worry now. It's not that they don't believe Gao Peng, but that even if they believe Gao Peng, they won't be able to beat these guys. Gao Peng can't help but feel speechless when he sees these guys are so honest. These guys even say it without any disguise. He is not afraid to wear shoes. This heart is really big enough. Well, since you are so skeptical, I have to let you know my strength, right? In fact, my strength is even stronger than them, and many of them are just a little stronger than the Emperor. This is nothing at all. There is actually a realm above the God Emperor, which almost all people need to worship. In fact, there are very few people who break through that realm. There are only a few of them in each race, because when everyone breaks through this realm, they need to carry a very strong Qi Yun. There are only so many people in a race, so there are very few people who can reach this level, so you don't need to worry at all. Chapters 1088, because people in this realm need to carry too much luck. In fact, there are not many people in a race. It is even more difficult to break through. What's more, I'm also a person in this realm. What are you afraid of? Gao Peng said so calmly. In fact, he didn't even know what kind of state it was. He just started to talk nonsense. Anyway, he could reach it. As long as there is such a powerful enemy, his realm will soar in an instant. But now in order to make these three guys a little stable, they can only start to talk nonsense. At least let them believe. Otherwise, when these three guys start to act in a disorderly way, it may affect his next plan, let alone he doesn't want these three guys to be killed like this. That's a pity, but even if he is such a bullshit, the Emperor and others didn't believe him directly, but they are a little dubious at the moment. It's true that these words are a little untrustworthy. What's more, they don't know whether it's true or not, and they don't know whether Gao Peng is a person in this realm. So everyone was silent. Seeing their silence, Gao Peng knew that they would never believe it, but he still had other means. In fact, it was easy to cheat them. I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter now. If you don't act rashly, then everything will be fine. And you can't escape at this time. There are wolves in front of you and tigers behind you. There are abyss demons here. Do you think you can run? The faces of the poplars and others turned blue. If it wasn't for the great disparity in strength, there are still those demons and the demons of the abyss here. They can't bear their anger completely for a long time. They want to repay Gao Peng severely. This kind of words can also be said. I don't know who pushed others into the abyss. It's just too hateful. Originally, they would not encounter such a situation, but it's all because of Gao Peng's guidance. Only then can they come to this abyss, and also meet the abyss demons and demons. How could they not expect to encounter so many things? They won't believe it. Then you can follow me honestly. You will never be disappointed, and I will not abandon you. If there is any danger, I will definitely stand up. Because I have other plans, that is to try to get their words. I want to know what happened. After all, our information is too scarce. Although I don't know where all the old people in the void cave have gone, as long as they follow these demons, they can still know what happened. It's still good for us. I don't think you can just run away. After all, you always feel that there are some ups and downs on the road. If we don't have more advanced information, it's also a special danger for us, let alone you. Chapters 1089, it doesn't matter if I tell you my plan. The first thing is to gain the trust of the demons. Now this has been basically completed. It only needs to be recognized after returning to the territory of the demons with them, and then it can almost walk horizontally in the demons. And I want to try and see if I can turn on racial talent. As soon as Gao Peng's words came down, the faces of the three people showed an unbelievable expression. They are all facing such a dangerous situation now. I even want to try it to see if I can turn on racial talent. My God, although you do have the blood power of the demon clan, it doesn't mean that you are really the demon clan. Are you not afraid of death? If it's true that you are not a demon at all, then it's not only you, if all of us have to suffer together, who makes us your slaves and slaves. At that time, I couldn't even run. When they felt speechless, they also felt a bit of crisis. They were really afraid that Gao Peng would start to see if he was a demon when he took a shot of his brain. And even if it's a demon clan, it doesn't seem to have much use for them. It's also dangerous. Popping God and other people are speechless, but at this time they dare not say their inner words directly. No matter what they say, they feel unreasonable. But they are really helpless at this time. The dilemma is that no matter how they are, they have no other way to go. They can only go one way to the dark. I hope there will be a good result in the end. If you can afford the talent, it's also a good thing. Then it will be completely recognized by the demons, and you can get more useful information. I think you will be curious about what happened on this continent. After all, such a big thing has happened, but we can't even know it now. It's just that the news is too backward, but it doesn't matter. As long as I mix in, it can be done slowly. When Gao Peng said that, Emperor Qingliu could not bear it. After all, not everything was so smooth, so he always had to consider a way for himself. What if you are not a demon? At that time, let alone open the racial talent, it is possible that all of us will be completely affected by you. Have you thought about it? The two gods, the elephant god and the rock steel god, also glared at each other angrily, which is true. If the real inspection shows that they are not demons at all, then they are slaves and slaves. It will be more miserable to be treated. I can't imagine it. At this time, Gao Peng rolled his eyes, and some speechless said, "What if it's not a demon? If you really find that I'm not a demon, you can kill all those guys. Or what do you think? Stretch their necks out for them to kill." 3 people. At this time, they really don't know how to say it. It's a silence in their heart. They really don't know how to describe their mood at the moment. Chapters 1090. Oh my god. Why do you feel so easy to talk? Don't you think that since you have reached other people's territory, of course, there will be many strong people in other people, and this is a demon family. Even this abyssal devil is very horrible. It should be allied with the demons. Naturally, the strength of the alliance is equal. Otherwise, it is impossible to be at the same level. If you talk so easily, you don't want to think about it. Since it's a question whether you can come out alive in other people's territory. I even said I would kill them all. Can you think of something practical? The 3 of them were in a state of extreme collapse at this time. They didn't expect Gao Peng to say such a thing. How could they hear it? They felt it was particularly unreliable. If they knew that at first, they would not follow them into this abyss. Now, there is no way to go back. And if it's really like what Gao Peng said, then all the people may be really doomed. It seems that they can only pray that Gao Pengjun can open the racial talent, or they will be really doomed. They are really unable to make complaints about it now. I don't know how to say it. They can only pray quietly. If they continue to say it, they are really afraid to hear another word from Gao Peng. Will the next sentence be to destroy the demon clan? I lost it. Once so many races joined together, it was impossible to wipe out the demons. Now it is more impossible to wipe out the demons because of one person. This is simply impossible. They absolutely do not believe that such things will happen, so now they are helpless and speechless, and even have a little bit of collapse. I feel that there is no hope. I thought it was dark enough around them, but now they feel that their heart is completely dark. This feeling is simply too helpless. I hope everything goes well. It's better that he can also open up the racial talent, so we won't have any danger, but now we have no other way besides that. I always feel like I fell into a pit. Alas, I hope not to be discovered by those demons. I always feel that we are in a particularly dangerous situation now. It is really possible to be discovered by those demons and then be destroyed. Just as they were communicating with each other, Gao Peng's voice rang again. You don't need to worry at all, because you and me, if they are found out, there is no big problem, just kill them. Where else do you need to worry like this? You go as far as you can, don't get close to us anymore. Our heart is too small to bear the fright, and it's really unbearable. As soon as Gao Peng opened his mouth, the 3 of them shut up directly. Now they really don't know what to say. They only feel that their world is completely in darkness. And it's all here. Now Gao Peng even utters such arrogant words. Although they don't deny that Gao Peng is really powerful, it's on the territory of the demons after all. Where can we do what we want? Chapters 1091. The 3 people, including Emperor Popout, have collapsed. They really don't know how to describe their own situation. After all, they can't help themselves now. At any time, it may be discovered by the demon clan, and then it will be in a land of no return. But they always feel that Gao Peng has been talking sarcastically. It's just disgusting. Don't he know how dangerous it is now? It's not just him. Once someone finds out their identity, even several of them may be killed by the demon clan. They want to make it clear that Gao Peng can't be negligent in any way, but at this time when they heard Gao Peng's words, it's completely speechless. Tired and loveless, they have given up now. They really don't know how to describe their mood at the moment, and they don't know how to admonish Gao Peng. According to the current situation, it will not be long before they are really finished. Gao Peng saw their mood changes, but he didn't think so. After all, he was very confident about his own strength, but he couldn't prove it to them now. Then they will know. Now they just don't know something, so they feel special despair, but when they really know his strength, they will not have such an idea. Well, if you see my real strength, I think you will not have the idea now, but it doesn't matter. Soon you can really see my strength. Gao Peng has no other ideas, and it is impossible to prove directly to them how powerful his strength is at this time. Doesn't that make his plan go wrong? He also wants to see what the purpose of these demons is, and what has happened now. He always feels that what great things have happened now. Otherwise, How could there be so many changes all of a sudden? All the powerful people in the virtual and dynamic clothes disappeared. Moreover, these demons obviously came to this abyss because of something. What's more, these dark creatures have all formed an alliance, which is absolutely what happened, otherwise how could they easily join hands? This made him more curious, and he also felt that only when he knew all the things, then he could fully improve his strength. There's no need to be afraid of killing the wrong person. I don't know what the purpose of these guys is. I just hope they don't hide from me. After all, I also want to know what happened. The news is too closed. If I didn't come to this abyss and meet these demons, I might not know what happened at all, and I don't even know that these demons still exist in the world. I can definitely learn a lot from them. I don't know any secrets at all, and people on the mainland certainly don't know all about them. Let me uncover these secrets a little bit. I hope I won't be disappointed again. Chapters 1092. When Gao Peng is looking forward to it, it seems that the people of the demons and the abyss demons have finished talking, and they are nothing more than handover. The leader of the demon clan said, "Everything is ready, right? This time, there must be no mistake. After all, this thing is very important for our alliance. It can't be sloppy, and without it, it would be a huge loss for us, and it would be dealt with by others at the same time. Don't worry, I'm all ready, otherwise, I've been in this abyss for such a long time. Isn't it a waste of time? What I hate most is being alone in such a place, but if I can finish the task, it won't be long before I go out. As long as I have a little more time, I can definitely break through all the repression." Suppression. After hearing their conversation, Gao Peng couldn't help but stay. He always felt that there were many secrets hidden in what they said, but he didn't know what they were saying at all. But when he heard the words of the Abyss Devil, he couldn't help looking at the Abyss Devil again. Isn't his current strength all strength? Or is he suppressed because he is here? Then I feel something wrong. Abyss Devil, isn't this his home? Why can't he make full use of his strength, and even be suppressed? It's very strange. What's going on? Is this not his home at all, but a kind of cage that traps him? It's so strange, it's a little weird, but I want to see what these guys really want to do. When the Abyss demons finished speaking, those demons didn't have any other reaction. Maybe they took it for granted, and they also seemed to know something, so they didn't feel particularly surprised. That's good. We need your strength. You can break through these repressions as soon as possible. Now I think if you just give us that, you can break through this place in a short time. And you will be free. Ha 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 ha, that's for sure. I will get my own freedom. This time, no one can stop me anymore. The devil of the abyss seems to be the laughter from hell, which directly resounds through the whole abyss. All people hear it. His voice is like that of hell. All people are attacked by the sound wave. Ming can't help but start covering his ears. However, only the explosive enemies and others covered their ears. They felt that the voice had a particularly powerful magic power, which made them directly attracted. It's like having a villain talking in their heart all the time, making them feel particularly uncomfortable, which is just too uncomfortable. I didn't expect that just the voice, this abyss devil, can hurt them. This strength is too terrible, which makes several of them feel more desperate. There's no need to run away. It's a question whether we can live with these guys. This is just too bad. Chapters 1093. Only the three of them can understand this situation. They wanted to wait for the opportunity to move. After all, they didn't want to go to the Devil Kingdom, because once they did, they couldn't escape. But now they don't think about whether they can escape. They just think of a more serious problem. Even if we stay with these guys, whether we can live or not is a crucial issue. I feel that we can be killed by them at any time when we stay with these guys. And it's not someone else's intention. That's more bullshit. In the end, their strength is too weak. If someone makes a random move, they may kill them directly. It seems that they are ants and giants. If they don't pay attention to moving, they may crush you to death. The power gap is so great. Gao Peng's performance was not bad, and he didn't react too much, but at this time, he felt a little strange in his heart. The system didn't sound a prompt. Isn't that an attack? And it's clear that it can do harm to others, and I feel special harsh on my own. Why is she not recognized by the system prompt at all? It's really strange. It seems that this kind of method can't work. Fortunately, I didn't want to try it like this. When Gao Peng realized that there was no movement in the system, he was not too disappointed. Anyway, as long as he wanted to improve his strength, it was easy. It's just that he thinks it's a little strange, but it's not worth studying, so he doesn't think about studying it slowly in the past, let alone where there is so much time now. The leader of the demon family said, "Since we are ready, let's go together. I have to take that thing away as soon as possible, or I'm afraid of any changes. You all come with me." The Abyss Devil took the lead in leaving, but at this time, he meant that all people would follow him and estimate what they were going to get. Moreover, it is of great importance to the demon family. It seems that the purpose of the demon clan is this one thing. The people of the demon family looked at Gao Peng and said, "Follow me. Anyway, it's no problem for you to have a look. But you can't act rashly. Otherwise, once you are infected with something, don't blame us for not saving you. You just need to look at it honestly, but don't act rashly, because even we dare not touch it at will." "My lord, we understand." Gao Peng is very respectful, but he feels a special passion in his heart. He really wants to see what that thing is, which makes these demon people attach so much importance to it. What's more, they seem to have some fear. What kind of thing can make them react like this? The god of Green Willow and others are speechless. Who will touch? Don't you think you die fast enough? Now we can encounter unimaginable crisis whenever and wherever we are with you. How to die do not know, where also dare to touch easily, this is disrelish oneself to die not fast enough. Chapters 1094. The Devil of the Abyss takes the lead, and the others follow. They just dive all the time and come to the bottom. It seems to be the deepest place, filled with all kinds of strange atmosphere, and gives a special feeling of depression. The god of Yan Steel and other people couldn't help shivering. This place is not easy for them to walk on. Their strength is relatively weak. Now I've been taken to this place again. It's a terrible feeling, and they can't say anything, and finally can only be so hard to carry down. I really don't know what to say. They are afraid that if they say something wrong, they may be killed directly by those demon people. After all, they are slaves and slaves. This identity is just bad enough. Damn it, how can this place feel so weird? It sends out a special weird breath to affect us anytime and anywhere. What's the matter with this place? Green Willow God felt that his body began to become stiff. After all, their strength was the weakest at this time, and after coming to this place, the senses of the whole person had changed differently. The strength of the body slowly solidified. This feeling is too bad. They are all weak here. Now if the power is solidified directly, how can we play? Isn't that the only way to die? Here we are. This is what you want. But after you take it out, the abyss may be unstable, but it can also help me to break through this place. The devil of the abyss came to a deeper entrance with these beads. In fact, it seemed that there was nothing but a thick black smoke. And a particularly horrible breath emanates from it, which makes people shiver uncontrollably, and they dare not approach that entrance easily. On the contrary, those demon people, when they saw this entrance, could not help showing a trace of joy on their faces, and there was also a trace of excitement. This is the most puzzling part. What the hell is this? Why do they feel so excited and joyful? Is there really a secret hidden in it? Gao Peng frowned tightly and looked at the entrance. He didn't know what it was, and what was the use of these demons. I always feel these smells are very strange. That's great. I didn't expect it to be a real success. You still have a set. It's so easy. For our league, it's really good news. Of course, you don't know who made it, but you should be careful when you use it. After all, it's not a joke. And it has to be moderate. After all, I don't have to be able to make it. The cost is too huge. Even I can't make it for the second time. And I've taken advantage of the time, the place and the people, so I can make this thing. I hope you don't waste it. Chapters 1095. The Abyss Devil also gave a special instruction. After all, this is one of the things, but it was made by gathering all the evil forces of the whole abyss. If it's so ruined, there's no way to get another one. What's more, it's something he's condensed for a long time. Once wasted, it will be completely gone. This can't have any carelessness. It must be used on the blade, so he will specially charge the demon people. When the people of the demon family saw this scene, they were already very happy. Naturally, they knew how precious this thing was, so they nodded their heads. Don't worry about it, we will definitely use it in the place where he should appear. It's impossible to waste it so easily. In any case, it's what you have agglomerated for so long. And it's all the evil power of this abyss. If it's so easy to be wasted, then don't be too sorry. It's not so easy to find another suitable source of evil. When people of the demon family see this source of evil, they just start to radiate light in their eyes. They don't know what effect this source of evil has. But obviously that's crucial for them. Gao Peng heard that they said this was the source of sin. He couldn't help but take a look at it. Although he didn't know what it meant, he saw that these guys attached so much importance to it. Basically, it can be determined that this evil resource is a very special thing. It is estimated that everyone has paid special attention to it. That is, why did the demons of the abyss suddenly exchange? Although it's an alliance, it's a little unexpected that we just so easily hand over what we've agglomerated for a long time. I don't know what the purpose is. Gao Peng doesn't know much now, so he basically says less and looks more, trying to understand what these guys want to do, and he thinks what these people do is always mysterious. And he thought that the source of this evil was really some evil sects, which really emitted a very evil atmosphere, as if it could really affect people. When looking at that source of sin, the emperor felt that his internal power was a little ready to move, but was easily suppressed by him. In the end, he did not dare to see that source of sin easily. The same was true of the other two people. At this time, there was a huge wave in their hearts. It's really that source of evil. It's terrible. It's so easy for them to lose control of their internal power. What the hell is this? Why is it so terrible? Don't look at that thing. It's not something we can touch now. Once you look at it, the power in your body will be out of control instantly. I've seen it. Fortunately, I'm shifting my attention faster and haven't seen it for a long time, but I'm getting more and more grumpy now. As soon as possible to pacify the power in the body, our current strength is not enough to see the source of that evil. It's really a special curiosity. What's the role of this query and resource in the end? Too evil. Chapters 1096. From the excitement that I saw at the beginning, it has basically become calm. Maybe when I saw this source of evil, these people of the demon clan thought of something, so they would feel special excitement. But when they get used to it, they don't feel much. Especially now they can get close to that source of evil so easily. It's really a little scary. But they don't know at all that the reason why the evil people can get close to the source of evil is that they are the embodiment of evil, and they can't make a huge impact on this source of evil. Also can't affect the abyss devil. They are all dark creatures, but the impact on them is very small. If some weak dark creatures are naturally afraid to approach easily, once close, it will explode and die instantly. Those who don't have evil power in themselves can't be approached easily. Otherwise, they will not only have violence in their own body, but also be completely controlled by the evil power. So that's the gap. Gao Peng had no influence all the time, but he felt that his body was a little ready to move, especially when he felt the power of these evil sources. This kind of feeling is somewhat inexplicable. I don't know whether it's the power in his own body that has such a feeling, or whether it's his own feeling. It seems that he somehow wants to get close to this source of evil. Is it the power of blood, or because of your constitution? He didn't know, but he thought it was necessary to observe this source of sin. After all, he was so excited now. That should be good for him. He does not want to explore in the past, because there is not much time for him, and he does not want to expose his strength easily. That's a little bit of a point, though we don't know how this evil resource came into being, and what's the use of these demons. But it seems to be good for me, but I'd better take a good look at what they want to do now, but I can't just act recklessly and expose myself. Let me see what they want to do, and if there's a chance, it's necessary to grab this evil resource. Gao Peng has already begun to plan. After all, he wants to see how these guys collect the source of sin first, and what kind of use they want the source of sin to have. After that, he carried out his plan. He thought that if he could get this evil resource, it would really be a very good thing for him. That feeling can never be wrong. He thinks that his own blood power is guiding him, and only his blood power is completely evil power. Otherwise, how could he have been urging? Although he didn't feel the specific direction, he was so right, which made him feel more and more curious about this source of evil. The source of sin. From the name, we can almost hear how evil it is. What's more, if we feel it now, we can definitely feel the endless power of evil. Chapters 1097. People such as Emperor Popout dare not come near at all. As soon as they come near, they feel that their whole body strength is beginning to become extremely violent. There's no room for them to step in at all. Gao Peng really wants to see what these guys want to do first, and when he doesn't want to interfere at all, he is at most curious about this source of sin. As for that abyssal devil, since he brought all the people here, the abyssal devil has no action at all. I don't know what it means. It's all those demons with their eyes shining. Looking at the source of the evil, it seems that the source of the evil has enormous benefits for them, and now only those demons suddenly move. All the demons surrounded the source of evil directly, and took out a bottle at the same time. The bottle was like a vase, but it also exuded a very evil atmosphere. The bottle is black and purple, which is very strange. What do you want to do? Gao Peng looks at them doubtfully. However, these demons have no pause at all, only to see them pick up the bottle in their hands and throw it into the source of evil. All of a sudden, all the evil resources are directly distributed, a particularly strong power is directly exposed to all people, and everyone feels that the power in his body has completely changed. And I feel very grumpy. Gao Peng's face was also slightly changed. He was not afraid of the damage these forces would do to him, but he was really afraid that the emperor would be affected. So I only saw him reach out his hand suddenly when others didn't notice, and touch the three of them gently. A strange force directly returned to the three of them, and directly resisted the light of the source of sin. At the same time he whispered, "You don't have to panic. If you have me, nothing will happen at all. Besides, you just need to stay here quietly, but you can't do anything rashly. No matter what happens next, you will regard it as not happening. You can't speak without my command." Gao Peng is afraid that the three of them will say something bad, and if they don't realize what's going on now, once they say something wrong, they will really suffer. That will definitely help, so now he specially charged the three of them, only to see that at this time the three of them felt that their internal strength had been completely restored, a little bit magical. Looking at Gao Peng with complicated eyes, we just felt deeply that our body was completely out of control and even about to go away. It's as if it's going to blacken. It's a special feeling, but when Gao Peng touches their bodies, he recovers. It's really a little inconceivable. They didn't expect Gao Peng to have such a strange power, which has made them have a little confidence in what Gao Peng said before. Maybe it can protect them, but just having this kind of strange power can't explain what they have got. Chapters 1098. After the glory, all people's faces have changed a lot, especially the abyss demons and those of the demons. Their faces are very excited. Gao Peng didn't realize it at first, but when he looked at the expressions on these faces, he gradually realized something was wrong. If there was nothing exciting for them, it would never be so. So what is it? He felt it a little more carefully, and the color suddenly changed a little. Now he finds out that the abyss demons and the people of the demons have become more powerful, as if many times stronger than before. What's the situation? Is it because of the results just like that? The source of evil suddenly shines. Maybe it's for this reason that these dark creatures suddenly become so powerful. However, it's not clear why they become so powerful. There are some changes in Gao Peng's color. After all, if his body also has the blood power of the demons, he should have some changes, but because it has a very horrible system. Other external forces can't affect him at all, especially all kinds of negative forces, can't affect him at all, so he just can't feel it. But he has to think about it now. Since this is the power of demonic resources, it is absolutely necessary to make some changes. Otherwise, once the people of these demons know that they have no such power, isn't it really helpful? It's a little difficult. Originally, Gao Peng thought that what he really needed to face was nothing more than the clan elders of the demons. After all, he had to check whether the real demons could open the talent of the race. But now it seems that there is more than that kind of test. Now it's his test. If he can't cope with it, it will definitely be thoroughly discovered by these guys. At this time, don't say you want to go to the devil's land. It's a question whether you can walk to the abyss. Of course, with his strength, it's easy to kill these guys, but what about that? He doesn't know how to get to the devil kingdom. And once these guys were killed, everything he planned was completely scrapped, so he had wasted his time completely. His heart is just that helpless. What's the matter with these guys? Are they trying to target me on purpose? Or do you want to test it at this time? Do I have the blood power of the demon clan? It's really troublesome. I thought that I had been completely safe, and I was recognized by them. I didn't expect that such an accident would happen again. It seems that it's time to show some strength, otherwise they would be surprised to know that my strength has not increased much. Gao Peng later found that not only did he need to expose a little bit of his own strength, but also he could not let Pop God Chong and others show people in their current status. Chapters 1099. Gao Peng quietly released a little blood force, and only saw that he was also wrapped in a thick black smoke, and at this time his own breath sent out a special horror. When Emperor Qingliu and others saw the change of Gao Peng, they all felt some inexplicable, although just now they felt that there were very strong changes all over their bodies, as if they were going to be blackened. But they didn't feel any other discomfort, because they didn't lose their senses at all. They were directly turned around by Gao Peng, so they didn't have much sense. But when they saw the change of Gao Peng, all the people felt a little confused. They didn't know why Gao Peng suddenly began to use his own blood power again. What's the situation? How did you suddenly use your own blood force? Is this preparation to fight? It's strange. Have you noticed any changes in the breath of others? Especially the people of the Abyss Devil and Demon clan, whose breath has become extremely huge, don't know how they did it. Yes, their breath has become particularly strong now, and many times stronger than before. This feeling seems to be a breakthrough at once. It's just incredible. The three of them felt very confused at this time. Originally, those demons and the Abyss demons were strong enough, but suddenly they became so strong, and their strength increased so much in this instant. It's out of everyone's expectation. Why did their strength suddenly become so strong? And when they reach their level, they should not be promoted so quickly. This makes all of them feel cold all over. I really don't know what happened to these guys, but when they saw Gao Peng, their faces slightly changed. Gao Peng seems to have gradually changed to those demons. He not only calls out his own blood power, but also directly integrates his blood power with himself. In this way, he really looks like a demon, but his whole appearance is still a little frivolous, but he doesn't think it's a big deal. Anyway, he can almost pretend to be like this now. It seems that he really wants to be a demon. When he looked at his own changes, he also felt that it was a little bit like, almost 70–80% similarity, but his whole person's shape was still a little weird. But it doesn't matter at all. He can also be said to be caused by that evil resource. The rest is left to the unknown. Anyway, the unknown things can never be fully guessed. He doesn't know everything. Some things can't even be detected by himself, so it's easier to fool them. It's a little bit of a look. I think with my present look, I won't be doubted by them. I should be able to mingle with the demons without any troubles. In fact, by virtue of my present appearance, I am almost a demon, but this is the reason for my integration with the power of my own blood. I'm not really a demon at all, but with my present appearance, I should be able to fool the past. Chapters 1100. It's not complete to disguise himself. That's just to show these demons. After all, he has the blood power of the demons. It's easy to disguise himself like this. However, the people of these demons don't know it at all, but they can't fool them just by their own disguise. Just now he had no idea what the power of that source of evil was, so he stopped all the power at once. The Green Willow God is also not affected by the power of those evil sources. If they are in this state now, they will definitely be doubted by other people. Then these three people have to pretend. Gao Peng directly transferred some of his blood power to the three of them. Just for a moment, their images have changed a little. Originally, they were all people of all races, but after the introduction of this power, they were obviously turning to dark creatures. But it doesn't affect their own reason. It only slightly changes their appearance, and now their breath becomes more like a dark creature. With this feeling, it looks more like a creature affected by that evil resource. Looking at their whole change, Gao Peng felt quite satisfied. After all this was made by himself. Still have some sense of achievement. That way, you don't have to be surprised. After all, the light of the evil source just now may change all human beings. But just because I blocked all the power, you didn't have any other changes, but in order to hide it, you can only become like this. You don't need to talk about everything next. No matter what you see or what you encounter, don't talk about everything. I'll take care of it. You can only regard yourself as a slave or a slave. Gao Peng didn't know whether the creatures that were strafed by the source of evil would completely lose their sense, so he asked the three of them to keep silent and show no sense. This should be the best concealment. If they talk at will, they may really help. No matter how powerful the power of that source of sin is, as long as they don't speak, they will not be found so easily by others. It seems that it can enhance the power of all dark creatures, and at the same time, it can transform all people who are not dark creatures into dark creatures. But I don't know if the dark creature can become intelligent, maybe it can be or not. Gao Peng didn't know that, so he told them to keep silent and avoid any mistakes. At this time, the inner feelings of Qingliu and others are extremely complex. At first, they may not understand what kind of situation they are in now, but when they look at their own body changes, they have understood the role of the light just now, and why Gao Peng made them pretend to be like this. Everything has gradually become clear. Chapters 1101. Gao Peng guessed that there is no mistake. The source of sin is indeed the power that can enhance all dark creatures. At the same time, it can also transform all racial communication that does not belong to dark creatures into dark creatures. It's all the power of sin. But he guessed a little wrong. Even after the transformation of the source of sin, some creatures can also have wisdom, but this is different from person to person. Not comprehensive, however, most of them are not intelligent at all, so it can be said that no matter what, so when he chooses to do so, it is almost impossible to be torn down. All the demons immediately collected all the sources of evil, and all of them were collected into the bottles in their hands. Even that abyss devil is a little complicated. Looking at those demons holding bottles in their hands, maybe only those bottles can get the source of sin. Now that your task has been completed, can you go? I still need your help on the field, but I hope you can help me out as soon as possible. After all, with my current strength, there is still a lack of fire. But I feel that the forces that are holding me back are slowly beginning to loosen, and it will not be long before I can really get out of it. I hope you can do it as soon as possible. The devil of the abyss is also appealing to others. After all, he is trapped in this abyss and cannot go anywhere. At most, he can only control this abyss. This kind of feeling is simply too oppressive, that is, because the demons have a way to get him out of trouble, otherwise, he will not reach such an easy cooperation. The source of sin is also helpful to him, but in order to get out of trouble, he can only give into each other. Moreover, it is something that he has to work hard to condense. But in the end, he can only let it out for himself. Although the source of sin can help him to improve his strength, it is impossible for him to escape from this abyss. This is his helplessness. No matter how powerful the power is, when you are completely restrained, it is simply painful. No matter how powerful the power is, you can't get out of trouble. That feeling is helpless and desperate. The demon people looked at the bottle in their hands, and looked at the abyss devil with satisfaction and said, "You can rest assured here. Since you have given us water and resources as agreed, we will definitely get you out of trouble as soon as possible according to the agreement. But now we have to go back as soon as possible, but don't worry, you won't have to wait too long. Besides, you have found an exile for us. We also want to thank you. If I want to take him back, the master also feels very happy. After all, there are few demons out there, almost none. But it's incredible that you should meet him, but thanks to you, otherwise he would be hard to find us." When the demon people looked at Gao Peng, their eyes showed a satisfied look, but also quite recognized. This time it's true recognition. There was a little doubt before, but when they saw the real appearance of Gao Peng, there is almost no doubt now. Chapters 1102. After all, Gao Peng is almost like a demon, with a similarity of 7 or 8 points. Maybe when he starts his own race talent, he can almost become a real demon. All of a sudden, those demons fully identified with him. Now they are really recognized. Before that, they were just a little skeptical. Because the breath is very similar, but only by virtue of breath and blood, it is impossible to determine whether a person is a demon. However, after the change of the source of sin, it has completely revealed its original appearance. Then there is no mistake. There will be no mistake in the source of sin. This also let them completely approve. When these demons looked at the 3 people, they couldn't help but sneering. These guys have turned into dark creatures. The garbage race is garbage, and the race is always top of the table. However, it's good that, with the way they just looked, there's still some trouble taking them back. Now it is said that slaves and clerics have indeed become slaves and clerics. Almost all the dark creatures belong to the efforts of the demons or demons, because the strength of those dark creatures is not strong at all, and the strength of their blood is not pure. Only the demons and the demons have absolute power, so all the dark creatures are almost subordinates, and it is impossible to usurp power, because the power of blood has already determined everything. Gao Peng is aware of the eyes of the demons, and he is relieved. Fortunately, he is quick enough to respond, not only to change his appearance. At the same time, they also turned the 3 guys behind them into dark creatures. Although they are not actually dark creatures, the original power system has not changed, even the power in their own bodies has not changed. They are just the breath and appearance of the dark creatures. They are all camouflages made to let those demon people really believe. The same is true of Gao Peng. except that his disguise is quite advanced, and he is directly integrated with his own blood power, and the breath and power he exudes is really evil. No one can find him. But he is really human, but there is a little demon blood flowing in his body. I don't know if he is a pure human, but it doesn't prevent him from having human psychology. As for the Devil Clan, how could it be? What kind of race is what kind of race? He will never think he is a demon. What's more, there are countless kinds of blood flowing in his body. Even he doesn't know what he is, which is a bit embarrassing. However, he just wants to improve his own strength. He doesn't have to think about his race. Race is no more important. Only let their own strength become more powerful. A person is a family. He has such a strong self-confidence that the so-called race is nothing more than the slowly growing offspring, and finally the group together. How about a large number of people? This is not in his eyes. When the strength becomes more powerful, can ignore everything. A person is a family. Chapters 1103, we're leaving now. Your rescuers will be here soon. Then you can join the battlefield as soon as possible. After all, you are still needed in the battlefield. All the demons have collected the source of evil, but at this time, they all stand in the air and look at the devil in the abyss so quietly. The abyss devil said, "When I can get rid of this repression, I will definitely appear on the battlefield, so you can rest assured. At that time, my strength will be completely recovered. With my strength, I don't think many people will be my opponents at all. Waiting for you." When the demons finished speaking, they looked directly at Gao Peng and said, "Follow me now. We will take you to the place that belongs to us." As for the 3 slaves and subordinates, they are also dark creatures. People have nothing to worry about. But when you enter our territory, you have to be careful of other people. After all, no matter whether you are a demon or not, only strength can speak well. I hope you can be a little stronger. During this period, the people of the demon family told Gao Peng that they didn't know whether he had such a rule or not. However, Gao Pengkai did not care what kind of rules they had. When he heard that it was so, he could not help but show a trace of joy. If this is the case, then he can really let all the demons submit to him. Since it's a strong saying, then if he can get all the people down, doesn't it mean that he is the leader of the demons? That's interesting. However, when he felt happy, some of the demons smiled coldly and didn't know what they were thinking, but now they obviously felt that Gao Peng was delusional. After all, the strength of all the demons is particularly strong. Moreover, many people have already started the racial talent, and the strength will be more terrible. How could it be that a demon who has not yet turned on racial talent can be compared? It's simply impossible to compare. Therefore, what kind of thoughts do they have in their hearts? In fact, they have already revealed them directly now. However, they didn't say anything. They just think Gao Peng is taking too much for granted now. When he sees what kind of situation it is, he will regret it. I just hope that they won't have to be beaten by others to cry for their parents. Of course, they won't easily kill people of the same clan. The number of people of their own demon clan is relatively small, so it's impossible to easily kill them. So basically there will be no internet, but suffering from some flesh and blood is inevitable. Ha ha, the newborn calves are not afraid to die. I don't want to think about it. All ethnic groups have almost opened their racial talents, and they have been practicing for such a long time, and their strength will be improved when they fight. I don't know how many times stronger you are. You want to show your skills and don't think about your own strength. Now I think it's too fanciful. Chapters 1104. In fact, these demons didn't show much kindness, just because they saw exiled demons, so they were reluctant to accept. At the beginning, they didn't recognize Gao Peng at all, but only when they saw that Gao Peng had been affected by the source of evil and turned into such a look, they would slightly recognize him. But it doesn't mean that they will have any passion for Gao Peng. The blood flowing in their bodies is like cold blood. It's even less likely to make them enthusiastic. It's just by the way, and as long as it's brought to their sight, it's okay to ignore it after introducing what should be said. For them, there's nothing else. What's more, they also want to see how the new people will be treated when they arrive at the site. After all, few new people come back, almost all of them are native people. Also let them feel some expectations. At this time, Qingliushendi and others felt worse. They obviously felt the evil intentions of those demons. Although they didn't deliberately target them, they almost pushed them into the fire pit. In any case, I feel special danger. Bad, these guys didn't want us to be good at all. With their attitude, I feel that as long as we get to the devil's territory, it's absolutely dead. Are we really at their mercy? What else can we do? Now we can't resist at all. We can only follow them back to the demon's territory honestly, but we don't know what will happen when we get to the demon's territory. Things are getting a little worse. Several of them had already blown the pot at this time. Originally, they thought that as long as they followed Gao Peng into the demon's territory, they would have been basically at peace. Who knows that these guys seem to want to kill them now? At first, I thought the attitude was okay. But who knows that now when you want to enter the demon's territory, you will turn into such a look. It's just a face-changing frenzy. Their strength is relatively weak. At this time, they feel so insecure. If they can't escape now, they won't follow these demons at all. Gao Peng naturally feels the uncertainty of these guys, but he can't find a sense of security for them again and again. If they can't even control their emotions, then no one can save them. Gao Peng naturally knows what these demons think at this time, but that's exactly what he wants, because if someone comes to him for trouble, he can just improve his strength. Don't even be afraid to be found out by others. It's just the best thing. But he can't challenge the most powerful person at once. After all, it will inevitably cause a lot of criticism. Others may not accept his challenge. What's more, he doesn't want to tear his face with these demons for the time being, and if he stays in the module, maybe he can get more useful information. This is the most important thing. Chapters 1105. All people have their own ideas, each with a ghost. Even those demon people are looking forward to it. After all, they have hardly seen the arrival of new people like this, and their demon people will not have any sympathy. It's just that their clansmen are relatively few. If they are really exiled demons, they will generally lead them back, but what will happen in the end, it's none of their business. Anyway, whether they can survive or not has nothing to do with them. Anyway, they are also suffering from a war now, and everyone may be killed. There are new people coming just to fill in a little bit, which is not very useful, but the ceremony to go is not less. Here we are. This is the entrance to the transmission town. When the people of the demon family led Gao Peng's people to the deepest part of the abyss, they suddenly saw a shining hexagon star. This Lu Xiaojun was flashing with their arrival. It's filled with unknown power, but the people of these demons are standing by. Gao Peng does feel some magic when he looks at it. After all, it's a transmission array. Although Qingliu Shendi and others have heard about it, they have not seen it at all. After all, this kind of transmission card has been completely lost. Where else could they have seen it? So all of them feel special curiosity. They just stare at each other. They are really curious about what kind of principle it is. The energy circle in the shape of a hexagon star can be directly transmitted to a long distance. It's amazing to know that some things are totally incomprehensible. But they still feel special magic. It's like a country bumpkin. The same is true of Gao Peng. Although his strength is particularly strong, he has never seen anything at all, and his own experience is shallow. What's more, the system gives him powerful power. It's impossible for him to have countless strange things. So when he sees this transmission array, he still wants to study it a little bit. Gao Peng looks at this transmission array. There must be energy in it, but what kind of energy is needed? He can't help asking, what kind of energy is needed to drive this teleportation array? How far can it be transmitted? Although the people of Demon Clan want to see them being taught, they will not fail to answer such simple things. Only to see them say, the distance of this transmission array is not clear for the moment how far it can be transmitted, but it needs the divine stone to drive it. At present, the number of divine stone is very small, because it is difficult to find it. Even if we are a whole ethnic group, there are only 3 god stone veins at most, others are not very clear. After all, we haven't really got a deep understanding, which is barely enough for our ethnic group to use. If the rest of us want to have a share, it's basically impossible, because it's just enough for our entire group to use. Gao Peng then asked some questions, but when he roughly knew what Xianxia was, he stopped asking. Chapters 1106. Gao Peng looked at the demons like this. They all took out the stone from themselves, and then one by one they put it into the hexagon star. When the stone was put into the hexagon star, it suddenly glowed, and all the people felt a sharp light, especially those demon people, felt very uncomfortable. Every time they want to send a card by boat, it's a huge torture for them. If this transport array can be slightly modified, that should be better. Every teleportation in the future will bring them tremendous damage, not to mention they have no such powerful power to transform the teleportation array. This is the worst place to lose. Gao Peng and Xianxia didn't feel this kind of feeling, but they felt this kind of light. After all, they have been in this abyss for a while. And always feel that the evil forces have been around them, and now they finally feel a little light, which makes them feel more intimate. But I dare not show it easily. If they show it directly at this time, it will inevitably make the people of these demons suspect, so they are pretending to be very painful. It also needs acting, otherwise, it's possible to help at any time, but the light didn't last long. When all the light disappeared completely, the faces of those demon people were particularly ugly. Although their skin color is dark purple, they can also clearly see that their facial expressions have been particularly unnatural for a long time. Damn it, when can we change this transmission array? It's too hard for us to bear such inhuman pain every time. What can I do? With our technology, it's impossible to make any changes, and we can only use this legacy transport array. You should be satisfied. If we don't have these certificates, we will feel special trouble wherever we go. It's much better now, but we need to bear a little pain. What a mess. Every time I shuttle back and forth, I feel special pain. I hope it can be improved a little bit. At least we should not suffer so much pain. All the demons are particularly complaining, because for them, this is the most painful point, which is the most painful. But they had to deliver. For them, it is also a special helpless. Gao Peng and others didn't speak at all, because there was no need to speak at this time, because once they spoke, it would be easy to help. According to the method of those demon people, they step into the hexagon one by one. When all of them step into the hexagon, one of them doesn't know what he is doing. All of a sudden, everyone has a feeling of weightlessness. Gao Peng also feels dizzy, but because of the system, he feels okay, not too much. Other people are really uncomfortable. Even though their strength is so strong, this kind of super long distance transmission is also a very uncomfortable thing for them. If it wasn't for their strength, they would have died in that instant. If they didn't have enough strength, they would be crushed to pieces. As you can imagine, this is also very dangerous. Chapters 1107, gone. I can't feel their breath anymore. Is it? It should be gone. Beside the Abyss Devil, a devil appears suddenly with a clown mask. The devil clown looks very strange, even more unpredictable than the Abyss Devil. Seeing the devil clown floating beside the devil in the abyss, the devil clown said, "Are you really ready to break through here with their strength? And if you really use their power, then you will really be subject to them. You don't want to get out of one cage and jump into another. It's just stupid. I know, but I have no other way now, and you know that my origin has been severely damaged. If you want to leave this place, you can only get rid of it by virtue of the power of the demon clan. If you want to take care of other things, with my body now, it is completely impossible to achieve things." The Abyss Devil also has his own helplessness. In fact, with his own strength, this abyss can't tie him. However, because of the damage of his origin, his strength has been greatly reduced, and he can only agree to the conditions of the demon people, but he does feel special helplessness. He can almost fight against the demons by himself. It can be seen how powerful his strength was, but he can't get rid of it. At the same time, his origin has been seriously damaged and his strength has fallen too much. In the end, he can only choose such a helpless way, but after he goes out, he must recover his origin as soon as possible. Sometimes his strength can pick up again. I know what you think, but do you know how much time you have? If you are really subject to the demons, then they can never easily let you back to the original. There will be no difference between you and being trapped here, but once you are truly subject to the demons, your fate will become more miserable. After all, the people of the demons will really call on you. Do you want that? The devil of the abyss struggled for a while. In fact, he didn't want to be like this, but he stayed in this abyss all the time. Although he didn't need to be controlled by others, he had no way to recover his strength. He can't see any hope at all. If he goes out, he can see a little hope, no matter whether you need to obey the demon family or not. At least if he leaves here, he can slowly recover his strength. No matter whether others will let him recover or not, he can find a way. But in the abyss, there is really no way. He did feel special helplessness, and the devil clown was right. But now he is in a dilemma. No matter what kind of answer he chooses, the final result will not change much. I also hope to have other choices, but now I either choose to be trapped in the abyss forever, or I am subject to the demons. Even if I am subject to the demons, I still have a little hope to find opportunities. One is that there is a chance, the other is that there is no chance. Chapters 1108, I still have this third way here. I don't know if you are willing to choose. At this time, when the Abyss Devil felt the deep helplessness, the Devil Clown suddenly spoke, and at this time the expression on his face became particularly weird. As if it had been expected for a long time. The Abyss Devil is also slightly stunned. In fact, he has already found that this Devil Clown is not simple. Although he is also a demon family, their strength is not the same. The power of every devil is special and evil, not all of them are the same, but the power of every devil is very powerful, which cannot be judged by the power of individuals. Now I suddenly hear the Devil Clown's words. The Abyss Devil really feels some doubts. After all, with his powerful strength, he can't get out of trouble. What kind of power can he get out of trouble? But he will not have much doubt, because every devil's power is strange, especially the Abyss Devil does not feel the huge power from the Devil Clown. So the other side definitely has the mysterious power, not the devil with absolute power like him. The Abyss Devil thought a little. What's your approach? I need to know if I can accept it, then I will choose. When there is no way to go, we can't do it even if we try our best. If it wasn't because he was suppressed in this abyss, no matter how hard he tried, it would be useless in the end, it would have been impossible. My method is very simple, throw the dice of fate. The breath of the Abyss Demon was obviously shaking, and its huge breath could not help but float for a while. When he heard this sentence, it was obvious that he had understood what it meant. In fact, among the demons, there has been a legend for a long time. If you want to obtain the supreme power, you have to throw the dice of your destiny, otherwise you can only stay in the same place forever. But the dice of this fate don't know who is in charge of it. Some people want to find it, but they just can't find it. In the end, it's over. Unexpectedly, fate's dice were shot in the hands of the Devil Clown, and at this time, the other side obviously wanted him to throw his head, which was a little unusual. This is the supreme blood. The Abyss Devil is also very clear. He has to give up to get it. Although this supreme blood and power is really attractive, the price he needs to pay is also very high. But how to choose in the end depends on his own. He really wants to ask what kind of ability the dice of this fate have. But before he said it, he saw the strange face of the Devil Clown, and could not help but let him swallow all the words he was about to say. This feeling is really bad. How to say that he is also the Abyss Devil, and his strength is also the top among the higher demons. Although he is not the supreme devil, he is not a very weak existence. At that time, he was afraid of this Devil Clown, especially at that moment, he could not help but panic. This is a bit intriguing. Chapters 1109. The Devil Clown is not in a hurry. He just looks at the devil in the abyss with such a smile. It seems that he has decided to eat each other. In fact, it is the same. Because the Abyss Devil has no choice. Don't struggle anymore, you have no other choice at all. Do you want to be controlled by others? I don't think you're reconciled, are you? In fact, your current blood can dominate, but you are not lucky enough to get what you want, and you are trapped in this abyss. The Devil Clown has been using language to induce him, which makes the Abyss Devil hesitate all the time, although he does not want to choose the other two options. But he also felt that the Devil Clown in front of him was not a good fault, and probably had another purpose. There was no pie in the sky in the world. This made him even less aware of how to choose. What is the result of this fate dice? Can you really help me out? The devil in the abyss is still uneasy. After all, he always feels a little weird, especially the Devil Clown. I don't know what will happen. After all, everyone's destiny is different. Naturally, I can't decide your destiny. Only when you really throw the dice of fate can you know what you can get, but I'm sure you can get out of the trap, and fate doesn't want you to be trapped in the abyss all the time. What do you say? The Devil Clown is floating in the void like this. The whole person looks very strange, and the breath he exudes is also very strange. His breath is clearly not much powerful, but it gives a special feeling of fear, as if it comes from the soul. This makes him more afraid to choose easily. Devil Clown has no other choice, but when he stops there, it gives people a special irresistible attraction. Come on, only when you throw the dice of fate can you really get freedom. Don't you want to get freedom? Soon, I will be able to gather all my blood. As long as I gather all my blood together, I will be able to create a new life. I will be the creator. The Devil Clown's heart is very excited at the moment, because this plan has been planned for a long time, but it has been hindered. Now other people have no time to take care of him. It is impossible for him to give up so easily after finding the blood of the Abyss Devil. Moreover, he needs to find a vital blood. As long as he can find a core blood, then his plan will be completely completed. But it's almost with his speed and no one bothering him at all, he will soon gather in all people's blood. Every unique blood will be collected by him. A little stronger blood has been collected by him, so he is well prepared for his plan. If he hadn't been blocked by others, he would have collected all of them, but it's not too late. The blood of this Abyss Devil is also very important. Otherwise, he would not take out the dice of fate. Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobook, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request.